Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
And the next hour, Guan upgraded the Chaos Primordial Saint art to the Grand Infinity Creation art. Astonishingly, 20 million years of lifespan only advanced it by one level, but fortunately, it was to the peak perfection realm. At the same time, he awakened a divine ability, infinite clones. Each of the 5 elemental spiritual energies could now manifest as a clone. While this ability wasn't particularly powerful in combat, its strength lay in numbers. After all, 5-element spiritual energy existed everywhere. He kept going. The Myriad Forms Chi technique advanced to the Chaotic Myriad Manifestations Free technique, then further to the Deo Manifestation Divine Mind art. Again, it cost 20 million years of lifespan. Though no new divine ability was awakened, the technique itself was a divine ability. The Deo Manifestation Divine Mind art, once mastered, freed him from all rules. With a single thought, he could suppress his cultivation level and aura, change his appearance, everything could be altered, and no one would be the wiser. With this technique, Guan no longer needed to pursue other transformation arts. Of course, what he valued most was its ability to perfectly conceal cultivation and aura. In the simulated cycles of reincarnation, Chu Lu had perished so quickly because he lacked this technique. Of course, blindly trusting Cheng Jialan was another reason. By the time Guan finished mastering the Deo Manifestation Divine Mind art, another hour had passed. Next up was the Celestial Star-Suppressing Infinite Sword, which he finally upgraded to the Eternal Infinite Divine Sword. The Infinite Free Step finally evolved into the Step Through the Ages. This movement technique could even rewind time within a certain radius of where his feet touched, bringing the dead to life, and the living to nothingness. Of course, it couldn't grant immortality, it had limits, and was meant for combat. The 9 extremes yin-yang body ultimately advanced into the extreme Deo illusory body. Guan also upgraded Soul Search into the Grand Soul Imprisoning Immortal technique, which cost 5 million years of lifespan. The 3 supreme arts and divine abilities above each cost 20 million years of lifespan, 60 million total. Including upgrades to physique and techniques, Guan had already burned through 105 million years of lifespan, and maintaining the lifespan barrier consumed a massive amount as well. Even without a breakthrough, Guan now felt unmatched in power. Still, he had to play it safe. He needed a breakthrough. Guan pulled up his status panel again, eyes fixed on the cultivation column. At that moment, torrential rain poured over the entire ocean, with waves crashing and thundering endlessly. A divine sense from a free-soaring immortal was wildly sweeping the area. Guan paid it no mind. After all, this place was mostly full of wandering spirits and ghosts, beings rejected by the laws of heaven and earth. Life wasn't easy for them. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to invest another 5 million years of lifespan. He wasn't sure if investing 100 million years in advance could bridge the gap between the mystic celestial immortal stage and higher realms. You cultivated by absorbing spiritual energy for 30,000 years. Using your mastery of the Grand Infinity Creation art, you attempted to break through to the Deovoid Profound Immortal Realm. You began your tribulation, but failed to survive the 6-fold fate illusion. Tribulation breakthrough failed. You cultivated by absorbing spiritual energy for 60,000 years. Attempted breakthrough. Failed again. 1 tribulation every 30,000 years. Guan was overjoyed. Previously, attempting the mystic celestial immortal realm took 60,000 years per attempt. And then an even greater surprise. You cultivated for 300,000 years. You began your tribulation, endured the 6-fold fate illusion tribulation, and succeeded. Your cultivation broke through to the first level of the Deovoid Profound Immortal Realm. You cultivated for 500,000 years. Your cultivation rose to the second level of the Deovoid Profound Immortal Realm. Only 10 tribulations to succeed. FK yeah, I'm a monster? Guan was fired up. But as he read on, his smile slowly faded. The time required for each level of the Deovoid Profound Immortal Realm kept increasing. You cultivated for 4 million years. Reached the 8th level. You cultivated for 4.7 million years. Reached the 9th level. You cultivated for 5 million years. Attempted breakthrough to the Divine Mind True Immortal Realm. You failed the Heavenly Deo's 49 illusory tribulation breakthrough failed. Still, reaching the 9th level of Deovoid Profound Immortal in 5 million years not bad at all. But after that, it required 300,000 years per attempt. If he failed 100 times, that was 30 million years gone. Fail 200 times? 60 million years. That was nuts. Was the Divine Mind True Immortal Realm that intense? The gap was too much. Guan didn't dwell on it too long. After all, he'd never even heard of the Deovoid Profound Immortal Realm before, let alone something beyond it. Heaven and earth's spiritual energy surged into him again. The ocean's energy suddenly sank violently, with the affected area expanding rapidly. Oh, this commotion was a bit too much. Guan was silently shocked. Was he about to trigger another catastrophe in the human world? The spiritual energy required to go from mystic celestial immortal stage to Deovoid profound immortal, 9th level, was beyond anything Guan had imagined. But the scale of this disturbance helped him judge the depth of the heavenly great realm. If his breakthrough affected the entire realm, it meant there were likely only a handful of Deovoid profound immortals in all of heavenly great realm. Guan absorbed his breakthrough fortune while observing the world. The area affected by the energy drain kept growing. In less than the time it took to burn an incense stick, it had already surpassed the territory the Grand Cold Demon Sect had tried to wipe out, and it kept growing fast. Time sped by. An hour later, Guan forcefully achieved the Deovoid profound immortal realm. No matter the realm, breakthroughs through evolution always happened within an hour. The mysteries of this realm poured into his mind. The Deovoid profound immortal realm allowed one to transcend universal laws, traveling across countless grand worlds. These grand worlds were like the heavenly great realm. Only at this level could one touch the barriers between universes. Of course, not all universes were easy to cross, some were stronger than others. The power of a profound immortal could even grant sentience to all things. At this stage, one had to start forming their Deo. The Deo was the culmination of cultivation, the manifestation of one's will. It could be condensed into a Deo aspect, used in battle to overwhelm all. Guan was utterly immersed in the fortune of this realm, unable to pull himself away. Only when he reached the second level of the Deovoid profound immortal realm did his consciousness finally return. He looked up. The universe no longer felt distant. His gaze and divine sense were now in perfect sync. He could even glimpse the edge of the cosmos. There, he saw the extinction domain that Baizia had spoken of, an utterly dark place exuding terrifying energy. He dared not probe further, because inside, he sensed more than one presence that made even him wary. Time passed again. Guan began sensing the approach of other cultivators. When he looked, he saw countless figures flying from the sanctuary where the Holy Court resided, so many, it even surpassed the Grand Cold Demon Sect. His breakthrough had alarmed the Holy Court? No comparison next to the Holy Court, the Grand Cold Demon Sect was a joke. These incoming cultivators were all at least scattered immortals. Over 5 million, and still growing. 5 million scattered immortals, unbelievable? He even sensed multiple mystic celestial immortals and free-soaring immortals. Over 10 mystic celestial immortals, at least. The Holy Court's forces scattered across heaven and earth, protecting the various continents and islands. The ocean surged with monstrous waves. The rapid sinking of spiritual energy shattered many continents. Seeing the Holy Court move to protect the people, Guan let out a sigh of relief. His opinion of them rose dramatically. He didn't want his breakthrough to cause mass death. Seems the Holy Court's support for the Grand Cold Demon Sect was just the Holy King's personal decision. If they became enemies in the future, regardless of personal grudges, based on what he saw today, Guan would not wipe them all out. Of course, if he could befriend the Holy Court, even better. Cultivation didn't always have to be about killing and fighting. Sure, destroying the Grand Cold Demon Sect had its benefits, but it also brought danger. Look at this, the battle had barely ended and already mystic celestial immortals popped up. He hadn't even heard of that realm before. What if he got too arrogant and someone stronger than a divine mind true immortal showed up and slapped him to death? Chu Lu's story was a cautionary tale. Of course, most of that was because he trusted the wrong person. Guan wanted to curse at him. You murdered her whole family and still thought you could marry her. Sure, Chu Lu was a victim at first, but he should have stayed away from Cheng Jialan. With the Holy Court stepping in, Guan finally felt at ease. He focused on enjoying the fortune of the Deovoid profound immortal realm. Now that he'd reached the 9th level of this realm, what could the Holy King behind the Grand Cold Demon Sect possibly do? And if that Holy King was also Deovoid profound immortal, then Guan would risk everything for the next breakthrough. Under the night sky, the entire ocean was filled with streaks of Grand Master cultivators flying past, while massive sea monsters leapt from the waves, making the night even more terrifying. The isolated island where Guan was located was surrounded by raging waves, on the verge of being swallowed at any moment. And yet, he was still waiting for his breakthrough to finish. Every minor stage within the Deovoid profound immortal realm demanded spiritual energy far beyond that of any previous major realm breakthrough. Guan kept an eye on the outside world. He needed to understand how much this breakthrough was affecting the heavenly great realm. Currently, the range of the spiritual energy sink had become rather outrageous, though compared to the vastness of the heavenly great realm, it still wasn't enough to shake the whole realm. The heavenly great realm was simply too vast. Even though Guan could already see the world beyond, he couldn't ignore the sheer scale of the realm itself. As time passed, more and more Grand Master cultivators arrived to protect the seas. Even sects Guan had previously dared not spy on lightly were sending out powerhouses, and even that empire composed solely of immortal Deo beings had dispatched its people. Guan noticed something interesting. The Immortal Spirit Dynasty and the Holy Court just so happened to be located on opposite ends of the heavenly great realm. The distance between them was so great it felt like the separation between two different worlds. He made a mental note to ask Bai Xiao about the Immortal Spirit Dynasty next time. Looking out, Guan saw that aside from this part of the ocean, the continents and islands in other areas all had Grand Master cultivators providing protection. Even near the continent where the Taixuan Sect was located, cultivators were suspended in the air, holding back the waves. The Holy Court really lived up to its name. Its efficiency in protecting the people in such a short time was impressive. Worth mentioning was that the free-soaring immortal in this sea region had been hunted down and forced to flee to the outer world, entangled by several others of his level. Guan couldn't help but silently mourn for him. Poor guy. Even if the fallout affected others, Guan couldn't help it. He had to break through. Anywhere he went would cause a commotion. If he tried breaking through in the outer world, the entities attracted would at least be at the celestial ascension stage. It'd be too risky. Still, judging by the current disturbance, he'd probably have to go to the outer world for his next breakthrough. Dangerous as it was, Deo Void Profound Immortal wasn't exactly weak. Guan had already glimpsed the words Divine Sense True Immortal, and with his vast lifespan, it was unbearable not to reach the 9th level of that realm. Next time, he needed to control himself. Once he reached the 9th level, he'd stop. If he caught a glimpse of the next realm's name again, he'd end up too tempted. Guan mused silently. The anomalies above the ocean hadn't affected the outer world. The moon set, and the sun rose. By dawn, the spiritual energy turbulence across the ocean had gradually subsided. Guan had finally reached the 9th level of the Deo Void Profound Immortal realm. He slowly opened his eyes. A golden vertical eye glimmered on his forehead, shining with an ethereal light. The pupil of the primal divine eye was gradually turning black, then dark gray, making the vertical eye appear even more fearsome and oppressive. With a thought, Guan made the eye disappear. He slowly stood up. Without taking a step, his figure vanished from the island. In an instant, he appeared inside the Nianshu cave dwelling on Phoenix Mountain. Tian Yaoer, Tian Xing, and Tian Bei were all cultivating. The chamber was quiet, with only the sound of dripping water echoing in the silence. Guan clapped his hands. The 3 demons were startled awake. They quickly rushed out, and upon seeing Guan, their faces lit up with joy as they ran over to him. Master, what happened outside the past couple of days? Yeah, such terrifying energy made it in here. Master, are you alright? The 3 of them chirped non-stop, clearly excited. Guan felt a pang of guilt. He really should have come here first and not left them worried for so long. Come on, we're heading to the hidden realm, Guan said as he waved them along and departed with them. On the way, the 3 kept chattering. Guan didn't hide anything and told them about the calamities outside. Divine Anomaly Wraiths, Divine Anomaly Wraith Kings, the Grand Cold Demon Sect, the Great Heavenly Fire Cataclysm. Each tale left them pale with fright. Fortunately, when they heard that the disaster had passed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They became curious about who had resolved the calamity, but Guan claimed he didn't know. Once they reached the hidden realm, Guan raised a hand, and countless storage pouches, rings, and magical items flew out from his sleeves, piling up in the open area. The 3 demons stared, dumbfounded. Tian Yaoer couldn't help asking, why are there so many? Guan didn't respond. Once the pile reached a mountainous size, he swept his divine sense over it, breaking all the restrictions and instantly destroying anything that might be dangerous. You 3 will manage these from now on. Don't mess with them too often. No need to attract unwanted attention, Guan said, glancing at them. Truthfully, no other cultivators would dare touch anything under their care. He was just worried they might accidentally hurt themselves. The 3 demons nodded blankly, their minds still trying to catch up. Guan didn't explain further and vanished on the spot. Tian Bei, regaining her senses, cautiously asked, could that mysterious powerhouse who saved everyone be our master? Tian Yaoer had a strange look on her face. Guan had previously claimed he wasn't a match for the Phoenix Demon Mother. She'd had her doubts back then. Now she was almost certain that had been a lie. She just didn't understand why he was hiding his cultivation level. Meanwhile, Guan returned to the Taixuan Sect. The continent where the sect was located hadn't been affected by the previous night's phenomena, though the winds were noticeably strong. He headed back to the 8-View Celestial Realm first and told Zhang Qiang that the Grand Cold Demon Sect had been destroyed. Zhang Qiang was shocked and immediately left to take action. Guan didn't follow. Instead, he used the teleportation array in the valley to return to the 3rd Medicine Valley. Even though 2 days had passed, the atmosphere in the valley remained lively. Most people were still talking about the Grand Cold Demon Sect. Qi Wuxing and the 9-fingered Divine Lord were playing Go again, shouting back and forth, drawing laughter from the nearby disciples. Even the errand disciples busy with chores seemed more energetic. Under the 7-fold purity tree, the usually drowsy white spirit mouse was lying beside an Xin, content as she petted it. Everything felt so harmonious that Guan couldn't help but smile. He had risked taking action just to preserve scenes like this. Guan walked toward his loft, while his divine sense reached out toward the outer world. Next time, he'd have to go there to break through. Maybe it was due to the previous night's anomalies, but there were quite a few Grand Master cultivators patrolling above the heavenly Great Realm. Though none of them were stronger than him, he didn't want to draw attention just yet. He'd wait until they were gone before heading out to break through again. With the lifespan he had left, breaking into the divine sense true immortal realm shouldn't be difficult. The thought put Guan in an even better mood. He hummed a tune as he walked upstairs. The Blood Prison Great Saint, lying in front of the loft, watched his master thoughtfully. After Guan entered and closed the door, the Blood Prison Great Saint thought to himself, Master seems even stronger now. Just how high is his realm? Back when the Grand Cold Demon Sect attacked, the colossal figure towering above even the heavens, he had recognized it immediately. That was his master. He felt more and more like falling into Guan's hands had been the luckiest thing to ever happen to him. Others could only dream of such fortune. Thinking this, he beamed with pride. A mere 1,000 years? That's nothing. Once the 1,000 years were up, he'd still stay and serve Guan loyally. He'd already set his sights on becoming the top disciple of the Third Medicine Valley. Given an Xian's talent, she wouldn't live more than 1,000 years anyway. Who else could challenge him? As for Yangjian, that kid definitely had dreams of venturing out. He'd be gone sooner or later. At the same time, inside the loft, Guan lay back comfortably in his chair. Looking at the 6 billion plus years of lifespan he had left, he couldn't stop smiling. Don't get cocky. He still had to cultivate spirit herbs. Deo Void Profound Immortal wasn't his goal. Divine Sense True Immortal wasn't the end either. He had to keep growing stronger. He was powerful now, sure, but there were still things in this world he couldn't see through. There was still room to improve. Over the next few days, Guan resumed his usual routine, traveling between the various medicine valleys. During this time, the mysterious Genren from the Northern Sea mountain range asked his opinion on the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. Guan offered a few casual compliments and didn't elaborate. 5 days later, Guan noticed a group of rather capable cultivators sneaking onto the continent, quietly gathering public opinion about the Sword Sovereign. They were from the Holy Court. Not just this continent, even the surrounding seas had Holy Court cultivators investigating the Sword Sovereign and the Grand Cold Demon Sect. Guan didn't intervene. The fact that the Holy Court was looking into the sect meant that the upper echelon was aware now that Saint King could no longer cover the sky with one hand. Once he harvested the mature medicinal herbs in all the valleys, Guan took a break. He went to play Go with the 9-fingered Divine Lord and won 3 times in a row. Qi Wuxing took interest and challenged him. From the first move Guan made, half an hour later, he stood up, waving the 7-star mirror like a fan as he left proudly. Qi Wuxing sat stunned on the stone bench, staring at the board in a daze. The nearby disciples were fired up, praising Guan loudly. Qi Wuxing had always been arrogant after his winning streaks, so seeing their own teacher defeat him had everyone thrilled. The 9-fingered Divine Lord grinned. Turns out he wasn't just bad at Go. Guan really did have incredible talent in it. As Guan left amid the cheering, his face was lit up with a proud grin. Play Go with me? Come back after another 100 million years of cultivation? Guan acknowledged that someone at the 9th level of the Celestial Ascension stage was strong but still 27 minor realms below him. Back at his loft, Guan sat down and pulled up his status panel. His last lifespan simulation had ended in regret. This time, he wanted to start a new one. With Holy Court Grand Master cultivators still patrolling the outer world, he didn't need to rush. Just one run. Definitely not getting addicted? You have spent 10 million years of lifespan to initiate a new lifespan cycle simulation. Connecting to the Deo laws. Searching for reincarnation realm. You may choose one of the following realms. 1. Heavenly Great Realm. 2. 9 Extremes Realm. 3. Dark Realm. Guan hesitated for a moment, then decided to choose the Dark Realm. Fall where you will, rise from the same place. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistakes again. You have chosen to reincarnate in the Dark Realm. Due to your immense talent that cannot be hidden by this realm's Deo laws, you will retain your lifespan absorption ability but cannot activate its staged functions. Lifespan simulation begins. Year 1, you are born into the Duke Xiao household under the sacred Ming dynasty in the northern Qian region. Your parents name you Xiao Shengtian. Age 5, while asleep, you are poisoned by your father's 3rd concubine. Before you pass out, you see her silhouette. Fortunately, your mother discovers the incident in time and saves your life. Once you recover, your grandfather gathers the entire family in the main hall. Faced with his questioning, do you reveal that it was the 3rd concubine who poisoned you? Seeing the prompt about reincarnation evolution, Guan hesitated. If it had been before, he would have definitely exposed the crimes of the 3rd branch concubines and demanded justice for himself. But Chu Lu's short-lived fate had left a psychological shadow on him. Even though lifespan reincarnation was just a simulation and wouldn't harm his real body, he was still putting 10 million years of lifespan on the line. And the prompt was vague. He couldn't analyze the situation in detail. He didn't know the background or power of those concubines. What if revealing the truth brought about disaster? Forget it. Better to hold back for now. It felt unjust, but at least he didn't personally go through it. You chose not to reveal that you were poisoned by the 3rd branch concubines. The turmoil in the Duke Xiao's residence was thus resolved. At age 8, you began practicing swordsmanship. During training, you accidentally cut down a spirit herb, gaining 8 years of lifespan. From then on, your path of cultivation took a turn. At age 12, through reincarnation evolution, your cultivation broke through to the nascent soul stage. At 17, the Deming sacred dynasty was besieged by the 3 dynasties. As the land fell into ruin, you fled south with the Xiao family, constantly facing ambushes and battles. Your lifespan grew rapidly. At 18, during your escape, you encountered 2 severely wounded cultivators, a man and a woman. They begged you to save them and kill the other. You were caught in a dilemma. Do you save the man or the woman? Kill the man or the woman? Save neither. Kill neither? Guan didn't hesitate with his decision. You didn't make a move. You watched the 2 die, and after they passed, you took the storage pouches from their bodies. Seeing that line, Guan nearly burst out cursing. Why did he have to be so damn nosy? The next few years were filled with fleeing and fighting. Until, at age 27, a Grand Ascension elder from the Taixuan Sect tracked you down, suspecting you of killing his descendant. Since you had his son's storage pouch, you denied everything, but he still tried to kill you. The battle ended with both sides severely wounded, and you got separated from your family. Fighting a Grand Ascension stage cultivator at 27? Xiao Shengtian really had something special going on. Dude had a wild path. Guan was impressed. He could only see rough outlines. He didn't know how many enemies Xiao Shengtian had actually taken down. At age 30, you joined Luoqing Sect and began cultivating in earnest. At age 45, the Xiao family was massacred. Upon hearing the news, you were devastated and started investigating the culprit. At age 50, after 5 years of investigation, you discovered the force behind the massacre was the Li family of the Eastern Profound region. You left Luoqing Sect alone and headed east. Seeing the words Eastern Profound region, Guan had a bad feeling. Why the hell did his family get wiped out again? Come to think of it, Guan didn't have any relatives in this life. He lived alone in the G residence. Was this fate or what? At age 60, you took part in the Eastern Profound Sacred Mansion's secret realm trial, sweeping through the geniuses of the region and making a name for yourself. At age 70, you cultivated the Heavens Gang sacred body within the Eastern Profound Sacred Mansion. The Mansion Lord took a great liking to you and wanted to marry his daughter to you. Do you accept? Nope. You rejected the Mansion Lord's offer. He took you in as a disciple instead and gave you full support from the Eastern Profound Sacred Mansion. Seeing this, Guan smiled. Now that's more like it. What followed was years of cultivation. Xiao Shengtian kept improving his physique, techniques, and divine abilities. There weren't many choices, and he only focused on one path in each category. Years flew by. At age 137, you competed in the 5 regions sacred tournament and, with absolute dominance, earned the title of strongest prodigy of the era. The Heavens Gang sacred body became renowned across the heavenly great realm. At age 138, you encountered cultivators of the Li family during your travels. Fueled by blood-deep hatred, conflict erupted. A mysterious free-soaring immortal attacked you. You nearly died but were saved in the nick of time by a cultivator named Sun Hugenren. At age 139, before your injuries fully healed, the Li family attacked again, determined to end your life. Sun Hugenren used up his true essence and powerful divine ability to send you and his children into a spatial rift. The 3 of you fell into the dark great realm. At age 140, Sun Hugenren's son succumbed to the invasion of dark forces, perished, and became a dark wraith. You and his sister searched for him. At age 142, you two still failed to escape the dark great realm. Sun Hugenren's daughter was also corrupted, turning into a dark wraith. Enraged, you began slaughtering dark wraiths across the realm. At age 143, you encountered the Black Profound Emperor of the Deovoid Celestial Stage. Your soul was destroyed by him. Reincarnation ends? What the H*LL? That damn Black Profound Emperor again? How the F did he reach the Deovoid Celestial Stage this time? Guan's eyes widened in rage, completely unable to suppress the fire in his chest. If the Black Profound Emperor had the ability of lifespan perception, he'd definitely be sensing a fierce surge of hatred from Guan right now. That bastard had ganked him twice. How was he supposed to let that slide? Guan instantly vanished from his room, teleporting to the seafloor of another world. Then he activated his lifespan barrier. A torrent of memories surged into his mind. 1 hour later, Guan opened his eyes, a complex look on his face. Xiao Shengtian's life was even more brilliant than Chu Lu's, filled with glory, vengeance, and bold action. He was hailed as the most gifted of his time and had met many beauties along the way. Unfortunately, he still died. From his memories, Guan realized how terrifying the Dark Great Realm was. It was even larger than the entire Heavenly Great Realm. You couldn't fly out. The skies were dim and boundless. It felt like there was no escape. A mysterious force known as dark power gnawed away at him constantly. If not for the strength of the Heavens Gang's sacred body, Xiao Shengtian might not have lasted long enough to even meet the Black Profound Emperor. Guan had to admit this guy at the Deovoid Celestial Stage was seriously terrifying. Not only did he inherit Xiao Shengtian's memories, he could feel what it was like. When the Black Profound Emperor killed him, he even seemed to deliberately preserve the physical body. The thought of his body being used by that freak made Guan deeply uncomfortable. He had no idea where the Dark Great Realm was or whether time synced properly between the realms. But if they ever met again, and if the Black Profound Emperor's cultivation level was lower than his, he'd make sure the bastard tasted pure despair. Only 143 years in this second reincarnation evolution? Freakin' annoying. Still, the gains were significant. Although the Heavens Gang's sacred body wasn't as strong as his primal Supreme Deo body, he could pass it on to a disciple in the future. But the real prize was Xiao Shengtian's battle will. This will grew stronger as the body sustained damage, allowing overwhelming power bursts. Within the same realm, it could crush all foes. Even against stronger enemies, there was a real chance to turn the tables. For Guan, this battle will would shine best during tribulations. With it, wouldn't enduring the trials during reincarnation cultivation become easier? He sighed deeply, wondering just who was stronger now, his Deovoid Celestial Stage self or the Black Profound Emperor. With all his supreme arts, he was itching to fight that bastard. He vanished from the seafloor and returned to the Third Medicine Valley's attic. Though the memory fusion caused some disturbance, it wasn't nearly as intense as his past breakthroughs. Sitting in a chair, Guan suddenly had the urge to do another round. But no more Dark Great Realm? No need to keep butting heads with the Black Profound Emperor. Forget it. His luck sucked right now. During reincarnation evolution, Guan could only make decisions at key junctures. He had no control over how his simulated self acted. In other words, the process was entirely unknown. And with the unknown, you had to rely on mysticism. Besides, he still had to break through. Can't afford to get carried away and mess that up. Guan picked up Adventures of the Green Hero and flipped a few pages, letting his thoughts drift away. This book was seriously amazing. Even if Xian Tianyi died right now, just for writing this, he was a saint in Guan's heart. As for the news of the Grand Cold Demon Sect being annihilated by the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, it continued to spread wildly, further boosting the Sword Sovereign's fame. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, and the year-end arrived. Snow blanketed the world in white, covering everything in desolate silence. Guan was writing in the attic, compiling all the techniques and arts practiced by Chu Lu and Xiao Shengtian into manuals. He didn't plan to release them yet, this was just for fun. If the time ever came, he'd have them ready. Suddenly sensing something, he raised his eyebrows, put down his pen, and disappeared from the room. Far away, over the ocean, Bai Ziao lay leisurely atop a giant gourd flying through the clouds, legs crossed in a carefree posture. Sensing a familiar aura, he opened his eyes and sprang up. In the next moment, a figure dashed toward him. A bright smile appeared on his face. It was none other than Meng Lang, the person he'd been looking for. Guan flew up to Bai Ziao, cupped his fists, and grinned. Deist Bai? What a surprise running into you here. Bai Ziao spoke frankly about his purpose. Then he returned the greeting with a smile. Deist Meng? It's been years, how have you been? Did the chaos from the Grand Cold Demon Sect affect you at all? He had already entered the territory threatened by the sect's collapse. But since this was only the outer edge, Guan dared to meet him here. No, I wasn't around when it happened. I only returned after hearing the Grand Cold Demon Sect had been wiped out. Guan shook his head. How have I been? Pretty damn good. I broke through to the 9th level of the Dao Void Celestial stage. Bai Ziao invited Guan onto the gourd, and Guan gladly accepted. The two began discussing the Grand Cold Demon Sect and the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. Bai Ziao was stunned. He never expected something this big to happen within the Heavenly Great Realm. The Grand Cold Demon Sect wasn't quite at the level of Renjian Peak, but it wasn't far off. For someone to wipe them out single-handedly, their cultivation was unimaginable. Some survivors remained, but the sect had already collapsed. Countless enemies were kicking them while they were down. Curious, Bai Ziao asked when the Sword Sovereign had emerged. Guan replied that he had been in seclusion, so he didn't know. They chatted for a long time, mostly with Guan asking and Bai Ziao patiently answering. Half an hour later, Guan suddenly asked, Deist Bai, have you ever heard of the Dark Great Realm? Bai Ziao frowned and asked in confusion, Dark Great Realm? Never heard of it. Is it powerful? Where is it? Guan could only reply, not sure. Just heard a senior mention the name once. Got curious. Then he bid Bai Ziao farewell. Bai Ziao quickly said, Renjian Peak is about to host the 10,000-year summit. You better come. It's time for you to formally take the Peak Lord's position. Guan nodded and flew off in the direction away from Taixuan Sect. Once he was out of sight, Bai Ziao muttered, Dark Great Realm, why does that sound kinda familiar? After saying goodbye to Bai Ziao, Guan took a detour before returning to the Third Medicine Valley. Once he finished writing the current cultivation manual, he headed downstairs to join the disciples in clearing the snow. But even as he shoveled, his thoughts drifted far beyond. When would those wandering cultivators from the Holy Court finally leave? They couldn't actually stop him, but Guan was worried that the commotion from his breakthrough might draw their attention to the lifespan barrier. What if someone barged in? He didn't want to make enemies with the Holy Court for no reason, but he also couldn't afford to have anyone discovering his true cultivation level. All he could do was wait. Winter passed, then spring, just like that. Years slipped by. The tale of the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path saving the world had spread far and wide across the mortal lands. More and more beings sang his praises, and his fame began to ripple through the entire great realm. Compared to the turmoil at sea, the mainland quickly settled down. After all, this wasn't the first time they'd heard about the Sword Sovereign's feats. However, the balance of power among the human territories shifted. The factions that had fled began to return, but none could reclaim their former dominance. Those who had stayed, on the other hand, won greater support and began to rise rapidly. Across the Nine Nether Path, on another continent, things were far more perilous. The sects and noble families of the Taixuan Empire couldn't establish themselves there at all. Within just a few years, they'd all returned in disgrace. Zhang Qiang also returned to the Gathering Flower sect to focus on developing it in peace. Guan's life, once again, returned to tranquility. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The cultivators from the Holy Court who had been lingering in the outer realms finally dispersed, and Guan had been waiting for this moment. He immediately set out and quietly slipped away. With a single step, he arrived in the depths of the cosmos, heading toward a location he'd chosen long ago. It was a massive fallen star larger even than the continent where the Taixuan Sect was located. Landing on the star's surface, Guan looked up. The heavenly great realm was incredibly distant. Even a cultivator at the celestial ascension stage wouldn't be able to see it with the naked eye. He turned and looked behind him. The dark reaches of the universe stretched endlessly. From here, it was closer to the realm of annihilation than the heavenly great realm. That was exactly why he had chosen this spot, to make the Holy Court think the anomaly was caused by the sky demons. He sat down on the spot and activated the lifespan barrier. Then, he brought up his status panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 220/639,660,342. Physique, Primal Supreme Deo Body. Cultivation level, 9th layer of the Deo Void Profound Immortal Stage. This lifespan sure was a sight for sore eyes. He had to be careful with this breakthrough. Last time, activating the lifespan barrier had cost him tens of millions of years. It wasn't something he could ignore. Guan took a deep breath and decided to go for the breakthrough. Tribulation once every 300,000 years, that was no joke. 100 million years. Let's go. You cultivated by absorbing energy for 300,000 years and forcefully attempted to break through to the divine thought true immortal stage using your mastery of the infinite grand creation art. The heavenly Deo's 49 profound illusions. Tribulation descended. You failed to survive. Tribulation failed. You cultivated by absorbing energy for 600,000 years and once again tried to ascend. You failed to survive the heavenly Deo's 49 profound illusions. Tribulation. Tribulation failed. Guan's expression didn't change. He was used to failure by now. No big deal. He still had 500 million years to spare. No way it would drain him completely, but then things got scary. After failing over 100 times, his expression turned serious. After failing more than 200 times, his face darkened. When the full 100 million years were used up, his mindset began to crumble. What the H*LL was this heavenly Deo's 49 profound illusions? Tribulation? Was it even supposed to be this ridiculous? Once he broke through, Guan swore he'd investigate the origins of this tribulation. Tribulations weren't supposed to be fixed across the board. Just looking at Mortal Peak, they had records of over 10,000 different tribulation types. The consensus in the cultivation world was simple: the stronger you were within a realm, the tougher your tribulation. But even if it was harder, most cultivators relied on formations, magical artifacts, and help from their sects or clans. Guan? He had nothing but himself. No artifacts. Nothing. And with his all-around enhancements, he knew he was insanely powerful, so how could he fail over 300 times? Gritting his teeth, Guan decided to pour in another 30 million years of lifespan. From 100 million down to 30 million, not because he was scared, but because he felt he was close to a breakthrough and didn't want to waste any more time. But all failed again. His eyes started to turn red. No way he was giving up now. Another 30 million? If it came down to it, he'd burn through 5 billion years. Just as Guan made up his mind, he failed again. Another 30 million? Failure. Failure. Failure? Just as he was about to invest more, the notification finally changed length. He did it. You cultivated by absorbing energy for 23 million years and used your mastery of the infinite grand creation art to forcefully break into the divine thought true immortal stage. You endured the heavenly Deo's 49 profound illusions tribulation and succeeded. Your cultivation has advanced to the first layer of the divine thought true immortal stage. You cultivated for 26 million years. Your cultivation advanced to the second layer. You cultivated for 30 million years. Your cultivation continued to grow. What? 4 million years and still no small stage breakthrough? Was the divine thought true immortal stage really this absurd? Guan felt the vast spiritual energy flooding his body and immediately poured in more lifespan. Third layer? Fourth layer? He had to reach the 9th layer before he could feel truly at ease. Eventually, it took another 54 million years of lifespan for him to finally reach the 9th layer of the divine thought true immortal stage. Torrents of spiritual energy surged wildly into his body, far exceeding the momentum of his breakthrough into the Deo Void profound immortal stage. What's more, he realized he was absorbing the ambient power of universal laws. He immediately closed his eyes and began to sense it carefully. As he meditated, the laws of the universe became clearer, falling downward, vanishing into thin air, and then silently appearing within his lifespan barrier. Soon, Guan detected a wave of divine sense sweeping over him from the realm of annihilation. A free-soaring immortal. As time passed, the disturbance from his breakthrough intensified, drawing in more and more divine senses. The weakest among them were at the celestial ascension stage. After about a stick of incense's time, Guan felt the divine sense of a mystic celestial immortal. Thankfully, no one dared to show themselves. They only dared to hide and observe with divine sense. Roughly half an hour passed. Suddenly, Guan felt something. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and they went wide. In the darkness of space, a pair of eyes appeared. They were just like a human's, nothing extraordinary in shape or color, but the gaze was chillingly indifferent. These eyes were enormous stars and entire continents looked like mere dust motes before them. Guan felt like they were staring right at him, making his heart clench. Had the lifespan barrier been seen through? After a moment, the pupils finally shifted away. Guan let out a breath of relief. Playing dirty tricks like that? Did they think he'd panic and beg for mercy? Not happening. Right then, his breakthrough completed. An endless stream of memories flooded into his mind, all about the divine thought true immortal stage. Divine thought true immortals were divine sense transformed into divine thought, powerful enough to kill with a single thought, or cast spells with a mere intent. A true immortal meant he had truly become immortal. His body and soul were undergoing yet another transformation. Once completed, he would be a genuine immortal formed by the will of heaven and earth, not just a cultivator who grew strong through effort. Guan's consciousness sank into the inherited memories, and he saw countless visions. Any being with karmic ties to him he could peer into their past lives. It was a strange and wondrous experience. But he couldn't see Ji Xuanyu's past lives only from the moment she was born in this lifetime. What shocked him the most was that he could even observe the karmic paths of Chu Lu and Xiao Shengtian. If that was the case, did it mean reincarnation evolution was real and could actually manifest in reality? That thought sent Guan into a spiral of wild imagination. He was completely immersed in the karmic visions and didn't feel overwhelmed. In fact, it was oddly exhilarating. Peering into karma filled his mind with countless images, but it felt just like absorbing spiritual energy, refreshing and energizing, making him even more focused. By the time Guan had completed his breakthrough to the divine thought true immortal stage, he was still lost in the visions. His cultivation continued to climb. From the first layer to the second. From the second to the third. Gradually, powerful beings began to pass through this area, flying right over the fallen star where he Saturday. After Guan reached the 9th level of the profound mind realm, the turbulent spiritual energy and Dao rules of the universe gradually returned to calm. Looking out in all directions, powerful figures could be seen darting through the skies, while those eyes that had once spied upon the universe had now vanished. Guan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze indifferent. After witnessing the lives of so many people, his Dao heart had grown stronger. In the depths of his consciousness, he had even touched upon his own path, the Dao. The Dao was long and deep, built upon the accumulation of countless years. For now, Guan had the cultivation, but to truly strengthen his Dao, he needed to spend real time in the world. Of course, this didn't mean Guan was weak among those in the same realm. His Dao merely served as the direction for his future cultivation. The 9 tribulations of the immortal Dao profound mind realm was already the 8th level. Qi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, transformation, void transformation, integration, profound mind, grand ascension, nirvana, scattered immortal, roving immortal, celestial ascension, free soaring immortal, mystic celestial immortal, Dao void celestial immortal, and now, profound mind realm? Unknowingly, Guan had already passed through so many major realms. He was only 220 years old now, and his future achievements were boundless. He couldn't help but wonder what lay beyond the 9 tribulations. Guan drifted into endless thoughts, paying no mind to the various figures moving in all directions. Not to mention other profound mind realm cultivators, there weren't even any signs of Dao void celestial immortals. They were likely hiding in the shadows. Thinking back to that mysterious giant eye he had encountered, he still couldn't see through its cultivation level. Guan looked toward the consumption of his lifespan barrier and frowned. This breakthrough alone had cost him over 50 million years of lifespan. Now, he had only around 340 million years left. This one leap had cost nearly 300 million. Who could imagine how much the next breakthrough would demand? No matter what, the 9th level profound mind realm cultivation was enough for self-preservation. Guan stood up, his thoughts drifting to the loft inside the 3rd medicine valley. With a single thought, he was back inside the room. This was the power of the profound mind realm. Wherever the mind focused, he could move at will, already achieving the preliminary effect of being everywhere at once. The entire world now appeared differently in Guan's eyes. He could see more Dao rules, and the world itself had become clearer. Once more, he peered into the heavenly great realm. His spiritual awareness far surpassed his previous divine sense, able to penetrate the formations and restrictions of even the most powerful factions without being noticed. As expected, this realm did house mystic celestial immortals, though not many. They were all in seclusion, detached from worldly affairs. Guan's gaze turned toward the immortal spirit dynasty. The continent it occupied was vastly larger than the one beneath his feet. Newborns there started at the nirvana stage. It, too, had mystic celestial immortals, and even Dao void celestial immortals, and places too obscure for him to perceive. To him, if a place was hard to perceive, it meant it was completely silent. He could force his spiritual sense into such places, but it would definitely alarm the beings within. That immortal spirit dynasty was frighteningly strong. Without the holy court, it would have no problem unifying the heavenly great realm, yet it seemed uninterested in conquest and had sealed itself off. Guan didn't see any immortal spirit cultivators moving in or out. Then he turned his spiritual awareness to the other end of the realm toward the holy court. While the base level of the holy court wasn't as high as that of the immortal spirit dynasty, the number of living beings it housed was massive, far more than the immortal spirit dynasty. Even within the same realm, the holy court had more cultivators. If the immortal spirit dynasty took an elite path, the holy court pursued comprehensive growth and held absolute control over the heavenly great realm. The holy court also had places Guan didn't dare to invade lightly. But after a rough sweep, Guan still felt the holy court was stronger overall. During his observation, Guan noticed a free-soaring immortal coming and going through the heavenly great realm unnoticed by all. He let out a sigh of relief. Good thing he hadn't been arrogant when he reached the celestial ascension stage. If a free-soaring immortal had appeared before him then, he wouldn't have even noticed. Now that he had reached the profound mind realm, Guan could better sense the depths of the heavenly great realm. Still, he wasn't afraid. He had his own confidence. He vaguely saw the holy court's fate forming an invisible passage that extended into the depths of the universe, disappearing into the oblivion zone. His gaze turned toward the oblivion zone. The universe was vast and boundless, and the oblivion zone wasn't just in one direction. It surrounded the heavenly great realm. It was only because the realm leaned toward one side that its inhabitants believed the zone only lay in a single direction. Even a celestial ascension cultivator would take years to fly toward the oblivion zone from another angle, a testament to the universe's sheer scale. Guan retracted his spiritual sense, feeling deeply moved. This world wasn't what he had imagined. Because of his past life's cultural background, he had assumed that if immortality existed, so too would order immortal gods ruling over all, the cycle of reincarnation balancing yin and yang. But reality was different. There were immortal realms, but no gods overseeing the heavenly Dao. There was yin and yang, reincarnation, but no order like that of an underworld. Having now surveyed the universe, Guan had only one impression: chaos. No absolute order? Guan believed the other side of the universe might hold even vaster worlds. The Oblivion Zone was just a barrier stopping the beings of the heavenly Great Realm. After all, through reincarnation evolution, he had learned of the existence of other realms. Take the Dark Great Realm, for example. It seemed even more powerful and expansive than the heavenly Great Realm. Which made sense. Bai Xiao had once said this current realm was just a fragment of the original heavenly Great Realm. Its full extent was unimaginable. Guan couldn't help thinking of his junior sister, of his disciples. His pride faded. The profound mind realm was powerful, yes, but far from controlling reincarnation. At the very least, he couldn't grant his loved one's eternal life. He planned to visit Yelan soon, to see if he could help her extend her lifespan limit. Guan raised a hand and tapped the table with his finger. The motion transferred magical power, reinforcing the heaven-splitting axe while also strengthening the character's righteous path on the heavenly mending platform. Since the name of the sword sovereign of the righteous path had already been established, he might as well carry it forward. Late summer. The weather was gradually cooling. In the woods, Guan was instructing Yangjian in cultivation. Yangjian held his three-pointed, double-edged saber, attacking fiercely with overwhelming power, but he still couldn't touch Guan blocked all his moves effortlessly with just 2 fingers. This saber had been forged under Li Sundao's order and given to Yangjian long ago. Normally, he wouldn't use such a weapon in the Medicine Valley. Forged similarly to the heaven-splitting axe, it weighed 1,000,000 jin and had special formations inside to amplify its strike force. Yangjian fought harder and harder, but he was getting more and more alarmed. He had used everything he had, yet he couldn't even cause a single disturbance in the forest under his master's pressure. He looked like nothing more than a fast, powerful brute. Nearby, the Blood Prison Great Saint lounged and watched, not surprised at all. What he cared about was Yangjian's potential. This kid's aura was getting stronger by the day. He couldn't even imagine what Yangjian would be like once he reached the Grand Ascension stage. Yangjian leapt high and slashed downward in fury. Guan raised his right hand and caught the blade between 2 fingers, freezing it midair and making Yangjian tremble all over. All right, that's enough for today, Guan said calmly and gently lowered him down. Yangjian quickly sheathed his saber and bowed nervously, unsure whether he had met his master's expectations. His cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the transformation stage. Beyond his own efforts, Guan had also given him many pills. In terms of training speed, Guan was quite satisfied. Come on, let's head back. A big guest is coming today, Guan said with a smile. Yangjian perked up. A big guest? As they walked out of the forest, the Blood Prison Great Saint began critiquing Yangjian's fight and shared battle insights. Knowing his real strength, Yangjian listened intently. An hour later, Guan was playing Go with Qi Wuxing, surrounded by 9-fingered Divine Lord, Shen Xinzi, and several other cultivators watching. Qi Wuxing furrowed his brows and hesitated to make a move. Just then, a powerful voice rang out across the entire Taixuan Sect, even echoing across the continent. By decree of the Holy Prime, the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, who saved countless lives, is granted entry into the Holy Court and awarded a seat of karmic destiny. The moment the words dropped, everyone in the Medicine Valley looked up. Guan also looked up, feigning surprise. After a brief silence, the valley erupted in chatter. The Holy Court. They're rewarding the Sword Sovereign. What's going on? Who are these Holy Court people? What's this seat of karmic destiny? Sounds important. Who the H*LL is this Holy Prime to think they can recruit the Sword Sovereign? That's way too arrogant. Most disciples were outraged. It felt like the Holy Court didn't respect the Sword Sovereign. The tone made it sound like they believed themselves superior. Guan couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Recruit me? Why does this sound like something out of Journey to the West? Good thing they're not asking me to be the Baimon. One disciple couldn't help but ask 9-fingered Divine Lord about the Holy Court. The Divine Lord didn't hold back and explained their background. When they learned that the Holy Court was the supreme ruler of the entire world, the disciples' resentment quickly faded. Then worry crept in. What if the Sword Sovereign left? Who would protect the continent next time a crisis came? Meanwhile, Guan sensed that the Celestial Ascension cultivator who had delivered the decree was already standing atop the heavenly mending platform. He immediately got up, time to go watch the show. In the outer sect city, the streets were packed. Everyone on the heavenly mending platform was discussing the Holy Court. Many still felt it was underestimating the Sword Sovereign. A white-robed man walked through the crowd. His steps were unhurried, sleeves fluttering. Handsome and refined, he held a folded fan. He wore a smile, but in his heart, he was full of disdain. A bunch of mortals daring to question the Holy Court. Still, he wasn't angry. Mortals weren't worth his time. Besides, this was the Sword Sovereign's turf. He had no intention of provoking him. Anyone capable of wiping out the Grand Cold Demon Sect was way out of his league. He had only delivered the Holy Prime's message. Whether the Sword Sovereign accepted or not wasn't his problem. Right now, what he really wanted was to see the legendary heaven-splitting axe. Before coming to the Taixuan Sect, he had already heard tales of the axe while traveling through the Taixuan Empire. The white-robed man strolled casually for a while before arriving in front of the heaven-splitting axe. Zhou Yujian noticed his extraordinary aura and couldn't help but give him a curious look. The white-robed man smiled and asked, "I am Lu Xianyi. May I try my hand at the heaven-splitting axe?" The cultivators of this continent were too weak. There was no way any of them could inherit the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path's legacy. If he could do it, it would be a major opportunity for him. Setting aside his identity, the Grand Cold Demon Sect was an unshakable behemoth even to someone at the Celestial Ascension stage like him. For someone to have wiped them out effortlessly, Lu Xianyi suspected the Sword Sovereign's strength might rival that of a Saint King. "Go ahead. It can only be drawn once a day," Zhou Yujian replied calmly. Over the years, he'd seen many powerful cultivators and had grown increasingly proud. In his eyes, the prestige of the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path outweighed even the prosperity of the entire Taixuan Sect. Lu Xianyi gave a slight nod and shifted his gaze to the heaven-splitting axe. Meanwhile, Guan stood in the crowd at a distance, watching the white-robed man and tossing out a lifespan perception. Lu Xianyi, Celestial Ascension Stage, 9th Layer 67,980/500,000/890,000. An upper limit of 890,000 years of lifespan. Who knows what kind of realm he could reach within his lifetime. Guan suspected that some cultivation stage would once again trigger a transformation in lifespan limits. But since his breakthroughs didn't increase lifespan, he couldn't pinpoint which stage it would be. To him, every major realm before had felt like a complete rebirth. As Guan watched, Lu Xianyi gripped the handle of the heaven-splitting axe. Just that grip caused his expression to shift slightly. More and more eyes turned his way. Anyone who saw Lu Xianyi would think he was no ordinary man. Lu Xianyi began exerting force, and in that moment, the heavenly mending platform slightly trembled, though the axe didn't budge an inch. Zhou Yujian's expression changed. Being able to make the heavenly mending platform shake proved that Lu Xianyi's cultivation was extremely profound. Not being able to pull the axe was perfectly normal. After all, the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path was invincible in the world. At least, in Zhou Yujian's heart, he truly believed the Sword Sovereign was unmatched. Wait a minute, that guy's voice, it sounds a lot like the one who shouted earlier? No, not just similar, it's the exact same voice, just softer now, and the oppressive tone was reined in. Realizing this, Zhou Yujian looked at Lu Xianyi with clear hostility. That bastard actually wants to poach the Sword Sovereign? Outrageous? The stir caused by Lu Xianyi drew the attention of everyone on the heavenly mending platform. He didn't try for long. After a few breaths, he let go. He exhaled slowly, stepped back, and smiled. The Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path truly lives up to the legend. I'm impressed. With that, he raised a hand in salute toward the heaven-splitting axe, then turned and left. Along the way, cultivators parted without hesitation, afraid of offending him. Just the tremor he caused earlier convinced everyone this was not someone to mess with. Guan, still among the crowd, also glanced in his direction. Soon, Lu Xianyi disappeared from the platform, sparking a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. Guan headed off the platform as well. He figured he might as well wander around. Otherwise, Qi Wuxing and Nine-Fingered Divine Lord might get suspicious about him showing up just to see Lu Xianyi. Of course, the biggest reason was that Guan didn't want to keep playing against Qi Wuxing. Those guys were playing slower and slower, and Guan knew exactly how devious they were being. Sure enough, Qi Wuxing was still insisting their last game was a draw. No one believed him, but since he was firm on it, no one wanted to argue further. His cultivation was still intimidating. Guan stopped by the alchemy hall. Other than this year's new disciples, almost everyone there knew him. His profits from the Medicine Valley ranked among the highest in all of Taixuan Sect, not to mention he was at the core formation stage. Even now, having reached the Divine Soul Lord level, Guan still enjoyed chatting with people. As for the Holy Court's attempts to recruit him, he wasn't interested. Getting involved with the Holy Court could mean trouble, and he wasn't looking for that. What if things got messy and he ended up clashing with them? Sure, he'd destroyed the Nightshade Sect, the 7-star Spirit Realm, and the Grand Cold Demon Sect, but at heart, Guan was kind and peace-loving. Yup. If he could avoid making enemies, he'd rather not. By the time dusk fell, Guan returned to the valley. Qi Wuxing had long since vanished. In the days that followed, Guan noticed that Lu Xianyi had no intention of leaving Taixuan Sect. He couldn't help but pray that guy wouldn't enter his third Medicine Valley. That place already had enough monsters and lunatics, no need to add another one. Summer passed, and autumn arrived. Under the old tree in the third Medicine Valley, Guan sat fanning himself with the 7-star mirror, looking leisurely and relaxed. Across from him, Lu Xianyi had an ugly expression, the chess piece in his hand hovering mid-air, unable to drop. Qi Wuxing and Nine-Fingered Divine Lord sat nearby, beaming with genuine joy. Someone under 70,000 years old, at the 9th layer of the Celestial Ascension stage, was undoubtedly a top-tier genius. Even Qi Wuxing, who was at the same level, felt a sense of danger from Lu Xianyi. The day Lu Xianyi learned to play Go, he had immediately beaten Qi Wuxing. After losing his title as the second-best Go player in the world, Qi Wuxing had been giving Lu Xianyi the side-eye ever since. Today, he finally saw Lu Xianyi struggling. Suddenly, Lu Xianyi looked up at Guan and asked in a deep voice, "Impossible. Who exactly are you?" Go was subtle and intricate, sure, but what really unsettled him was that Guan had predicted his next move. That meant one thing: this guy's deduction abilities were stronger than his. He might not be the best in the Holy Court, but he was definitely a genius. He refused to believe Guan had greater comprehension than him. There was only one possibility. This guy was hiding his cultivation? Guan grinned smugly. "If I told you I was the sword sovereign of the righteous path, would you believe me? Pfft. Can't even recognize the supreme immortal treasures on my head and in my hand, and you want to see through my cultivation?" Hearing that, Lu Xianyi shot to his feet and quickly bowed with cupped fists toward Guan. "Qi Wuxing, nine-fingered divine lord," and the others froze then burst into laughter. Lu Xianyi looked up in confusion. What was so funny? Weren't they afraid of offending the sword sovereign? Nine-fingered divine lord couldn't help but chuckle. "Kid, you should go ask around. That guy's just over 200 years old. How could he possibly be the sword sovereign of the righteous path?" The sword sovereign's name spread more than a century ago. Lu Xianyi was stunned, staring at Guan in disbelief. There was no way Guan was the sword sovereign. What could anyone accomplish in just 200 years? With his kind of talent, at most he could reach the profound mind realm. What was that before nirvana? Nothing but ants? Even if someone told him the sword sovereign was 100,000 years old, he wouldn't believe it. That person had to be far beyond the free-soaring immortal stage. "You," Lu Xianyi glared at Guan, clearly pissed. Guan stood up and said, "Someone's looking for me. You all carry on." And with that, he slipped away. Lu Xianyi stared at his back, unable to calm down. Good thing he hadn't developed hostility toward Guan, otherwise, he'd already be dead by now. Qi Wuxing immediately sat in Guan's seat. "Let's go. I've figured out your strategy." Lu Xianyi took a deep breath and sat down. He knew Guan was the Valley Master, there was no escaping him. No way was he going to lose to some so-called mortal. Guan wasn't making excuses, someone really was looking for him. He waited by his attic. After a moment, a figure flew into the valley. It was Xian Tianyi. "Big bro, long time no see." Guan greeted him excitedly. Xian Tianyi was just as high-spirited as ever. He clapped Guan on the shoulder and looked him up and down, then said, "Look at you, finally know how to dress. Got a bit of my flair. But your cultivation's still not up, makes me lose face." Hearing that, Lu Xianyi, who was still playing, dismissed his doubts. How could someone like this be some hidden powerhouse? If you're calling a low-level cultivator big brother, then you're clearly not some enlightened master. So this brat really did invent Go. Guess he's got a unique perspective after all. Guan brought Xian Tianyi upstairs to catch up. Inside, Xian Tianyi started sharing his stories. Over the years he'd also dealt with divine anomaly wraiths and had been through quite a lot. Guan listened intently, occasionally showing shock, which made Xian Tianyi very pleased. He loved talking with this little brother, he always reacted just right. Xian Tianyi mentioned Li Ya and Hao, especially Hao. His tone was filled with admiration. He finally understood what a true peerless genius was. Compared to Hao, he felt downright average. Especially when he'd heard that Hao's master was the sword sovereign of the righteous path. What? His master is? No wonder, no wonder, Guan exclaimed. There were sound-blocking formations in the room, so there was no worry about others overhearing. As for Qi Wuxing and the rest, even if they did overhear, so what? If they dared to scheme against Hao, Guan wouldn't hold back just because they were Go buddies. After the Grand Cold Demon Sect fell, the seas turned chaotic. A bunch of factions had escaped, leaving behind a lot of ocean and land resources. Now the Star Sea Sect Alliance is scrambling to claim them, Xian Tianyi said with a sigh. Even after all these years, that incident still fired him up. The Sword Sovereign really made Taixuan Sect proud. Even though Xian Tianyi was part of the Star Sea Sect now, his heart had always belonged to Taixuan Sect. The two chatted enthusiastically. Meanwhile, after finally beating Qi Wuxing, Lu Xianyi got up and ignored his request for another round. He wandered around the valley, and his attention was caught by Shenzhenzi, the Bittersea Buddhist sect. Lu Xianyi seemed to recall something and quickly looked away. He had no intention of getting near Shenzhenzi. He continued observing everyone in the valley. This third medicine valley was way too weird. Either people were absurdly weak or secretly immortals. The gap was massive. Suddenly, his gaze locked on to someone again. This time, his eyes froze. Following his gaze, one would see Yangjian, pulling weeds. The gap in their cultivation was too vast. Yangjian, with his back turned, hadn't sensed anything, until a voice came from behind. "What's your name?" Yangjian instinctively stood up and turned around. He'd seen Lu Xianyi from afar before and knew the man was no ordinary figure. "I'm Yangjian. May I ask what senior needs?" Yangjian cupped his fists respectfully, not groveling, but properly courteous. "Yangjian," Lu Xianyi muttered thoughtfully. That name sounded familiar. He remembered overhearing two Taixuan Sect disciples once debating whether Erlang Shen Yangjian was stronger than the great sage equal to heaven. They'd even gotten into a fight about it. When Yangjian saw Lu Xianyi's expression, he could tell the man had heard of Journey to the West but hadn't actually read it. Judging from his temperament, he was probably from overseas. Without hesitation, he pulled a book from his robes and handed it to Lu Xianyi. "This is my favorite book. The most extraordinary work across the ages. I'm giving it to you, senior." Hearing that, Lu Xianyi quickly reached out to receive it, even cupping his hands in a respectful salute which instantly made Yang Jian wary. What's going on? Had this guy sensed his concealed cultivation? Noticing Yang Jian's wary gaze, Lu Xianyi said, thanks. I'll go read it now, nothing better to do anyway. With that, he turned and walked off. Yang Jian watched him disappear into the distance, then shrugged and went back to pulling weeds. It wasn't until evening that Xian Tianyi finally left. Guan looked at the book on the table, a spark of excitement in his eyes. The newest adventures of the Green Hero? Xian Tianyi truly lived up to being his idol. Things had been chaotic these past few years, yet this kid still managed to write a new book. And considering that Adventures of the Green Hero was based on real experiences and focused heavily on romance, it was clear the guy had gotten himself tangled in more affairs lately. Guan took a deep breath and picked up the book with both hands. The moon outside the window was full. The valley buzzed with insects. In that atmosphere, Guan was more than ready to enjoy his reading. And he wasn't the only one in the valley doing so. Lu Xianyi, who was staying in the guest room, held Journey to the West in one hand, brows furrowed, while the other hand moved in silent calculations. 7 days later, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint to Horizon Valley to gather herbs. The valley was quiet, with only Luo Hun, Lu Xian, and 3 monkey demons around. Yi Liuyun, Ji Ruolei, and Li Lingtian hadn't returned. Up above, Lu Xianyi hovered in the clouds, peering down at Horizon Valley, brows tightly furrowed. As he listened to Guan's conversation with Luo Hun, he finally let down his guard. So this kid was growing herbs for the Taixuan Sect and working like a mule for the Empire? No way, he had a powerful background. It was exactly because he didn't have one that he was so low-key. Lu Xianyi turned to leave, planning to take a look around Taixuan Sect. Word was that Romance of the Gods was somehow linked with Journey to the West. He wanted to see for himself what kind of story Romance of the Gods was telling. Meanwhile, Guan smirked as he pulled weeds. Beside him, Luo Hun continued, so, have you given it any more thought? Nah, Guan replied. I really don't want to leave the Taixuan Sect. Please thank His Majesty and the Crown Prince for their kind offer, but I'm not going to the capital. Luo Hun smiled. The Crown Prince hasn't stopped talking about beating Yang Jian. He's been training hard for years now. Rumor is, he's even got a Grandmaster Cultivator from the ocean coaching him. You'd better let Yang Jian know to be ready. Guan nodded. Got it. Old Luo, you're really getting up there, huh? Getting old? What makes you say that? You've become so chatty. Back when you used to borrow Adventures of the Green Hero from me, you hardly said a word. Oh, you have the nerve to bring that up? Adventures of the Green Hero hasn't had a new volume in forever, and I asked you to find the secrets of Taixuan. For me still nothing. Read more Journey to the West. Good for the soul. As they picked herbs, Guan and Luo Hun bantered playfully. Time marched on. Autumn gave way to winter, and snow began to fall across the land. One day, while Guan was reading in the 8-view celestial realm, he suddenly sensed something. He quickly took out a piece of blue jade. It was the Mortal Jade from Mortal Peak, a symbol of the Peak Master and also a magical artifact. He sent his divine sense into it and soon learned that the Millennia Summit was about to begin. After a moment's thought, he stood up and vanished from the spot. The Mortal Jade provided a directional guide, but Guan didn't need it. He'd already located Mortal Peak long ago. Mortal Peak was extremely far from the Taixuan Sect, situated above a mist-shrouded ocean. There were no islands or continents here, only towering peaks that jutted straight up from the sea floor and pierced the clouds. Guan appeared at the edge of Mortal Peak and then rode the clouds forward. Before long, he began to see cultivators, more and more of them, all heading in the same direction. He didn't rush, flying at a moderate pace while enjoying the scenery along the way. He was already considering whether, as a future peak master, he should grow medicinal herbs on his mountain. Once he took that role, he couldn't keep personally picking herbs all the time. It would be way too suspicious. After all, here he'd be seen as a celestial ascension cultivator. Fellow deist, please wait. A voice called out from behind, and Guan stopped to turn around. 2 cultivators were flying toward him on swords, 1 man and 1 woman, both at the Nirvana stage. Guan used his lifespan perception. The man was named Su Ruohei, and the woman Su Shi. Their maximum lifespans weren't exceptional, but they weren't average either. When the 2 arrived in front of him, Su Ruohei raised a hand in greeting. I'm Su Ruohei, and this is my sister, Su Shi. May I ask your name, fellow deist? Guan returned the gesture. I'm Meng Lang. What can I do for you too? Su Ruohei smiled. Are you on your way to seek entry into Mortal Peak? My sister and I are too. How about we travel together? He couldn't see through Guan's cultivation level, but Guan didn't give off any dangerous vibes. Plus, from the way he was flying slow and looking around, it was obvious this was his first time here. Behind him, Su Shi glanced at Guan, and when Guan looked back at her, she quickly averted her eyes, a faint blush rising to her ears. Interesting. Over 8,000 years old and still gets shy? Guan found it amusing, then nodded. Su Ruohei grew even more enthusiastic. The 3 of them flew and chatted along the way. Guan asked them about Mortal Peak, which only reinforced Su Ruohei's assumption that this was his first visit. Su Shi didn't talk much. Most of the conversation came from Su Ruohei, with her occasionally chiming in to fill the gaps. Through the siblings, Guan gained a much clearer understanding of Mortal Peak. At the same time, he thought about the brother-sister pair Xiao Shengtian had met at the end of his life. Remembering their adventures filled him with a tinge of regret, and warmed him slightly toward Suruohei and Su-shi. Half an hour later, the three of them passed through a dense fog, and their eyes landed on a massive mountain ahead. It was far larger than any of the peaks they'd seen along the way. The mountain's base spanned at least 1,000 miles, soaring so high that the summit couldn't be seen. Its surface was covered in lush forest, teeming with life. Cultivators were flying toward it from every direction. The air grew noisier here, with distant howls of spirit beasts and mount cries echoing through the sky. Suruohei looked up and sighed. No wonder it's Mortal Peak, one of the oldest sects in the world. I've wanted to join since I was a kid. I just hope I make it. Guan chuckled. With your cultivation, you'll be fine. Don't worry. Suruohei smiled bitterly. Brother Meng, you may not know this, but Mortal Peak cares a lot about. Ha ha ha, Meng Daoist? You're finally here. A bold, booming laugh interrupted him. Guan didn't need to look up to know it was Bai Xiao. Earlier, he deliberately leaked a sliver of celestial ascension aura. Suruohei and Su-shi couldn't sense it, but Bai Xiao had been waiting and spotted it instantly. Bai Xiao descended from the sky, grabbed Guan by the arm, and tugged him upward. If you were any later, your peak master position would have been taken. Bai Xiao snorted. Guan quickly said, I want to bring them along. Bai Xiao glanced at Suruohei and Su-shi and gave a slight nod. The siblings, meanwhile, were frozen in place. Peak master position? Did they just hear that right? Seeing that Suruohei and Su-shi were still dazed, Guan immediately rolled up his sleeve and swept them into his palm before following Bai Xiao upward. This scene made Bai Xiao raise an eyebrow in surprise and chuckle. Fellow Daoist Meng, quite the divine ability you've got. From Suruohei and Su-shi's perspective, it wasn't them who had shrunk, but rather Guan and Bai Xiao who had become colossal. The visual impact was overwhelming, leaving the siblings utterly dumbfounded. As she listened to Guan and Bai Xiao chatting and laughing, Su-shi finally snapped out of it. She turned to Suruohei and cautiously asked, Brother, did that senior just call Daoist Meng a peak lord? She knew very well what being a peak lord meant. On Renjian Peak, a peak lord held immense power, a symbol of strength and status. Legendary figures. Suruohei's mind was in turmoil, but he tried to keep his composure. He gave a small nod without saying a word. Thinking back on his earlier exchange with Guan, he hadn't said anything offensive, and Guan had even reassured him that he could join Renjian Peak. Suruohei's eyes lit up, excitement bubbling in his chest. His hands were already clenched into tight fists inside his sleeves. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao began explaining the Millennial Peak Assembly. Despite the name, the assembly wasn't fixed at a 1,000-year interval. It had been 20,000 years since the last one. Since Bai Xiao had returned for once, he discussed it with the other peak lords and decided to host it. The assembly wasn't just for recruiting new disciples, it also welcomed allied forces. Before the event began, Bai Xiao would take Guan to choose a temporarily unclaimed divine peak. Renjian Peak contained many sub-peaks, ranked by tier: Sea Peak, Immortal Peak, Divine Peak, and the main peak at the top. There was only one main peak, but 25 divine peaks. To become a divine peak lord, one needed to have reached the celestial ascension stage. Guan was surprised. There are still divine peaks without lords. Bai Xiao replied, plenty of celestial ascension cultivators want to explore beyond the heavens. So whenever there's an opportunity, many are willing to vacate their positions. Seeing Guan didn't react too strongly, Bai Xiao let out a silent sigh of relief. Looks like his scare tactic had worked back then. He deliberately made the outer universe sound dangerous, just to keep Guan in the heavenly great realm. Besides, someone like Guan, with no background and yet able to reach the celestial ascension stage through secluded cultivation, was clearly an unimaginably rare genius. Even if he didn't go beyond the heavens, he would still continue to improve. The two continued to fly upward. Eventually, the blue sky disappeared, replaced by a dazzling starry expanse. Standing in Guan's palm, Suruohei and Su-shi looked up in awe, overwhelmed by the vastness of the cosmos. Guan followed Bai Xiao into a grand hall. He set Suruohei and Su-shi down, instructing them to stay behind him. The hall was vast, flanked by towering, imposing statues. The ceiling was engraved with majestic scenes. Suruohei and Su-shi treaded carefully, not daring to make a sound as they followed closely behind Guan. As they moved deeper in, Guan saw 25 blue-purple crystal pillars. Power from the Dao rules flowed within, each one layered with countless restrictions. Clearly, Renjian Peak housed mystic celestial immortals. Even a free-soaring immortal would struggle to forge such pillars. Bai Xiao stopped and pointed to two neighboring crystal pillars. These two divine peaks are available: Chengtian Peak and Dingtian Peak. He began explaining both peaks. Chengtian Peak had over 1 million disciples and was of medium height among the divine peaks. Due to its long history, most of its disciples were quite powerful. Dingtian Peak, the second tallest divine peak, had suffered internal strife in the past. Its disciple base had nearly collapsed, and most of its cultivators were below the scattered immortal stage. Resources were scarce, and many areas had been left abandoned. Currently, Dingtian Peak had just over 200,000 disciples. Without hesitation, Guan said, "Then I'll take Dingtian Peak. I'll restore it and contribute to Renjian Peak." Hearing this, Bai Xiao looked at Guan with newfound respect. Next, he had Guan take out his Renjian jade and place it on the crystal pillar. Once all the formalities were done, they headed to other halls to finalize Guan's authority over Dingtian Peak. Su Ruohe and Su Shi also registered and officially became disciples of Dingtian Peak. Half an hour later, Bai Ziao brought the three of them to Dingtian Peak, then left. He didn't bother standing guard for Guan. What kind of joke was that? A celestial ascension cultivator needing protection? Anyone foolish enough to stir trouble would be asking to die. On Renjian Peak, disciples were forbidden from disrespecting the Peak Lord. Su Ruohe and Su Shi stared in awe at the grand and majestic Dingtian Peak, excitement written all over their faces. Guan glanced at them and smiled. From now on, how should you address me? Su Ruohe immediately bowed. Disciple Su Ruohe greets master. Su Shi followed suit, bowing respectfully and addressing him as master. Guan smiled, then released his celestial ascension aura, blanketing the entire Dingtian Peak. Only then did Su Ruohe and Su Shi truly feel the magnitude of Guan's strength. The three flew toward the mountaintop, where they were soon met by 9 roving immortals. Without a word, Guan displayed his Renjian jade. Joy lit up the faces of the 9 roving immortals. They all saluted respectfully and addressed him as master. Guan discreetly scanned them using his lifespan perception. They were all in good health and could work for him for many years. The chief disciple of Dingtian Peak was named Zhu Xinglan, a 9th-level roving immortal. Though just one step away from the celestial ascension stage, it was an impossible chasm for most in that realm. Guan dismissed the others and had Zhu Xinglan accompany him alone. He had already assigned someone to help Su Ruohe and Su Shi settle in. Zhu Xinglan had a scholarly air, appearing in his 40s. He wore a green robe, his beard a mix of black and white, and exuded a calm, composed presence. Guan asked him to guide him on a tour of Dingtian Peak. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed in a blink. After selecting his residence, Guan was ready to leave. Before departing, he gave Zhu Xinglan a large number of spirit stones to buy medicinal herbs and plant them on Dingtian Peak. Zhu Xinglan was thrilled. It felt like Dingtian Peak had finally gotten a worthy Peak Lord. Returning to the third Medicine Valley, Guan transformed from the high and mighty Peak Lord to a simple valley master of the Taixuan Sect. That evening, he found Qi Wuxing and 9-fingered Divine Lord still playing Go. What a waste of time. Guan asked curiously, where's Shen Xinzi? 9-fingered Divine Lord replied casually, he went to attend the Millennial Peak Assembly on Renjian Peak. Just left. Renjian Peak. Yeah, an ancient, fate-based sect. Don't bother asking, you'll never get anywhere near it in your lifetime. They're way more powerful than the Grand Cold Demon Sect. He said it offhandedly, and Guan shot him a sharp glare before turning and walking away. Qi Wuxing chuckled. You never know. If he invented this game of Go, maybe he's destined for something big. Pfft. Who knows? You're so amazing, but I don't see you helping him, 9-fingered Divine Lord replied without much thought. Though he was familiar with Guan, he had no intention of interfering with his fate. With Guan's talent, taking him to a top sect might not even be beneficial. At least here, Guan could live freely and happily. Hearing them talk, Guan couldn't help but laugh inwardly. If I revealed my cultivation realm, you guys probably wouldn't even recognize the name. He snorted softly and went to find Ji Xuanyu for a chat. Since the Millennial Peak Assembly was still a while away, Guan wasn't in a rush to go. A few days later, Guan arrived at Seeker's Island and made the final deal with the island master. From this point on, the island belonged to him. Because of the disaster brought by the Grand Cold Demon Sect, the faction backing the island master had withdrawn. With no way to reclaim it, they were eager to sell and profit one last time. Before leaving, the island master told Guan, you'd best have someone from your faction send a roving immortal here, or you won't be able to hold the place. Guan smiled and nodded. Once the island master and his people left, Guan turned to Hu Xiaojian and smiled. From now on, Seeker's Island is mine. I won't treat you unfairly. Hu Xiaojian dropped to his knees and kowtowed with excitement. Guan then summoned the elders of the Sea Protectorate, giving them a few simple instructions. When they heard that a roving immortal would be stationed there soon, their attitudes immediately turned respectful. None dared to underestimate him. And Guan wasn't bluffing. Dingtian Peak had plenty of roving immortals, he could assign one whenever he liked. After all, on Seeker's Island, he operated under the identity of Meng Lang. Time passed quickly. After the Spring Festival, the Millennial Peak Assembly of Renjian Peak finally began. Above the sea of clouds, Western Spirit Mother soared on a lotus seat, speeding through the skies. At her side stood Lu Lingjun, with a small white snake coiled on her shoulder, none other than the White Spirit Demon Emperor who had ascended with her. Lu Lingjun's beautiful eyes widened at the peaks ahead. Barely hidden by mist, it felt like she was seeing a land of immortals. The White Spirit Demon Emperor flicked its tongue and curiously asked, between Renjian Peak and the Grand Cold Demon Sect, which one's stronger? Hearing this, Lu Lingjun couldn't help glancing at Western Spirit Mother, eyes full of curiosity. She still remembered the day the Grand Cold Demon Sect surrounded the continent. Back then, she had thought they were invincible. In terms of heritage, Renjian Peak is far superior. And within the Holy Court, it holds considerable power. Even our Bitter Sea Buddhist sect can't compare, Western Spirit Mother answered calmly. Lu Lingjun and the White Spirit Demon Emperor were both awestruck. Western Spirit Mother went on to share more about Renjian Peak's past. Lu Lingjun listened intently, her gaze set in the distance. Her anticipation for the upcoming Millennial Peak Assembly only grew. As they flew through the clouds, they couldn't take their eyes off the majestic peaks they passed. More and more cultivators came into view, each one exuding immense power, all invitees from great sects. Lu Lingjun and the White Spirit Demon Emperor hadn't even reached the Grand Ascension stage, while every cultivator and demon beast they passed was far stronger. Instinctively, they felt nervous and out of place. But they were ascended beings, they wouldn't cower. Instead, their hearts swelled with ambition. One day, they would arrive not as tagalongs but as honored guests. Lu Lingjun couldn't help but think of Guan. That guy once wrote a book about immortals and gods. If he saw this scene with his own eyes, he'd definitely be inspired. Too bad, with Guan's background and temperament, there was no way he'd ever make it to a place like this in his lifetime. At the main peak of the human realm peak, in the courtyard at the summit, Guan gathered with several cultivators of the celestial ascension stage. Everyone present was either the peak master or a head elder of the human realm peak. The courtyard was simple and unassuming, not particularly spacious. It was filled with various flowers, plants, and trees, with a faint sandalwood fragrance lingering in the air. Guan was greeting everyone one by one. No matter how high one's cultivation, socializing was inevitable. Guan didn't mind. After all, he planned to stay on human realm peak for the long term. This place would be an important source of lifespan for him in the future. Overall, the atmosphere was harmonious for now, with no signs of intrigue or scheming. Just as Guan had guessed, the peak master of the main peak was a cultivator at the free-soaring immortal stage and not at a low level. Dao Lord Yongnian, free-soaring immortal stage, 6th layer 267,907/780,000/1,500,000, 1.5 million years of maximum lifespan. That surpassed Divine Heart's 999,999 years. Looks like reaching the free-soaring immortal stage brought about a transformation in one's lifespan cap. If a 6th layer free-soaring immortal already had a potential of 780,000 years, then a mystic celestial immortal must have over a million, and Dao Void celestial immortals were likely into the millions or more. Guan had no way to estimate how long Divine Sense celestial immortals had lived. They were probably ancient monsters at this point. Compared to them, Guan was like a baby. After he finished exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Guan quietly switched to being a listener. The 10,000-year summit would include a banquet, discussions with upper-level leaders from other sects, and interpeak matches, not only to foster healthy internal competition, but also to demonstrate the strength of the human realm peak to the world. As for recruiting disciples, that was just a side thing. With its current foundation, human realm peak really didn't care how many new disciples it gained. After a while, the high-level meeting dispersed, and Guan flew alone toward Dingtian Peak. He spread out his divine sense and soon locked onto the locations of Lu Lingjun and Divine Heart. Divine Heart was fine after all. She was at the 9th layer of the roving immortal stage and was well respected wherever she went. But Lu Lingjun, who was only at the profound mind realm, was different. Without the Western Spirit Mother around, she could only stay in her temporary courtyard. She was living on a mountaintop with a wide view. Along the way, quite a few cultivators and demons looked at her with surprise, which made her expression pretty sour. Guan glanced at her but quickly looked away, not paying much attention. Back at Dingtian Peak, Guan strolled around. None of the disciples recognized him, so he moved leisurely. Dingtian Peak had many spiral paths up the mountain. Along the way, one could see all kinds of courtyards, some full of flowers, others empty, and still others had people raising demonic beasts or insects. Guan found it all quite entertaining. Dingtian Peak also had a few mountain cities equivalent to cities within the Taixuan Sect. You could buy pretty much anything there, just without the usual crowd of the main cities. As Guan passed by one such mountain city, a surprised voice rang out. "Master." He turned his head and saw Su Shi walking briskly toward him. The moment she saw him, her ears turned red, and she shyly lowered her head. It reminded Guan of an Xian. But an Xian wasn't shy, she was gentle. Guan smiled and asked, "Where's your brother? Why are you alone?" Su Shi kept her head down, nervously fiddling with her sleeves. He went to the Dao Discussion Peak to see if he could run into any acquaintances or clansmen. Dao Discussion Peak was designated for receiving guests on Human Realm Peak, and with the 10,000-year summit underway, it had become quite lively again after years of quiet. Seeing her like this made Guan smile even more. After thinking for a moment, he took out a manual and handed it to her. "Fate brought us together. Consider this technique a gift for entering the sect. You can share it with Suruohei too." Su Shi looked up, instinctively took a step back, and waved her hands. "Master, if it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have been accepted into the human realm peak. We can't take more from you. We'll train hard and earn our own techniques." Guan glared at her. "What kind of master would I be then? Take it." So Su Shi had no choice but to accept. Seeing how flustered she was, Guan chuckled and said, "If you feel guilty, then help me with something. Are you busy lately?" Su Shi quickly shook her head. "Not at all." "Then go to the Dao Discussion Peak, to where the Bitter Sea Buddhist sect is staying. Look for someone named Lu Lingjun. Wherever she wants to go these next few days, you go with her. If she asks, just say your master arranged it, but don't mention my name. If she needs anything and you can help, then help her. I won't let you come out of this empty-handed." As he spoke, Guan raised a finger and projected Lu Lingjun's image into Su Shi's mind. Su Shi blinked for a moment, then nodded. Guan waved his hand, and she bowed before leaving. Watching her leave, Guan smiled. He had two reasons for this: 1. To broaden Lu Lingjun's horizons, and 2. To give Su Shi some experience. It was a spontaneous idea. Guan continued walking down the mountain, enjoying the scenery. In the courtyard, Lu Lingjun sat at a stone table, bored, flipping through a book. The white spirit demon emperor was sprawled on the table. A figure descended from the sky. Lu Lingjun instinctively looked up and stood. Lu Lingjun. Su Shi asked. Lu Lingjun nodded, slightly tense. Su Shi was dressed in the robes of human realm peak. She was beautiful, graceful, and exuded an immortal aura. Just being near her made Lu Lingjun feel pressure. There was a fundamental difference between a mortal and an immortal. Su Shi might be shy around Guan, but she was calm in front of Lu Lingjun. Because of that composure, the aura of the Nirvana stage seeped out, overwhelming the profound mind realm Lu Lingjun. Lu Lingjun's mind raced. Had she offended someone? My master asked me to come. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? I can accompany you. If you need anything, you can come to me until the summit ends, Su Shi said. She found it strange. Why would her master go out of his way for such a low-level cultivator? Then again, to someone like her master, she and her brother were no different than this girl. Maybe this girl had also caught her master's eye. May I ask who your master is? Lu Lingjun asked cautiously. My master is the peak master of Dingtian Peak, Su Shi replied. Dingtian Peak's peak master? Even as an ascended one, Lu Lingjun couldn't stay calm, and the white spirit demon emperor's snake eyes widened. They had heard from the Western Spirit Mother that every human realm peak master was a transcendent being, especially the ones from the divine peaks. Dingtian Peak was one of those. Why would such a powerful figure know her? Lu Lingjun suddenly felt nervous. At dusk, Guan returned to the third medicine valley. Ji Xuanyu came to meet him and asked curiously, why have you been heading out so often these last couple of days? Guan replied, an old friend is hosting a banquet, I have to be a guest. Ji Xuanyu nodded and said, I had another dream while cultivating today. Want to talk? Talk? Why me? I don't want to get entangled in your massive karmic fate. Guan sighed inwardly but said quickly, sure. The two headed upstairs. Once they were in the pavilion, Ji Xuanyu set a restriction, then sat down at the desk, frowning. I dreamed I was in a dark space, surrounded by stars. Some were huge. I was fighting off a horde of demons. The outer void? Mortal beings in this world had never been to the outer void, so they couldn't imagine it. Ji Xuanyu could only describe it as a dark space. Guan listened seriously. He quickly concluded that Ji Xuanyu had dreamed of the sky demons. Could she have been to the domain of extinction in a past life? He wasn't surprised. He'd long suspected Ji Xuanyu had an unusual identity. What puzzled him was that in her past life, not only had she fought the sky demon army, but she'd also mentioned a terrifying being. That being led the sky demons. He said, no matter how many times I reincarnate, he'll wait for me to challenge him. Ji Xuanyu took a deep breath. Just recalling that brutal battle made her grip her teacup tightly. Guan thought for a moment, then comforted her. Don't worry. By the time you're strong enough to challenge him, it'll probably be thousands of years. Maybe not even this lifetime. I mean, I can't imagine slashing apart a star with one sword. How's that even possible? His words weren't exactly pleasant, but they did make Ji Xuanyu feel better. Just then, a voice rang out. That was the Sky Demon Emperor. He once single-handedly suppressed the heavenly great realm. It was Kiwuxing. As he finished speaking, he appeared in the room. Ji Xuanyu frowned but didn't speak. It was Kiwuxing who had explained the identity of the reincarnation Dao sovereign, so Guan didn't stop him. He suppressed the heavenly great realm? How strong is that? Guan asked carefully. Kiwuxing's face was serious. Insanely strong. Beyond imagination. The reincarnation Dao sovereign once told me her fate was to challenge the Sky Demon Emperor. But she reincarnated quickly, and her fate passed into the cycle of rebirth. Guan asked, so you're saying the Sky Demon Emperor won't attack our world? That's right. The founding of the Holy Court stopped the Sky Demon's rampage. As long as Saint Heaven's Dao still exists, the Sky Demon Emperor can't come. The being behind me has been to the demon realm and was cursed. It's an unimaginably terrifying place. But from how fast she's progressing in this life, it'll be at least 30,000 years before she even gets close to the Sky Demons. As he said this, Kiwuxing glanced at Ji Xuanyu. Guan didn't speak again and kept up his act of being shocked. It was perfectly normal for mortals to be stunned after hearing about Sky Demons. At least Kiwuxing thought Guan should look like that. Ji Xuanyu, however, remained calm. Kiwuxing went on about the Sky Demons for a while longer before finally leaving. The room fell silent. Guan sighed. He said not even the sword sovereign of the righteous path could defeat the Sky Demon Emperor. That's good news, at least you don't have to worry right now. Ji Xuanyu looked at him with calm eyes and said, I originally wanted to live a peaceful life this time, but after hearing that, I suddenly don't want to die anymore. I want to cultivate until I'm strong enough to face the Sky Demon Emperor. Guan blinked. Having a bigger goal is a good thing. Ji Xuanyu stood and headed for the door. Just before stepping out, she turned and said, why don't you keep going too? I've dreamed of many people, some started from nothing and ended up shining brighter than anyone. If you could stand beside me and fight the Sky Demon Emperor, wouldn't that be amazing? With that, she turned and walked out the door. Heavenly Demon Emperor? Guan looked at the moon outside the window and smirked. If Ji Xuanyu really pulls it off, according to Kiwuxing, she'd need to cultivate for 30,000 years. 30,000 years, huh. I can't even imagine how terrifying I'll be by then. A measly heavenly demon emperor? I could crush one with ease? Then I'll pretend I'm weaker than Ji Xuan Yu, let her fight tooth and nail, and just when she's about to lose it I'll step in. Just thinking about it feels so satisfying? Guan chuckled to himself. Instead of getting up to close the door, he pulled out a book and started flipping through it. The 10,000-year summit had begun. First were the inter-peak sparring matches held around Dao Discussion Peak, making the area extremely lively. These days, with Su Shi around, Lu Lingjun had been wandering all over Mortal Peak, gaining a ton of new experiences. Their relationship had grown closer, though Lu Lingjun still respectfully called Su Shi Senior. The inter-peak competitions went on for nearly half a month. Guan's Dingtian Peak placed third from last among the divine peaks, not that he cared much. The disciples of Dingtian Peak were already used to it. On this day, the grand banquet of the 10,000-year summit began, with tables laid out all across Dao Discussion Peak. Guan joined the feast beneath the starry sky. The banquet was held above a sea of clouds, supported by a massive formation only those at the Celestial Ascension stage or above could attend. That meant Shenzinzi from the roving immortal stage couldn't make it, which honestly made Guan breathe a sigh of relief. If Shenzinzi were here, he wouldn't have shown up. Among the cloud banquet crowd were hundreds of Celestial Ascension cultivators and over a dozen free-soaring immortals. Guan stood beside Bai Xiao, listening to him introduce the guests. More than 20 factions had sent representatives. There were even cultivators from the Holy Court. The atmosphere was pleasant, and Guan enjoyed the food immensely. The dishes here weren't ordinary fare, just a single bite could save immortal decades of hard cultivation. Thanks to Bai Xiao's help, Guan got to know quite a few Celestial Ascension cultivators. An hour later, a free-soaring immortal suddenly stepped into the middle of the cloud banquet and chuckled, "Dao Lord, I'd like to join Mortal Peak. Would you allow it?" The moment he spoke, everyone turned to look at him. Mortal Peak's main peak lord, Dao Lord Yongnian, gazed at the man and smiled. Elder Mo Hen, even though you've left the Grand Cold Demon Sect for tens of thousands of years, now that they're in trouble, can you truly sever all karmic ties? The other free-soaring immortals followed with teasing remarks aimed at Elder Mo Hen. Bringing up the Grand Cold Demon Sect naturally brought up the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. But Mo Hen wasn't upset. He looked at Dao Lord Yongnian with a grin and said, "Those losers had it coming. And don't provoke me, I'm not foolish enough to mess with the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. I suggest you all watch your mouths and avoid entangling yourselves in major karma." Once he said that, the teasing stopped. If even free-soaring immortals backed off, then Celestial Ascension cultivators didn't dare say a word. Even at the same banquet, the hierarchy was painfully clear. Celestial Ascension cultivators were not the main characters. Dao Lord Yongnian pondered for a moment. The position of Peak Lord of Chengtian Peak is still vacant. Would you be interested? Mo Hen shook his head. I've got my eye on Dingtian Peak. He turned to look toward the crowd, locking eyes on Guan, and smiled. Peak Lord of Dingtian Peak, how about you give up the seat for me? Everyone turned to Guan. Before Guan could respond, Bai Xiao beside him snapped, "What's that supposed to mean? Bullying the young?" Guan blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected Bai Xiao to be this bold. Must have strong backing. Mo Hen wasn't annoyed. He kept smiling. There was some internal conflict on Dingtian Peak back in the day. One of my good friends died there. I'm just feeling nostalgic, that's all. Despite the casual tone, his words left no room for discussion. The banquet suddenly went silent. Bai Xiao looked toward Dao Lord Yongnian. The free-soaring immortals were all watching like it was a show, while the Celestial Ascension cultivators cast sympathetic looks at Guan. They'd heard Guan had just become the Peak Lord of Dingtian Peak. And now, not even a few days in, someone was already trying to push him out? Who wouldn't feel awful? Guan remained silent. Everyone assumed he was weighing his options. But deep down, he was sighing to himself. Why do I have such a cursed relationship with the Grand Cold Demon Sect? Still trying to tangle up karma with me, huh? Do you really want me to wipe out the entire sect? Guan felt no pressure. The strongest person here was 2 major realms below him. What was there to be afraid of? He wanted to see where Dao Lord Yongnian stood. If Yongnian didn't back him, then Mortal Peak wasn't worth staying in. As for Elder Mo Hen, yeah, he was dead meat. Dao Lord Yongnian finally spoke. "No, pick another peak." His tone brooked no argument, stern and absolute. It made the Mortal Peak cultivators straighten their backs with pride. No matter what, Elder Mo Hen was still an outsider. Even a free-soaring immortal couldn't act so wantonly. If Meng Lang got kicked out today, then anyone could be next. Mo Hen shook his head. "Don't be so quick to speak. What if this little friend agrees?" Those last 2 words were dripping with condescension. He turned to Guan. "Little friend, if you give up your seat to me, I won't treat you unfairly. Name your price." Guan replied, "Thanks for the offer, senior, but no thanks. I'm not one for relocating." Everyone's expression changed. No one expected Guan to openly defy Elder Mo Hen, Dao Lord Yongnian included. At this cultivation level, nobody acted recklessly unless facing someone far beneath them. Mo Hen's smile vanished instantly. His face darkened. "I'm willing to give the Dao Lord face, but have you considered the consequences of offending me?" Dao Lord Yongnian frowned and instantly appeared in front of Guan. He looked at Mo Hen coldly and said, "You've gone too far." Mo Hen stared daggers at Guan, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. The threat in his eyes was unmistakable. Elder Mo Hen has developed hostility toward you. He now hates you to the core. Would you like to use lifespan perception on him? Hates me to the core already? No wonder he's a demonic cultivator completely deranged. Sigh. Guan let out a long sigh, drawing everyone's attention. He stepped around Dao Lord Yongnian and started walking toward Mo Hen. What are you doing? Bai Xiao quickly grabbed Guan's arm. Guan was someone he'd brought into Mortal Peak. Seeing him bullied like this made Bai Xiao furious and ashamed. Dao Lord Yongnian said, Meng Lang, no one can hurt you within Mortal Peak. And if anyone tries outside, we won't let it go either. Guan smiled at Bai Xiao, gently pulled his hand free, and bowed to Dao Lord Yongnian. Then he continued walking toward Mo Hen. Mo Hen chuckled. He hadn't expected the kid to actually walk up to him. So, you're Mo Hen, right? Why are you so hellbent on pushing me? Guan shrugged, looking helpless. But he didn't stop walking. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst from him, making everyone's face change including Mo Hen's. With each step Guan took, his aura surged. It quickly surpassed the celestial ascension stage and it was still climbing. Impossible, one of the free-soaring immortals gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. The others were equally stunned. Bai Xiao was completely dumbfounded. By the time Guan reached Elder Mo Hen, his aura had reached the 9th level of the free-soaring immortal stage. The strongest here was only at the 6th level and Mo Hen? He was only at the 4th. Guan lifted his chin slightly and looked down at Mo Hen. What did you just call me? Mo Hen's face was a mess. He was completely overwhelmed by Guan's aura. The banquet had fallen into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. And then, the most shocking thing happened. Guan reached out and gently patted Elder Mo Hen's old face. It wasn't even a hard slap, but in everyone's eyes, that was a declaration of eternal enmity. After Guan slapped him in the face, the old man with the demonic mark looked utterly stunned. He hadn't expected Guan to be so arrogant. Even if there was a cultivation gap between them, they were both in the free-soaring immortal stage. Gritting his teeth, the old man demanded, Who exactly are you? Which sect are you from? Everyone turned to Guan, waiting for his answer. A new member of Mortal Peak, yet already a free-soaring immortal? The entire crowd found it absurd, even suspecting Guan had ulterior motives. Even Bai Xia couldn't help overthinking at that moment. But then he remembered he had been the one who persuaded Guan to join Mortal Peak. Back then, it hadn't seemed like a setup. Guan stared at the old man and said, Does it really matter? If I were just an ordinary peak master of Mortal Peak, how would you take your revenge? The moment the old man showed hostility toward him, Guan had already considered him a dead man. Guan's words made Daoist Yongnian narrow his eyes. The old man's face turned even uglier. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Could he be targeting Dingtian Peak too? The old man was fuming inside. There was no way this was a coincidence. How could you just grab some random person and turn out to find a hidden powerhouse? Now he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. If he bowed his head and conceded, the karmic backlash wouldn't vanish. But if he didn't, things would only get worse. Suddenly, the old man forced a smile and cupped his fists. If that's the case, then I'd all the more like to join Mortal Peak. As for Dingtian Peak, forget it, Changtian Peak works too. As soon as he said that, most people around visibly relaxed. Daoist Yongnian spoke up, Forget it, Daoist friend. Please seek another section. Everyone looked at him in surprise. No one had expected him to change his attitude so quickly. The old man's expression turned incredibly sour. Guan turned to look at Daoist Yongnian and saw him give a slight nod. A smile crept onto Guan's face. Smart guy. Humph. The old man snorted and flicked his sleeve as he turned to leave. No one dared stop him, afraid that if he stayed, the conflict would only escalate. Guan raised his right hand, which drew everyone's attention. They didn't know what he was planning to do. 3 breaths later, Guan suddenly clenched his fist and tucked something into his sleeve. His movements were so quick that no one saw what he grabbed. You have successfully seized 8,709 years of lifespan from the old man with the demonic mark, free-soaring immortal stage, 4th layer. Staring at the notification, Guan remained expressionless, completely unmoved. All the free-soaring immortals present suddenly went pale, staring at Guan with eyes full of fear. They had sensed the old man's aura vanish in an instant. The celestial ascenders, on the other hand, were just curious what Guan had grabbed. Guan walked over to Bai Xia. Daoist Yongnian gave him a deep look, then called out for the banquet to continue. Bai Xia looked at Guan, hesitant to speak. Guan smiled and said, Friend Bai, let's just keep things the way they used to be, shall we? Bai Xia nodded instinctively, suddenly becoming very stiff. How could things be the same? That guy's effing terrifying? Bai Xia was still shaken. If he had acted all high and mighty back then, would Guan have crushed him on the spot? He couldn't ask the question, but the answer was already crystal clear. For the rest of the banquet, Guan became the center of attention. Everyone was eager to talk to him. The entire vibe had flipped from before even the free-soaring immortals respectfully addressed him as senior. On Dao Discussion Peak, the courtyard was filled with banquet tables. Lu Lingjun, the Western Spirit Mother, and Su Shi shared one table, while Shen Xinzi was at another, discussing Buddhist principles with others. The Western Spirit Mother turned to Su Shi and asked with curiosity, Miss Su, I wonder if we could visit your master. I'd like to thank him personally for taking care of Lingjun. Lu Lingjun also looked at Su Shi. Over the past days, Su Shi had taken her all around, showing her many things and broadening her perspective. She'd even explained many cultivation concepts. Whenever she wanted something, before she even opened her mouth, Su Shi had already bought it for her. Although she was still wary of the Dingtian Peak Master's intentions, she genuinely liked Su Shi. Su Shi shook her head and said, "Master didn't say he wants to see you, nor did he say Loomis needs to stay. Once the summit's over, you can head back. Don't feel pressured." That answer made the Western Spirit Mother and Lu Lingjun exchange glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Just then, a cultivator dropped into the courtyard. The old man with the demonic mark offended the Dingtian Peak Master and was killed right after leaving Mortal Peak. The man's excited voice drew everyone's attention. Hearing it involved the Dingtian Peak Master, the three women all perked up in curiosity. The man began recounting what had happened during the cloud banquet. Similar stories were spreading across the various peaks of Mortal Peak. The news was traveling fast. The old man had once been an elder of the Grand Cold Demon Sect, which was now basically disbanded. Mortal Peak had no qualms using his death to display their power. From the moment he tried to pressure the Dingtian Peak Master into giving up his seat only to be smacked in public and forced to flee, every part of the story stirred the blood. Then, the moment he flew off, he dropped dead. That made the Dingtian Peak Master seem even more terrifying in people's eyes. When the news reached Dingtian Peak, all the disciples were fired up. It completely wiped away the gloom of being ranked low. After learning everything, Lu Lingjun felt even more nervous inside. This Peak Master of Dingtian Peak is way too aggressive. Getting help from someone like him could be a blessing or a curse. The conflict between him and the old man had made this 10,000-year summit all the more buzzworthy. As more was dug up about the old man's background, everyone present could feel Mortal Peak's dominance. After the cloud banquet ended, Guan returned to Taixuan Sect. He'd also caught wind of the commotion at Mortal Peak. There's no way news could have spread that fast. It was clearly being deliberately circulated. Thankfully, they hadn't mentioned the name Meng Lang, which showed they were being respectful. When Guan returned to the third Medicine Valley, he happened to run into an Xian and chatted with her for a bit. Their conversation was all about the day-to-day happenings in the Medicine Valley. Guan found chatting about mundane stuff way more enjoyable than grand topics like the fate of the world. Those free-soaring immortals, all they talked about was the Dao and the mortal realm. It was so over the top. In the divine anomaly realm, beneath a blood-red sky, Zhang Bukui stood by the sea, practicing divine techniques. Behind him, the Lord of Divine Anomalies sat in front of the divine fate steel, gazing up at the sky, lost in thought, his eyes distant. Zhang Bukui finished his movements, turned around, and asked, "Master, the great calamity is over, and you've even struck a deal with the overseas sects. Why do you still look so worried?" The story of the Sword Sovereign wiping out the Grand Cold Demon Sect still got his blood pumping. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he'd heard about the Sword Sovereign's legendary feats. No matter where he went, the man was revered by all. The Lord of Divine Anomalies slowly withdrew his gaze and said, "The Grand Cold Demon Sect, like me, was just a pawn. This matter won't end so easily. The commotion was too big. Saint Heaven will definitely investigate. Once things settle down, more trouble will come." Zhang Bukui didn't think much of it. If the force behind the Grand Cold Demon Sect was strong enough to rival the Sword Sovereign, wouldn't they have made a move already? Maybe they're still investigating his identity and cultivation level. "Master, you're overthinking it. You'd be better off cultivating hard and freeing yourself from fate with your own strength." Zhang Bukui tried to comfort him. Since his father died, he'd been through countless hardships and forged an iron will. He knew worrying about the future was pointless. What mattered was making the most of his time and training hard. The Lord of Divine Anomalies shook his head with a smile. "I'm not like you. I can't grow stronger through cultivation. The more divine anomaly wraiths there are, the stronger I become." Zhang Bukui frowned. "But now that the world's at peace, doesn't that mean you can't expand your numbers?" The Lord of Divine Anomalies nodded, then looked up again. "It just means I can't grow stronger here." "Disciple, want to go explore another great realm?" "Where?" "A very dark realm." That answer left Zhang Bukui confused. What does he mean by very dark? Is there really a place darker than the Divine Anomaly realm? Time flew by, and 7 years passed in a flash. One day, Lu Lingjun returned. She saw Guan playing Go with someone again and couldn't help shaking her head and smiling. "What's so fun about this game?" Her eyes landed on Shen Xinzi. Why had this big shot from the Bittersea Buddhist sect stayed here for so long? She couldn't figure out what was so special about the Third Medicine Valley that even such a powerful cultivator was drawn to it. She sent Guan a voice transmission. When Guan heard it, he immediately asked Yangjian, who was standing nearby, to take over his game. Seeing Yangjian about to make a move, Lu Xianyi from Saint Heaven came over too. Over the past few years, he'd been constantly sucking up to Yangjian. That attitude had made Guan suspicious, but he kept it to himself and acted like he didn't notice. Guan squeezed through the crowd and walked over to greet Lu Lingjun. "Let's talk in your room," she said with a nod. Guan had no objection. The two chatted casually as they headed for the pavilion. Once inside, Lu Lingjun sat down without ceremony and glanced around. When her eyes landed on some of the books on the shelf, she couldn't help but smirk. Some habits never change. Guan brewed her a pot of tea while she began recounting her experiences over the past few years. "I attended the 10,000-year summit at Mortal Peak. It was eye-opening. Have you heard of Mortal Peak?" Lu Lingjun asked. Guan nodded. Heard of it. Shenzhenzu went too, but I don't know much about it. Those big cultivators said I don't have the qualifications to understand. Lu Lingjun laughed. You really don't. But I got lucky and managed to go. I can tell you about it. Want to hear? Guan walked over with a steaming cup and placed it in front of her. Of course I do. Go on. Let's see how much you're gonna brag. Lu Lingjun began with how she learned about the 10,000-year summit, and Guan listened carefully. She didn't hide how the Dingtian Peak Master had looked after her. In fact, her wording seemed designed to provoke a reaction, as if she was testing Guan. Guan's expression stayed the same, though inwardly he couldn't help grumbling. Are all women like this? Back then Zhang Qiang used the sword sovereign to mess with me too. After a long while, Lu Lingjun sighed. The Dingtian Peak Master is unimaginably powerful. An elder from the Grand Cold Demon Sect, he just killed him outright. I wonder when I'll ever reach that level. Guan smiled and said, train for, what, 1.8 million years? Lu Lingjun shot him a look. Easy for you to say. A million years probably wouldn't even be enough. You don't understand how vast the immortal Dao truly is. Lu Lingjun, seeing that look in his eyes, felt helpless. Seriously? How was this guy always so calm? She shot Guan a glare and said, annoyed, aren't you the least bit inspired after hearing that? Guan replied, of course I am. But over the years, I've heard so many stories about immortals that I can only treat them as entertainment now. What, am I supposed to start fantasizing? A true man should be like that. Lu Lingjun felt there was something off about his words, but she couldn't be bothered to argue. She continued sharing her experiences on Human Realm Peak. Even though Guan had been there himself, hearing it from Lu Lingjun's perspective offered a different view. The two chatted for over an hour. When Lu Lingjun asked to temporarily stay in the third Medicine Valley, Guan agreed. He stretched lazily and looked out the window. Tomorrow, he'd be heading to Dingtian Peak to harvest medicinal herbs. He'd had Zhu Xinglan set up a herb garden there, and the first batch of herbs had already matured. Guan had no plans to restrict other disciples from picking herbs at the Dingtian Peak garden. He didn't want to raise suspicion. After all, Human Realm Peak was now one of the top sects of the era and had close ties with the Holy Court. He had to tread carefully. Besides, Dingtian Peak was massive. Even if some disciples picked herbs, he'd still gather plenty himself. With that thought, a look of anticipation filled Guan's eyes. The next afternoon, at Dingtian Peak, Guan followed the mountain path to the summit, Zhu Xinglan respectfully walking behind him. As the first disciple of Dingtian Peak, he behaved with great deference. By now, he knew that Guan was a peerless powerhouse beyond the free-soaring immortal stage. With such a giant to cling to, he was putting in every ounce of effort. I need a roving immortal disciple to oversee a sea island for me. Ask around whoever you find, I'll make sure they're well compensated, Guan said casually. He just gained over 300,000 years of lifespan today, not a bad haul. Zhu Xinglan immediately replied, if you're leaving today, master, I'll make arrangements right away. Go ahead. With Guan's approval, Zhu Xinglan vanished. Guan walked into the courtyard and sat on a bench, looking up at the sky. Ever since his last breakthrough, battles in the cosmos beyond the sky had become more frequent. More and more celestial ascension cultivators were moving in and out of the realm. Guan had even caught a glimpse of the sky demons. They didn't look any different from regular beings. Many were even human in appearance. But the most distinct trait was their demonic aura. Unlike the aura of demonic cultivators or beasts in the heavenly great realm, the sky demon's aura was more wicked, instinctively repulsive. At the edge of the domain of extinction, two celestial ascension cultivators were currently dueling over a treasure. In the shadows, a free-soaring immortal watched from afar. After half an incense stick's time, Zhu Xinglan returned with someone in tow. Sun Hanfan, roving immortal stage, 4th layer 89,034/140,000/280,000. Guan gave Sun Hanfan a once-over. The man wore black robes, had disheveled hair, and a somewhat sinister look. He gave off the vibe of someone very deep and calculating. Sensing Guan's gaze, Sun Hanfan quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes. He was clearly nervous. He'd heard how powerful and domineering this new master was. But he didn't want to miss the opportunity. Disciple Sun Hanfan greets master, he said respectfully. Zhu Xinglan introduced his background. Sun Hanfan had been born and raised on Human Realm Peak and was on great terms with Zhu Xinglan. All right, let's go. Guan stood and flicked his sleeve, sweeping Sun Hanfan away with him. Zhu Xinglan was momentarily stunned, marveling at how effortlessly his master used divine powers. There had been much speculation about just how powerful the Dingtian Peak Master truly was. Zhu Xinglan had recently received an important piece of intel. Even Dao Lord Yongnian, the master of the main peak, believed the Dingtian Peak Master's cultivation surpassed his own. That kind of acknowledgement fired up endless speculation. Elsewhere, Guan and Sun Hanfan landed on Seeker's Island. The moment they touched down, Sun Hanfan staggered, nearly falling. Thankfully, Guan reached out in time to steady him. You okay? Guan asked. Sun Hanfan flushed with embarrassment and quickly replied, I'm fine, master. Sorry for making a fool of myself. Guan nodded and stepped forward toward the manor ahead. Sun Hanfan hurried to catch up. As Guan explained the situation of Seeker's Island, Sun Hanfan listened closely. Once he understood the island's power and influence, he finally relaxed. If even a roving immortal could intimidate the locals here, what was there to worry about? You and this island even share a surname. That's some destiny, Guan joked. Sun Hanfen could only respond with a polite smile, showing no dissatisfaction. Soon, Hu Xiaojian and the elders of the Sea Protectorate arrived. Guan signaled Sun Hanfen to introduce himself. I come from Human Realm Peak. My name is Sun Hanfen. We'll be working together from now on. I hope everyone will do their best, Sun Hanfen said, releasing the pressure of the roving immortal stage, which made everyone in the hall gasp. They had doubted Guan's claims in the past, but now that they were face to face with a roving immortal, it left them in shock. Hu Xiaojian was especially moved, looking at Guan with eyes full of admiration. From now on, Sun Hanfen is in charge of Seeker's Island. You all talk among yourselves, Guan said before leaving. Everyone turned to look at Sun Hanfen, clearly nervous. He didn't look like someone easy to deal with. After Guan left, Sun Hanfen took a seat, suddenly showing a domineering posture, nothing like the hesitant man from before. May I ask, Senior, is the Island Master also from Human Realm Peak? A wandering immortal asked carefully. Human Realm Peak's name was well known, even if not fully understood. Sun Hanfen answered, of course. Everyone smiled, so it seemed Sun Hanfen and the Island Master were close. At least he wasn't an outsider. The Island Master is my master. Rest assured we'll run this island together. That's what matters most. We can't let him down. And let me tell you, his cultivation is insanely high, stronger than anyone you've ever heard of. Serving him is the greatest blessing of your lives. His words made everyone's eyes widen. Hu Xiaojian was stunned. This senior had that kind of background? Wasn't he just a wandering immortal? Wait, wasn't that just what he said? Hu Xiaojian felt like he'd been hit by a wave of good fortune. His mind buzzed, and he barely heard the conversation that followed. Sun Hanfen noticed Hu Xiaojian's dazed look but didn't mind. Guan had told him to keep an eye on this guy. The seasons passed, another year gone. After the spring festival, Guan arrived at a branch of the Taixuan Sect. It was his first time visiting the branch, having used the teleportation array from the sect's main city. The Taixuan Sect had been growing stronger each year, with increasingly close ties to its branches. Guan looked over the branch city and felt the spiritual energy in the air. It was nearly on par with the sect's main city. No wonder so many disciples wanted to come here. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant, but it was also a great base for training, hunting demons, and seeking natural treasures. The Taixuan Empire hadn't yet taken over the entire continent, and neither had the major cultivation sects. There were still many untouched mountains and lands. Guan wasn't in a rush to find Yelan. He wandered around first. Before long, he ran into an old drinking buddy from the outer sect city. The two exchanged greetings and chatted for a while. Then, on another street, he bumped into a Foundation establishment disciple from the Third Medicine Valley. This was the richness of living 227 years. Guan caught up happily with his old acquaintances, never acting distant. Within the next hour, he ran into two more familiar faces. It was clear the branch had become a top choice for many average disciples. They all hoped to find their fortune in the land of demons. Guan was a bit reflective but didn't interfere with anyone's path unless he truly cared about them. Like his junior sister, Yelan. When he reached her residence, Yelan suddenly appeared, delighted. Senior brother, what are you doing here? Before he could answer, she rushed over and hugged him. Hey, we're in public, show some restraint. Guan quickly raised his hand. Yelan had to stop and instead dragged him inside, chatting as they walked. There were quite a few female disciples in the residence, all there to help Yelan manage the place. When they saw her holding Guan's arm, they cast curious glances their way. Once they were out of sight, Guan could hear the girls gossiping behind them. Eventually, Yelan pulled him into her room and closed the door. They sat down and talked. Yelan shared what she'd been through these years and asked how Guan had been doing. He told her about his life. It was all rather ordinary, but Yelan smiled the whole time. Back when they were just in their 20s, who would have thought they'd be sitting here chatting 2 centuries later? Gradually, Yelan's mind began to drift. She slipped into a strange state. It was Guan guiding her into Dao comprehension. His divine sense enveloped the room, subtly helping her sense the Dao rules of the world. It was a technique beyond any mortal's comprehension. Even Yelan, sitting right in front of him, didn't notice a thing. She looked like she was dreaming, her eyes unfocused. Guan got up, gently carried her to the bed, and helped her into a meditative position. Then he stepped back to the table and watched her cultivate. Watching Yelan train filled him with hope. If he could help her extend her lifespan, he'd bring her to train on Human Realm Peak. If not, then bringing her there with only a few hundred years of lifespan would just cause her unnecessary stress. After all, the more one saw, the more they longed for, and longings often turned into anxiety and pressure. Even divine sense celestial immortals couldn't escape death. Some force in the cosmos suppressed all living things. What was that force exactly? Guan didn't know, but he was curious. Time flew. Guan started feeling bored again and got another wild idea. Why not try another round of reincarnation evolution? This time, he wouldn't pick the Dark Great Realm. He'd see how far he could go in a regular world. If he could live 1,000, 10,000 years and learn some powerful divine abilities, maybe it'd boost his odds for the next tribulation. Plus, the inherited memories from reincarnation helped him polish his Dao heart. Guan figured maybe reaching a certain realm required reincarnation training, or else this function wouldn't exist. Alright then, let's do it. Just one round, no more. Besides, it cost 10 million years of lifespan. It wasn't like he could play around even if he wanted to. Guan looked at Yelan and silently prayed, "Junior sister, please bless me with a good rebirth." UVE consumed 10 million years of lifespan to initiate a cycle of reincarnation evolution. Connecting to the Dao rules. Searching for a reincarnation world. The following worlds are available, choose one. 1. Grand Hong Realm. 2. Dark Great Realm. 3. Divine Essence Great Realm. Huh? Dark Great Realm again? Guan looked at the prompt in front of him and instantly got pissed. Black Profound Emperor, just you wait. Our blood feud across 2 lifetimes won't be forgiven. Guan snorted to himself and chose the Divine Essence Great Realm. He always felt that the Great Realms sounded more high tier. Those other realms like where Lu Lingjian and the Blood Prison Great Saint came from felt more like lower worlds. As he was thinking, a new series of prompts appeared before his eyes. You have chosen to reincarnate into the Divine Essence Great Realm. Due to the overwhelming Dao rules of this realm, you are temporarily unable to use your lifespan seizure ability, and cannot unlock phase-based functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. Year 1, you are born into the Dragon Clan of Shenzhou. Your parents name you Longshan. Age 3, you awaken the Dragon Clan's true blood inheritance and, with the help of your kin, temper your body into the true dragon blood physique. Age 8, your family arranges a cultivation mentor for you. You officially step onto the path of cultivation. Age 9, your father brings you to court to meet the Divine Empire's emperor. The emperor wishes to marry his 7th princess to you. Your father lets you decide. Do you accept? The prompt paused here. Guan had just been wondering, wait, I became a dragon? He preferred being human. But with the Divine Empire showing up, he realized dragon was just a surname. After a moment's hesitation, Guan chose to accept. This life, he was going to play it safe. You accepted the Divine Emperor's arrangement. You will marry the 7th princess, Han Jier, at age 16. The emperor is overjoyed and rewards you handsomely, announcing the engagement to the world. Age 13, you go on a training journey with your clan members. You tear apart a 4th-rank demon king with your bare hands, shocking everyone. Age 16, you and Han Jier are formally married. You become the Divine Empire's imperial son-in-law. The emperor grants you the title Divine Might Lord, shares the Divine Empire's fortune with you, and your name spreads across the realm as a top-tier genius. Age 18, you decide to travel the world to become stronger. You part from Han Jier despite her reluctance. That same year, she gives birth to your son, Long Xin. Age 20, you reach the borders of Shenzhou and slay a rampaging demon dragon attacking a city. You accidentally discover you can absorb dragon blood, greatly enhancing your physical strength. Age 21, you meet an old deist who offers to read your fortune. Do you accept? Another pause. That meant this old deist wasn't ordinary. Guan hesitated again, then chose to accept. You agree to let the old deist read your fortune. He examines your bones and begins divination. Soon, he's shocked and declares that you have an innate imperial fate destined to rule all creation and become the Lord of Heaven and Earth. Immediately after, he explodes from the inside, his blood splashing all over you. Age 25, you accidentally enter an ancient Grand Cultivator's cave dwelling and learn an ancient ultimate technique, Divine Desolation Art. Guan's mouth twitched when he saw the part about the old man exploding. From that point on, he tried to pick the safest options for every choice. Year after year, Guan was constantly on edge, afraid he'd die prematurely. But by the time he hit 200 years old, he finally cracked a smile. New record. Still, this Dragon John didn't have lifespan seizure ability, and his cultivation speed definitely didn't compare to Chu Lu or Xiao Shengtian. And there was no display of cultivation stages in the prompts. One step at a time, Guan became even more cautious. This time, he was determined to stay alive. Time ticked by slowly. Yelan was sitting on the bed in meditation, comprehending the Dao, while Guan sat at the table. The room was completely quiet. Outside, birds chirped now and then, adding a peaceful, tranquil vibe. Half an hour later, Guan exhaled deeply, his expression turning serious, caught in a dilemma. At age 187,632, you encounter the Dragon Clan's ancestor. He says he can help fully awaken your bloodline, fusing it with your fortune to form an unprecedented physique. Do you accept his help? By now, Guan had already earned the title War God of Shenzhou, and was roaming the universe when he met the old ancestor. But he had a bad feeling about this. He'd come so far, no way he was dying now. If this ancestor had good intentions, he wouldn't blame a descendant for refusing. But if he was malicious, trusting him would be a disaster. Decline. You refused the Dragon Clan ancestor's offer. The ancestor became enraged and attacked, attempting to suppress you. After a brutal battle, you escaped with serious injuries. Age 187,633, you encounter the celestial spirit, Fairy Ziwan. She saves you, and your wounds fully heal. From then on, the adventures continued. Fairy Ziwan began traveling with him, and Guan no longer felt alone. As for his wife Han Jier, he had gone to say goodbye to her at age 100,000. She had already passed away by then. That farewell was what made him leave behind his children and descendants, and venture alone into the universe. Guan's choices gradually became more relaxed as Dragon John grew stronger and always managed to survive. Another half hour passed. At age 350,896, you unify a minor universe and establish the War Court. You marry Fairy Ziwan and proclaim yourself the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, naming Ziwan as Empress of Heaven. Now that's style. Guan suddenly felt a rush of pride like he'd just unlocked a legendary achievement in a game. He could definitely keep going. He rubbed his hands together excitedly and read on. One 10,000-year milestone passed after another. Tens of thousands more years. At age 360,000, you break through your shackles and reach the Deovoid celestial immortal realm, shocking the entire universe. Your fate is restored. Would you like to activate the lifespan seizure ability? Here it comes. It's here. Guan didn't hesitate and picked seize. You activated the lifespan seizure ability. You sacrificed the beings of an entire world, skyrocketing your lifespan. Sacrificed? Guan's expression changed. That guy is a effing psycho? At age 361,000, you ascend past the 9 tribulations of the immortal Deo and achieve communion with gods. At that moment, a terrifying hand reaches through the river of time and crushes you to death. You were slain by the extinction god emperor. Reincarnation ends. What the hell? That was it? He didn't even get a chance to make another choice after activating the lifespan seizure. Guan instantly vanished from the room and appeared on an offshore island. He activated his lifespan barrier, sat down cross-legged, and stared at the final few lines of the prompt, his jaw clenched tight. Fine. Great. Extinction God Emperor. You're going on the hit list. And then, a massive torrent of memories surged into his mind. It was the entire life of Dragon Jean, the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. Once he fully absorbed the memories, Guan finally understood just how terrifying Dragon Jean's talent was. He had been exceptional from birth, a once-in-a-million-year prodigy with sky-high expectations from his clan. His love story with Han Jiuer deeply moved Guan, and once Dragon Jean began his cosmic journey, his life turned into an epic saga, filled with blood, fire, passion, and triumph. Guan also saw Fairy Ziwan in the memories stunning beyond compare, radiating a beauty no other woman could match. As Guan continued absorbing Long Jean's memories, his hostility toward the Nirvana God Emperor began to fade. Long Jean was insane. Before his wife Han Jiuer passed away, he still exercised some restraint. But after venturing beyond the heavens, he completely unshackled himself and went on a rampage. The war court he established operated with pure dominance: submit and prosper, resist and perish. The realm he sacrificed was completely innocent, just randomly chosen by him. The countless lives within didn't even have time to react before the entire world was reduced to dust. Guan used to think Xiao Shengtian was wild enough, but compared to Long Jean, he didn't even come close. If Guan had the power to kill Long Jean back in the Divine Essence realm, he absolutely would have acted. After fully merging with Long Jean's memories, it felt like he had personally lived that entire life, becoming the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, achieving greatness, yet looking back filled with regret and remorse. Before breaking through the 9 tribulations of the immortal Deo, even Fairy Ziwan had tried to talk Long Jean out of using mass slaughter as a path to Deo, but he didn't listen, and the two had a falling out. When the memory transmission ended, Guan was still lost in it. He was Guan and also Long Jean. That strange feeling was hard to describe, like reliving a past life in the present. Same soul, different personalities. After inheriting Long Jean's life memories, Guan gained more than just insight into the Deo. He also obtained Long Jean's ultimate divine ability, Heavenly Dragon Reincarnation Grand Dharma Aspect. This divine art could manifest a supreme Dharma aspect embodying his ultimate Deo laws and even summon aspects of his past lives to fight alongside him. When Long Jean first created this technique, he had intended to cultivate it through reincarnation, creating endless Dharma aspects across lifetimes. But once he unexpectedly unlocked the ability to seize lifespans, he stopped developing this art and instead evolved his divine abilities using stolen years. Guan slowly opened his eyes and vanished from the island, reappearing in Yayan's residence. At that moment, Yalan was still in a Deo comprehension state. Guan sat down and continued reflecting on Long Jean's life. Long Jean, having surpassed the 9 tribulations of the immortal Deo, was incredibly powerful. That feeling of controlling all life, manipulating rules with a wave of his hand, it still fascinated Guan just thinking about it. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel dread toward the Nirvana God Emperor's terrifying strength. He really had been crushed by the Nirvana God Emperor with a single hand. He hadn't even seen the Emperor's true form. It was a power that transcended time and space, one that stood above the laws of the universe. Having learned Long Jean's life story, Guan no longer bore the same resentment toward the Nirvana God Emperor. Unlike Chu Lu or Xiao Shengtian, Long Jean had brought it on himself. Still, Guan felt conflicted. If reincarnation evolution truly worked, wouldn't he also create monstrous evildoers? Even if he didn't mean to, he couldn't control the personalities born in each cycle. But the benefits of reincarnation evolution were massive. It would allow him to retain countless techniques, divine abilities, and combat experience, deepening his understanding of reincarnation itself. Giving that up was just too hard. After thinking it through, Guan realized he was trapping himself in his own web. Why overthink it? The path to strength can't always avoid harming the innocent. Morality is often defined by perspective like war. Are the people of an enemy nation not innocent? At most, if he encounters another case like Long Jean in the future, he'd simply choose not to activate the lifespan seizing ability and rely on cultivation alone. Truth be told, even without that power, Long Jean's talent was still monstrous. Guan began reviewing the cultivation method for the heavenly dragon reincarnation grand dharma aspect. Something about it felt oddly familiar, like he'd seen it somewhere before. Then it hit him. The heavenly dragon suppressing demons aspect of the Ji family, it was strikingly similar in concept. He decided he'd ask Ji Xuanyu about it later. She'd already returned to the Ji family and inherited some divine abilities, she might be able to demonstrate it. The sun set, the moon rose. One night passed. Yelan gradually awoke, feeling as if she'd just had a dream she couldn't quite recall. When she opened her eyes, the entire world around her seemed different. Her gaze fell on the table, where Guan was reading a book. Guan turned and smiled. You're awake. Yelan, transformation stage, 5th layer 222/600/800. Her max lifespan had increased by 200 years. Guan let out a sigh of relief and smiled. At least it worked? Though, the effect was a bit underwhelming. After all, he was a divine thought true immortal. Guan studied Yelan closely and noticed a faint, nearly undetectable aura dissipating from within her, like the laws of the world, but even harder to perceive. How did I fall asleep? Yelan asked in confusion. Guan rolled his eyes. You're asking me? What, you think I drugged you or something? I didn't even blame you, I came all this way, and you just nodded off mid-conversation, left me hanging. Yelan looked sheepish. Why didn't you wake me up? You were clearly cultivating in your sleep, not just napping. How could I dare interrupt? As he spoke, Guan stood up. I'm leaving. I'll visit you again sometime. Senior brother, stay a few more days. Can't. Medicine Valley needs me. Oh really? I heard you're just the kind who dumps all the work. Me? No way. They bantered for a bit, but in the end, Guan left without hesitation. Yelan walked him to the front gate. Guan suddenly stopped and turned to look at her. In your heart, what's more important, morality or love? He asked this because he'd been thinking about Longzhan and Fairy Ziwan's falling out. Though Longzhan brought it upon himself, his lonely end still left Guan sighing. As arrogant as Longzhan was, he treated those close to him well. He just couldn't tolerate anyone going against him. Yelan froze, then gave a soft smile. Even if you were evil, I wouldn't follow your path, but I'd still follow you, as long as you never abandon me. Guan smiled. Don't overthink it. I was just pondering some story plots. I'm way too much of a coward to do anything truly evil. With that, he waved and walked away. Yelan stared at his back, lost in thought. With summer approaching, the weather had turned cool and pleasant. In the woods, Guan looked eagerly toward Ji Xuanyu, who had stepped into the clearing. The red Dao markings on her forehead flared to life, and her aura shifted dramatically. She raised her right hand, channeling spiritual energy in an exquisitely precise pattern. Behind her, a golden wheel rapidly formed like a glowing circular gate, inscribed with mysterious, intricate patterns. As the golden wheel opened, golden dragons surged forth from the radiant light. Her heavenly dragon suppressing demons aspect was different from the one in her past life, but Guan could tell at a glance this divine technique shared the same origin as the heavenly dragon reincarnation grand dharma aspect. It was simply the weaker version, far less refined and profound. This realization shook Guan to his core. That technique was created by Longzhan himself. Could it be that the Ji family had some connection to him? According to Longzhan's memories, he only passed it down to his son, Long Xian, which meant Long Xian had inherited and passed it on. From Chulu and Xiaoshengtian's lifetime lines, their worlds seemed to operate on a different timeline than Guan's. Could reincarnation evolution project into the past? Ji Xuanyu deactivated the divine form and walked over. How was it? Although she didn't know why Guan wanted to see it, the heavenly dragon suppressing demons aspect was well known, and sharing it didn't violate clan rules. Impressive. Makes me tremble in awe. The one who created it must have been a godlike figure. Does your family have any records of who invented it? Guan asked sincerely. Ji Xuanyu thought for a moment. It's ancient, said to have been created by one of our ancestors, but I don't know exactly who. If you're that curious, I can look into it when I go back. Guan nodded. I really am curious. I want to write a book, using your family as inspiration. Ji Xuanyu smiled. Then the Vice Sect Master will be waiting for your Ji family epic. They chatted for a while longer. Ji Xuanyu wanted to show off more divine arts, but Guan wasn't interested, so she gave up. The two of them headed toward Medicine Valley. That technique, the heavenly dragon suppressing demons aspect, was created by the reincarnation Dao Emperor. Or rather, I've seen her use it before. A voice rang out from the woods ahead. It was Kiwiuxing. Ji Xuanyu frowned, clearly annoyed. Guan had already noticed Kiwiuxing eavesdropping and didn't mind. He'd been suspecting a connection to the reincarnation Dao Emperor anyway. As of now, in the Ji family, only the reincarnation Dao Emperor could travel beyond the heavens. Kiwiuxing saw Ji Xuanyu's expression and chuckled. She once told me that on the far side of the universe, there's a world far vaster than anything we can imagine. Hearing that, Guan suddenly wondered if the Dragon Clan or the War Court still existed. Of course, it was just a passing thought. Even though he now carried Longzhan's memories, he had no intention of contacting the Dragon Clan or the War Court. Hiding quietly in the heavenly spirit realm was the way to go. No matter how strong you are, someone out there can still crush you. Why are you always eavesdropping on us? Ji Xuanyu snapped, the markings on her forehead glowing again. Kiwiuxing raised a hand. I meant no harm. Just helping clear things up. If you can become the reincarnation Dao Emperor, I'll be nothing but happy. With that, he vanished into thin air. Guan reassured her, "Don't mind him. Later, I'll crush him on the chessboard." Ji Xuanyo withdrew her Dao markings and nodded slightly. To Guan, this was just a minor detour. He'd learned what he needed. He didn't feel the need to dig further. The karmic ties to Longzhan were too heavy. He had no desire to get involved. Still, the incident stirred his imagination. If reincarnation evolution could project into the past, just how strong was the Black Profound Emperor now? And what about the Nirvana God Emperor? Was the heavenly spirit realm already on his radar? Guan knew he had to be even more cautious moving forward. No one could find out about his lifespan seizing ability. A flock of birds soared from the forest, flying into the distance, silhouettes swallowed by sunlight. 5 years flew by in a flash. That year, a piece of shocking news swept across the land. The Severed Sea Domain was established. Founded by Saint Heaven, it now occupied the region the Grand Cold Demon Sect once sought to massacre, centered around the Severed Sea Rift. The announcement spread fast. It reached the mainland, where Emperor Li Sundao issued an imperial edict. The continent would now be known as Taixuan Continent, Duanhai Domain. Inside an Xian's room, Guan sat at the table, deep in thought. Why wasn't a domain established earlier? If it was to guard against the Grand Cold Demon Sect, it wasn't really necessary. After all, that sect was already on the verge of disbanding. Guan felt the real target was him, especially since behind the Grand Cold Demon Sect stood a Saint King. He could see numerous cultivators constructing a floating island at the edge of the Severed Sea Rift. After watching for a while, he withdrew his gaze and looked back at an Xian. At the moment, she was in a state of enlightenment. With Guan's assistance, she had entered the same state and had already remained in it for several hours. Guan continued monitoring an Xian's lifespan limit. Finally, it began to rise. The growth was subtle, but real. He stared at her intently, probing everything within her. Soon, he detected that mysterious force once again more intricate than karma itself, just like what he saw in Yelan. As her lifespan limit increased, that mysterious force began separating from her body, which meant all living beings might be bound by this force. And by extending one's lifespan limit, its grip could be weakened. Could this be heaven's fate? Guan sank into contemplation. Even a divine soul immortal couldn't see through this power that controlled all beings. Still, at least he could sense it now. That in itself was a good start. Then, Guan stood and left. After all, this was the third Medicine Valley. A man and woman alone in a room, it wasn't proper, especially considering their master-disciple relationship. Besides, with him around, no one would dare disturb an Xian's enlightenment within the Medicine Valley. A night passed. The next morning, an Xian stepped out of her room to join the disciples in morning practice. She appeared a bit dazed. Glancing around, she could feel that something had changed in the world. From a distance, Guan observed her. Her lifespan limit had risen to 300 years. She hadn't even lifted her cultivation seal yet. With the innate reincarnation technique, she could increase it even more. Guan didn't greet her, pretending not to notice. In the days that followed, two things stirred widespread discussion across the land: the establishment of the Duanhai domain and the renaming of the continent. As summer approached, Guan was in the forest instructing Yangjian in cultivation. He could sense Lu Xianyi secretly observing them, but he wasn't concerned. As long as Lu Xianyi didn't become hostile, it was fine. High above on the clouds, Lu Xianyi meditated, glancing down in thought. This guy's cultivation isn't all that, but he's an impressive teacher. Did he really receive a dream visitation from an immortal? Lu Xianyi wondered. He had already joined the Taixuan Sect and the Elder Hall. He also knew of Guan's identity as an author. Apart from that, he was certain Guan was just over 200 years old. Plenty of people could vouch for that. So he didn't find Guan threatening. Even if Guan were a reincarnated powerhouse, he still couldn't challenge someone at the 9th level of the Celestial Ascension stage. That's why Lu Xianyi felt more curious than cautious toward Guan, perhaps even more curious than he was about Yangjian. Alright, that's enough for today, Guan said. Hearing that, Yangjian lowered his fists and cupped them in salute. Today, Guan had shared a wealth of combat experience. Ever since inheriting Longzhan's memories, Guan's combat intuition surpassed nearly everyone in the world. Even just one afternoon had benefited Yangjian tremendously. On the way back to the valley, Yangjian was visibly excited. He hadn't expected his master to be such a close combat expert too. A genius returned today. I'll take you to meet him later, Guan said casually. From the sky, Lu Xianyi saw they had finished and left. He didn't return to cultivation, though. Instead, he went off to play a game of Go. A genius? Who is it? That Uncle Wuju? Yangjian asked curiously. Wuju had visited Guan a few years ago. Yangjian had only seen him from afar, and later learned he was the famed Wuju. Nope. You'll see soon enough, Guan replied mysteriously, piquing Yangjian's curiosity even more. When the master and disciple returned to the Medicine Valley, they overheard the other disciples chatting. And how's here? Seriously? For real? Senior sister and Xian is actually his sister? They've both got the surname, and are they blood related? Nah, they're from the same village. They had the same master and were renamed later. Wow, and how is so handsome, like an immortal? Haha, typical fangirls. Taixuan Sect has produced tons of geniuses over the years, but to outsiders, and how is still considered the #1 genius in the sect's history. Yangjian's expression shifted slightly, his fists clenching. And how? He stole a glance at Guan. Seeing no reaction, he suppressed the emotions roiling inside him. His current cultivation was at the 9th level of the transformation stage, all thanks to his intense body refinement training. Number 1 genius? He wanted that title for himself too? He had long suspected Hao was the mysterious senior brother, and today, he might finally learn the truth. Guan led him to an Xian's courtyard. He noticed Qi Wuxing and Lu Xianyi playing Go nearby, both secretly probing Hao with their divine sense. Their cultivation levels were far beyond Hao's, so he remained unaware. Nine-fingered Divine Lord wasn't around today, and Shen Xinzi was immersed in reading Journey to the West under a tree looking much like Zhou Yujian lost in his own world. Guan looked at the imposing Hao with satisfaction. The youth had already reached the 8th level of the integration stage, his cultivation speed still blazing. Yang Jian was a major realm behind, so not yet comparable. But once they both stepped into the immortal Dao realm, that gap would mean little. Outside an Xian's courtyard, she turned to look and beamed with joy before pulling Hao out with her. Hao stood tall, wearing a golden dragon crown and a tight-waisted white robe, his long sleeves flowing like clouds. His features were striking, with sharp brows exuding arrogance. Simply standing there, he radiated an aura of dominance and detachment, a born immortal. By contrast, Yang Jian looked rather ordinary. Among the disciples, he usually stood out, but next to Hao, he faded easily into the background. Senior brother, master has treated me so well these past years I've never suffered a bit, an Xian said happily. Hao halted in front of Guan, momentarily unsure how to address him. Brother Hao, have you forgotten me? Guan asked with a warm smile that instantly dissolved the awkwardness. How could I forget? We once braved life and death together. Thank you for looking after my sister all these years, you saved me a lot of worry. Hao smiled and took out a brocade box, offering it to Guan. Guan quickly declined, but under the joint insistence of an Xian and Hao, he reluctantly accepted it. Inside was an 8th grade spirit herb. Thoughtful kid. Hao then glanced at Yang Jian, who had been staring at him non-stop. Of course he'd noticed. His instincts told him this kid wasn't ordinary. He felt the same vibe as he did when facing Tian Vucheng. Yang Jian wasn't nearly that strong yet, but Hao suspected he too had some kind of ancient treasure physique. And who's this? Hao asked. My disciple Yang Jian, Guan replied with a smile, clearly enjoying the brewing rivalry. Yang Jian? Erlang Shen. Hao chuckled. Yang Jian's expression turned stern. I want to spar with you, he said seriously. By now, he realized Hao wasn't the mysterious senior brother. That revelation made him respect Hao less. In his mind, only that senior brother deserved to overshadow him because even Guan said that guy had greater talent. Hao's smile faded as he studied Yang Jian. Xian hesitated to speak. She looked at Guan but saw him smiling silently. You're not strong enough yet, Hao finally said. But I acknowledge your talent and courage. How about we make a pact to settle things at the Heavenly Rankings tournament? Yang Jian found this reasonable. A duel like that deserved a global audience. He nodded in agreement. You should be thanking him, Guan said. He's cultivated far longer than you and could have crushed you. Instead, he's giving you time to grow. Yang Jian immediately bowed. Hao was surprised Guan could command such a genius so easily. His gut told him not even the Starcy Sect Alliance had someone like Yang Jian. You guys keep chatting, I won't interrupt, Guan said before walking off with Yang Jian. Hao stopped thinking about it and led an Xian back inside. Not far off, Blood Prison Great Saint watched Hao with a solemn expression. This kid can't be underestimated. He might actually be stronger than Yang Jian. Back in his attic, Guan opened the brocade box and examined the herb. Not long after, Ji Xuanyu came to find him. That Hao is something else. I've seen that kind of aura before in dreams, people who dominate entire realms, she said. You're not so bad yourself, Guan replied with a grin. Among those Guan had met, below the nirvana stage, only 4 people had reached a lifespan limit of 9,990 years, Hao, Yang Jian, Blood Prison Great Saint, and Ji Xuanyu. Even Li Lingtian was short by 1,000 years. Ji Xuanyu had both strength and powerful backing. In terms of background, Guan felt she surpassed Hao for now, but in terms of cultivation speed, Hao was untouchable. Ji Xuanyu took a seat and asked, why does your Medicine Valley always attract so many world-class geniuses and powerhouse cultivators? Guan sighed. Why ask me? It's not like they're coming for me. Ji Xuanyu shook her head. Maybe not, but you forge good karma with everyone. That's no small feat. You remind me of someone I saw in a dream, those blessed by great fate. Their talent might not be the highest, but they always break through and stir up the world. Guan blinked. So what are you really trying to say? Ji Xuanyu took a deep breath. I'm planning to visit a certain place. There's a huge opportunity waiting there. Come with me. Guan winced. He'd heard this line too many times. You go. The Taixuan Sect needs me. He rejected her without hesitation, shocking Ji Xuanyu with how bluntly he refused. You think you're the sword sovereign of the righteous path? That we can't do without you. Ji Xuanyu couldn't hold back anymore. She looked angry but somehow, still beautiful. That thought crossed Guan's mind, but what he said was, contributions don't always depend on cultivation level, do they? Guarding the sect from outside is service, but staying in the Medicine Valley is too. I've been cultivating herbs for Taixuan Sect with everything I've got. Isn't that also a huge contribution? Ji Xuanyu tried hard to calm herself down and began explaining the benefits of the great opportunity. But no matter how she tried to persuade him, Guan just wouldn't agree. It drove her nuts. Another person who was just as frustrated was Hao. No matter how much he tried to convince her, an Xian simply refused to go with him to the Taixuan Sect alliance. That day, Ji Xuanyu left the Third Medicine Valley. Less than half an hour after she left, Hao also stormed off. He didn't leave Taixuan Sect altogether, he still had to return to the sect's main city to report to the higher UPS. Twilight fell. Guan and an Xian stood in front of the wooden railing, their shadows stretching long under the setting sun. Guan admired the melancholy beauty of the sunset and softly asked, "You don't regret it?" An Xian turned her head and looked at his side profile. "Master, do you? Haha, we're not the same. Ji Xuanyu has the Ji family behind her. And Hao only has you." Guan chuckled and shook his head. An Xian looked toward the horizon. "He doesn't just have me. Besides, what he carries is the whole world. He's not the senior brother I once knew. I won't be his burden." For some reason, Guan suddenly had a strong urge to focus on cultivating an Xian. If she could one day surpass Hao, now that would be interesting. Unfortunately, that was easier said than done. There was still a long way to go between the two of them. The master and disciple started chatting about the overseas territories, imagining how powerful the Taixuan Sect alliance must be and what kind of awe-inspiring sight the severed sea rift could be. In life, people always want to see the whole world, to walk across all rivers and mountains. Above the sea of clouds, the blood prison great saint was flying with Guan on his back. He could feel the surging spiritual energy of the sea below and couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Master, where are we exactly?" Blood prison great saint asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Guan replied, "A sect I've joined. You mustn't tell anyone, not even Jianer." Upon hearing this, blood prison great saint trembled all over. A rush of blood surged to his head, and he was so excited he could barely hold it in. A secret only he knew? Fantastic? Didn't this mean he'd officially surpassed Yang Jian in his master's heart? Serves that brat right for wanting to explore the world. Blood prison great saint gloated to himself. Ever since meeting Hao, Yang Jian had been training even harder, saying he wanted to make a name for himself, one that would outshine Hao's. That kid really didn't understand their master at all. Their master was unfathomably powerful but preferred to keep a low profile. He clearly didn't like the spotlight. Yang Jian was on the wrong track. Guan could feel how excited the blood prison great saint was, his entire bull body trembling. He thought it was just because the guy was finally getting to travel. They had arrived at Mortal Peak. Guan found the great saint a bit slow, so he used his divine sense to boost the flight speed. Once they entered the cluster of mortal peaks, the great saint started looking around wildly, his big bull eyes wide with wonder like a country bumpkin entering the city for the first time. Eventually, they arrived at Dingtian Peak. Since Guan had wiped out the Elder of Demonic Scars, Dingtian Peak's popularity had soared. The number of disciples had exploded, with cultivators coming and going from all directions. Blood prison great saint could sense the powerful auras along the way and was silently stunned. How come everyone seemed stronger than he was before he'd been sealed? Guan brought him all the way to the mountaintop. As soon as they landed, Zhu Xinglan appeared and bowed respectfully to Guan. Blood prison great saint looked Zhu Xinglan up and down with curiosity in his eyes. "Master, a mysterious cave was discovered inside Dingtian Peak. It's sealed with powerful restrictions. Would you take a look?" Zhu Xinglan asked. Guan nodded and let him lead the way. Along the way, Zhu Xinglan explained that the cave was near the foot of the mountain, almost submerged at sea level. Two disciples had discovered it during a friendly sparring match. He suspected it was related to the old internal conflict. Even though that was long past, he explained that terrifying demonic forces had appeared back then, nearly destroying Dingtian Peak. The Peak Master at the time had perished in that chaos. Guan couldn't help but think of the Elder of Demonic Scars. Chengtian Peak would have been a better target, so why had the old man chosen Dingtian Peak? Could it have been for this cave? Blood prison great saint got even more hyped. Who would have thought he'd get to experience something this exciting the moment he arrived? They flew downward and soon reached the cave entrance. Two roving immortals were guarding the front. Upon seeing Guan, they quickly stood and bowed. Guan gave a nod and told blood prison great saint to follow Zhu Xinglan into the cave. Zhu Xinglan walked ahead, secretly puzzled why was master riding an ordinary bull? That bull must have incredible luck. As soon as Guan entered the cave, he sensed a peculiar aura. "Huh? Heavenly demon aura?" he asked. "Have you reported this to the main peak?" Zhu Xinglan shook his head. "No, the master of the main peak is in seclusion. Besides, Mortal Peak has always been self-managed." He paused, then added, "You're still the peak master. As long as you haven't stepped down, everything here is under your control." Those words made Guan feel pretty good. He grew even more pleased with Zhu Xinglan. This guy's like a premium version of Hu Xiaojian. So easy to work with. They followed a long tunnel into a spacious chamber. Guan could feel intense spatial restrictions. It was basically a pocket dimension, giving the chamber a vast appearance. It wasn't too dark inside. Countless glowing motes floated like fireflies, but they were actually condensed spiritual energy. They walked to a formation platform, at the center of which stood a stone pillar completely black, uneven, and gleaming with a cold light. Guan jumped off the great saint's back and walked up to the pillar. Zhu Xinglan began explaining their earlier attempts to investigate it. As Guan placed his hand on the pillar, boom, a powerful shockwave erupted, startling Zhu Xinglan into immediately casting defensive spells while shielding the Blood Prison Great Saint. Zhu Xinglan's eyes widened. He saw Guan's hand sink into the pillar. Where it touched, a dark glow emerged, like the opening of a gateway to another world. A fierce wind followed, black as night, with twisted Dao sigils swirling inside. The sight made both Zhu Xinglan and Blood Prison Great Saint's scalps tingle. Guan withdrew his hand, now holding a soul, an old man's soul, the size of an infant, full of fear and unable to escape. Ancestor of Dark Soul, Mystic Celestial Immortal, 3rd layer 1,209,894/1,300,000/1,900,000. Guan raised an eyebrow at the old guy's age. Zhu Xinglan couldn't help but speak up. Master, be careful. This might be. Crack. Guan squeezed his right hand, and the Dark Soul Ancestor's spirit was instantly shattered and dispersed. Zhu Xinglan let out a breath of relief and asked, Master, what realm was he in? He could sense how sinister the old man had been, but he couldn't tell the exact cultivation level. You have successfully seized 9,670 years of lifespan from Ancestor Dark Soul, Mystic Celestial Immortal Stage, 3rd layer. Guan glanced at the prompt without any change in expression. If that guy hadn't lunged at him first, he wouldn't have bothered to kill him. He didn't search the soul because there were more heavenly demons hidden in the space inside the stone pillar. Casually, Guan said, just a demonic soul. Doesn't matter how strong it was. Doesn't matter? Zhu Xinglan opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Guan's divine sense remained locked on the space within the stone pillar. Inside that pitch-black space, there was an even more terrifying presence, a heavenly demon. He locked onto the demon's position. It was an egg. A demon egg formed entirely from demonic energy, about 10 feet tall, glowing faintly like a dim star in the depths of a dark universe. Guan's divine sense pierced into the demon egg and saw a demon fetus inside. On its body were tangled, massive karmic threads so complex that they made Guan uneasy. His instincts warned him that destroying this demon infant could bring even bigger trouble. He withdrew his divine sense and stopped himself, reactivating the restrictions on the stone pillar. Then he turned to Zhu Xinglan and said, From now on, don't let anyone enter here. Don't disturb this pillar either. There's a powerful heavenly demon inside that hasn't awakened. It won't be easy to deal with. Upon hearing that, Zhu Xinglan tensed up. He muttered, a heavenly demon. So the previous disaster isn't truly over. Guan raised a brow. The internal strife at Dingtian Peak was related to a heavenly demon. Yeah, that horrifying evil thing was one of them. They say the last peak master was actually a heavenly demon in disguise. The sect was scared the news would cause a huge uproar, so they covered it up. Zhu Xinglan nodded, his face full of concern. A bigger uproar meant the Holy Court. The Holy Court feared the heavenly demons most of all. Guan suddenly thought of Yu Yingying and Shen Xinzi. Could there be other reincarnated heavenly demons in the world? It was definitely possible. He had a strong feeling he'd just triggered a serious side plot. Not something he wanted to get involved in, so he decided to seal this place off. After all, the demon fetus was still asleep. In that case, all the more reason to keep your mouth shut. Understand? Guan instructed. As for telling the Holy Court, he had thought about it, but the fact that he casually killed a mystic celestial immortal could easily be exposed in the process. Plus, Renjian Peak didn't exactly trust the Holy Court, otherwise, they wouldn't have hidden the truth about the heavenly demon in the first place. Anyway, he was only here to collect herbs. Whatever happened to Renjian Peak wasn't his problem. Of course, once he was strong enough to ignore karmic entanglements, he could get rid of that demon fetus and finally feel at ease. Zhu Xinglan nodded, but his tightly furrowed brows didn't relax. Blood Prison Great Saint stared at the stone pillar, deep in thought. Soon after, they left the cave. Zhu Xinglan began sealing off the entrance, while Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint back to the mountaintop. Blood Prison Great Saint had a ton of questions but didn't dare ask with the Grand Master around, so he held them in. In the days that followed, Guan began picking herbs across Renjian Peak. Zhu Xinglan had already cultivated a massive herb garden, which disciples tended daily. At first, the disciples were thrilled that Guan himself had come to gather herbs. Eventually, they got used to it. Still, no matter how friendly Guan appeared, they stayed respectfully cautious. After spending half a day at Dingtian Peak, Guan left with hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan. He came to harvest herbs once a month. The lifespan income from Dingtian Peak alone had exceeded 1,000,000 years last year, more than everything he'd earned on the Taixuan continent. Back at Taixuan Sect, the moment Blood Prison Great Saint was about to speak, Guan cut him off. Remember what I said on the way here. Don't ask. You'll understand eventually. That made Blood Prison Great Saint respect him even more. He felt like his master was trying to teach him a lesson. His biggest flaw was impatience. That's how he ended up like this. He really did need to temper his Dao heart. On Renjian Peak, Guan was a high and mighty peak lord. In Taixuan Sect, he was just an ordinary valley master. Watching Guan casually joke with the errand disciples, Blood Prison Great Saint was full of admiration. He didn't think his master was faking it. He genuinely believed all life was equal. There may be strong and weak cultivators, but the value of a life was the same. The more he watched, the more he realized how much he had to learn from Guan. A person who treated others this way was sure to build strong karmic ties. Who knew? Maybe someday someone would rise against fate and spread tales of this kindness far and wide. His revelation didn't last long, though, because that annoying fat rat came to pester him again. What drove him mad was that fat rat was even faster now. Was it just him, or did the rat also seem like a top-tier prodigy? This was getting ridiculous. Meanwhile, Guan was making rounds through each section of the Medicine Valley. Though the third Medicine Valley rarely had issues, he still had to put in appearances to keep the disciples from slacking off. Summer gave way to autumn. Early autumn Hidden Realm. Tian Yaoer, Tian Qing, and Tian Bei were launching a combined assault on Guan. The three demons moved with constantly shifting techniques, their surging demon aura forming a massive dragon-like flow that surrounded him. Despite their attack, Guan looked utterly at ease. A wave of his hand was enough to nullify their spells. Tian Yaoer stepped into the 9 Extremes free step, appearing behind him in an instant. Her palm struck out, unleashing flames that morphed into a phoenix midair and swallowed him whole. A second later, the fire phoenix shattered. The shockwave sent Tian Yaoer flying. Guan lifted a leg, and countless afterimages exploded outward. Tianqing and Tianbei turned pale. They didn't even have time to react before being hit again and again, launched into the distance in sorry states. The three demons struggled to their feet, gazing at Guan with grievance written all over their faces. If this were a real fight to the death, you'd already be dead. Out there, nobody's going to go easy on you like I do. Guan retracted his leg and said offhandedly. Tian Yaoer widened her eyes. Are all the beings outside as strong as you? There's always someone stronger. Guan replied casually. He'd already held back. None of them were actually hurt. Really? Tian Yaoer looked skeptical. She always felt like Guan liked to bluff, warning them about this or that, but always remaining calm and composed no matter what. Guan snorted. Anyway, you three still need more training. Tianqing and Tianbei immediately rushed to his sides and hugged his arms. Master's right, they said sweetly. Tian Yaoer gritted her teeth. What the HL? When did these two get so out of line? After a few more words of advice, Guan finally left. Tian Yaoer lunged at Tianqing and Tianbei. Round 2 began. The autumn breeze swept through, blowing a leaf into the courtyard, where an elderly man in fine robes was sweeping. It was none other than an aged Taixuan. Both hands on the broom, his movements were slow and elegant, like he was sweeping more than just dust, but a kind of tranquility. A teenage boy ran into the courtyard and spotted him. Grandpa, you're sweeping again? What's so fun about sweeping? We've got servants for that? The boy wore a blue robe, with delicate features, about 15 or 16, and his hair tied up high with youthful flair. Xiaochuan didn't stop. Smiling kindly, he replied, it's not fun. It's just habit. Sweeping reminds me of the past. When you get old, you like to reminisce. You're still young, you don't get it. The boy stood in front of him, hands on hips, complaining. Grandpa, I heard you used to cultivate in a sect. Why don't you introduce us to Taixuan Sect? It's not like cultivation's forbidden to mortals. Even the governor's grandson became a cultivator. Grandpa, we may be rich, but not that rich. We have to think long term. He kept rambling, but Xiaochuan just watched with a smile, totally unbothered. When the boy finally finished, Xiaochuan suddenly asked, what if you got into a sect and found out your aptitude was average? You can't keep up with anyone around you. What would you do? The boy scowled. No way I'd be that bad. Well, your grandpa was that bad. But we're different. What if someone in our family is a natural-born genius? Wouldn't that bless our entire clan, even you? Haha, your uncle once joined a sect. Mediocre talent. Nearly got killed in a fight with another cultivator. I can tell who's got potential. These eyes of mine are still sharp. Xiaochuan shook his head. Every child in the family asked him these things sooner or later. He'd sent some off to cultivate before, but none had turned out well. He never sent them to Taixuan Sect. He didn't want to trouble his senior brother. If they couldn't make it in lesser sects, what were they going to do in Taixuan? But, can you really tell? The boy argued, face turning red. Just as Xiaochuan was about to respond, his eyes suddenly widened. Guan had entered the courtyard, glancing around as if looking for someone. When he spotted Xiaochuan, a smile broke across his face. The boy noticed his grandfather's expression and turned to look. He frowned, sizing Guan up. Who are you? I've never seen you before. Smack. Xiaochuan gave the boy a light slap on the back of the head and scolded with a smile. You think you know everyone in the house except the maids? Get lost. The boy pouted but left, still sneaking glances at Guan as he walked off. Chuan Yu, Qi refining stage, first layer 15/80/180. Guan wiggled his eyebrows at Chuan Yu, who glared at him in return. Once the kid was gone, Xiaochuan rushed over and hugged Guan excitedly. Senior brother? What brings you here? Xiaochuan was overjoyed. Guan snorted. Why didn't you call me that in front of your grandson? Xiaochuan grinned. Didn't want him pestering you. You're a powerful cultivator from Taixuan Sect, at least in his eyes. Seeing the age etched onto Xiaochuan's face, Guan felt a bit dazed. If your grandkids want to seek immortality, why stop them? I'm not stopping them. They just want to use my connections. If they really had talent, they'd rise without me. Xiaochuan shook his head. His words actually made sense to Guan. It had been decades since they last met. Xiaochuan had grown more composed. The passage of time was clear on him. He was no longer the silent boy who used to trail behind Guan all those years ago. As they spoke of days long gone, both were filled with emotions. But when the conversation drifted to old friends who had already passed on, a brief silence would fall between them. I asked you to leave the valley all those years ago, so tell me, have you been satisfied with your life since? Guan asked. Xiaochuan smiled. Of course. At the very least, I have no regrets. I even got to glimpse the immortal Dao. For a mortal like me to reach this point, how could I not be satisfied? Those who aren't satisfied probably live in constant repression. With a mindset like that, even the highest cultivation won't bring peace. Guan couldn't help but raise his teacup to him. Such a sense of contentment was rare indeed. He had once complained in his heart that Xiaochuan wasn't dedicated enough to cultivation. But now that he thought about it, even if Xiaochuan hadn't achieved much on the path of immortality, at least he'd lived a life of more joy than sorrow. But remembering that Xiaochuan didn't have many years left made Guan feel reluctant to let go. He'd experienced this feeling many times during his reincarnation evolution, especially through the life of Longzhan. Longzhan's drastic change in personality was the result of going through too many losses, most painfully, the death of his wife, which had deeply shaken him. Even someone as powerful as Longzhan had regrets. That was why he eventually wandered the universe alone. It seemed Xiaochuan sensed Guan's thoughts and comforted him. Senior brother, even though you never started a family, there are plenty of people who care about you. You won't be alone. Guan suddenly asked. But what if they all end up like you? Xiaochuan paused, then gave Guan a deep look and said. Anyone else might worry about that, but not you. You're kind to people and always make friends. And besides, solitude isn't always suffering. What kind of life you want, it all depends on your heart. The reason I can see things clearly like this is because of you. From childhood, you were the one I looked up to most. Even senior brother Li Ya can't compare. You live freely and still protect those you care about. He smiled again. Guan suddenly felt a surge of emotion. This time, he wouldn't just go along with Xiaochuan's wishes. He pulled out a manual and tossed it on the table. Xiaochuan looked at it instinctively and asked in surprise. What's this? This record's a technique, Guan began, and with just a few words, Xiaochuan slipped into a trance. Taking advantage of the moment, Guan began imparting Dao, drawing Xiaochuan's thoughts into the very fabric of heaven and earth's laws, making him forget all else. The autumn breeze lifted the fallen leaves in the courtyard, as if fate itself refused to let them rest on the ground. Far away, on the ocean, dressed in black, Li Ya stood on the back of a black eagle, gazing into the distance. Above the severed sea rift floated a grand and majestic island, a city standing atop it, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. Main city of Duanhai Domain. Li Ya murmured, frowning. A divine anomaly spirit perched on his shoulder and said softly, something terrifying is hiding there. It'll devour me. Don't go near it. Li Ya's frown deepened. It was the first time he'd ever heard the spirit say such a thing. He took a deep breath and stumped his foot. The black eagle spread its wings and shot forward like an arrow, diving into the severed sea rift. Once inside the dark rift, Li Ya exhaled, peering downward, his gaze turning resolute. Zhang Bukui, wait for me. I haven't given up on you yet. He clenched his fists within his sleeves, then pulled out his heavy sword, preparing for battle. Meanwhile, back in Xian Valley, Guan was gathering herbs. He suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. It had been 10 years since he last spoke with Xiaochuan. He hadn't visited him since, having returned to his own routine. In those 10 years, Guan had gained over 18 million years of lifespan, which made every year feel fulfilling. Until today his divine anomaly spirit warned him of a dangerous presence. It claimed to sense the aura of a natural predator within the main city of Duanhai Domain, an aura of pure evil. Using his divine sense, Guan scanned the city. He discovered the presence of another heaven demon. Another one? This heaven demon had the same cultivation as a mystic celestial immortal, but unlike the previously encountered ancestor of dark souls, this one was alive. He was hidden within a dark palace, separated by layers of restrictions. But to Guan, he didn't look imprisoned at all. Could it be that the Saint King behind the Grand Cold Demon Sect was colluding with a heaven demon? Guan didn't act rashly. Slaying demons was easy, cutting karma was hard. Better to wait and see. He didn't know what the other side was waiting for, but he knew one thing: he was getting stronger every year. Nirvana, Scattered Immortal, Roving Immortal, Celestial Ascension, Free Soaring Immortal, Mystic Celestial Immortal, Deovoid Celestial Immortal, and finally Divine Soul Immortal? In a world where free soaring immortals were rare, Guan had reached Divine Soul Immortal. He feared no tribulation. After a while, Guan retracted his divine sense. He wasn't too worried about the Saint King's schemes. He suspected the man might just be a pawn of the heaven demon. All this over a personal grudge? Not worth it. He continued picking herbs, humming a little tune as he worked. When he finished, he left Xian Valley. He appeared on a rooftop in Chuan residence, gazing down at Xiaochuan, who was cultivating in the courtyard. Since that enlightenment session, Xiaochuan had devoted more time to cultivation. He hadn't spoken to anyone about the experience. Guan saw his lifespan limit had risen to 415 years. Not bad. He began examining Xiaochuan's karma. Guan didn't spend all his time relaxing, he also cultivated, especially in karma and destiny. Now, he could see the entire life of any mortal. Even a 3-year-old child, he could glimpse their ending with one look. As expected, Xiaochuan's life path had changed. Previously, Guan had seen Xiaochuan passing away peacefully in old age, with no regrets. But now, his fate had shifted. He'd live past his prior limit, and someone in Chuan residence would be born with strong cultivation potential. But as he kept watching, Guan's brow furrowed. Xiao Chuan would die at 413 short of his full limit. The cause? One of his descendants offended a powerful cultivator clan. Xiao Chuan worked himself to death and died in grief. Guan suddenly felt his act of imparting Dao may not have been a blessing. But he quickly shifted perspective. When the time came, he would intervene. He was the biggest variable in Xiao Chuan's fate. With that in mind, Guan turned his attention to the others in Chuan residence, observing their life paths. A mortal's life might seem long to them, but to him it was like a brief flash. Decades of experience passed before his eyes without burden or impact. Such was the power of a divine soul immortal. Even a Daovoid celestial immortal could achieve this. Soon, his gaze settled on a young boy named Chuan Qi. Chuan Qi, not yet in Qi refining 3/120/1050. Such talent was by far the strongest among Xiao Chuan's descendants. Guan began to observe Chuan Qi's life. It turned out Chuan Qi wasn't the one who offended the cultivation clan, it was another family member. After Xiao Chuan's death, Chuan Qi left home to seek his own path in the cultivation world. This kid actually lived past his lifespan limit, which meant he would encounter a great fortune in the future, though the exact details were hidden from Karma's view. Eventually, Chuan Qi would meet a girl, and from that moment, his fate became unclear. When Guan saw the girl, he immediately recognized the soul of a heaven demon hidden within her. Another one? Just how many heaven demons had infiltrated the heavenly spirit great realm? Guan frowned and continued scanning the area. He stood openly on the rooftop, but no one below could see him. After a stick of incense's time, Guan returned to the third medicine valley. He stepped off the teleportation platform, deep in thought about karma and destiny. Guan, come play a game. A voice called out. Guan turned to see it was the nine-fingered divine lord. A few years ago, Lu Xianyi and Qiwuxing had left. Now, only two grand masters remained in the valley, Shen Xinzi and nine-fingered divine lord. Shen Xinzi wasn't into Go, he preferred obsessing over Journey to the West and Romance of the Gods. Guan never understood how Shen Xinzi could reread the same two books over and over, but he respected it. As he walked toward nine-fingered divine lord, he peeked into the man's karma and fate. The stronger one's cultivation, the less he could see. Nine-fingered divine lord's fate was deeply complex, unchanging for decades, but impossible to glimpse beyond 50 years. Sitting down at the board, Guan opened the Go box and asked, "Senior, you've lived long. Tell me, should cultivators intervene in a mortal's life, even if it's out of good intentions?" The elder looked surprised. He hadn't expected such a question. "You're asking the right person." "I think not. Cultivation is already a defiance of the heavens. Meddling in mortal lives only brings calamity. Fate exists, unseen but real. Once, I suffered a tribulation that left me severely wounded. I lost a finger. But that's when I understood fate was real. There's definitely a power in this world that cultivators can't see or touch. It might not be conscious, but it controls the destinies of all living things. The stronger I grow, the more I can feel its might." As he spoke, a rare trace of fear appeared in the elder's eyes. Guan asked curiously, "Is it from the Holy Court?" Ever since Duanhai Domain was established, the Holy Court had risen in the public consciousness as the face of immortals and gods. The elder shook his head. "No. Even the Holy Court is subject to that force. As far as I know, this world and the universe are separated by a barrier. Mortals can't fly out. It's like some kind of law. Even the Holy Court must obey it." Guan looked up at the sky. That was true. A layer of light covered the heavenly spirit great realm, and only those who reached the celestial ascension stage could break through to the stars. Even as a divine soul immortal, Guan couldn't fully comprehend that rule. The divine essence great realm where Longzhan lived wasn't bound by such restrictions. As Guan looked up at the firmament, he placed a stone right in the center of the board, leaving the nine-fingered divine lord twitching in frustration. What a humiliating opening move. After a fierce and satisfying battle, nine-fingered divine lord looked absolutely terrible. He glared at Guan and asked through gritted teeth, "Where the hell did I go wrong?" Guan shrugged. "I don't know either. Why can you always predict my next move? My gut just tells me where you'll go next. And once I guess right, you start getting frustrated, changing your strategy again and again until you mess up." Guan's response nearly made nine-fingered divine lord cough up blood. Putting away his smile, Guan said seriously, "Still, this game helped me realize something. Unpredictability can indeed bring disaster. Thank you for the lesson, senior." With that, he stood up, bowed, and took his leave. Nine-fingered divine lord stared at his back, opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, just stared at the board in silence. On his way back to his loft, Guan wore a faint smile. There was still one thing he hadn't said out loud. Change can bring disaster, sure, but whether it's good or bad depends on the player. Life is like chess, and Guan intended to be the one who always wins, even if his opponent was so-called heaven's will itself. There's a certain thrill in fighting the heavens, isn't there? With that clarity, Guan felt no more guilt. He wasn't out to change everyone's fate, only the lives of those he cared about. Xiao Chuan might seem carefree, but that line of his, "Hope I get reborn into a better family next time," clearly showed he yearned for cultivation, only held back by his lack of talent. Guan had figured it out. As long as he kept getting stronger, he could keep pushing the limits of those around him too. Just because he couldn't do it now didn't mean he never would. Reincarnation may exist, but Guan only wanted to fight for this life. The Ji Xuanyu of this lifetime wasn't the same person from the past, and Guan wasn't Long Zhan, Xiao Shengtian, or Chu Lu either. Divine Anomaly Realm, beneath the blood-red sky, above the sea of clouds, Zhang Bukui stood beside the Lord of Divine Anomalies, overlooking the battle below. Waves upon waves of endless Divine Anomaly wraiths were swarming Li Ya, crashing like the tide. There was no end in sight. Now that he had lost control of Divine Anomaly City, Li Ya was locked in a brutal fight, barely holding on. Divine Anomaly wraiths can't be killed or destroyed. At best, he'll last another hour, said the Lord of Divine Anomalies, his face blank. Zhang Bukui turned to him. Why won't you let me talk to him? I could explain everything. Explain what? That someone's backing you so I can't suppress you? That you've even become someone's disciple? The Lord shot him a cold look. Zhang Bukui frowned, confused by his words. The Lord of Divine Anomalies snorted. Do you think the city in the sky was built to suppress us? If so, why haven't they stormed in yet? If it's not aimed at you, then who's it for? Zhang Bukui asked in confusion. His eyes widened as realization hit him. Wait, is it for the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path? Was he the one who saved me? Zhang Bukui was in shock. So that Sparrow was working for the Sword Sovereign? The Lord looked down at Li Ya. All these years, he's the only one who's ever broken into this place. Does he have ties to the Sword Sovereign? Zhang Bukui hesitated, then nodded. He inherited the Sword Sovereign's legacy, learned his swordsmanship. There was one more thing he didn't mention. Li Ya claimed that the Sword Sovereign was his forefather. It all made sense now. Their meeting had to be arranged by the Sword Sovereign. He just didn't know yet why the Sword Sovereign had chosen him. I see, seems like their influence runs deeper than I thought, the Lord of Divine Anomalies said softly. Zhang Bukui couldn't help asking, Master, isn't the Holy Court a good thing? You said before that the Saint King doesn't represent the Holy Court. The Lord took a deep breath. That was true before but not anymore. The Holy Court wants the Sword Sovereign, but he refused the title of Fate Bearer. That alone is enough to make them wary. There's a power in this world that even the Holy Court fears. We are part of that power's evolution. That's why the Saint King kept me alive. He wants to use me to identify that power. Zhang Bukui quickly asked what that power was. The Lord uttered two chilling words, heavenly demons. Zhang Bukui frowned. It was the first time he'd ever heard that term. Then, can't you let him go? He asked through clenched teeth. He didn't care about heavenly demons, he just wanted his brother to survive. The Lord replied quietly, I've already been stalling. But if the Sword Sovereign doesn't show up, and I let him go, it'll be you and me who die instead. That made Zhang Bukui glance around nervously. He felt like something or someone was watching them. Then he noticed the Lord's hand behind his back, casting a spell. Zhang Bukui looked back down at the battlefield. His eyes turned cold. He crouched, ready to leap down, but just as he moved, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. He turned and it was the Lord of Divine Anomalies. The Lord's expression was indifferent. In that moment, Zhang Bukui felt like he didn't even recognize this man. A chill ran down his spine. What he couldn't accept most of all was Li Ya possibly dying. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. In the vast ghost sea, Li Ya wielded his heavy sword, cutting down wraiths left and right. He was fierce, but no matter how many he killed, more came flooding in. D***MN. Do you even acknowledge me as your master or not? Why won't you listen to me? He was furious. He couldn't activate Divine Anomaly City's power, and it was killing him. I can't? It'll devour me, came the terrified voice of the Divine Anomaly Spirit. That only made Li Ya even angrier. Why had this guy suddenly turned into such a coward? D***MN. Was he going to die here before he even saw Zhang Bukui? Would Gushi Di be sad if he found out? No, by the time Gushi Di realized he was gone, it'd probably be the end of his life, and he'd still think Li Ya was out wandering the world. Maybe that wasn't so bad. His sword strikes started to slow. Memories of his youth flashed before his eyes. Back when he, Meng Lang, and Guan joined Xian Valley together, then Meng Lang mysteriously disappeared, and now he himself was about to die here. Who would have thought the one with the worst talent Guan would be the last one standing? What a cruel twist of fate. Suddenly, a Divine Anomaly wraith lunged at him, slashing with a soul blade. The glint of the blade cut through all those memories and reflected in his pupils. Am I really going to die? His eyes widened. At that moment, golden light burst from his body, sweeping away all the surrounding wraiths like an unstoppable tide. The world around him suddenly shifted. A golden city emerged from within him, expanding rapidly to envelop him. Divine Anomaly City? Li Ya was stunned with joy. He was just about to ask the Divine Anomaly Spirit why it had suddenly decided to fight back when a terrifying pressure descended, blanketing the heavens and earth. So, you finally show yourself, Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. And you entrusted such a supreme immortal treasure to a mere mortal boy? What an audacious move. An ancient, commanding voice echoed across the land, freezing Li Ya in place. Forefather? Divine Anomaly City, belonged to the Sword Sovereign's lineage? After Divine Anomaly City emerged, brilliant golden light flooded the gloomy sky and earth. Li Ya stood dumbfounded in the glow. He could feel the city's power. It was far stronger than when he used it himself. In fact, it wasn't even comparable. Which meant, that voice earlier had spoken the truth. Now that he thought about it, he'd never truly controlled Divine Anomaly City's power. It had always been the Divine Anomaly Spirit acting on his orders. High above in the clouds, the Lord of Divine Anomalies watched the growing Divine Anomaly City with flickering eyes, clearly deep in thought. Zhang Bukui, however, was delighted. If the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path had truly arrived, then Li Ya might just be saved. In his heart, the Sword Sovereign was an invincible being just like everyone else from Taixuan continent believed. A figure condensed beside Li Ya. Li Ya glanced over and his pupils shrank. It was that familiar demonic shadow. The dark purple demonic energy didn't look evil in his eyes, instead, it felt comforting. Almost intimate. Guan turned his head slightly and glanced at Li Ya. Li Ya quickly raised his hand in salute. Ancestor. Thousands of words caught in his throat. He couldn't say a single one. Boom. Thunderclouds surged into blanket the blood-colored sky. Countless bolts of lightning twisted like serpentine dragons, spectacular and overwhelming, plunging the earth into oppressive silence. The cloud sea condensed into a massive face that occupied most of the sky, making all things below feel tiny and insignificant. Zhang Bukui looked up and gawked. A terrifying pressure bore down on him like nothing he had ever felt. Even the Lord of Divine Anomalies looked grim. Though powerful, the Lord of Divine Anomalies was only on par with a free-soaring immortal, and not nearly as unrestrained. This face in the sky? It belonged to a real mystic celestial immortal, a being above the free-soaring level? The Lord of Divine Anomalies couldn't help glancing toward Guan inside Divine Anomaly City, silently thinking, Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, how will you respond? Even during the campaign against the Grand Cold Demon Sect, no one had ever displayed such overwhelming might. A hoarse old voice rang out once more, stern and accusatory. Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, why have you not accepted the Holy Court's recognition? Guan looked up slightly, his voice booming across the heavens. Why must I accept it? What, does refusing the Holy Court make me a demon? If the Holy Court truly thought that way, then Guan had every reason to be wary of its fate-binding titles. What were fate-binding titles if not a form of shackles? Not so, the old voice thundered again, echoing like rolling thunder. But refusing the Holy Court surely means you have something to hide. Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, why won't you show your face to the world? What are you afraid of? By now, Guan had lost all interest in continuing this pointless exchange. You have 3 breaths. Leave now, or don't blame me for disrespecting the Holy Court. His voice turned cold, killing intent spread through the air. The massive face in the sky showed signs of change. It didn't reply. Those 3 breaths felt like an eternity. Zhang Bukui and Li Ya didn't even dare to breathe. The Lord of Divine Anomalies waited too, anxious to see how this mysterious powerhouse would react. Anyone that even the Sword Sovereign could scorn must be terrifying indeed. The Lord of Divine Anomalies now felt his decision had been absolutely correct. The fact that Guan hadn't killed Li Ya yet clearly showed he was giving the Sword Sovereign face. 3 breaths later, Guan raised his right hand, palm facing the sky. Sword Sovereign. Before the voice could finish, the face in the sky vanished. Guan calmly lowered his hand. Suddenly, the world fell into silence. Li Ya stared wide-eyed. He could see that the thunderclouds had been punched through a massive void where the face had once been. He instinctively turned toward Guan and saw that in Guan's palm was an old man, shrouded in mist, full of terror and struggling in vain. Li Ya couldn't hear what the old man was saying. Guan disappeared. The Divine Anomaly spirit reappeared on Li Ya's shoulder, patting her tiny chest, looking extremely shaken. Zhang Bukui and the Lord of Divine Anomalies were both stunned. They had expected an earth-shattering battle. The Lord of Divine Anomalies had even prepared for the heavens to collapse, but that mysterious powerhouse from the Holy Court had just been captured? Just how powerful was the Sword Sovereign? Fear blossomed in the Lord of Divine Anomalies' heart. A chilling possibility crossed his mind. Could the Sword Sovereign really be a heavenly demon? Had he always stood opposite to the Holy Court? Ocean waves crashed. Guan sat on a reef, a lifespan barrier already activated. His right hand was open and sitting cross-legged within was the old man from before, none other than the mystic celestial immortal guarding the main city of the Severed Sea domain. Guan was casting the great soul imprisoning immortal technique, searching the man's memories. His name was Luo Suzi, a reincarnated heavenly demon and a 4th-tier heavenly official of the Holy Court, one of Great Dark Saint King's closest subordinates. Many of Luo Suzi's memories were protected by mysterious spells. Any intrusion would destroy them, especially those involving the Great Dark Saint King. Unfortunately for him, such tricks were child's play against Guan's divine sense. He easily cracked through the defenses and saw glimpses of Luo Suzi's dealings with the Saint King. It was true the Severed Sea domain was established under orders from the Great Dark Saint King. His old enemy, the Saint King of Eternal Light, was hiding there. At first, the Great Dark Saint King simply wanted to eliminate Eternal Light, casting him into endless reincarnation. But many underlings had taken the opportunity to profit, and it brought calamity to the domain. After Guan's intervention, the Great Dark Saint King labeled him an enemy. Now, he suspected Guan himself was also a reincarnated heavenly demon, which is why he sent Luo Suzi. From Luo Suzi's memories, the Saint King wasn't a heavenly demon, but he was frantically hunting for reincarnated ones. His goal? Unknown. It wasn't that the Holy Court was against the Sword Sovereign. This was all the Great Dark Saint King's doing. The Holy Court had deep roots and countless factions. The Severed Sea domain seemed vast, but on the scale of the heavenly Great Realm, it was insignificant, not even worthy of the true 3rd-ranked heavenly positions. Those ranked 3rd were Saint Kings, of which the Holy Court had many. Above them were second-rank Saints Prime, and above them still first-rank Saints Divine. After finishing the soul search, Guan crushed Luosuz's soul. He wasn't worried about the Saint King's next move. In fact, he was curious. How would the great Dark Saint King react, now that his agents kept vanishing one by one? Sure, the Holy Court didn't care about the Severed Sea domain, but the battle between Guan and the Grand Cold Demon Sect had reached their ears. The fact that the Sword Sovereign was being recruited meant most Holy Court leaders admired his actions. That's why the Saint King was forced to act from the shadows. A prompt flashed in front of Guan. He just seized over 20,000 years of lifespan from Luosuzi. Tisk, these big hots really love going all in, always showing up in person. Not that it mattered no matter how well they hid, Guan had ways to find them. Back in the 7-star spirit realm, one man had escaped him, thousand-faced divine lord. But Guan let him go, thinking he'd finally learned his lesson. Cultivation was hard enough. If someone knew when to yield, Guan could appreciate that. So far, thousand-faced divine lord was the only one who had escaped him. Honestly, Guan was kind of curious just how far could that guy go? Guan stood and vanished from the reef. Severed Sea Domain main city, inside a dark hall. Domain Lord Kingsongzi stood on the steps, hands behind his back, brows tightly furrowed. Why did everything suddenly go silent? Could even Luosuzi have lost to the Sword Sovereign? Even so, there should have been some sign. Dressed in a long green robe, he looked around 40, exuding the pressure of authority. His cultivation was at free-soaring immortal stage, 7th layer, and he was the court-recognized lord of the domain. But now, for the first time, he felt deeply uneasy. The Severed Sea Rift lay just below. If a battle broke out, he'd sense it instantly. But now, he didn't even dare extend his divine sense down there, afraid of what he might stir up. Even if Luosuzi failed, surely the Sword Sovereign wouldn't dare go against the Holy Court directly? Best to just play dumb. Just then, footsteps approached. Lu Xianyi strode in swiftly, after images trailing behind him. He stopped at the steps, bowed with a smile. Senior, you summoned me. Kingsongzi turned and smiled. I was your father's senior brother, no need to call me senior. Call me Uncle Master. Uncle Master, Lu Xianyi replied, already figuring Kingsongzi needed something, that's why the politeness. He also knew a thing or two about the great Dark Saint King behind Kingsongzi. Could the domain city have just been humiliated by the Sword Sovereign? Lu Xianyi was quietly pleased. Over the years, he'd seen many Holy Court operatives sneak into the Taixuan continent, and even Taixuan Sect, to investigate the Sword Sovereign. Clearly, the Saint King wasn't ready to give up. The Grand Cold Demon Sect had been one of the Saint King's most powerful weapons. He'd done plenty of dirty work for the court through them, and that's how he'd gained so much influence. Yes, the catastrophe in the domain had been blamed on the Saint King. But in the Holy Court, that was just a small mistake. Some even suspected he was scheming against the Saint King of Eternal Light. Many chose to turn a blind eye. Between a reigning Saint King and one stuck in reincarnation, well, the choice was obvious. Kingsongzi looked at Lu Xianyi and smiled. The Sword Sovereign won't accept the Holy Court's fate-binding title. You've been in Taixuan Sect for years, what do you think we should do? Leave him alone, or dig into his background? Lu Xianyi thought, knew it. He replied, Uncle Master, do you think the Sword Sovereign is strong? Of course. Far beyond what I could match, Kingsongzi answered without hesitation. Lu Xianyi then asked, then why risk offending him? Why not just focus on managing the domain? Kingsongzi frowned slightly. Lu Xianyi added meaningfully, the Sword Sovereign appeared where the Saint King of Eternal Light reincarnated. There may be karmic ties. Why he hides his identity, that's worth thinking about. My father once said, surviving in the Holy Court no matter your realm is like walking on thin ice. Staying alive is what matters most. The events within the Severed Sea Rift didn't spread. Just like that, a mystic celestial immortal vanished without a trace. Since then, Guan clearly noticed a sharp decline in people trying to inquire about the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path. It seemed the main city of the Severed Sea region had already made its choice. If the Holy Court really wasn't scheming against him anymore, Guan naturally had no interest in picking a fight either. Peaceful coexistence was exactly what he wanted. The Severed Sea region entered a time of peace. Across the land, prodigies and powerhouses kept emerging, while Guan stayed hidden within the Taixuan Sect, quietly watching the world shift and stir. Time flew by. 50 years passed in a blink. Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley. As he looked over his attribute panel, a smile bloomed across his face. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 293/470,569,402. The harvest from today's trip to the Hidden Realm had granted him nearly 40 million years of lifespan in one go. It felt effing amazing. This was the first large-scale harvest of herbs from the Hidden Realm. Every year, he'd plant high-grade herbs there. His future lifespan gains would only grow. In the past 50 years, the Taixuan Sect had thrived. On paper, it was now one of the top sects across the continent, second only to the 7-star Sacred Realm. Most of the errand disciples in the Third Medicine Valley had already been replaced. Some left, others came. The scenery of the valley, however, remained exactly as it was 50 years ago. As he walked along, Guan kept greeting the disciples. Watching him, Ji Xuanyu standing in front of the pavilion felt a bit dazed. She'd been away for decades, yet the Medicine Valley still looked the same. How could she not feel sentimental? Guan made his way to the pavilion and looked her up and down, smiling. Long time no see. Your presence is even more commanding now. Ji Xuanyu was dressed in flowing green robes. Her elegance remained unchanged, and the dress-like robes fluttered in the wind, resembling drifting clouds. She stared at Guan and said, "So many years have passed, and you're still in the core formation stage, while I've already reached the transformation stage. Don't you regret it?" "Regret? Not a chance. Going out with you always meant getting into trouble?" Guan grumbled silently. Over the years, he had often used divine sense to check in on Ji Xuanyu. He'd even intervened a few times, helping her narrowly avoid danger. He knew exactly what she'd been through. "Not at all. I've been doing pretty well these years. As for cultivation, I'll get there eventually. I'll form a nascent soul sooner or later," Guan said with casual ease. Ji Xuanyu stared at him closely. After confirming he wasn't lying, a smile appeared on her face. What she admired most about Guan was his temperament, never angry, never jealous. He always seemed to be smiling. "Wanna go upstairs and chat?" Guan asked with a grin. He knew she had a lot to say. To Guan, the places Ji Xuanyu had journeyed through these years were no more than a few steps away. But to her, those decades had been long and arduous. He'd even overheard her whispering to herself by the campfire once or twice. As for the mysterious figure stalking Ji Xuanyu Kiwuxing, they'd never shown themselves. They had simply protected her from the shadows for a while. Upstairs, Ji Xuanyu began to recount her experiences. The stories were rich and varied, slaying demons, heart-pounding adventures, even encounters with past grudges. Guan listened intently, occasionally chiming in, which only made Ji Xuanyu even more eager to talk. Over an hour later, she finally finished. Guan remarked, "That was thrilling. Just like something out of a storybook." Ji Xuanyu smiled. "I received a legacy from a past life. It wasn't a wasted journey. But I still don't know how far I can go. Probably the second realm of the immortal path." Guan had seen the secret realm himself. It had been crafted by a scattered immortal, which meant Ji Xuanyu's past life had reached that level at most. For her current self, scattered immortal was incredibly powerful, out of reach, even. "What's your plan now?" Guan asked with a smile. "I'll spend a few decades consolidating before heading out again," she replied. "The Heavenly Rankings tournament is about to start. Might as well enjoy the show. The Taixuan Sect isn't what it used to be. This tournament's gonna be lively. Word is, a few scattered immortals joined the sect a couple years ago. Ever heard of them?" Guan's eyes lit up as he spoke. Ji Xuanyu watched him, lips curling slightly. This guy still loved a good spectacle. As Guan continued chatting about the tournament highlights, the sounds of insects and voices floated through the window. Ji Xuanyu's heart gradually settled into a calm state. After all the storms she'd weathered out there, this peaceful atmosphere without stress or worry was comforting. After spending the afternoon with Ji Xuanyu, Guan finally left the third Medicine Valley and headed for the 8-view celestial realm beneath Xian Valley. There, he approached the spirit tree. A massive cauldron stood nearby, surrounded by various tools. For the past 30 years, he had been studying artifact forging. He didn't aim to craft world-shaking treasures, he just hoped to find enlightenment through the process. The magical artifacts he could forge now were more than enough to spark competition within the Taixuan Sect, but he didn't hand them over. Instead, he sent them to Seeker's Island to be sold. The spirit stones he earned went into buying seeds and forging materials. With his divine soul immortal cultivation, forging immortal treasures wasn't hard. But crafting a supreme immortal treasure was still out of reach. Such treasures were the crystallized path of powerhouses standing atop the 9th heaven of the immortal path. In the vast heavenly spirit great realm, factions possessing supreme immortal treasures were all regional overlords. And those who could fully wield them? Rare. Guan had never met one. Long Zhan had one. When he reached the 9th heaven, that one treasure alone could suppress an entire universe, overwhelmingly powerful. Just as Guan approached the cauldron, flames erupted from beneath and from the nearby tools. 2 vines extended from behind, gently massaging his shoulders. "Master, are you really going to ignore that guy?" asked the spirit tree, still using Zhang Kaing's voice, but sounding softer. Guan replied, "It's fine. He's not getting in here." Because of the sword sovereign of the righteous path, the Taixuan Sect's reputation far outstripped its actual strength. This year's Heavenly Rankings tournament had attracted a flood of overseas cultivators and demons. One of them had an aura that scared the spirit tree. Guan had already located it. It was a transformed tree demon at the roving immortal stage. He was concealing his cultivation and posing as a Grand Ascension cultivator to join the tournament. A single roving immortal posed no threat to Guan, so he wasn't worried. What did concern him was another person, someone from the Immortal Spirit Dynasty, also here at the Taixuan Sect. This person was a free-soaring immortal, also hiding his cultivation and pretending to be an ordinary scattered immortal. Even just at the scattered immortal level, he'd be treated as an honored guest. Guan was curious what the Immortal Spirit Dynasty was really after. This year's tournament was shaping up to be a wild one. "Master, can you subdue him?" the spirit tree asked nervously. Guan figured it was just worried, so he nodded. The vines on his shoulders suddenly trembled. Then the spirit tree spoke again. "Then can you catch him for me, so I can eat him?" Guan froze and turned to stare at the spirit tree in shock. "Weren't you just scared to death a moment ago, and now you wanna eat him?" He almost forgot the spirit tree came from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. That was a demonic sect. So naturally, it might just be an evil tree. "Don't get any funny ideas, or I'll eat you first," Guan scolded. The spirit tree had always liked lamb. If he didn't keep its bloodthirst in check, Guan feared it might harm his disciples. He only kept it around for the spirit tree fruits. At this point, the tree wasn't something he couldn't live without. Sensing Guan's displeasure, the spirit tree fell silent. The vines on his shoulders started moving much more cautiously. The next day at noon, Guan rode the Blood Prison Grand Sage into the outer sect city. The city was packed so crowded even the sky was full of cultivators and demons flying back and forth. 50 years had passed, and Guan now had far more familiar faces in the city. Everywhere he went, people greeted him warmly. He even bumped into Zhou Lin, the son of Zhou Yujian, who also happened to be Li Ya's childhood friend. Unlike his father, Zhou Lin didn't follow the path of sword cultivation. He was a true genius in his own right. Zhou Lin had now completely given up the sword and gained fame for his talents. The two saw each other every year and were close friends. As usual, Zhou Lin started complaining about his father. It was nothing new once again, it had to do with the sword sovereign of the righteous path. Zhou Yujian had offended a grandmaster cultivator in his zeal. Day and night, he stood guard in front of the heaven-splitting axe, and as a result, the Zhou family had been targeted, often investigated, infiltrated. Fortunately, with the sword sovereign's protection, no one dared act recklessly. But the Zhou family still lived in fear, dreading sudden disaster. Guan began wondering if he should give Zhou Yujian a word of advice. Truth be told, he had always noticed Zhou Yujian's unwavering faith. It was genuine, almost fanatical. Yet, he thought, I should find time to point him in the right direction. Can't let all his devotion go to waste. After chatting for a bit, the two parted ways. Guan sent a divine thought to the Blood Prison Grand Sage, and the mount changed direction. The crowd was thick, and both sides of the road were lined with noisy street vendors. Sitting atop the Blood Prison Grand Sage, Guan scanned his surroundings with curious eyes, soaking in every detail. It felt like being at a bustling market. Unlike other events, the Heavenly Rankings tournament only took place once every 100 years. It was the most prestigious event on the Taixuan Sect calendar and even across the entire Taixuan continent. The liveliness here was unmatched. With countless sects gathering, new trends and items were everywhere. After about the time it took an incense stick to burn, the Blood Prison Grand Sage stopped in front of a pavilion. Guan dismounted and stepped into the building treasure pavilion. The main hall was filled with dazzling treasure racks, but Guan's gaze was fixed on one person. Zhang Xianwang, free-soaring immortal, 7th level 359,098/700,000/2,500,000. 2.5 million years. That was his lifespan cap? Guan estimated that Zhang Xianwang had the potential to reach the Deovoid celestial immortal realm. This man was the free-soaring immortal from the Immortal Spirit dynasty. He was standing in front of a display rack, toying with a broken flute in his hand. Guan walked forward, passing behind him. Zhang Xianwang didn't react. The two now stood side by side, browsing the same row of treasure racks. After a while, Zhang Xianwang glanced at Guan, and with just that one look, his brows rose slightly. Young man, that golden mark on your forehead, where did you get it? He asked with a gentle tone, not at all carrying the pressure of a high-level cultivator. Guan touched his forehead and grinned. One night, I woke up and it was just there. Why, fellow Daoist, do you recognize it? This is a Dao mark. It's the initial manifestation of the Dao. Some people are born with it, some cultivate it later, and some, like you, gain it unexpectedly. It's rare, but not unheard of. Either way, possessing a Dao mark means you'll eventually transcend mortality and become an immortal. Let me congratulate you in advance. Zhang Xianwang said with a cheerful smile, a look of appreciation in his eyes. Guan cupped his fists and said, I'm Guan. May I ask your name, fellow cultivator? He could feel Zhang Xianwang probing his karma, but he didn't mind. His karmic projection had long since been altered. Unless someone's cultivation surpassed his, they would only see an ordinary disciple living a humble farming life. I'm Zhang Xianwang. Came from very far away. Since fate brought us together, how about showing me around? I'd like to learn more about the Heavenly Rankings tournament and the Taixuan Sect. Naturally, Guan didn't refuse Zhang Xianwang's suggestion. He came specifically for him. The two walked out of the treasure pavilion. When Zhang Xianwang saw Guan's mount, he didn't think much of it. He couldn't see through the primordial return divine path. On the way, Guan introduced the Taixuan Sect. When he mentioned the sword sovereign of the righteous path, Zhang Xianwang immediately asked for details. When talking about the sword sovereign, Guan's eyes lit up with fervor, showering him with praise like he was a legend come to life. The Blood Prison Grand Sage remained expressionless, but inwardly, he was moved. His master's grace was truly something he should strive to emulate. If he were Zhang Xianwang, he too would never associate Guan with the sword sovereign. Not only did Zhang Xianwang think the Blood Prison Grand Sage was unremarkable, the feeling was mutual. Both were high-level cultivators concealing their power, and a trace of pride lingered in their hearts. Before they knew it, they arrived near the heavenly mending platform. Guan smiled and asked, the heaven-splitting axe is on the platform. Want to give it a shot? Zhang Xianwang looked into the distance and shook his head. No need. I definitely won't be able to pull it out. He turned to Guan and said, I'll be staying in the Taixuan Sect for a while. Next time we meet, drinks are on me. But if someone tries to lure you away from the Taixuan Sect, it's best you refuse. Having a Dao mark is a blessing, but it can also bring disaster. At least here, the sword sovereign of the righteous path can protect you. Others won't dare act recklessly. With that, he turned and left. Guan watched his back and thought to himself, this guy's actually pretty decent. He had assumed everyone from the Immortal Spirit Empire would be unbearably arrogant, since they rarely interacted with the outside world. But meeting Zhang Xianwang today gave him a new impression. From a distance, Guan gazed at the heaven-splitting axe. Zhou Yujian stood beside it, as he had for the past 10 years, never once leaving his post. Nowadays, mentioning the axe inevitably brought up Zhou Yujian. A thought crossed Guan's mind. His divine sense, laced with powerful sword intent, forcefully pierced into Zhou Yujian's eyes, leaving him dazed. Then, riding the Blood Prison Grand Sage, Guan turned and walked away without stepping onto the platform. Not far away, Zhang Xianwang suddenly stopped in his tracks, turning back with wide, stunned eyes. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of sword intent erupted from Zhou Yujian, startling nearby cultivators who quickly backed away. Several figures appeared out of thin air, surrounding the heaven-splitting axe and isolating Zhou Yujian. Zhou Yujian's eyes lost focus, his whole being dazed, while the sword intent rose from the ground, whipping his robes and hair into the air. Sensing that familiar aura of the sword sovereign of the righteous path, Taixuan Sect's senior cultivators finally breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on with him? That's the sword sovereign's sword intent. Feel it closely. Zhou Yujian's sword aura is strengthening. Is the sword sovereign guiding him? If it's him, I can understand. After all, Zhou Yujian has stood guard here for so many years. So he wasn't lying? The sword sovereign really did pat his shoulder back then. The cultivators chatted among themselves, while Zhou Yujian was fully immersed in the sword intent, unable to pull himself out. Standing at the base of the heavenly mending platform, Zhang Xianwang was shaken by what he felt. Even as a free-soaring immortal, he couldn't sense the sword sovereign's actions, nor understand how his sword intent could trigger such an epiphany in Zhou Yujian. Only now did he realize how insignificant he truly was. A free-soaring immortal might be free, but he had yet to comprehend the Dao itself. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Guan's fading silhouette but paid him no mind. He would never have guessed that the very man walking away had just shocked him to the core that Guan was the sword sovereign of the righteous path. Guan didn't look back, his deeds and name buried deep. The Blood Prison Grand Sage heard the commotion behind them but didn't look back either. He already knew the legendary sword sovereign was riding on his back. When an immortal takes action, mortals always make a fuss. How boring. After parting ways with Zhang Xianwang, Guan continued wandering through the city, buying a ton of things before returning to the valley. Back in the Third Medicine Valley, Guan found an Xian and handed over everything he had bought. The Third Medicine Valley also stocked plenty of herbs, pills, manuals, and magical artifacts that errand disciples could purchase directly cheaper than in the city. This was a benefit Guan provided for his disciples. After comparing prices, they appreciated him even more. That's why even when errand disciples broke through and left the sect, they would still call Guan master whenever they met again. After finishing up, Guan planned to head upstairs to read. Right then, Shen Zhen flew in. He had no choice but to pause and wait. Over the years, Shen Zhen hadn't slacked off. She even shared her insights with the Taixuan Sect, helping create many jade slips that transmitted techniques. These slips allowed disciples to witness training visuals, rather than just reading vague descriptions, an incredible contribution that finally earned her genuine respect from the sect. Hurry upstairs? I found something amazing. Shen Zhen exclaimed excitedly before dashing up. Guan had no choice but to follow. After they entered the room and shut the door, Guan sensed the aura below grow faint. Clearly, Ji Xuanyu was trying to eavesdrop again. Shen Zhen went to the table, took out a scroll, and quickly unfurled it. Guan came over and saw an ancient painting. In the scene, many naked people knelt on the ground, reaching out to the sky, where a group of lavishly dressed figures soared among the clouds, clearly immortals. I picked up a fragment of an ancient text. After studying it daily, I imagined what the full scene might be. Maybe, the Dao is guiding me from the shadows, Shen Zhen said proudly. She imagined it? With Guan's trained eye, he could tell that the layout in the painting contained the mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth. Could the Dao really be guiding Shen Zhen? That didn't seem right. Why her? Guan suddenly questioned whether Shen Zhen might really achieve enlightenment through the arts, music, calligraphy, painting, and so on. Earlier, he had shocked Zhang Xianwang. Now, it was Shen Zhen's turn to shake him. Comprehending the laws of heaven and earth without stepping into the immortal Dao? That's outrageous. Could she be a reincarnated immortal? But no, if she were some mighty figure reborn, Guan should have seen signs like with Ji Xuanyu or Yang Jian. No matter how he looked at Shen Zhen, she didn't seem to have any kind of grand background. Guan couldn't help but cast lifespan perception on Shen Zhen. Shen Zhen, transformation stage, second level 329/1200/5800. Her lifespan limit had increased by more than 1,000 years again. Could she also possess the profound saint body of innate enlightenment? Curiosity filled Guan's heart, and he decided to observe Shen Zhen more closely in the future. Shen Zhen began explaining the imaginative process behind her painting, while Guan carefully studied the scroll. It seemed to depict mortals begging for mercy from immortals, but in a bizarre twist the person kneeling on the ground was smiling, while the immortals above frowned. The outlines of the sea of clouds, the lines of the mountains, the ripples in the river, everything was a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. As the painting unfolded, the real-world rules subtly began to shift toward it. In the eyes of a divine soul immortal, the world became surreal and distorted. But Shenzhen, immersed in the scene, couldn't sense the changes in the laws around her. She was still excitedly sharing her creative process. Guan began to peer into Shenzhen's karma and destiny, witnessing every experience of her life. Suddenly, he realized that without even knowing when it was he who had become the most karmically connected person in Shenzhen's life. Shenzhen was drifting further from the Taixuan Sect. Though she was the daughter of the sect leader, her father had many children. Having little contact over the years had caused their father-daughter bond to deteriorate, and her mother had long since passed away. A bold thought struck Guan. Could it be? Shenzhen was being influenced by him? After all, he was a divine soul immortal. Even with his cultivation hidden, the essence of his life was vastly different from the disciples around him. Over the years, the time it took for disciples to graduate from Xian Valley had become shorter. Perhaps this too was due to his influence. Shenzhen's accomplishments were no doubt due to her extraordinary perception, but without Guan, perhaps she wouldn't have come this far. Gradually, Guan's comprehension of karma and destiny deepened. Thinking it over, it was clear that he had already impacted the entire Taixuan Sect. For whatever reason, the sect had indeed entered an era of unprecedented growth. After a while, Shenzhen's voice pulled him back to reality. Hey, are you even listening? Guan turned his head and saw Shenzhen glaring at him, though her expression didn't look fierce. If anything, it made him want to pinch her cheek. I'm listening. You're seriously amazing. I honestly can't wrap my head around how you did it. If what you said is true, then maybe you really do have talent in comprehending the Dao, Guan praised. Shenzhen's face lit up instantly, and she said proudly, then I'll give this painting to you. I'm going back to meditate. With that, she turned and left. Guan didn't see her off. Instead, his gaze fell onto the scroll on the table. He sensed that the aura downstairs had returned to normal. Taixuan Yu was back to cultivating. He paid it no mind. Sitting in his chair, he stared at the scroll and fell into deep thought. His influence on the surroundings wasn't solely his doing. Heaven's fate was also at play. This brought him a deeper understanding of the Dao of heaven and earth. He had this inexplicable feeling he wanted to stay hidden, but the Dao of heaven and earth didn't want him to hide. That's why the environment around him kept changing. Heaven's momentum was like a great tide, and karma and destiny were like an inescapable net. No living being could resist or escape it. Everything had pros and cons. While he was helping the environment, he was also getting entangled in more karmic threads. At that moment, Guan suddenly understood why so many powerful cultivators went into closed-door cultivation for years on end. Perhaps it wasn't just to comprehend the Dao. Like the Grand Cold Demon Sect, which surely had many powerful cultivators hiding in seclusion. Because of that, they had avoided catastrophe. Wasn't that also a kind of survival strategy? But Guan didn't fear because of this. Instead, he pondered how the heavens operated, how karma and destiny worked, forming the one rule most feared by all beings: fate. Guan never believed fate was truly unchangeable. It only felt that way because one was still trapped within the rules. But if one surpassed the rules, how could they still be controlled? How to transcend fate? How to surpass the Dao of heaven and earth? That was the direction Guan truly needed to consider. He sat in silence through the night. By morning, he was riding the Blood Prison Grand Sage to the outer sect city to watch the excitement. One night passed. Zhou Yujian was still in the midst of enlightenment, guarded by over 100 Taixuan Sect Grand Masters. The heaven-splitting axe inheritance trial was temporarily halted. No one was allowed near him. Zhou Yujian's cultivation wasn't noteworthy in today's Taixuan Sect, but he had inherited the sword intent of the sword sovereign of the righteous path, which was a different matter entirely, one worthy of the sect's full attention. It was also a way to honor the sword sovereign. Guan had barely arrived in the outer sect city when he ran into someone, a middle-aged man with a group of young men and women. They moved through the crowd, eyes wide with curiosity at everything. Chuan Yu, long time no see. A voice reached Chuan Yu's ears. He instinctively turned and saw the Blood Prison Grand Sage and Guan. The Blood Prison Grand Sage stood as tall as an adult, exuding pressure by merely being there. But Chuan Yu had seen even larger mounts, so he wasn't shaken. He looked at Guan and asked cautiously, "And you are?" The man was clearly a cultivator, riding a beast. Chuan Yu didn't dare be careless. The Chuan family juniors behind him were also staring curiously at Guan. They never thought someone in the Taixuan sect would recognize their grandfather. Guan smiled. "You don't remember? I met you at your house. You were 15, begging your grandfather to take you to Cultivate." Chuan Yu was stunned. His eyes widened. "You're the one who visited Grandpa back then? But how are you still so young?" Guan asked. "How's your grandfather?" Chuan Yu quickly replied, "He's doing well. Just cultivates and drinks tea every day, no need to stress over anything." The Chuan juniors exchanged glances. Wasn't Grandpa's grandpa their family's founder? They had only seen Xiao Chuan once or twice. To them, he was gentle but far too exalted to relate to. All they felt was reverence. After a brief chat, Guan learned that Chuan Yu had brought his descendants to broaden their horizons and hopefully find some opportunities. Guan pulled a token from his sleeve and tossed it to Chuan Yu. "If your talent isn't that special and you've got no other way in, head to the errand hall as errand disciples. With this token, you can enter the third medicine valley." Chuan Yu caught it reflexively and was about to ask something, but the Blood Prison Grand Sage stepped forward, brushing past him. He turned to look at Guan's departing back. "Senior, may I ask your name?" Guan merely raised his hand and said nothing. Chuan Yu looked at the token in his hand, frowning deeply. Just then, a male cultivator approached and chuckled. Brother, you've got great fortune. Third Medicine Valley, huh? With that connection, Foundation establishment is practically guaranteed. That's a solid start on the cultivation path. Foundation establishment? The eyes of the Chuan juniors lit up instantly, their breathing quickened. Chuan Yu hurriedly bowed to the male cultivator, asking about the Third Medicine Valley. The cultivator gave a rough rundown over 1,000 errand disciples, countless herbs, sightings of high-level Taixuan Sect figures every day. Everything overwhelmed Chuan Yu. Just who was that man from earlier, to wield such influence? Chuan Yu couldn't help but ask, do you know who he is? The male cultivator laughed and shook his head, patting Chuan Yu's shoulder before walking away, making Chuan Yu all the more curious and respectful. Meanwhile, Guan, having turned onto another street, chuckled to himself. That brat still liked playing little tricks, just like back in the Medicine Valley. The cultivator who had introduced Third Medicine Valley to Chuan Yu was, in fact, a graduate of that very valley. By now, the number of disciples who had graduated from the Third Medicine Valley and Xian Valley had exceeded tens of thousands, so Guan often ran into old acquaintances. His reputation had spread far and wide. Considering the sheer number of Foundation establishment pills required by those disciples, who else in the inner or outer sect could afford that? And after all these years, Guan had never demanded anything extra from errand disciples, one of the reasons people admired him. Soon, Guan arrived at the library hall, intending to chat with the fellow readers inside. 7 days later, the Heavenly Rankings tournament officially began. Even the Nine-Fingered Divine Lord was participating on behalf of Taixuan Sect. With Li Yi unable to return, the sect needed a roving immortal level powerhouse. How the sect persuaded the Nine-Fingered Divine Lord was beyond Guan's knowledge. He hadn't watched back then and didn't care to find out now. That day, Lubadian came to find Guan and dragged him from the dueling arena to an attic. Apart from new disciples, most people were indifferent to the matches. After sitting down, Lubadian uncharacteristically avoided official matters and started talking about his son, Lucien. That brat's hopelessly loyal to Li Sundeo. I don't know what he's thinking. No matter how the Taixuan Empire develops, it's still the Li family's world. What's he even going to get out of it? Lubadian fumed. Guan didn't comment. Family matters were best left untouched. Truthfully, Lubadian and Li Sundeo were quite alike in behavior and in their strained father-son relationships. Even Li Yi once resented Li Sundeo, and Lucien still wanted to kill Lubadian. Guan had no interest in sorting through their tangled karma. Outsiders couldn't fix family issues anyway. Recently, Li Sundeo sent him to the main city of the Severed Sea region. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. I have a feeling that city was built to target the sword sovereign of the righteous path, Lubadian said with concern. Guan asked, why do you say that? The Grand Cold Demon Sect didn't even exist in that region before. That means the Holy Court established it, but they don't usually bother managing specific territories. From their perspective, setting up that city was about defense and investigating the Sword Sovereign. In that case, why not go to the Heaven-Splitting Axe and ask the Sword Sovereign to leave? Nonsense. Don't ever say such things again. Lubadian glared and scolded sternly. Guan gave a helpless smile. This guy always lost his temper so easily. Lubadian then mentioned Li Lingtian, whose fame had skyrocketed over the years. He had even taken first place in the Golden Ranking Tournament and 100 Clans Conference, his spotlight outshining even that of Anhao and Lucien back in the day. Guan didn't have much of an opinion. Clearly, Li Lingtian had returned to the Taixuan continent for Yangjian. Guan found it hard to be interested in the squabbles of the younger generation. What caught his attention was the mysterious Grand Master who had recently arrived at Taixuan Sect. After Lubadian left, Guan followed him downstairs to continue watching the excitement. The current round was a profound mind realm duel, and the entire scene was projected into the sky above. Disciples in the valley were abuzz with discussion. Wow, that's powerful? So that's the profound mind realm. This is nothing. Just wait until the Grand Ascension stage duels start. Those are intense. And the immortal level duels? You can feel the pressure even from the valley. Feels like an eye-opener. You think we'll ever get there? Why not? Work hard. Joining the Third Medicine Valley already puts us ahead of 90% of disciples. True. Even noble clan disciples have to start as errand disciples if their talent sucks. No Li Ya from Divine Anomaly City? He's our Master's junior. They joined the Medicine Valley on the same day. Yay, I heard from Master. Li Ya used to cry all the time, thought he had no future. It was Master who motivated him. The conversation quickly veered off topic. With how fast new and old disciples cycled through the Third Medicine Valley, a lot of fresh faces joined every year. The number of registered disciples had already surpassed 1,800. Guan naturally mingled with the group without causing any commotion. The disciples didn't have to rise to greet him or act nervous around him. This casual atmosphere came from Guan's approachable demeanor. It had slowly reshaped how the disciples treated others. He sat down beside an Xin, asking about the earlier duel. Before she could answer, Yu Yingying slid in on Guan's other side, eager to jump into the conversation. She was extra excited because some Grand Master cultivators from the Star Sea Sect Alliance were also participating. Among them was a senior cultivator she deeply admired. She believed that senior had what it took to become champion of the heavenly rankings. Guan simply smiled at that. This year's tournament was crawling with hidden monsters. Many had concealed their true cultivation or identities. Wanting to be number one? Not that easy. There was even a mystic celestial immortal in the mix. Guan couldn't wrap his head around why someone of that level would participate. No matter how you looked at it, a mystic celestial immortal joining the heavenly rankings tournament felt beneath them and potentially deadly. If they provoked the sword sovereign of the righteous path, it could easily cost them their life. He couldn't figure it out. The immortal spirit dynasty had sent someone. The holy court had too. And now there was a mysterious mystic celestial immortal in the mix. Well, since they're here, let's just see what happens. For now, the mystic celestial immortal remained a shadowy, elusive figure. Among cultivator sects, free-soaring immortals were the highest one could usually interact with. The next level Deovoid celestial immortal was still nowhere in sight. An Xian believed nine-fingered divine lord would win. The two girls started bickering, and with an Xian's temperament, she quickly found herself losing ground. Guan couldn't just sit back and watch his precious disciple get bullied, so he jumped in too. Before long, Yu Yingying's face turned red from all the teasing. 2 days passed in a flash. At dawn on this day, despite the early hour, the city was already bustling with activity. In a narrow alleyway, Zhang Xianwang from the Immortal Spirit Dynasty came to a stop. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at the person behind him out of the corner of his eye. "Why are you following me?" Zhang Xianwang asked calmly. Standing behind him was an old man with white hair and white robes. His aura was immortal-like, attracting glances from every cultivator who passed by the alley. The white-haired elder fixed his gaze on Zhang Xianwang and asked, "Why has someone from the Immortal Dynasty come here?" Zhang Xianwang turned to face him, expression indifferent. "If you won't answer, why should I?" The old man replied, "You may call me Tianzong." "Tianzong?" Zhang Xianwang's face changed drastically. Disbelief spread across his expression. "Tianzong? That's impossible. You were supposed to be 50,000 years ago." Tianzong interrupted, "It's your turn to answer now." Zhang Xianwang's eyes flickered, and he didn't speak immediately. "You don't want a fight here, do you?" "There are definitely holy court cultivators inside the Taixuan Sect," Tianzong said, his tone devoid of emotion, sending chills down Zhang Xianwang's spine. After a deep breath, Zhang Xianwang said, "I'm here to recruit the sword sovereign of the righteous path." "What about you?" "I've come for an old friend," Tianzong answered. "Old friend? Who?" "Since our goals don't conflict, let's stay out of each other's way," Tianzong said before turning to leave. Just then, a voice rang out. "Deist Zhang? What brings you here?" It was Guan, walking straight toward them. He and Tianzong passed each other as they walked in opposite directions. Tianzong, Mystic Celestial Immortal, 7th level 789,023/1,700,000/1,750,000. A monster with 780,000 years of life. 7th level Mystic Celestial Immortal, almost caught up to me. Guan thought to himself as he smiled in surprise at Zhang Xianwang. Zhang Xianwang saw him and smiled back. After Tianzong exited the alley, Guan asked, "Who was that? Was he bothering you? Want me to contact the law enforcement hall?" Zhang Xianwang's smile deepened, though it held a hint of helplessness. "No trouble. But do you know what realm he's in?" "What realm? Transformation? Void transformation? Integration?" Guan asked with mock horror, his voice climbing with each guess. Zhang Xianwang chuckled and changed the subject. "What about you? Why are you here? Buying herb seeds?" "You." The two started chatting. Zhang Xianwang enjoyed Guan's company and didn't care about their difference in cultivation. He spoke as equals. After a while, Guan asked, "You seem powerful. Did you sign up for the heavenly rankings?" "No, I'm here for something else." "Oh, need help?" "No, but thank you." "All right then, I won't bother you." Guan cupped his hands in farewell and walked off. Zhang Xianwang watched him go, his heart full of hesitation. Guan, meanwhile, was wondering why Zhang Xianwang was trying to recruit him. He'd assumed the Immortal Spirit Dynasty was exclusive and proud, so they probably didn't want him to join. More likely, they were plotting something else. Leaving the alley, Guan continued strolling through the city. He wanted to pick up a few fun trinkets for Tian Yao. She worked hard managing the hidden realm and deserved a little joy. 2 streets over, he spotted Tianzong. As the two were about to pass each other, Tianzong suddenly reached out and placed a hand on Guan's shoulder. Guan raised an eyebrow. Being touched like that felt weirdly off. He turned and asked, surprised, "You, huh? Weren't you the guy from earlier?" Tianzong stared at the Immortal King's crown on Guan's forehead, eyes sharp. Guan's heart skipped a beat. Could he see through the disguise? "Leave the Taixuan Sect tonight. I'll find you, and give you a chance to be reborn," Tianzong said, then turned and walked away. Guan was left utterly confused. Based on what he'd said, it didn't seem like Tianzong had figured out he was the sword sovereign of the righteous path. Why, then? Guan watched him go, pondering the mystery. 100 feet away, in the crowd, Zhang Xianwang frowned. He let out a sigh and walked off in the opposite direction from Tianzong. That afternoon, the tournament hit its peak. 2 Nirvana stage grandmasters were dueling, one from the Taixuan Sect, both originally ocean cultivators. They unleashed spells, divine abilities, spirit beasts, formation techniques, and even exotic arts, showing the crowd what real cultivation looked like. At such a high level, it was incredibly difficult to defeat someone of equal strength, and duels often dragged out into grueling wars of attrition. Guan watched with great interest. These cultivators weren't that powerful, but their creative battle tactics were fun to watch. He couldn't enjoy that sort of drawn-out fight himself. He always ended things instantly, so all he could do was be envious. By nightfall, Guan quietly left Xian Valley and flew off into the distance. Along the way, he wore a solemn expression, frowning deeply. To sell the illusion, he even picked up speed. Half an hour later, a surge of mana swept over him, and Guan immediately pretended to struggle, allowing himself to be captured. In an instant, he plummeted into a forest. Landing hard, he scrambled to his feet, feigning panic. But when he saw Tianzong, he relaxed. Tianzong stepped from the shadows and said, approvingly, "You've got guts. No wonder you dared accept the Immortal King's crown. I don't know why it didn't devour you, but one thing's clear: you've earned the approval of a supreme immortal treasure. Do you have a master?" Guan shook his head. "No. The Immortal King's crown is it this circlet on my head? I just stumbled upon it one day and thought it looked cool." He had already altered the karmic thread. Even Tianzong would be misled. Tianzong's karmic deduction showed Guan buying the crown at a low price in Treasure Pavilion, where it looked old and newly unearthed. No mystic celestial immortal could see through a divine soul immortal's manipulations. Do you want to know where the Immortal King's crown came from? Once you learn, your peaceful life will be over, Tianzong said in a low voice. Guan forced a smile. Then can I go back now? No. Once you're here, there's no turning back. Then why ask me in the first place? The way of Tianzong is the heavenly Dao, and the heavenly Dao follows the heart. That counts. You came, didn't you? Guan felt like he was being played, but he didn't sense any hostility from Tianzong, so he figured he'd hear him out. He usually just tended herbs and flowers. Something thrilling now and then wasn't so bad. And really, Tianzong couldn't threaten him. The Immortal King's crown was forged by the first Immortal King of the Heavenly Spirit Great Realm. He existed back in the earliest days of the world when there was no holy court, and no laws of the heavenly Dao beyond the skies. Tianzong's voice carried a mystical rhythm, and Guan found himself seeing visions of ancient times. A vast, untamed land. Massive beasts roamed freely. No empires. No sects. No systems. Then he saw the Immortal King's silhouette. It was blurry, but radiated such terrifying presence it reminded him of Longzhan. That meant the Immortal King was on the same level as Longzhan. The ninth heaven of the Immortal Path. When the Immortal King declared, "I am Immortal King," thunder roared across the skies, and disasters erupted across the land. He thought himself above all others. Tried to defy the heavenly Dao. Wanted to unify the world and walk beyond the sky, but he offended the will of heaven and was cursed. Before he died, he sealed his Dao inside the Immortal King's crown. It became the first supreme immortal treasure, at least in our realm, Tianzong said, his tone still flat. The first Immortal King. The first supreme immortal treasure. From the Immortal King, Guan could sense a power that transcended time, and unyielding will that dared to challenge the heavenly Dao itself. Tianzong's gaze never left Guan. He continued, after the fall of the Immortal King, the world was swallowed by the seas, plunging into an era of declining spiritual energy. But destruction begets creation. No matter how harsh the world becomes, it always gives birth to new life. Over countless ages, more and more cultivators tried to emulate the Immortal King. The title he claimed for himself became a badge of honor pursued by generations. One Immortal King after another rose to defy heavenly might, and as a result, the shackles of the heavenly Dao grew tighter. Dynasties rose and fell, oceans turned to fields. Eventually, the Holy Court was born, and the masses were given the opportunity to step beyond the sky. I inherited the legacy of the Tianzong, and with it, the title. The Tianzong lineage passes to only one at a time. I want to take you as my disciple to make you the next Tianzong. As he finished speaking, the wind in the woods ceased abruptly. Not a leaf or blade of grass stirred. Guan's eyes widened. Me? Are you sure I'm the right person? I've got average talent at best. Talent? That's irrelevant. The Tianzong inheritance will help you shatter your limitations. You earned the recognition of the Immortal King's crown. There's no way you're ordinary. Either your body is an ancient treasure body, or your soul contains some greater force. That Dao mark on your forehead is proof enough. Tianzong's gaze burned with intensity as he stared at Guan. Guan hesitated. But I don't understand what the Tianzong even stands for. What do you believe in? Tianzong follows the heavenly Dao. Your future duty will be to align with the heavenly Dao. So long as you uphold that principle, you'll keep breaking through your limits, maybe even achieve immortality. If immortality's on the table, why are you handing it over to me? Because I have regrets. I no longer wish to follow the heavenly Dao. That answer only made Guan more confused. If you're trying to trap me, at least lie a little better. Tianzong saw through Guan's doubt and looked up at the moon. I've lived for 780,000 years. Every decision in my life followed the heavenly Dao. I gave up my wife and child, severed ties with dear friends, all in service of the Dao, and I gained immortality. I earned the reverence of all cultivators. But after all this time, regrets are inevitable. I no longer yearn for immortality. But you still do. Guan's first thought was to pass that inheritance on to those around him. Tianzong continued, my time is running out. Once the Heavenly Rankings tournament ends, I'll step down as Tianzong. You have no choice. What you must do now is prepare your Dao heart. With that, he vanished into thin air. Guan stood there, frowning. Don't tell anyone. Revealing heaven's secrets could bring disaster to others. So dramatic. Guan thought to himself. But he had felt something mysterious and familiar from Tianzong, something like the divine light layer covering the heavenly spirit great realm. Does the heavenly Dao really exist? Guan stayed lost in thought for a while before finally leaving. In the days that followed, one cultivator after another made a name for themselves at the Heavenly Rankings tournament. The one with the most dominant presence was Tianzong. He called himself that openly, but no one knew where he'd really come from. The nine-fingered Divine Lord also performed well, but for now, didn't seem to have the momentum to seize first place. Time flew. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the Heavenly Rankings tournament was still in full swing. During this period, the Taixuan Sect buzzed with festivity every single day. It was like a prolonged New Year celebration. One day, Shen Zinzi sat under a tree reading when he suddenly sensed something. He looked up and saw an old man with white hair walking in from the valley's entrance. That aura. Shen Zinzi furrowed his brows in deep thought. Tianzong felt his gaze and looked back. The moment their eyes met, Shen Zinzi was struck by a wave of indescribable terror. Instinctively, he lowered his head. Tianzong retracted his gaze and kept walking. His eyes swept over the Medicine Valley, quickly locking onto Yang Jian, who was conversing with disciples. Yang Jian felt something too. When he turned and saw Tianzong, he frowned. This guy's no ordinary visitor. Already at the void transformation stage, Yang Jian's perception far exceeded others at the same level. Just one glance told him there was no way he could defeat this man. He wasn't scared, though. His master was still within the Medicine Valley. Tianzong stopped in front of Yang Jian. Shen Zinzi kept watching, debating whether or not to intervene. Xiangang tyrant body, have you felt the weight of your soul yet? Tianzong asked without preamble, startling Yang Jian. Yang Jian instinctively glanced around. No one else can hear or see us, Tianzong said calmly. Except that heaven demon from the Bittersea Buddhist sect. I allowed him to see me on purpose. The mention of a heaven demon made Shen Zinzi's expression shift dramatically. He immediately bowed his head. Yang Jian, however, didn't flinch. He resisted the tension and asked, "What do you want from me?" Tianzong raised his right hand. In his palm appeared a golden jade stone. "This is for you. Crush it, and you'll recover your past life's memories, reclaim your true identity. You've reincarnated 100 times. To have someone help you awaken your Xiangang tyrant body is incredibly rare. In your next life, you might not be so lucky." Yang Jian instinctively took the jade, asking, "Who are you? What's your goal? We once fought side by side. I was gravely injured, and you fell in battle. I would never harm you. When you remember who you are, I'll come back." Tianzong said no more and turned to leave. Yang Jian looked down at the golden jade, his heart a mess. A past life? Having read Romance of the Gods and Journey to the West, he believed in reincarnation. But now that it was happening to him, he couldn't help but panic. He took a deep breath and looked up. Tianzong was heading toward his master's residence. Can master sense this guy's presence? He'd always believed his master was unbeatable, but Tianzong's abilities were beyond comprehension. No one in the valley, not even the disciples, had noticed his presence. Only he and Shen Zinzi had. What kind of divine ability is this? Yang Jian couldn't understand it. His wariness toward Tianzong hit its peak. He debated whether to warn his master. But what if his master had already sensed him? He might mess things up by interfering. After thinking it over, he chose to track Tianzong with his divine sense. As his spiritual sense entered the building, Guan didn't react. That actually reassured him. He retracted his divine sense. Tianzong reached the building. He glanced toward a room on the first floor and muttered to himself, "The reincarnation Dao Emperor? Heavy karma. Best not to get involved. Can't believe so many threads of karma are hidden here. Is the sword sovereign of the righteous path nearby?" He climbed the stairs. He passed through the door and appeared before Guan's desk, revealing his true form. His eyes landed on the secrets of Taixuan in Guan's hands. A flicker of emotion passed through his gaze. Suddenly, he regretted choosing Guan, but it was too late to turn back. Ahem. Tianzong cleared his throat. Guan instinctively looked up and nearly jumped out of his chair. "Why you? How did you?" Tianzong scowled. "You're about to become the next Tianzong. You'll soon carry the will of all living beings. You should stop reading trash that weakens your resolve." Guan quickly shut the secrets of Taixuan and tried to explain, "This book is different." "Enough." Tianzong cut him off and looked at the immortal king's crown. "You wear that thing everywhere like it's a headband. Aren't you worried someone will come after it? Not everyone is like me, free of greed for supreme immortal treasures. And that crown in particular, it's one of the few that aren't bound by the Holy Court's fate." "Bound by fate? What do you mean?" Guan asked, surprised. Come to think of it, nearly every Chi Luk sect out at sea possessed a supreme immortal treasure. He'd even stolen the 7-star mirror from the 7 stars sacred realm. The Star Sea sect had one too, yet no one tried to steal them. That had to mean some hidden force was keeping those powerful cultivators in check. Tianzong replied, "Most supreme immortal treasures in this world were distributed by the Holy Court to help various sects govern their regions. Naturally, a few aren't part of that system. Your immortal king's crown is one of them. The Holy Court can track all treasures bound to their fate. That's why they're even more wary of those outside their control. If your crown is exposed, it'll bring serious trouble. Even the Tianzong's fate won't be enough to shield you. If only you knew," Guan thought, "I've got another supreme immortal treasure in my robes, and you haven't even noticed that one. Enhance your read." Tianzong gave Guan a full lecture, instructing him on how he should act in the future, what matters to avoid a tone that sounded almost like he was giving his final words. Guan thought to himself, I'm a dignified divine soul immortal. There's no way I'm taking you as my master. Still, Tianzong's legacy could be preserved. Since Tianzong was determined to step down, Guan could help him find a successor. Before leaving, Tianzong said, though there are still many secrets about you that puzzle me, I no longer care to figure them out. That disciple of yours Yingjian, when he leaves in the future, don't try to stop him. He'll bring you a world of trouble. Guan nodded, better to humor him for now. Tianzong raised his right hand, gathering a ball of qi in his palm before sending it flying toward Guan. There was no time to dodge. Guan could only watch as the energy entered his body, making him freeze in place. Tianzong looked at Guan with a smile and said, shame I didn't get the chance to formally take you as a disciple. But perhaps it's for the best. This way, my karma won't drag you down. With that, he turned and walked out, passing straight through the door. Only after Tianzong's presence vanished did the trace of panic on Guan's face fade. Take me as a disciple? Sorry, I'm more afraid you can't even shoulder that karma? Guan touched his chest and drew out the qi that had just entered him. He could feel the immense power it contained, not inferior to Tianzong himself. But its fortune was even more mysterious than he could currently perceive. Precisely because of that, he couldn't fuse with it. Let's just call it Tianzong's fortune. Guan took out the 7-star mirror and infused Tianzong's fortune into it. Back when he first obtained the 7-star mirror, Guan had erased all its embedded fortune, karma, and branded restrictions. Not just for supreme immortal treasures, he did this for every artifact he used. Still, to be safe, he checked it over once more. After confirming everything was clean, he tucked the mirror away and sat down to continue reading. The Heavenly Rankings tournament was still ongoing. At this stage, only cultivators of the Immortal Dao were competing, none like Li Ya, who relied on supreme treasures to fight far above their cultivation. Every duel now was a direct measure of power. When Tianzong broke into the top 10, he abruptly withdrew and walked away. His departure left a lasting suspense over the tournament. No matter who took first place, they'd never truly be the number one under heaven in everyone's eyes. Tianzong had been the strongest figure in this tournament, no exceptions. Guan and Yingjian shared an unspoken agreement not to bring up Tianzong again. They simply continued cultivating as usual. Guan didn't raise Yingjian to use him for life. The moment he saw Yingjian's karmic ties to past lives, he was already prepared to let him go. He even looked forward to seeing what kind of waves Yingjian might stir when he emerged into the world. Until late summer, when the tournament ended, and the 9-fingered Divine Lord claimed first place for the Taixuan Sect. Zhang Xianwang, a free-soaring immortal from the Immortal Dynasty, had never entered the competition. Instead, he wandered the Taixuan Sect, clearly searching for the sword sovereign of the righteous path. He was wary of the Holy Court and moved cautiously, careful not to expose himself. Even after the tournament concluded, Zhang Xianwang remained. Then, one night in early autumn, Zhang Xianwang was in his in-room reading. The table was piled with books, all about the sword sovereign. A cold wind flickered the oil lamp. Zhang Xianwang's eyes narrowed. He instinctively looked to the side, then his pupils shrank. He sprang to his feet. There, cloaked in swirling violet demonic aura, stood a figure. His fear turned quickly to joy. It was Guan. His 9 extremes yin-yang body had evolved into the Supreme Dao Void body, allowing him to shift forms freely. Even when not transformed, he could use it to dodge karmic detection. Still, the Sword Sovereign's image was too iconic. He had no choice but to appear in this form. Why are you looking for me? Guan spoke in a raspy voice, one that painted the image of a weathered, ancient man in Zhang Xianwang's mind. Zhang Xianwang quickly bowed and introduced himself. He had come on behalf of the immortal Emperor Yangxian of the Immortal Dynasty, hoping to ask the Sword Sovereign for help with a certain matter. But instead of getting to the point, he first asked Guan's thoughts on the Holy Court. They have a noble ideal to protect all living beings, but they also look down on mortals. Some good, some bad, I guess. What, the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court don't get along? Guan asked lazily. Zhang Xianwang took a deep breath. It's not us who oppose them, it's the Holy Court that's been trying to wipe us out, to claim the Heavenly Spirit Great Realm as theirs alone. The Holy Court's ruler, Saint Heaven, came from beyond the stars and established the court here. Most of its leaders share that origin. The Immortal Dynasty, on the other hand, was founded by native cultivators over countless generations. This was the first Guan had heard of it. If that's true, then as someone not from the dynasty, wouldn't that make me your enemy? He asked. After all, perspective was needed to judge right and wrong. Without shared ground, he couldn't understand why they'd come to him. Zhang Xianwang quickly explained, it's not just the Immortal Dynasty, everyone born in this realm is part of its people. It's just that nowadays, everyone only acknowledges the Holy Court. Guan countered, so what? Don't tell me you want me to fight the Holy Court for you. Senior, you've refused positions of fate and hidden your identity. The only thing you could be wary of is the Holy Court. But if you join forces with the Immortal Dynasty, we'll give you whatever you need. All we ask is that you infiltrate the Holy Court and help us rescue someone. This person isn't from the dynasty, but once saved it in the past, Zhang Xianwang said earnestly. He was about to explain further when Guan cut him off. No need. If that's the case, I refuse. I don't care who rules the world, and I don't want to be involved in your grudges. If that's why you're here, leave. He'd have to be out of his mind to work for the immortal dynasty. Even assuming Zhang Xianwang was telling the truth, Guan still wouldn't agree. His only grudge with the Holy Court was with the Saint King of Deming. There was no need to make the whole court his enemy. Besides, the dynasty was clearly weak and afraid. He had no intention of being used as their weapon. Senior, Zhang Xianwang tried to speak again, but a terrifying force crushed down on him, making him tremble and fall silent. The mighty free-soaring immortal now looked utterly miserable. Leave Taixuan Sect. Don't disturb my cultivation again. I have no wish to oppose any power, but if I'm forced I won't mind paying a visit to their deist legacy. Before his words finished echoing, Guan vanished without a trace, leaving Zhang Xianwang alone in the room, his face dark and conflicted. He had assumed the sword sovereign hid his identity out of fear of the Holy Court, but now he realized, the man feared the entire world. Is there really such a cultivator in this world? Meanwhile, Guan returned to the Eight-View Celestial Realm. If he hadn't had a good impression of Zhang Xianwang, he wouldn't have met with him at all. Had Zhang pressed further, Guan would have crushed him on the spot. He resumed refining magical tools. The Heavenly Rankings tournament had delayed him for several months. It was time to pick things back up. His goal was to forge a supreme immortal treasure worthy of his cultivation when he reached the 9th heaven of the immortal Dao. But what kind of treasure would suit him? He had pondered that for a long time. At dawn, he felt Zhang Xianwang's presence leaving. A smile crossed his face. Hopefully, Zhang Xianwang would pass on the message to the dynasty. Guan had no intention of clashing with them, too. He stood, tidied up, and left the Eight-View Celestial Realm. After the Heavenly Rankings tournament ended, the number of new disciples in the Taixuan Sect began to surge. Even cultivators with high cultivation levels were joining the sect. The sect once again began expanding its territory, recruiting a large number of errand disciples to help with construction, offering generous compensation. However, Guan's Third Medicine Valley and Xian Valley remained unaffected, as he always provided his errand disciples with even better benefits. 10 years passed, and the number of disciples in the Third Medicine Valley surpassed 2,000. That year, the Taixuan Sect officially approved the expansion of the Third Medicine Valley. Guan stood atop a mountain, watching his disciples work busily below, a wide smile on his face. The expansion of the valley meant an increase in lifespan income, and naturally, he was in a good mood. A figure approached from behind. It was Yangjian. He had grown far more composed, though a hint of pride still lingered in his brow. Master, Yangjian said respectfully as he came up behind Guan and bowed. Guan didn't turn around. He continued gazing into the distance and asked, "So, have you decided?" Yangjian took a deep breath and replied, "Yes. I carry too much karma. First Tianvucheng, now Tianzong. As my cultivation increases, I'm sure more trouble will follow. I don't want to drag you or the Medicine Valley into it. Besides, I want to venture out alone to temper my heart and seek the Dao." Guan finally turned to look at him, his expression softening into a faint smile. "You've truly grown up. Then go. It's time you stood on your own." Hearing his master's approval, Yangjian exhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face. He nodded solemnly. "Leave today. No need to say goodbye to the others." Guan waved his hand casually. Yangjian was momentarily stunned but nodded nonetheless. As he turned to go, he couldn't resist asking, "Master, who is my senior brother? You've chosen your own path. No need to ask further. After you leave the Third Medicine Valley, don't speak of my name to anyone. Don't even hint at my existence. Otherwise." Guan spoke in a calm voice, still with his back turned. He didn't finish the sentence, but Yangjian understood. He took a deep breath, dropped to his knees, and bowed 3 times before Guan. Then, he left. Guan looked up at the sky, his gaze deep and unreadable. He wasn't afraid of Yangjian exposing him. At most, the public believed the sword sovereign of the righteous path possessed the cultivation of a mystic celestial immortal. Who could possibly guess that he was actually a divine soul immortal? Besides, Yangjian had a great background. Keeping him here might actually be dangerous. Letting him go was exactly what Guan wanted. The child's grown up. In the end, they all want to fly away. Guan sighed, then shook his head with a wry smile and headed down the mountain. At the base of the mountain, he spotted an Xian chasing a white spirit mouse around. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips. At least this disciple was still here. Now that Yangjian had left, he'd focus his efforts on nurturing an Xian. Even though an Xian's talent was average, with hard work and cultivation, it wasn't impossible for her to surpass even An Hao or Yangjian, especially since Guan himself was growing at a faster pace. Late at night, an Xian knocked on Guan's door. With a wave of his sleeve, the door opened automatically. An Xian stepped in and closed it behind her. She walked over to Guan's desk, looking at her master with curiosity. Guan rarely summoned her alone at this hour. It was only natural she'd be curious. Sensing the subtle shift in the cultivation aura downstairs, Guan opened his mouth and said, "Yangjian has gone off for training. From now on, I'll be personally guiding your cultivation. How about it?" An Xian paused, confused. "Haven't you always been guiding my cultivation?" Guan chuckled. "I've just been helping you absorb spiritual energy. Now, I'm going to help you truly become strong." An Xian beamed. "If Master is willing to teach, of course I have no objections. Just don't get frustrated if I'm a bit slow to learn. Don't worry about it." Guan offered a comforting smile, then they chatted about the affairs of the valley. The aura downstairs returned to normal. Not a sound was heard the entire time. After a little while, Guan dismissed her. Then he left the third Medicine Valley and headed to Xian Valley. Once there, he stepped directly into the Nianshu cave dwelling, ready to spend the night with Tian Yaoer and her two demon companions. Inside a grand, luminous hall, rows of figures stood in four neat formations, forming two long parallel lines with a wide path in the middle. A beam of rainbow light shot into the hall and condensed into Zhang Xianwang's figure. He strode forward quickly, stopping at the base of the steps and bowing. Looking up, he saw a towering figure seated on a golden throne, its back formed by stacked golden weapons, fanning out like a huge open fan. The imposing figure wore a red dragon robe and a beaded imperial crown. Blood-colored dragon chi coiled around him like a pack of circling dragons. His face was stern, and in his eyes swirled galaxies sharp and unfathomable. This was none other than the ruler of the immortal dynasty, Emperor Yang Xian. Zhang Xianwang relayed everything that had happened during his trip, stirring murmurs among the immortal officials present. That sword sovereign of the righteous path actually dared to ignore us? Arrogant. Well, he's earned that right. He even rejected the Holy Court's fate-bestowed title. Sounds like someone who just wants to stay out of the chaos. But in this world, you can't just hide from the mortal coil. The Holy Court will definitely start suspecting him. With the current Holy Prime Minister controlling everything, I say we don't even need to do anything. He'll push the Sword Sovereign to rebellion himself. That great Ming Saint King is practically his attack dog. Once Zhang Xianwang finished, the whispers turned into a full-on commotion. He ignored the noise, looking straight at Emperor Yang Xian, waiting for his decision. After a pause, the Emperor asked slowly, "From what you've seen, was he telling the truth?" The entire hall fell silent at once. Zhang Xianwang hesitated briefly, then said, "Based on what I learned at the Taixuan Sect, his actions do match his words. He's only ever made a move when outside threats endangered the sect. Never once did he act on personal vendettas, at least, not that anyone knows of. I even snuck into the Elder Hall. None of them know his true identity." Emperor Yang Xian narrowed his eyes. No one dared interrupt his thoughts. After a long silence, he finally said, "In that case, leave him alone." "Yes." Zhang Xianwang replied, a bit relieved. They still didn't know what level the Sword Sovereign had truly reached, but anyone capable of crushing the Grand Cold Demon Sect with ease had to be at least Mystic Celestial Immortal level. If he was even stronger, that would be a disaster waiting to happen. If they couldn't be allies, there was no point in making an enemy. Zhang Xianwang added, "I also encountered Tianzong. He was there looking for someone. I suspect the reincarnation of the Saint King of the Candle World is hiding in the Taixuan Sect." "Tianzong? Sounds like the Holy Court's in trouble again," Emperor Yang Xian said with a mocking laugh. Zhang Xianwang agreed. "If things really get messy, should we intervene?" "Intervene? For what? Tianzong and the Saint King, those two have always been too proud. They didn't need us back then, and they sure as H*LL don't need us now." They underestimated how benevolent Holy Heaven was. Without him around, the Holy Court's nothing more than the world's most terrifying monster. Zhang Xianwang fell silent. Thinking of Tianzong's grandeur, he sighed. The rest of the immortals in the hall began chatting about old times. Most were downright gloating over the fall of Tianzong and the Saint King. Autumn winds blew through the woods. The Blood Prison Grand Sage lay sprawled on the ground, silently watching an Xian cultivate, deep in thought. Guan sat nearby, flipping through a book, changing positions now and then. The bull turned his head toward Guan and asked, "Master, she's been in a trance for 5 hours now. Does she have a talent I can't see?" Back then, he couldn't see through Yangjian, and now this? He was starting to question himself. Guan flipped a page and said, "There's no such thing as that many peerless prodigies. I just wanted her to attain enlightenment." The bull's eyes widened in shock. When Guan helped Zhou Yujian reach enlightenment, he hadn't thought much of it. Zhou Yujian already had strong sword talent, after all. But an Xian? She was just an ordinary girl, no presence, no potential, nothing exceptional. And Guan still managed to reshape her completely? The bull suddenly realized maybe Yangjian's miraculous transformation was also thanks to Guan rewriting his fate. His heart burned with excitement. To follow someone like this, how could you not attain the Dao? If Yangjian comes back and sees an Xian stronger than him, that's gonna be wild. That thought made him believe Guan might have intentionally been cultivating an Xian just for that reason. Poor Yangjian. Still, it confirmed that the bull had made the right choice in following this man. He felt even more thrilled. Guan, of course, had no idea the bull was cooking up this whole drama in his head. He appeared to be reading, but in reality, he was watching Yangjian's journey to see via divine sense. He noticed Tianzong was tracking him. Other than that, no one else was tailing Yangjian, which meant the great Ming Saint King hadn't discovered his identity yet. So, for now, he was safe. After a while, Guan extended his divine sense toward the stars. Two free-soaring immortals were locked in a fierce battle, something rarely seen. Clearly sworn enemies, they fought savagely, shaking the void itself. Guan could sense several Grand Masters secretly watching. Divine senses overlapped in the shadows. It was a reminder that the heavenly spirit great realm was truly full of hidden powerhouses. It wasn't until dusk that Guan retracted his divine sense from an Xian and brought her back to consciousness. An Xian slowly opened her eyes and found two cultivation techniques already ingrained in her mind. Primal Heaven and Earth Art. Myriad Forms Chi technique. Though Guan had upgraded them, they were enough to last her a lifetime of enlightenment. The primal heaven and earth art would serve as her foundation, while the myriad forms chi technique could help her conceal her cultivation. Both could be combined with the innate reincarnation technique. As her eyes regained focus, her face filled with shock. This is so profound. She looked at Guan, her gaze complex surprise, confusion, a bit of anxiety, and joy all mingled in her eyes. Carefully, she asked, Master, was that you last time, too? Guan nodded lightly and asked, how does it feel? Amazing. It's just. She hesitated. She had a question but was afraid of offending him. How is Master so powerful? Could he be an immortal? Guan said calmly, from now on, I'll train you privately. Don't tell anyone. For some reason, hearing that made an Xian's heart tremble. The words felt so familiar. A figure from deep within her memories surfaced and overlapped perfectly with Guan's current image. Could it be? No, that's impossible. Master's only a bit over 300 years old. How could he be this strong? Guan closed his book and looked at her. The Guan of Taixuan Sect is indeed a disguise. You guessed right. I've always been your master since the beginning. At that, an Xian shot to her feet, eyes immediately brimming with tears. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Moss. Her emotions exploded. She threw herself into his arms and broke down crying. Guan sighed. What are you crying for? It's not like we've been apart for years. I haven't mistreated you, have I? An Xian buried her head in his chest, sobbing. I'm not crying because I was wronged. I just never imagined, all this time, what I wanted most was happening. I'm so dumb, how could I think there were two people in this world who treated me so well? Master, I missed you so much. The Blood Prison Grand Sage looked completely dumbfounded. Aren't they just master and disciple? Why does this feel like a long-lost reunion? Guan gently patted her back. All right, get off me. You're not a kid anymore. Someone might see. An Xian let go and knelt on the ground, wiping her tears but her face was radiant with joy. You lied to us, Master. If my senior brother finds out you were our master all along, he'll have a meltdown. Wait, did you know him back then because you were protecting him? Her tone shifted from respectful to casual, not out of disrespect, but because, in her heart, her master was like a father figure. And in front of a father, there was no need for formalities. Guan replied, you could say that. From now on, let's keep things as they appear. Don't tell your senior brother. An Xian nodded quickly. Her eyes were still red, but her energy was through the roof. She suddenly glanced at the Blood Prison Grand Sage, hesitating. But Master, he overheard us. The bull flared up. What's that supposed to mean? You trying to leave me out? I'm Master's most trusted mount? Closer to him than any disciple? Guan laughed. Don't underestimate him. Ox Demon King, go ahead and introduce yourself. Immediately, the bull jumped up proudly and began boasting about his true identity. An Ascended One. Grand Ascension Stage. Just those two titles were enough to leave an Xian stunned, her jaw hanging open. Everything else the bull rattled off after that? She didn't even catch it. She turned back to Guan, wide-eyed. Master, so Yangjian really is my junior brother? What's his cultivation now? He's already at the void transformation stage. Guan replied casually, like it was a trivial matter. An Xian was stunned again. Her mouth dropped open, and she even cupped her cheeks with both hands as if she just couldn't accept it. She had started cultivating on the same day as Hao, so she knew full well how absurdly fast his cultivation was. And for that very reason, she also understood that Yangjian's speed wasn't any slower. She'd watched Yangjian enter the valley, watched him grow up. He'd been such an average kid at first, and now under her nose he'd grown to this level? Unbelievable? For once, an Xian didn't know what to say. Guan looked at her and smiled. Keep working hard. Maybe one day you'll surpass them. An Xian hesitated. But my talent. She had once trained under Guan directly. Watching the massive gap between herself and Hao, her confidence had long been worn away. That was then. If I hadn't made you slow down and stabilize your foundation, you wouldn't have your current mindset, Guan said with a grunt. You think your senior brother had it easy? I've had to help him countless times over the years. He's always dragging me into trouble. An Xian blinked in surprise. Master helped senior brother before? Why didn't he ever mention it? Ugh, he hid it from me on purpose? She ground her teeth and looked at Guan. Then do I still have a chance to surpass him? Guan answered earnestly, that depends on how much determination you're willing to put in. No one is fated to be weaker than someone else. Those words lit a fire in an Xian. Her eyes looked as though they were ablaze. The Blood Prison Grand Sage was a little annoyed. Hey, I wasn't done with my part yet. After returning to the Third Medicine Valley, an Xian was in excellent spirits. She strolled around, greeting everyone she passed. As the valley's top disciple, she was respected by all. Chuan Yu passed by and asked with a grin, Senior sister, what's got you in such a good mood? An Xian smiled back, because the moonlight is beautiful tonight. Chuan Yu looked puzzled, but an Xian didn't explain, just walked past him. Meanwhile, inside the loft, Guan had just picked up Adventures of the Green Hero and barely read a few pages before Ji Xuanyu came upstairs. Where were you two during the day? She asked, staring at Guan. We were out cultivating, he replied. Really? What could you even teach her? Well, I taught Yangjian, didn't I? Who knows, maybe one day he'll shock the whole world. Ji Xuanyu raised an eyebrow. She fell silent for a moment before asking, you're not secretly acquainted with the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, are you? Guan's expression changed drastically. How do you know that? For real. Truth be told, I'm actually his disciple. Oh please. What? You don't believe me? Fine then, I am the Sword Sovereign. Ji Xuanyu rolled her eyes. I knew you'd deflect. Every time I ask about your secrets, you talk in circles. Meanwhile, I tell you everything. Her tone turned a little sulky. Guan sighed. My dear sister, do you think I want to know this stuff? You dump it all on me out of nowhere. I get scared just listening. What if your enemies from past lives come knocking? I'm not afraid of dying, I'm just afraid of being tortured. Even if I confess, they might not believe me. As he kept rambling, Ji Xuanyu actually started to look guilty. From his perspective, he did seem to be under a lot of pressure. When Guan finally stopped, Ji Xuanyu asked, should I stop telling you from now on? Really? Nope. I'm going to keep talking. We only live once. I just want to tell you, not necessarily about those things. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving behind a proud silhouette. Guan chuckled. This girl, she's got quite the personality. Then he picked up Adventures of the Green Hero again and continued reading. Xian Tianyi hadn't published anything new lately. Slacking off. Guan was mildly annoyed. Should I go give him a shoulder pat sometime? Nah, too undignified. Getting Shen Zhen back into writing might not be a bad idea. She might just surpass Xian Tianyi one day. Under the blue sky, above the white clouds, Guan rode the Blood Prison Grand Sage. An Xian stood beside him. Dressed in a white robe and wearing a white jade mask, she gently touched the surface of her mask. Master, where are we going? She turned and asked. She could feel an immense force carrying her forward, vast and boundless. To a different sect of mine, Guan replied. The moment an Xian heard that, she perked up. Master, what's your actual cultivation level? Even the nine-fingered Divine Lord and the others can't see through your disguise. I'm just a little bit stronger than nine-fingered, Wu Xing, and Shen Xinzi, Guan said vaguely. Seeing that he wasn't going to spill, an Xian didn't push. Instead, her curiosity shifted toward what lay ahead. A sea breeze swept past, causing an Xian to look toward the front. The moment she did, her expression changed. Towering peaks loomed into view, each one grand and majestic, shocking her to the core. Guan glanced at her, sighing inwardly. Ever since they acknowledged each other, an Xian had changed completely, so cheerful now, almost like a carefree young girl again. It meant she really saw him as family. With parents around, a child could afford to be willful. Without them, they had to grow up fast. Seeing her this way made Guan happy too. After all, he'd watched her grow up. She'd stayed by his side all these years. In his heart, an Xian was no less than a daughter. Look at you, wide-eyed like you've never seen a mountain. This is the Mortal Peak, ruled by the Peak Master of Dingtian Peak, the Blood Prison Grand Sage declared proudly, as if he were the one in charge there. An Xian gasped, Dingtian Peak? I've heard of that. Senior Lu attended the Millennium Summit there once. So that's why? Master, if she knew you were the one supporting her all this time, with how much she likes you, she'd probably throw herself into your arms. Guan's handsome face flushed red. He coughed. What nonsense are you spouting? A girl has to have some dignity. I'm not taking a Dao companion. Exactly? She's not worthy, the Blood Prison Grand Sage chimed in. He'd never liked Lu Lingjun ever since she called him a dumb ox during their ascension. An Xian covered her mouth, laughing. Now I get why Master keeps turning down all those romantic admirers. There's no need, they'd only hold you back. She truly admired Guan. He treated others with kindness but never asked for anything in return. What woman could resist that? Who would have thought that the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path was living incognito as a Valley Lord in the Taixuan Sect? So low-key? Master has real self-control. An Xian secretly vowed that one day, she would become a great cultivator like her master, one who hides their strength and watches the world from behind the scenes. If she really did surpass her senior and junior brothers, she too would conceal her cultivation and watch them clash for supremacy. Just imagining it gave her a thrill. Right then, a vast aura descended from the skies, scattering the sea of clouds. The gust blew her robe and long hair around. She looked up, eyes wide in awe. A massive, bluish mountain shadow appeared in the sky, dwarfing all the peaks ahead. Guan's face remained calm. This was precisely the reason he had come today. That was a supreme immortal treasure belonging to Mortal Peak. When the Azure Mountain's shadow inverted over the firmament, disciples flew out from every peak, all gazing up in awe at the spectacular scene. Guan didn't stop. With the Blood Prison Grand Sage and an Xian in tow, he flew toward Dingtian Peak. As an Xian sensed the vast auras of the mountains and cultivators along the way, she was inwardly astonished. This Renjian Peak really is unfathomable. Looks like what Senior Lu said wasn't an exaggeration. The oppressive might from the Azure Mountain shadow lingered for a long time, enveloping all of Renjian Peak and stirring up heated discussion among the disciples. Arriving at the base of Dingtian Peak, Guan flew directly toward the summit. Only then did an Xian truly grasp just how massive and tall these mountains were. Just thinking that such a towering peak belonged to her master, she couldn't help but look at Guan with pure admiration. Soon, they reached the summit. Just as they landed, Zhu Xinglan, Dingtian Peak's senior disciple, appeared to welcome them and bowed to Guan. What's going on? Guan asked. Zhu Xinglan replied, the main peak's Fu Shengzhuo is in the process of subduing an immortal Dao supreme treasure. He's the next in line to become the master of the main peak and is the most gifted disciple Renjian Peak has seen in a million years. His tone was complicated when he spoke of Fu Shengxiu. Guan looked up at the azure mountain shadow in the sky and smiled. Quite the commotion. A dignified free-soaring immortal trying to subdue an immortal Dao supreme treasure and still struggling? That treasure must be something special. Zhu Xinglan explained, this supreme treasure was retrieved from beyond the stars by the main peak. Without the suppression of the Holy Court's fortune, subduing its spirit is bound to cause massive upheaval. Someone even failed before. Guan nodded and then asked about recent matters on Dingtian Peak. Learning there was nothing needing his attention, he made his way to the herb garden. An Xian and the Blood Prison Grand Sage followed behind him, with Zhu Xinglan accompanying them. However, his gaze would frequently drift upward toward the magnificent azure mountain shadow, full of longing. Who wouldn't want an immortal Dao supreme treasure? Unfortunately, there were only so many in the world, not something you could just obtain by wanting one. As Guan picked herbs, he also explained each plant to an Xian. Most of these were entirely unfamiliar to her, so she listened intently, not distracted by the celestial phenomenon overhead. Zhu Xinglan was quietly curious. Who exactly is this girl? Master treats her differently from others. The mask on an Xian's face had been refined by Guan himself. Even at the 9th level of the roving immortal stage, Zhu Xinglan couldn't see through it. Naturally, he didn't dare to probe with his divine sense. An hour later, the overwhelming pressure covering Renjian Peak finally began to dissipate. The azure mountain shadow remained, but had become even more detailed, trees swaying in the wind within the mountain shadow, looking nearly real. You can go now. No need to follow us, Guan said as they stepped out of a herb garden. Zhu Xinglan bowed and vanished on the spot. An Xian was intrigued by his sudden disappearance and asked, Master, what's his cultivation? Guan casually replied, 9th level of the roving immortal stage. An Xian's pupils widened beneath her mask. She had heard of roving immortals. The 9-fingered divine lord, champion of the heavenly rankings tournament, was one. To reach the 9th level of that realm, wasn't that possibly even stronger than the 9-fingered divine lord? Feeling the pressure, an Xian realized just how many disciples were on Dingtian Peak, and they all seemed like immortals. Her master had control of such an incredible force, yet still chose to focus on nurturing her. How could she not feel pressure? At the very least, she couldn't let master down. The pair strolled along the mountain path, chatting as they went, with the Blood Prison Grand Sage trailing behind. The sea breeze brushed past them. As they looked over the vast heavens and earth, they felt so small. The azure mountain shadow gradually dispersed. Before long, the sky returned to its brilliant blue glory. Master, between that supreme treasure just now and Senior Lia's divine anomaly city, which one is stronger? An Xian couldn't help but ask. The immense power of divine anomaly city during the heavenly rankings tournament had left a deep impression on her. The power of an immortal Dao supreme treasure depends on the user's cultivation. Lia can't fully unleash the strength of divine anomaly city yet, Guan replied. The greatest strength of such treasures was their eternal indestructibility. The world had many supreme treasures now, all handed down through generations. Each one represented the life's work of a cultivator at the 9th heaven of the immortal Dao. After hearing that, an Xian became even more curious about supreme treasures. This outing was meant to broaden her horizons, help her understand the world's power structure and what immortal Dao supreme treasures truly meant. What's that? The Blood Prison Grand Sage suddenly asked. An Xian turned her head and saw a streak of azure light racing from the edge of the sea, creating twin waves in its wake. A smile appeared on Guan's face. As expected, that supreme treasure's spirit wasn't ordinary. This was precisely why he had come to spectate today. A treasure from beyond the stars. There had to be schemes behind it. The treasure flew directly toward Dingtian Peak. It likely had something to do with the demonic embryo within the peak. As the azure light drew closer, an Xian and the Blood Prison Grand Sage's expressions changed dramatically. An indescribable fear surged in their hearts. But the fear vanished instantly because Guan stepped forward. They both instinctively looked at him. Guan raised his hand, then clenched it. The azure light in the distance disappeared. An Xian and the Blood Prison Grand Sage turned to look. It was gone, as if it had never existed. They both turned to stare at Guan's outstretched right hand. Unfortunately, he kept his palm closed, hiding whatever he held inside. A figure descended from the sky, landing near the cliff 10 paces away from Guan. He looked at Guan with a frown. Fu Shengxiu, free-soaring immortal, 5th level 168,487/750,000/2,500,000. Seeing his lifespan, Guan nodded inwardly. He really does live up to the title of Renjian Peak's #1 genius. It was entirely possible he could one day surpass even a mystic celestial immortal. Fu Shengxiu asked, Are you Senior Meng Lang? Meng Lang? An Xian's expression turned strange. Guan chuckled. This treasure flew toward Dingtian Peak. Doesn't that mean it's fated to be mine? Fu Shengxiu's expression changed dramatically. After all that effort, someone else had taken his treasure? Even if he hadn't joined the Millennium Summit, Fu Shengxiu wasn't unaware a powerful cultivator had recently joined Renjian Peak. Someone who had slain Elder Mo Hen. A being of that caliber was not someone he could contend with. And now that person had casually seized the supreme treasure. It was a difference in strength too vast to bridge. Fu Shengxiu was at a loss. His master, Dao Lord Yongnian, had told him to win over Meng Lang. But how could you win over someone by giving away a supreme treasure, especially one with its restrictions intact and not under the Holy Court's control? Senior, Fu Shengzhou gritted his teeth, trying to feel out Guan's stance. Suddenly, Guan opened his right hand. A small azure mountain floated above his palm, glowing with faint light. The moment he saw it, Fu Shengzhu's eyes were glued to it. Even though an Xian and the Blood Prison Grand Sage didn't know what level of cultivation this new person had, his aura and presence were obviously extraordinary. Could that small azure mountain really be an immortal Dao supreme treasure? And Master just caught it like that? An Xian's heart swelled with admiration. If I let go, are you sure you can catch it? Guan asked with a grin. Fu Shengzhou quickly replied, I'll do my best. Without hesitation, Guan tossed the small azure mountain into the distance casually. It flew over 1,000,000 miles. Fu Shengzhou appeared beside it instantly, power gathering in his right hand as he reached out. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, sending Fu Shengzhou flying, his face pale. The azure mountain turned into a streak of light and shot back toward Dingtian Peak. By the time Fu Shengzhou turned around, the light had vanished. He quickly flew back to the cliff, looking at Guan with a conflicted expression. Once again, the small azure mountain floated above Guan's palm. Just then, figures appeared in the air behind Fu Shengzhou Renjian Peak's ruling elite. Even the main peak's master, Dao Lord Yongnian, had arrived. Bai Xiao glanced at the small azure mountain in Guan's hand, then at Fu Shengzhou, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Guan looked at Dao Lord Yongnian and said with a smile, Peak Master, this treasure kept charging toward Dingtian Peak. I had no choice but to take it. Yongnian's eyes flickered. He chuckled and said, this is Qingtian Peak, a treasure my junior brother brought from beyond the stars. If you like it, consider it a gift. Fu Shengzhou panicked. Master, enough. I'll find you another supreme treasure. You and this one have no fate, there's no one else to blame, Yongnian replied flatly. Though only one small realm above Fu Shengzhou, he had raised him himself. His word was final. Fu Shengzhou took a deep breath, bowed respectfully to Guan, and turned to leave. The other peak masters exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts. Yongnian looked at Guan. This treasure clearly resonates with Dingtian Peak. I hope you will protect it well. Guan nodded. If Renjian Peak ever needs me, I will act. Yongnian smiled and took his leave. The other peak masters bowed one by one and disappeared. Guan felt a little regretful. Bai Xiao didn't come talk to me. We've grown distant. After everyone was gone, an Xian couldn't help asking, we just got a supreme treasure like that. It was her first time seeing her master act so dominantly. Well, the sword sovereign of the righteous path was known for being domineering. Guan was only gentle with those of lower cultivation. The Blood Prison Grand Sage kept staring at the Qingtian Peak in Guan's hand, suddenly feeling like he too had a shot at such treasures one day, as long as he performed well. Guan stepped toward the mountain peak, simultaneously using his divine sense to probe Qingtian Peak. This treasure had already nurtured a supreme spirit, clearly having existed for many years. It was far stronger than the divine anomaly spirit. After all, it had broken free from a free-soaring immortal's suppression. Soon, his divine sense detected a hidden heaven demon within Qingtian Peak, well concealed, likely undetectable even to a mystic celestial immortal. It was tucked into the wall of a dilapidated temple within the mountain, motionless and silent. Train hard. Once you're strong enough, I'll give this treasure to you, Guan said with a soft smile, looking at an Xian, who was filled with curiosity. Really? An Xian instantly lit up with excitement after hearing Guan's words. Even the Blood Prison Grand Sage's eyes burned with eagerness. As expected, Master wouldn't be stingy with a supreme immortal treasure. Once they returned to the mountaintop, Guan told an Xian to begin cultivating while he went into the room alone. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Guan's gaze landed on Qingtian Peak. He first used his divine sense to erase any marks or restrictions within the peak that might pose a threat to him. The Qingtian immortal spirit was unusually cooperative, not resisting Guan at all. On the contrary, it seemed downright delighted. After securing all safety measures, Guan began to bind Qingtian Peak to himself. With the spirit's full cooperation, it took Guan less than half an hour to refine the restrictions on Qingtian Peak and seize full control over the Qingtian immortal spirit's soul, completely making it his. With the Qingtian immortal spirit, this was effectively the power of a free-soaring immortal, and the power contained within Qingtian Peak. Guan felt it surpassed the 7-star mirror, the immortal king's crown, and even divine anomaly city. The crown and the city had both sustained heavy damage and required a long time to recover. The 7-star mirror hadn't suffered much, but compared to Qingtian Peak, it was still slightly weaker, though not by a huge margin. With everything complete, a smile crept onto Guan's lips. Now the fish is in the net? Still, no rush, let him stew for a while. He couldn't escape anyway, nor could he transmit any information out. Guan acted as if he didn't know the Qingtian Peak housed a heaven demon and the Qingtian immortal spirit truly didn't. During the binding process, Guan had peeked into the spirit's memories. Most of the time, it had been asleep or sealed by powerful forces. It had no idea there was something filthy lurking inside its body. Although it was unaware, the Qingtian immortal spirit was still influenced. It had been inexplicably drawn toward Dingtian Peak, which led to its crash. Had Guan not intervened, it was ready to shatter Dingtian Peak completely to expose whatever was attracting it. Looks like the thing under there isn't simple at all, Guan thought to himself. He considered moving the demonic fetus, but where could he possibly put it? Moving it and waking it early would only bring about catastrophe faster. Forget it. Let it be. If other heaven demons come, so what? If they're weaker than him, he'd just destroy them. And if they're stronger? If they could sneak into the heavenly spirit great realm, wouldn't the holy court have been infiltrated already? Guan shrank Xingtian Peak into a small accessory and attached it to his belt. His ultimate incarnation of void form was an evolved version of the shadow demon divine art. Its greatest function was to block all karmic tracing. With Xingtian Peak hanging on his person, it too would be shielded from divination. He didn't need to activate the form to hide from karma, it worked just by having cultivated it. He could even project some fake karma on the surface to mislead others. The form also had combat abilities. It could make his physical body and soul go intangible, helping him dodge spells and divine abilities. In battle, it was endlessly useful. Guan stood up, stretched, and loosened up. Heaven demons, the holy court. Peace in this world? Not easy. Guan sighed internally. Still, he didn't feel any pressure. Time was on his side. Let it come slowly. These fleeting conflicts didn't matter. Whoever laughed last won. The seasons turned, and a new year arrived. Just after the spring festival, Guan was in the forest, guiding an Xian in cultivating the step of Dao and time. The technique was extremely profound. Even with Guan personally instructing her, an Xian still found it hard to grasp. For now, Guan's goal was to help her find the rhythm of the movement. An Xian flickered forward and reappeared 5 steps away, only to stumble and fall flat on the ground. Sitting there dizzy and swaying, eyes shut and mouth slightly open, she looked so dazed it made Guan want to laugh. He didn't help her recover, this was a phase she had to go through. She remained dazed for nearly half an hour before regaining her senses. Turning toward Guan, she forced a bitter smile. Master, this movement art is too intricate. Do I really have to learn it? Guan fanned himself with the 7-star mirror and smiled. You must. Just cultivating chi isn't enough. Training divine abilities will also increase your comprehension. An Xian pouted, but she didn't give up. She stood up, ready to continue her practice. Just thinking about the previous dizziness made her nauseous. She slapped her face to shake it off and forced herself not to think about it. Right then, she turned and saw the sky beyond the forest glowing with golden light, stretching wide like a majestic sunset. Guan also looked up, his gaze calm. So, it's finally happening? At that moment, on an overseas island, Yang Jian stood beside Tianzong. Yang Jian looked at his right hand. He had just crushed the golden jade stone Tianzong gave him. Golden light now covered his palm, and specks of starlight floated out, vanishing into the air. He looked calm, but inside, he was incredibly nervous. With the fusion of past life memories, was he still himself? Tianzong glanced at him and reassured him, don't worry. It won't hurt. I've already set up the formation. No one will disturb you. Yang Jian looked up at the sky, where golden light spread magnificent and boundless. But this phenomenon, he said hesitantly. Tianzong stroked his beard. It's fine. The phenomenon covers a wide range. You don't need to worry. Yang Jian took a deep breath and focused back on his palm. The starlight from his palm began flying toward his face, finally entering his eyes. Whoosh! A strong wind swept the island. Spiritual energy surged toward Yang Jian. Golden light flared from his hand, illuminating his face. He frowned as countless scenes flickered in his pupils. Seeing this, Tianzong smiled and slowly stepped back. Meanwhile, within the Taixuan Sect, Guan saw the laws of heaven and earth envelop Yang Jian. The yin-yang rule was especially strong. He couldn't fully understand the process, but he could tell Yang Jian wasn't in danger. That golden jade stone also held no other soul, it wasn't a possession trick. Master, why is the sky changing colors? An Xian asked curiously. Your junior brother is awakening his past life memories, Guan said offhandedly, eyes still on the sky. Past life memories? An Xian's interest was piqued. Guan didn't hide anything and shared Yang Jian's karmic background. Upon hearing that Yang Jian was the reincarnation of a holy court saint king, an Xian was shocked. No wonder he's so powerful. Master, is senior brother also someone reborn from a powerful figure? She asked, eyes full of anticipation. Probably not. Guan's reply made an Xian a little disappointed. If and how were a reincarnated powerhouse, then she wasn't that bad, just had the wrong comparison. But everyone might have a past life. Once you reach a certain level, you'll understand, Guan said, retracting his gaze. He stood up. That's enough for today. An Xian beamed with relief and followed after him. Master, if Yang Jian regains his past life, does that mean he becomes a saint king again? Are saint kings that strong? What he becomes depends on his choices. As for whether saint kings are strong, I'll tell you this, the Grand Cold Demon Sect once served one. Huh? A sect that powerful followed a saint king. Don't act so surprised. Now that I think about it, a saint king was my junior brother. Feels like a dream. I'm telling you this not for aught, but so you understand your goal. Hehe, master, I'll work hard in cultivation, with you teaching me, what's a saint king to fear. As they chatted, the master and disciple strolled back to the valley. Guan subtly altered their dialogue using karmic power, so there was no risk of anything leaking. Since reaching the divine soul immortal level, Guan had focused heavily on karma and destiny. His control over karmic power had become increasingly refined. At the same time, countless beings across the Severed Sea region were watching the phenomenon in the sky. Guan even saw several powerful figures flying out from the sacred domain of the Holy Court, heading straight toward the region. Thankfully, Yang Jian wasn't awakening in the Taixuan continent or things would have gotten messy again. The golden light anomaly lasted a full day and night. By noon the next day, Shenzhen came to visit Guan. After closing the door, she began setting up formations. It took a while before she finally sat at the table. Oh, still reading Adventures of the Green Hero? Why not read my Secrets of Taixuan? She teased. Guan replied, Secrets of Taixuan is too short. Implying when's the next volume coming? Shenzhen pretended not to hear. She pulled out a scroll from her storage pouch and unrolled it on the table. She had actually painted yesterday's golden sky phenomenon, golden heavens blanketing the lands and mountains, exuding majestic grandeur. As the scroll unfurled, Guan noticed that the laws of heaven and earth began slowly drifting toward them. Once again, Shenzhen was invoking the laws through her painting. That phenomenon yesterday was hard to describe. Shenzhen began sharing her artistic process. Guan, however, picked up on a unique power flowing from deep within the laws. It felt very similar to the inheritance left behind by Tianzong. Could Yangjian's past life have ties to the heavenly Dao Tianzong represented? Aside from that, Guan was intrigued by the rules of reincarnation. This painting had also drawn the reincarnation laws closer. The laws of heaven and earth were everywhere, just imperceptible to ordinary beings. But to someone at the level of a divine soul immortal, the world was layered. Beneath the laws lay even deeper forces of order. After finishing her explanation, Shenzhen proudly asked, Well, you clearly sensed the intent behind my art. Got any praise for me? Guan stared at the scroll. It's easy to lose yourself in it. You're impressive. Of course. Shenzhen raised her chin, beaming. Just as Guan was about to speak, the scroll suddenly burst into flames, startling Shenzhen. Don't get close, that fire's not normal. Guan warned in a low voice, scaring Shenzhen into freezing on the spot. Guan's eyes were fixed on the burning painting on the table, while his divine sense was locked onto the skies beyond the realm. Among the 7 suns hanging above the heavenly spirit great realm, one of them suddenly revealed a mysterious, enormous being that opened its eyes and stared directly at Guan's loft. The reason the painting was burning was because of that being? Guan remained calm. All 7 of those beings possessed the free-soaring immortal stage cultivation, which posed no threat to him. However, he could sense the immense karma they carried and the powerful entities behind them. Thinking about it carefully, it wasn't surprising. Since the Holy Court allowed them to exist, either their backers were the Holy Court themselves, or their backers were beings even the Holy Court feared. Whichever it was, Guan had no intention of stirring the pot. Soon, the painting turned entirely to ash, yet the table remained untouched. Quite the phenomenon. Shenzhen asked, still shaken, what was that just now? Even with her transformation stage cultivation, she couldn't make sense of how the fire had appeared or vanished. At that moment, she felt like she'd offended the heavens themselves. Guan took a deep breath. I don't know either. Seems like yesterday's omen. You shouldn't have painted it. Shenzhen frowned. Only yesterday. Most likely. You've painted plenty before and nothing happened, Guan replied. That made it clear Yangjian's karma was somehow linked to the 7 suns. Shenzhen inhaled deeply. Forget it. My cultivation is low. I can't afford to mess with things like this. Just as she said that, Guan saw the mysterious being within the sun close its eyes. Shenzhen had dodged a bullet. That had been just a warning, which also meant the being inside the 7 suns wasn't completely bloodthirsty or tyrannical. Guan sat back down and joked, you're something else. You actually drew a painting that pissed off the heavens. Shenzhen didn't seem proud. Instead, she said seriously, while painting, I did feel like I'd entered a very profound state. After I finished each painting, my cultivation felt easier, and a lot of things I used to struggle with just made sense. Looks like you're about to undergo a complete transformation. Guan looked at her, clearly envious. Shenzhen finally smiled and huffed, you better be nicer to me from now on. Who knows, I might ascend to immortality one of these days. Yes, immortal Shen. Good boy. You're so shameless. You dare disrespect a future immortal. They bantered back and forth, Shenzhen's fear completely gone. Still, she made a mental note she'd have to be more cautious with her painting in the future. There were some things that simply shouldn't be drawn. Half an hour later, Shenzhen left. Guan reclined in his chair, watching Yangjian and Tianzong. Even though Yangjian hadn't undergone a drastic breakthrough since awakening his past life memories, his overall aura had changed significantly. After observing him for a while and confirming he was fine, Guan withdrew his gaze. In the following days, Yangjian and Tianzong stayed on that island. Thanks to Tianzong's formation, even passing Grandmaster cultivators couldn't detect their presence. Time passed, and summer arrived. Guan rode the Blood Prison Grand Sage down from the teleportation platform, visibly in high spirits. Just as he was about to leave, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord approached with curiosity and asked, Guan, your disciple in Xian's progress lately has been huge. What VE you been teaching her? Since Guan had once brought Yangjian out before, he assumed an Xian's changes were also linked to him. That made him even more curious about the power backing Guan. In Taixuan Sect, the most mysterious and powerful being was none other than the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. The Nine-Fingered Divine Lord always suspected Guan was connected to him. Maybe Guan's Go skills even came from that lineage. As for the idea that Guan was the Sword Sovereign, he dismissed that after learning Guan's secret technique. I can't say. Unless, you become my disciple. Guan looked down at him smugly. The Nine-Fingered Divine Lord rolled his eyes. You know how high my cultivation is, and you think you can take me as a disciple. Guan shrugged. A true teacher teaches regardless of rank. You're not better than me in everything. Is cultivation level all you care about? Is absorbing spiritual energy the only way to walk the Dao? The nine-fingered divine lord didn't argue. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Guan patted the blood prison grand sage's head and urged him forward. The beast had been cultivating the innate reincarnation technique all these years. Even though his cultivation was still sealed, he was full of hope. Once the 1,000-year mark hit, he was sure to ascend. The nine-fingered divine lord called out, "You're saying even playing Go can lead to the Dao? Who's to say? Whatever you do, if you do it with your heart, anything's possible." Guan responded offhandedly. It was clear the divine lord had sustained serious injuries. His cultivation was far beyond roving immortal stage, but Guan couldn't be bothered with his past. Watching Guan's retreating figure, the nine-fingered divine lord sensed an ethereal aura. That kid seemed more immortal than immortals themselves. Maybe the Sword Sovereign stayed in the Taixuan Sect because of him? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. Yes, staying in Taixuan Sect was the right choice. He turned to look at Shenzhenzi, who was reading under a tree. He'd once thought Shenzhenzi had gone mad. Now, maybe he was on the verge of enlightenment. His gaze then drifted to the third Medicine Valley, and he had a strong feeling. Years from now, that valley would give birth to many who would shake the world. That thought made him chuckle. He was actually looking forward to it. Let's see what kind of legends would grow from the land the Sword Sovereign chose. Meanwhile, Guan went upstairs. He shut the door, sat down, and placed the little green mountain, which had been disguised as an accessory, onto the table. Today, he sensed a strange fluctuation inside Azure Sky Peak connected to that mysterious heaven demon. That guy couldn't sit still anymore. Guan's divine sense entered the Azure Sky Peak. That mountain also housed its own internal realm. Though not as vast as the space inside Divine Anomaly City, it was still larger than the Taixuan continent. In a dilapidated temple, a projection of Guan's divine sense entered. Sunlight streamed through the cracked temple walls, stretching Guan's shadow. He stopped before a wall etched with ancient, time-worn carvings. "Come out. Let's talk. Give me one good reason, and I won't erase you," Guan said flatly, eyes locked on the wall. As soon as he finished, dark demonic energy began leaking from the wall's surface, eerie even under the broad daylight. Soon, a shriveled black-robed elder emerged from the miasma as though he'd crawled through time itself. His eyes were bloodshot. The moment he stepped out, they locked onto Guan. He landed, stood upright, and asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you, and what do you want?" Guan replied, "You interfered with Azure Sky Peak, trying to crash it into mine. And you ask me what I want." The elder's face grew even darker. He fell silent, eyes flickering. "You came for the demonic fetus, didn't you?" Guan asked. The elder's expression changed drastically, and he trembled. He stared Guan down. "What did you do to him?" "Haven't touched him yet. But he's becoming a bigger pain." Guan's tone stayed calm, unreadable. The old man hesitated. You have no grudge with us, right?" Guan didn't respond. Gathering his courage, the old man said, "If you don't want to get dragged into this karmic mess, you'd best leave. That fetus is the reincarnation of a great emperor from the extinction domain, nurtured for tens of thousands of years. He can't be moved. More heaven demons will come later." Guan asked, "What if I tell the Holy Court?" The old man narrowed his eyes. "You think the reincarnation of the demon emperor entered the heavenly spirit great realm on his own? Saint Heaven is gone. Your Holy Court isn't as just or kind as you think." "Saint Heaven is gone?" Guan thought to himself but asked, "So you've already made contact with the higher UPS in the Holy Court?" The old man replied, "If you really want to avoid karma, don't ask too many questions. Ask too much, and you'll attract attention." Guan understood the old man knew he wasn't affiliated with the Holy Court, and wanted to avoid conflict. With how Guan had subdued Azure Sky Peak, he knew he stood no chance in a fight. "What are you planning in the heavenly spirit great realm? You're not trying to target all the people here, are you? If so, where would I even escape to?" Guan asked slowly. His mind weighed his options. Should he leave Human Peak? Logically, if he wanted to avoid trouble he should go. The universe is vast. There's always a place to hide. Besides, our plan won't unfold for a long time, the old man replied. Noticing Guan's hesitation, he grew bolder. What was the demonic fetus's cultivation in his past life? Guan asked. He was at the 8th heaven of the immortal path. Reaching the 7th heaven this life won't be hard. The elder himself was free-soaring immortal, but even mystic celestial immortal stage was out of reach for him, let alone something higher. The 7th heaven was Deovoid celestial immortal. The 8th heaven was divine soul immortal Guan's realm. He was at the 9th layer of divine soul immortal stage. The old man assumed Guan was scared and added, "Leave this place. Even if I find the demonic fetus, it'll take thousands of years to fully awaken him. You'll have plenty of time to find a new cultivation site." Thousands of years? The pressure on Guan lessened considerably. Even with this guy's help, it'd take that long without him, it might take 10,000 years. Guan said, "Give me a few years to think it over." "That's not too much, right?" The old man's expression eased. He bowed and said, "Of course. I hope you'll come around. Don't waste your future." He couldn't leave Azure Sky Peak or spread word, so all he could do was keep Guan on good terms, trying both hard and soft approaches. Guan put down the Qingtian Peak and ended his conversation with the black-robed elder, feeling a sense of calm settle in his heart. Since the threat wasn't serious, he had no reason to flee. He would only choose to preserve himself when he was truly powerless. Besides, there was a time gap between higher and lower realms. 10 or even 100 years might seem long for lower realm beings, but in the eyes of immortal Deo cultivators, it was merely a fleeting moment. The black-robed elder wasn't going anywhere. He'd keep him around for now and see just how enlightened he could become. Raising his hand, Guan summoned some paper with a gesture. He was preparing to write another manual. The sun set, the moon rose. Time turned its pages, day by day. Winter snow eventually arrived. Before the world was swallowed in white, Guan went to the wooden railing to admire the falling snow. He hadn't stood there long when Ji Xuanyu came over and stood beside him. But Ji Xuanyu didn't look up at the sky, her gaze was fixed far ahead, locked on an Xian. An Xian was holding a plump white spirit mouse, her lips opening and closing constantly, clearly whispering something to it. She's progressing fast, Ji Xuanyu said softly. Wasn't that obvious? Whenever Guan had time, he helped an Xian with her cultivation. Although her lifespan limit wasn't growing quickly, she was still progressing with half the effort and double the results. He truly planned to cultivate her to surpass An Hao and Yangjian. She's doing okay. Her cultivation level is still growing slowly, Guan replied. Because of the innate reincarnation technique, an Xian's cultivation had always been suppressed. Even in the future, when she released it, it would remain hidden. On the surface, her cultivation was kept at the foundation establishment stage. It seemed like it was time for her to tone things down. Too many people were starting to notice the changes in her. Recently, the Ji family discovered an underwater hidden realm. They invited me to explore it. I could bring your disciple along. What do you think? Ji Xuanyu asked. Guan immediately shook his head. An Xian's timid. No need to bring her. She won't be in danger with me there. Still unnecessary. I don't want to burden you. Is that so? I just feel like her comprehension is improving. Staying in Medicine Valley too long might waste her talent. I don't like the sound of that. Are you saying I'd be holding her back? Guan shot Ji Xuanyu a glare on purpose. That way, she'd think there was some hidden master behind an Xian's rapid progress. Ji Xuanyu smiled. Alright, I won't bring her. Let's see how far you can take her. Guan chuckled. So when are you leaving? How long will you be gone? This wasn't Ji Xuanyu's first trip out, but Guan had a feeling that this underwater hidden realm was bound to bring trouble. Maybe that's just how those with great fortune were. They were constantly tested but always made it through. I'm leaving at dawn. Right now, all the noble families are fiercely fighting over marine resources. Ji Xuanyu began talking about the situation at sea. Although the oceans were vast, all the resource-rich areas had long been divided up by the major powers. It was incredibly difficult to gain a foothold. The Ji family was trying to secure their own region and take root. That hidden realm was the reason the nearby sea was so rich in spiritual energy. It didn't interest immortal Deo beings, but to profound mind realm cultivators, it was worth fighting over. She spoke not just about the Ji family but many other big events at sea, and Guan listened with interest. As they spoke, a powerful divine sense swept across the Taixuan continent. Guan was used to it. The person was probably still searching for Yangjian. Ever since Yangjian awakened his past life memories, he had alarmed quite a few holy court cultivators. They were still searching for him. But Yangjian hadn't been wandering. He was quietly cultivating on that island. Out at sea, only those at the immortal Deo stage can truly protect themselves. Even someone at the nirvana stage has to be extremely cautious, Ji Xuanyu remarked. The higher her cultivation grew, the more she could sense and the more those dreams of her past lives made her respectful and wary. Guan smiled. With your talent, reaching nirvana is just a matter of time. Forget the ocean, there was already a celestial ascension cultivator's divine sense sweeping the continent right now, and all the mortals had no idea. What about you? Ji Xuanyu asked calmly, looking at Guan. Nirvana? I probably won't get the chance. Guan shook his head and laughed, carefree. Ji Xuanyu didn't try to comfort him. She knew well that nirvana was a major threshold for all mortal beings, one that couldn't be passed with help. She stood with Guan, both gazing up at the sky, where the snow was falling harder and harder. Over the vast ocean, Li Ya sat on the back of a black eagle, which flapped its wings rapidly. The sea wind whipped through his hair, but his eyes never blinked, they were locked on the horizon. The divine anomaly spirit stood on his shoulder, tilting its head. Are you sure about this? Without using my power, it'll be hard to cross that stretch of sea. I can feel heavy demonic aura up ahead. There's an immortal Deo great demon hiding there. Lia's expression didn't change. Wait until I'm about to die, then save me. Ever since he'd learned in the divine anomaly realm that divine anomaly city belonged to the primordial ancestor, his pride had been shattered. But he didn't blame the ancestor. On the contrary, he was more grateful than ever. The one he resented was himself. Lia, oh Lia, what were you so arrogant about all these years? He always relied on the ancestor. Always needed help. Without divine anomaly city, what would he even be? After returning to the Taixuan Sect alliance, he entered closed-door cultivation, pondering this question. He stayed in seclusion for years. Now, he had clarity. He needed to strengthen his physique and comprehension. If and how could cultivate an ancient treasure body, why couldn't he? That's why he'd begun the journey to find a treasure body. He'd heard from an old senior that in a certain stretch of sea, a treasure body had once perished, possibly leaving behind an opportunity. Lia, you're still young. You're already impressive. The divine anomaly spirit scratched its head, trying to comfort him. It had been with Li Ya for years. It genuinely liked the guy and didn't want to see him go off the deep end. Relax. I'll act within my limits. No need to trouble the ancestor again. Li Ya's voice was calm, but his gaze turned steely. Looking in the direction he faced, dark clouds appeared at the edge of the horizon. They were small, but ominous. Meanwhile, on the mountain path of Dingtian Peak, part of Renjian Peak, Guan was riding the Blood Prison Grand Sage, while an Xian walked ahead, occasionally turning back to joke and chat. The sea wind blew, ruffling Guan's temples. He withdrew his divine sense from watching Li Ya and looked at an Xian. How much of today's herb knowledge do you remember? It had been 8 years since Jisuan Yu left for the underwater realm. She hadn't returned, but Guan had confirmed she wasn't in mortal danger. So he let her face her trials alone. During those years, Guan didn't teach an Xian any new techniques or divine abilities. Aside from chi absorption, he had her focus solely on practicing time-stepping path technique. An Xian, wearing a mask, turned back and said, "Don't worry, master. I remembered everything. Good. When we return, compile it into a book for the other disciples to learn from." Guan nodded. An Xian was just about to respond when two figures descended from the sky, landing ahead on the stone steps. Seeing them, an Xian immediately tensed. It was none other than Deist Yongnian of the main peak, and his disciple Fu Shengziu. She thought they had come to demand the return of the supreme immortal treasure. Deist Yongnian raised a hand in greeting. "Would you have some time, my friend? We have a request." Guan replied, "Go ahead, what is it?" Deist Yongnian glanced at Fu Shengziu, then said, "Since my disciple had no fate with Qingtian Peak, I've found another great opportunity for him located in the Thunder Sea Demon Domain. It's a treasure left by a powerful ancient cultivator, called the Earthly Soul Essence. One soul condenses every 100,000 years, but the location is never fixed. What's known is that it always appears somewhere in the Thunder Sea Demon Domain. Earthly Soul Essence?" It was Guan's first time hearing of it, but he was already intrigued. According to Yongnian, that ancient cultivator had incomprehensible strength. Before death, he used a divine technique to refine his supreme immortal treasure, fusing it with the sea in the demon domain, leaving no trace to follow. Later, someone accidentally obtained one of the earthly soul essences, revealing the secret. This treasure could strengthen one's soul, making it desirable even to demons. Eventually, the Holy Court took control of the Thunder Sea Demon Domain. A holy god decreed it to be unclaimed land. No sect could monopolize it. Whoever wanted the earthly soul essence had to earn it through power. Renjian Peak had tried before. Sometimes, they had no fate with it. Other times, they found it but were too weak to seize it. Deist Yongnian had heard that signs of a new earthly soul essence had appeared, so he thought of Guan. "Fellow Deist Meng, if you could help, I'd be deeply grateful," Yongnian said sincerely. He believed Guan had already surpassed the free-soaring immortal stage. A cultivator of that level could easily claim the treasure. Guan pretended to hesitate. "Wouldn't this offend other sects?" Yongnian replied, "Treasure belongs to the capable, doesn't it? I also heard you like to grow spirit herbs. I'd be willing to transplant a batch of immortal Dao herbs from the main peak to Dingtian Peak. What do you think?" "You're too kind. I've said before, if Renjian Peak needs help, I'll step in." "When are we leaving?" Guan asked earnestly, prompting a smile from Yongnian. Fu Shengziu's expression twitched, but he said nothing. Guan had taken Qingtian Peak from him. He'd be lying if he claimed he held no grudge. But all he could do now was remain polite. 3 days from now, how about that? Yongnian asked. "No problem. We'll leave in 3 days." Guan nodded. Yongnian thanked him again, then left with Fu Shengziu. An Xian looked back at Guan, hesitating. Guan glanced at her. "Wanna come?" An Xian instinctively wanted to nod, but after thinking it over, she shook her head. "Forget it. I don't want to cause trouble. I could bring you along." "Really?" Her eyes lit up with joy. Guan replied, "But if you come, you'd better work hard on that step technique I taught you. No slacking." An Xian hesitated briefly, then nodded. Though she'd trained in time-stepping path for years, every time she used it, it felt awful. That's why she preferred chi absorption when Guan didn't push her. 3 days passed in a flash. That morning, Guan brought an Xian to the mortal peak early. He didn't bring the Blood Prison Grand Sage along, leaving the Oxide Demon feeling wronged. The reason he left the Blood Prison Grand Sage behind was because Guan had acquaintances in the Thunder Sea demonic domain, and bringing him might be inconvenient. As for an Xian, with the special mask Guan had made for her, she was almost unrecognizable. Thanks to cultivating the myriad forms chi technique, an Xian could also conceal her aura. High-level cultivators never relied on appearance alone to identify someone. Upon reaching Dingtian Peak, Guan sat in the room reading, while an Xian also had a book open, though she kept glancing out the window, waiting for Deist Yongnian and his companion. Near noon, Deist Yongnian finally arrived. Aside from Fu Shengziu, he brought along a female cultivator. She was at the second level of the free-soaring immortal stage, lower than Fu Shengziu but clearly older, likely someone sent to guide them. Sure enough, Deist Yongnian introduced, "This is my junior sister. Her Deist name is Yongxin, also known as Fairy Yongxin. She'll lead the way to the Thunder Sea demonic domain. I'll remain here at Mortal Peak to keep watch, just in case something goes wrong." Fairy Yongxin gave Guan a respectful salute, which he returned. "Let's go then," Guan said directly. If they could handle things today, all the better. Another batch of herbs in the hidden realm had just matured. He was planning to harvest them soon. Fairy Yongzin had no objections. They moved to the courtyard, where she raised her hand and summoned a small red building. The building quickly expanded, enveloping Guan, Fu Shengxiu, and an Xian, then turned into a streak of red light and disappeared into the sky. Deist Yongnian stood in the courtyard, staring after the red building with a look of concern in his eyes. Inside the grand hall of the red pavilion, Fairy Yongzin invited Guan to sit and chat while an Xian looked around curiously. You can have a look around. There's nothing dangerous here, Fairy Yongzin said with a gentle smile. Her looks weren't breathtaking, but when she smiled, she radiated warmth and grace easy to like. An Xian glanced at Guan. When she saw him nod, she mustered up the courage to wander off. Fu Shengxiu sat across from Guan, his expression calm. There's already been free-soaring immortal cultivators sighted in the Thunder Sea demonic domain. Over the past 100,000 years, a peerless grand demon has supposedly risen after cultivating for 100 millennia. He stepped into the free-soaring immortal realm. He commands an uncountable number of demon soldiers. His faction cannot be underestimated, Fairy Yongzin explained. Guan had already used his divine sense to scan the Thunder Sea demonic domain. It was indeed dangerous, and the number of immortal-level entities there was difficult to estimate, but to him, it wasn't a big deal. As she gave a breakdown of the domain's powers, Fairy Yongzin observed Guan's expression. Seeing how composed he remained, she felt a little more at ease. So he really is a mystic celestial immortal. Historically, Mortal Peak had produced mystic celestial immortals before. Those who reached that level usually left for the outer realms or sought opportunities in the Holy Court. Few remained on the Mortal Peak. They had discussed Meng Lang's, Guan's alias, reasons for coming to Mortal Peak many times and ultimately decided to try to recruit him. If things went well this time, Meng Lang would truly be one of them. Fairy Yongzin named several free-soaring immortals. In the Heavenly Spirit Great Realm, those who reached that stage were mostly renowned cultivators with long histories. Many had crossed paths before. But a sudden dark horse like Meng Lang, she had only seen this one. She suspected the name was fake but didn't confront him. After she finished, Guan turned to the silent Fu Shengxiu and said, "Don't worry. As long as the Earth Origin Divine Soul still exists, it's yours." Fu Shengxiu quickly thanked him, emotions swirling in his heart. He still felt bitter about Guan taking Qingtian Peak, but hearing these words sparked a deep admiration within him. This is what a cultivator should be like, so bold, so fearless. He thought back to Guan effortlessly seizing Qingtian Peak, and his eyes burned with awe. In truth, more than Qingtian Peak, he longed for the Earth Origin Divine Soul. Supreme immortal treasures were external things. Legends said that true peak immortals would one day forge their own treasures. He had always believed he could ascend the 9 heavens of the immortal Dao. He cared more about enhancing his own power than obtaining external tools. As the conversation continued, Fu Shengxiu began to speak more freely, sharing intelligence about specific free-soaring immortals. Fairy Yongzin felt a bit relieved. She had known there was tension between the two but hadn't expected Guan to give Fu Shengxiu an olive branch. So, he wasn't hard to get along with after all. When an Xian returned to Guan's side, she could feel the harmonious atmosphere and wasn't surprised at all. In her eyes, her master always knew how to get along with others, always well-mannered and approachable. "Let me help you speed this up," Guan suddenly said with a smile. Fairy Yongzin's expression changed instantly. She could feel the vast, oceanic mana pouring from Guan. The red pavilion's speed surged dramatically. Fairy Yongzin kept her shock in check and asked, "Fellow Deist, have you been to the Thunder Sea demonic domain before?" "No, but I've scanned it with my divine sense before. It's not simple. What you've seen is only the surface. There's a mystic celestial immortal hiding inside. That's our biggest obstacle," Guan replied casually, lifting his tea to sip. Mystic celestial immortal? Fairy Yongzin couldn't maintain her composure. Her brows furrowed instinctively. Fu Shengxiu was equally shaken. To speak those words so casually, just how high was this man's cultivation? An Xian was full of curiosity. Mystic celestial immortal, was that the realm above roving immortal? Since neither Fairy Yongzin nor Fu Shengxiu had mentioned the celestial ascension stage, she mistakenly assumed mystic celestial came directly after roving immortal. He must be at least 5th level in the mystic celestial realm, Fairy Yongzin thought to herself, her gaze filled with reverence and anticipation as she looked at Guan. After that, she no longer called him fellow Deist, but addressed him as senior. Guan accepted the title without protest. An Xian sat straighter, feeling proud by association. Rumble. Deafening thunder shook the sea. Towering waves surged and crashed. A black eagle darted through the stormy skies. Standing on its back, Li Ya furrowed his brows. "We just got in, and already the demonic pressure is this intense? That old guy better not be screwing me over." The divine anomaly spirit on his shoulder nodded vigorously. "I knew something was off about him. Calls himself Seeker of Immortality Deist? Sounds like a scam." Li Ya relaxed slightly and muttered, "Well, since I'm already here, might as well make the most of it. If I can't find a technique for body cultivation, maybe I'll hunt a few demonic treasures to boost my blood and energy." He drew the long sword from his waist, a slender blade that gleamed coldly in the pouring rain. Boom! The distant sea suddenly erupted. A monstrous shadow burst from the depths, immense like a mountain. It shot up and vanished into the storm clouds above. The black eagle beneath Li Ya's feet instantly slowed, not daring to get closer. A streak of red light tore through the thundercloud-covered sea, fast as lightning. Guan, an Xian, Fairy Yongzin, and Fu Shengxiu stood at the edge of the pavilion, gazing out at the awe-inspiring scene of the Thunder Sea Demon Domain. Demonic aura blanketed the area, yet it couldn't conceal the crashing waves. Countless bolts of lightning weaved between sea and sky, writhing like dragons and serpents, terrifying and chaotic. From time to time, massive demonic beasts the size of mountains burst from the water, roaring madly like ancient primordial creatures. The place where the Earth Origin Soul Core appears will be shrouded in a strange light, so it's easy to spot. But the Earth Origin Soul Core can run. If we don't catch it fast enough, it'll dive into the sea and vanish completely. We'll have to wait until it shows up again, Fairy Yongzin explained. Guan nodded slightly. He could sense a powerful divine sense in this ocean, dispersed through the seawater and impossible to condense. Judging from this, the ancient Grand Master Cultivator she mentioned was likely at the level of a divine soul immortal. Even divine soul immortals eventually passed on. Who knew what kind of tribulation that Cultivator had faced? While pondering this, Guan spread his divine sense across the entire Thunder Sea Demon Domain. The domain was massive, larger than the entire Severed Sea region. Demonic beasts of all levels filled the place, ranging from mystic celestial immortal to chi refining stage. Many areas within the domain were protected by powerful restrictions that even Guan's divine sense couldn't pierce directly. If he focused, he could break through, but doing so would destroy the small worlds inside those formations. Guan locked his attention onto a mystic celestial immortal. This individual was hiding on a sea island, surrounded by demonic beasts each as strong as a celestial ascension cultivator, and far larger than the island itself. Right then, he happened to see a roving immortal flying nearby, only to be swallowed whole by a massive black whale before her nascent soul could even escape. A female cultivator graceful as an immortal. Such a waste. While thinking, Guan responded to Fairy Yongzin and quickly picked up the location of an unusual light. He directed her to fly in that direction. Beside him, an Xian looked around wide-eyed at the surrounding chaos. The demonic aura was so thick it had condensed into black fog. If she were thrown into the Thunder Sea Demon Domain alone, she figured she'd rather die. It was hard to imagine how anyone could survive here. Boom. A section of sea exploded in the distance. A massive deep red fish over 10 miles long leapt into the air. But before an Xian could take in its full form, she saw terrifying tentacles wrapping around it and crushing it to pieces. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, sending chills down her spine. Guan, Fairy Yongzin, and Fu Shengxiu were unfazed. Guan noticed cities dotting the edges of the Thunder Sea Demon Domain, resembling the main city of the Severed Sea region. It seemed the Holy Court had taken control of this sea and barred other sects from claiming territory, establishing the rules themselves. No wonder so many cultivators were grouped together, led by celestial ascension experts, clearly not here for the Earth Origin Soul Core. Guan focused his senses on them. Their fate and fortune felt similar to that of Lu Xianyi. Before long, they arrived at a sea region bathed in blue light. It stretched for 10,000 miles in every direction. Even the thunderclouds above were rendered translucent by the glow. Within the blue light, two free-soaring immortals were locked in fierce combat. Their divine techniques were overwhelmingly powerful, though the battle's pressure remained confined to the glowing zone. Guan's gaze locked onto a man named Zhao Kijhan, clad in battle armor and wielding a divine weapon. Flames shaped like phoenixes circled him, and his magical aura was bold and commanding. In his other hand was a glowing blue crystal. That had to be the Earth Origin Soul Core. Guan could sense a trace of divine will within it, one that matched the ocean's dispersed consciousness. Zhao Kijhan of the Zhao family, Fu Shengxiu said coldly. Fairy Yongzin chuckled. Zhao Kijhan and Shengxiu are basically destined rivals. They've fought at every major cultivation stage. An Xian glanced at Fu Shengxiu, wanting to ask who usually won but afraid of offending him. Fu Shengxiu huffed, I lost last time. Next time, I'll win? Guan was intrigued. So there were clans powerful enough to rival Human Peak? The fact that Fairy Yongzin emphasized his family instead of his sect showed just how formidable the Zhao family was. An Xian really wanted to ask, why wait for next time? Why not now? Fairy Yongzin went on to introduce Zhao Kijhan's opponent, an elder from a certain sect. A supreme elder losing to a family's genius. It spoke volumes about the disparity between their powers. Their arrival caused the two free-soaring immortals to feel pressure, especially Zhao Kijhan, who sensed Fu Shengxiu's aura. The two slowed their fight in unspoken agreement, wary of third parties interfering. Fairy Yongzin and Fu Shengxiu both looked to Guan, waiting to see how he would act. An Xian, meanwhile, was tense. Once in the blue-lit area, she could feel the full might of free-soaring immortals. It was terrifying. Not even the Heavenly Rankings tournament had showcased such intense battle pressure. Guan raised his right hand and made a grasping motion through the air. In an instant, Zhao Kijhan vanished from the battlefield. His opponent jerked back in shock, eyes scanning toward the distant red pavilion. Fairy Yongzin and Fu Shengxiu both snapped their attention to Guan's hand. The free-soaring immortals' faces changed dramatically. An Xian turned her head instinctively and her eyes widened. The once mighty Zhao Kijhan, now clutched in Guan's palm, looked as small as an insect. He looked up in terror. The most terrifying part was that he couldn't escape. An invisible, untouchable force held him down. Guan raised his left hand, extended two fingers, and suddenly Zhao Kijhan felt something missing from his hand. Looking down, he saw the Earth Origin Soul Core gone, now held between Guan's fingers. Without a word, Guan tossed it casually to Fu Shengxiu. Fu Shengxiu stood frozen, as did Fairy Yongxin, their eyes blank. That worked? Just like that? Guan flung Zhao Qichen away. He returned to his original size midair and steadied himself, looking at Guan in utter fear. Guan remained expressionless and didn't bother speaking. Instead, he turned to Fairy Yongxin. Let's go. She snapped back to her senses and immediately activated the red pavilion. Since Guan had revealed his true form and the two hadn't shown hostility, he decided to spare them. As they flew off, Zhao Qichen stood still, his handsome face flushed with humiliation. He forced himself to calm down. Based on what he'd just experienced, he knew he was no match for Guan. If it had been him in Guan's place, he wouldn't have left anyone alive. Now, only one question haunted him: when did human peak gain such a powerhouse? That man's strength had to be at least mystic celestial immortal? Taking a deep breath, he turned to his previous opponent, offering a formal bow. The other free-soaring immortal was stunned. Before he could respond, Zhao Qichen turned and left. Back on the pavilion, Fu Shengxiu held the Earth Origin Soul Core, face full of mixed feelings. Fairy Yongxin was the first to thank Guan, followed quickly by Fu Shengxiu. That's it? An Xian asked, unable to help herself. Which only made the other two even more conflicted. Guan laughed. Isn't smooth sailing a good thing? Of course. An Xian said quickly. I just meant. Seeing she couldn't find the words, Guan smiled and said, let's head back. Fairy Yongxin smiled too. This had gone even better than expected. Even free-soaring immortals faced life or death risks in the Thunder Sea Demon domain. As they reached the domain's edge, Guan suddenly grabbed an Xian by the shoulder. Her heart skipped a beat, then she found herself flying out of the pavilion. With one hand on her shoulder, Guan waved his other and sent the red pavilion soaring away. Fairy Yongxin and Fu Shengxiu were both caught off guard. Before they could react, Guan's voice echoed in their minds, you two go back first. The pavilion sped away, seemingly unhindered by any natural laws of heaven and earth. Fairy Yongxin and Fu Shengxiu could feel the world itself making way for it, a method so profound they couldn't even begin to comprehend it. He must have another goal, Fairy Yongxin said. I think, maybe his disciple still wants to look around, Fu Shengxiu replied. She turned to him in surprise. He's that willful. With his cultivation, how is that willfulness? Fu Shengxiu said, eyes drifting to the Earth Origin Soul Core in his hand. In that moment, his impression of Guan was completely transformed. Elsewhere, Guan carried an Xian as he soared through the clouds. He cloaked her with divine sands, shielding them in a way that made them invisible to anyone below Deovoid Celestial Immortal. Master, you don't have to do this for me. It's dangerous out here, an Xian said softly, deeply touched. Guan chuckled. Don't flatter yourself. This isn't for you. Then who is it for? You'll see in a moment. Hearing that only made her more curious. Thunderclouds rolled rapidly around them, but she felt no discomfort. They were moving fast. Soon, Guan stopped. Up ahead, lightning crackled within the clouds, and demonic fog churned below. Suddenly, ghostly apparitions shot out of the clouds, causing an Xian to instinctively cling to Guan. The booming below drew her attention. With a thought, they descended through the cloud cover into the space below. An Xian was stunned by the scene. A massive city phantom hovered over the sea. Countless spirit wraiths flew from it, launching attacks on the demonic beasts nearby. A chaotic war? Divine Anomaly City? Is Uncle Master Liya here? An Xian exclaimed excitedly. Liya had once appeared in the Heavenly Rankings tournament, showcasing Divine Anomaly City's might. It had left a deep impression on her. Whenever she thought of supreme immortal treasures, she thought of Liya. That's one terrifying treasure. Master, can Azure Sky Peak do that too? She asked. Guan snorted. Divine Anomaly City is a broken supreme immortal treasure, barely counts as a pseudo-supreme immortal treasure. In terms of raw power, it's nowhere near Azure Sky Peak. I'll show you soon. Enhance your reading experience by Liya stood atop the tower, sword in hand, his expression grim. The Divine Anomaly Spirit stood proudly on his shoulder, waving excitedly. Ever since Liya learned the truth, it had stopped pretending. At first, Liya felt a little awkward, but now, all he felt was worry. The battle had raged on, and Divine Anomaly City was stuck. The monsters were just too strong, and they even knew how to set up formations, completely blocking the city's advance. More monsters continued joining the battlefield. At this rate, Divine Anomaly City might really fall. What Liya feared most was drawing out even more terrifying creatures. He was considering retreat. The mess might grow bigger and eventually force the primordial ancestor to intervene again. Gritting his teeth, Liya was about to speak and order the retreat when the Divine Anomaly Spirit on his shoulder suddenly let out an excited howl. I'm about to unleash my divine might. It raised its right arm high, its childish voice filled with excitement. Liya blinked, then quickly looked around, eyes scanning the surroundings. In the far distance, thunderclouds stretched endlessly. The more vast it seemed, the faster his gaze moved, like he was searching for something. Watching Liya's movements, Guan couldn't help but smile. The Divine Anomaly Spirit had told him long ago about the burden Liya carried, but Guan never commented. Some things had to be overcome by oneself. A true powerhouse like Longzhan never hesitated, always decisive. Guan unhooked Qingtian Peak from his waist. It was smaller than a palm, reflecting the lightning as it gave off an ancient aura. Just seeing it made an Xian tense up. Under her gaze, Guan casually tossed Qingtian Peak into the air. It flew upward and disappeared into the sea of clouds. The next second, an overwhelming aura descended, covering the entire sea. Li Ye and the Divine Anomaly Spirit both sensed it and looked up in unison. The once hyped-up Divine Anomaly Spirit now stared, wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Li Ye, too, was completely stunned. The surging clouds were torn apart, and a massive green mountain appeared abruptly. Before its immensity, everything else seemed insignificant. It floated 10,000 feet above the sea. Even the trees on its slopes looked enormous, like divine weapons radiating pressure. At this moment, Divine Anomaly City looked like a mere pebble, clearly showing how colossal Qingtian Peak was. Guan brought an Xian to the summit. Looking up, an Xian saw a dazzling starry sky, with 7 blazing suns. Everything reflected in her eyes like a dream. The appearance of Qingtian Peak caught the attention of all the monsters. They were stunned too. What is that? That mountain's enormous. No, it's an immortal treasure. D*MN, another supreme treasure has descended. This aura? No, this is bad. Retreat! Hurry! The monsters cried out in alarm and scattered like startled monkeys, fleeing at top speed. Qingtian Peak remained suspended in the air. It didn't fall. Guan looked at an Xian and smiled. Looks like I can't show off Qingtian Peak's full power. An Xian wasn't naive. She shook her head. It's because you're merciful, Master. Otherwise, none of them would have gotten away. Guan chuckled and shook his head. In that brief moment, he had thought of Longzhan and Xiao Shengtian's experiences. So he chose to stick to his principle, only kill those who bore hatred against him so that others couldn't guess at ulterior motives. Besides, his annual lifespan income had already reached 1.5 million years. There was no need to commit slaughter and accumulate karma. He could just lay low and keep growing stronger. The only thing Guan wasn't kind to was plants and herbs. But living beings needed to eat and cultivators used herbs for alchemy, after all. All he could do was choose the path that best suited him. So when an Xian called him merciful, he only smiled. He didn't think of it as mercy, just calculated, beneficial choice. With the monsters gone, the Divine Anomaly Spirit let out a sigh of relief. Li Ya looked up at the towering Qingtian Peak, and at that moment, he felt a sense of peace. So that's how it is. Li Ya had always felt unworthy of Divine Anomaly City. But now, seeing Qingtian Peak's majesty, he realized the primordial ancestor had even greater treasures. What was he worried about? He had no idea how deep the ancestor's Dao was. Rather than carrying a burden, it would be better to focus on growing stronger and repay the ancestor later. No matter how hard he tried right now, he couldn't help the ancestor. The ancestor had bet on his future, not his present. Qingtian Peak slowly ascended, shrinking as it rose, giving Li Ya the illusion that it was flying beyond the heavens. He watched until it disappeared, never catching a glimpse of the person he'd hoped to see. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Let's go." The Divine Anomaly Spirit turned its head and asked, surprised, "Where to?" "To a place we're capable of fighting for. It's clear this place isn't meant for us, otherwise, the ancestor wouldn't have used another supreme treasure to save us," Li Ya replied calmly. The Divine Anomaly Spirit scratched its head. That actually made sense. So it nodded in agreement. Divine Anomaly City turned into a streak of rainbow light and flew back in the direction it came from. Watching this scene, an Xian blinked in confusion. Why are they leaving? Guan hadn't expected his own intervention would cause Li Ya to retreat either. It made him chuckle helplessly. "Well, let them go. We'll circle around for another hour and then head back," Guan said. An Xian had no objections. She started bombarding him with questions about Divine Anomaly City and Li Ya. Guan told her everything he knew. After the trip to the Thunder Sea Demon Domain, an Xian trained even harder. She also became more reserved, just like before. Having seen the wider, stronger world, a fire had been lit in her heart. She didn't need Guan to push her anymore. Whenever she had time, she practiced time-stepping path on her own. Even Nine-Fingered Divine Lord and Shenzinze had secretly observed her steps. But they couldn't understand it and they didn't want to keep peeking. After 2 or 3 tries, they gave up on watching an Xian altogether. But in their hearts, both Guan and an Xian were no longer ordinary. The years went by. 5 years passed in a flash. That year, Ji Xuanyu returned. "You've got the scent of another woman on you again," Ji Xuanyu frowned as she stood by the table. Guan put down his book and replied, "I visited my junior sister a couple of days ago." Ji Xuanyu pressed. Her sense changed. Guan looked at her in surprise. She remembered Yian's scent. She recently had a breakthrough, so her aura changed. He replied casually. It was true. In Guan's heart, an Xian's position could never surpass Yian's. Every time he visited Yalan, he'd lecture her about the Dao and spent more elixirs on her than on an Xian. Watching her lifespan limit slowly rise gave Guan a deep sense of accomplishment. It made him feel like he was battling fate itself. "Really?" Ji Xuanyu asked, still skeptical. Guan rolled his eyes. "I've always been open about what I do. Why would I lie to you? Haven't I met plenty of other women in front of you? Besides, why do you care so much? Don't tell me you have feelings for me. You carry too much karma. I'm afraid the enemies of the Emperor of Reincarnation might grab me to threaten you." Ji Xuanyu glared at him. Guan folded his arms. "To be honest, besides Yalan, Shenzhen, and Lu Lingjun, there's another woman who likes me. I'm still thinking about it. Plus, I've got 3 adorable female demon pets, so I'm not exactly desperate." Ji Xuanyu laughed. "Don't tell me it's those 3 monkey demons." These days, the Taixuan Sect had more and more high-level cultivators, and Tianya Valley couldn't stay hidden. But Liu Baitian and Li Sundao had reached a deal, so Tianya Valley remained safe. Ji Xuanyu had learned about it through her family. Of course not. Guan shot her a glare. Ji Xuanyu pulled out a chair and sat down, beginning to share her experiences from the past few years. Guan listened attentively. They talked for 2 full hours before Ji Xuanyu finally left. When she came downstairs, she saw an Xian talking with 5 female disciples. So she waited in place. When the 5 disciples left, she approached an Xian. The sun was starting to set. An Xian turned and, seeing Ji Xuanyu walking toward her, quickly stepped up and bowed. In her mind, Ji Xuanyu was one of the top contenders for future master's wife. Just the fact that she lived under Guan's residence gave her massive influence, so she had to show respect. You've got talent. If you ever need help, you can tell me. The Ji family has some resources that might be useful, Ji Xuanyu said, eyes fixed on an Xian. An Xian quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you for the kind offer, but I have my master. Ji Xuanyu cut her off. Don't mind his attitude. I'm helping you for him. The stronger you are, the more you can protect him. With that, she turned and left. An Xian watched her go, impressed. So domineering, definitely masterwife material. She quietly compared herself. Though her strength had improved quickly, she still wasn't on Ji Xuanyu's level. So she decided she'd set Ji Xuanyu as her new benchmark. Only by surpassing her could she hope to catch up to An Hao and Yang Jian. She didn't believe Ji Xuanyu's talent was better than theirs. Inside the house, Guan's lips curved into a smile. The golden light of dusk poured through the window, casting a rosy glow over him, as if he were draped in clouds. Sunset and moonrise. The next morning, Guan left Taixuan Sect alone. He rode his sword, soaring across the skies. Once he was sure no one was tracking him with divine sense, he vanished. Half an hour later, Guan arrived at the Gathering Flower Sect's mountain gate. The mountains rolled on endlessly, and every peak was covered in seas of blossoms. It was a breathtaking sight. When he presented his Taixuan Sect disciple token, the disciples stopped blocking him and even welcomed him warmly. Upon hearing he wanted to see the sect master, they dared not delay, especially since he had a main sect token. Half an hour later, Guan was placed in a side courtyard. He could sense that Zhang Qiang was in closed-door cultivation, with disciples standing guard at the door. Sure enough, not long after, the disciple who brought him returned, saying he would have to wait a few days. Zhang Qiang was still in seclusion. Guan wasn't in a rush. Since she was cultivating, he'd sneak in to help her comprehend the Dao, then leave. When she came out and found he'd come but didn't stay, she'd definitely feel embarrassed. Just imagining it made Guan look forward to it. After the disciples of the Gathering Flower Sect left, Guan sat in the room, suddenly feeling a bit bored. Should I run a cycle of reincarnation evolution? This time he'd do it in a different realm, maybe his luck would be better? His lifespan had already exceeded 500 million years, and in a few more years, the hidden realm would welcome another wave of lifespan breakthroughs. Might as well have a little fun. More importantly, reincarnation through lifespan helped deepen Guan's understanding of the Dao rules, especially the Dao of karma. He wasn't doing it just for fun, it was for cultivation. Let's do it? Convincing himself, Guan sat down, took a sip of tea, then poured another cup as he activated the lifespan reincarnation. The thrilling cycle of reincarnation began. You have consumed 10 million years of lifespan to initiate one reincarnation evolution. Connecting to the Dao rules. Searching for reincarnation worlds. You have the following world options. Choose 1. 1. Dark Great Realm. 2. Divine Essence Great Realm. 3. Primal Great Realm. The moment he saw the third option, Guan's attention snapped to it. His physique was the primal supreme Dao body, and he had always suspected primal referred to a realm or a state. Now that he saw those two characters, how could he not be curious? I'll pick this one. I've already experienced the other two anyway. Guan instantly made his choice. You have chosen to reincarnate into the primal great realm. Due to the strength of the Dao rules in this realm, you temporarily cannot activate lifespan extracting abilities, nor access stage-based features. Reincarnation evolution begins. Nice. Another realm comparable to the Divine Essence Great Realm. This meant there were likely beings here beyond the 9 heavens of the immortal Dao. Guan was even more excited. Year 1, you are born on Earth, in Zhang City, Huaxia. Your parents name you Lu Han. Earth? Guan's eyes twitched slightly. At age 6, you enter first grade in elementary school. Due to being overly mischievous, you injure a classmate and get beaten by your father. At age 12, you start middle school and show exceptional intelligence. You rank top of your class. At age 15, you get into Zhang City First High. A classmate introduces you to web novels. You become addicted, and your grades begin to drop. At age 18, just after the Spring Festival, you vow to get your life back on track. But the day before the college entrance exam, the world changes. Earthquakes, tsunamis, humanity enters the apocalypse. After a week of chaos, global order stabilizes, but strange, massive black gates appear in the cities. You see one from a distance and hesitate. Do you approach the gate? Reading this far, Guan thought he was about to live a dull, mundane life. Thankfully the apocalypse hit. Not that he disliked a peaceful life, but he had burned 10 million years of lifespan just for a few decades of mundane existence. How could he accept that? Taking a deep breath, he made his choice. You choose to approach the black gate. As you draw near, the gate trembles violently, sending people fleeing. You don't escape in time and get sucked inside. Your consciousness fades. When you wake again, you're in a wild mountain region with a dozen others. Some have woken up. You begin to explore and survive. At age 19, after half a year, you and 3 others make it out of the mountains. You see the outline of a city. The city is ancient. Everyone wears traditional robes. You start working menial jobs to survive and finally confirm, you've transmigrated. At age 20, an immortal arrives in the city seeking disciples. You attend the test and discover you have a spiritual root. You are accepted into the Deo Court's outer sect. Your 3 companions are also chosen. The 4 of you cry with joy, thinking your lives are about to change. But upon arrival, you're relegated to errand disciples. At age 21, your girlfriend Cheng Xian cozies up to an outer sect disciple. After a heated argument, you break up. Your 2 companions side with her. You're now completely alone. At age 24, you hear that Cheng Xian has died. After asking around, you learn she was pushed into the jaws of a demonic beast during an expedition by the very outer sect disciple she followed, named Josuenkan. You build a tombstone for her and swear you will become immortal. At age 25, while collecting herbs in the mountains, you fall into a canyon and shatter your bones by a riverbank. In pain and waiting for death, a voice speaks to you. He offers to save your life, but in return, you'll become his servant. Do you accept? What's there to hesitate for? Accept? Guan didn't even flinch. Why is Luhan's life so damn tragic? You accept. You fall unconscious. When you wake, you're in a cave. The man who saved you calls himself Demon Lord Mad. You begin cultivating under his guidance. At age 27, your cultivation reaches the 5th level of the Qi refining stage. One day, Demon Lord Med forces you to take a pill. Your cultivation surges to the 7th level. At age 28, he uses you for testing another pill. Your body rots, bleeding profusely. You fall into a coma. When you wake again, your face is scarred and your right leg crippled. At age 29, you reach the foundation establishment stage with his help, but the scars remain. Returning to the outer sect brings ridicule and humiliation. Unable to endure, you go back to Demon Lord Mad. At age 30, your trials end. He teaches you a demonic technique, swallowing sky art. At age 40, you master it and learn a powerful palm technique. At age 42, Demon Lord Mad vanishes. You continue training alone. At age 44, his enemies arrive, hunting for his elixir of immortality. You barely escape, falling into a river and drifting downstream. At age 45, wearing a mask, you rescue a noble woman Yuan Linger whose guards were slain by a demon. In gratitude, she offers herself to you and wants to see your face. Do you remove the mask? Take it off? Women interfere with my cultivation, better scare her away? Guan was already eager to see Luhan's life finally turn around. You remove your mask, expecting to scare her off. But Yuan Linger stares in stunned silence, then hugs you without hesitation. You embrace her back. At age 46, she brings you home. Her father hesitates about the marriage, but under Yuan Linger's insistence, you Wednesday. At age 47, she gives birth to a son, Lu Kaixian. Because your son does not carry the Yuan surname, her father grows increasingly dissatisfied. At age 56, demons invade the city. You barely protect your wife and son, but others are slaughtered. The 3 of you begin a life on the run. At age 58, you return to the outer sect of the Deo Court with Yuan Linger and your 11-year-old son. Lu Kaixian is tested and found to have a rare heavenly spiritual root. He is accepted as a disciple by a Grand Ascension stage elder. That night, the 3 of you stay up in joyous disbelief. At this point, a smile spread across Guan's face. He had nearly fallen into depression watching this life unfold. He hadn't even gotten a chance to make many choices. Luhan kept brushing so close to death. What a brutal life. At age 59, your son Lu Kaixian successfully formed his foundation, earning great fame in the Deo Court's outer sect. You were praised as well, and even the 2 companions who once transmigrated with you came to celebrate, leaving you overwhelmed by the twists of fate. At age 60, you successfully formed your core. At age 63, your son Lu Kaixian awakened the Supreme Treasure Body, shocking the Deo Court. He was accepted into the inner sect despite all protocols. The 2 of you parted ways from that moment on. Supreme Treasure Body? Wasn't that the very same physique as Tianva Cheng, the divine anomaly Wraith King? Guan felt a rush of anticipation for this round of reincarnation. A life where the sun rises to defy fate? The next stages were focused on cultivation. Time passed. At age 172, you broke through to the nascent soul stage. Just as you were sharing the news with your wife, Yuan Linger, terrible news arrived. Your son Lu Kaixian had fallen. His essence blood had been devoured. Yuan Linger fainted on the spot. At age 173, you uncovered the truth. Lu Kaixian was slain by the crown prince of the strongest divine empire of this era, a Deo Court true legacy disciple who had long since reached the immortal Deo realm. The difference in status was overwhelming. Lu Kaixian's master sighed, urging you to let it go. At age 174, your wife Yuan Linger died in grief. After burying her, you left the outer sect of the Deo Court. At age 176, you saved a group of mortals from danger. As you were leaving, an old man stopped you, saying your fate was extraordinary and that a turning point awaited. He offered to divine its location. Do you accept his reading? Yes? Forget Lu Han. Guan himself felt despair just reading this. The talent and techniques were too poor. How could Lu Han ever hope to take revenge? You accepted the old man's offer. During his divination, his chi and blood surged chaotically, vomiting blood. Before collapsing, he gasped that your turning point lay in the burial immortal ridge. After confirming he wasn't seriously hurt, you set off. At age 185, you reached Burial Immortal Ridge and learned it was a forbidden zone where even immortals struggled to survive. Without hesitation, you stepped in. What followed were countless brushes with death. Guan tensed up just reading it, afraid Lu Han would suddenly die. At age 192, you stumbled into a ruined cave. There, you found a stone stele covered in strange, complex carvings. While exploring, you accidentally triggered a mechanism and in the panic, bled on the stele. A mysterious power pulled you inside. You entered the inner world of the sacred Emperor of Heaven and Earth, meeting his remnant soul. After discussion, you formally became his disciple. At age 200, under his guidance, you forged the supreme treasure body, rejuvenating your flesh and restoring your appearance to that of a 20-year-old scarless, but with snow-white hair. At age 210, you broke through to the transformation stage. Finally, some good fortune? Sacred Emperor of Heaven and Earth. He sounded strong just by name. Guan felt elated. Since he would inherit these reincarnation memories himself, he sincerely hoped this life wouldn't be as tragic. The years ahead were full of cultivation and breakthroughs. At 250 Void Transformation Stage. At 317 Integration Stage. At 430 Profound Mind Realm. At age 431, your master called you forth. His remnant soul was fading. Before dispersing, he offered to help you evolve your body from Supreme Treasure Body to Supreme Deo Body, but warned it would come with unimaginable pain. Do you accept? Accept? Guan chose without hesitation. You accepted the Sacred Emperor's help. After months of refinement, you forged the Supreme Deo Body, triggering universal phenomena in the primordial Great Realm, and gained the divine ability, Supreme Dharmic Form. At age 440, you left the sacred space and returned to the mortal world. In Burial Immortal Ridge, you were ambushed by an ancient Grand Ascension cultivator with a unique physique. You killed him across realms, devoured his essence, and grew stronger. In the next 50 years, Lu Han traveled the world hunting those with ancient physiques. He had failures and narrow escapes but always survived. To Guan, Lu Han was starting to resemble Tianvucheng. Maybe that was the fate of the Supreme Treasure Body. At age 600, Lu Han faced a siege from multiple Nirvana stage Grandmasters, triggered a heavenly tribulation mid-battle, and destroyed his enemies, ascending into the immortal Deo realm. From then on, Lu Han's path was truly invincible. At 720, he found and killed the Divine Empire's crown prince, devoured his essence, and skyrocketed in power. The emperor flew into a rage and issued a universal kill order. On the run, Lu Han killed as he fled. Most of Guan's choices were simply, save or slay. After many prompts, Lu Han reached 10,000 years of age and stepped into the roving immortal stage, becoming the #1 genius of the era. However, he was ambushed by a free-soaring immortal, nearly dying until a Deo Court elder saved him. Returning to the Deo Court, Lu Han revisited old haunts and entered an enlightenment state, comprehending the power of time. The Deo Court master wanted to take him as a disciple. Guan chose to accept. Thus, Lu Han became the Deo Court's true inherited disciple, crushing his peers, rejecting countless heaven-pride women, slaying demons, and rescuing the suffering, gaining holy renown. At 20,000, he reached Celestial Ascension stage, the youngest in Deo Court history. At 50,000, he became the youngest free-soaring immortal on record. At 60,000, Lu Han stormed the Divine Empire alone. In front of the world's powerhouses, he killed the emperor and discovered Lu Kaixian's remains in the emperor's bone palace. Guan was completely absorbed in Lu Han's legendary life. Unlike Long Zhan's domineering style, Lu Han was reckless and unrestrained but still kind and just. At 100,000, Lu Han devoured over 1,000 treasure-bodied beings and forged the shocking supreme sacred body. At 200,000, he swept across the primordial Great Realm, becoming a living myth. At 250,000, he encountered a tide of the Deo, comprehended the true meaning of the Great Deo, and refined the primal causal body. At 300,000, he entered the mystic celestial immortal stage, returned to Earth, and found it desolate. He severed ties with his past, elevating his Deo heart. At 430,000, you broke your shackles and reached the Deo Void celestial immortal stage, stunning the universe. You recovered your fate star. Do you wish to activate your lifespan seizure ability? Given what happened with Long Zhan, Guan hesitated and chose no. Don't activate it. Lu Han didn't need it. Because the ability wasn't activated, Lu Han never changed personalities. Toward enemies, he was ruthless. To the innocent, he remained righteous. His holy name echoed across worlds. At 500,000, he met the ninth heaven immortal of the Deo Grand Ancestor of primordial origin, who took a liking to him and granted him a title, Primordial Divine Emperor. Finally, Lu Han broke into the ninth heaven of the immortal Deo. Guan was presented with one last choice. At 830,000, you entered the ninth heaven. During enlightenment, you sensed the river of fate. Do you step into it? Guan hesitated. The river of fate didn't sound simple. If he entered, he might grasp the Dao of Fate, something Guan valued more than divine abilities or techniques. But the unknown was always dangerous. Even Longzhan, who surpassed the ninth heaven, never saw this river. After careful thought, Guan chose yes. You stepped into the river of fate and entered a state of enlightenment. You comprehended the Dao of Fate and used your fortune to resurrect your son, Lu Kaiuxian, bestowing him the primal causal body. You tried to revive your wife, but her Dao level was too low, and she had long since reincarnated. You were ambushed by Black Profound Emperor. In your final moments, you sent Lu Kaiuxian to the river's end. You died by the Black Profound Emperor's hand. Reincarnation ends. Black Profound Emperor again. Guan cursed, then stepped onto an overseas island and activated a lifespan barrier. He sat down cross-legged. The vast memory of Lu Han's life surged into his mind. Reading it was one thing, but experiencing it was something else entirely. Guan closed his eyes and quickly furrowed his brow. After a while, his expression softened. A smile appeared. He was reliving the joy of a family of three sticking together through everything. Time passed swiftly. An hour later, Guan returned to Gathering Flower Sect and sat at the table. The tea had gone cold. He placed a hand on the table and closed his eyes again, carefully absorbing Lu Han's Dao insights. Though it ended tragically with Black Profound Emperor, stepping into the river of fate wasn't a mistake. Guan now had profound insight into the Dao of fate. He even shared Lu Han's emotions when sending his son away. Lu Han lived 800,000 plus years, experienced everything, and died without regrets. In the final battle, he still wounded Black Profound Emperor, leaving a scar above his left brow, a permanent mark. Comparing both lifetimes, Guan still couldn't say for sure which was stronger, Silent Calamity Demon Lord faced by Longzhan or Black Profound Emperor faced by Lu Han. Neither of them were his match. Lu Han managed to land a blow only thanks to a special divine ability and was still instantly killed afterward. Guan set aside his rage toward Black Profound Emperor for now, focusing instead on understanding the Dao of fate. The sun set, the moon rose. He sat unmoving. 3 days later, the door opened. A wave of fragrant air entered the room, and Guan's eyes changed slightly. "You're here?" Zhang Qiang asked joyfully as she stepped up to the table, a smile she couldn't hide brightening her face. Guan looked at her, his gaze returning to clarity. Just that one glance made her heart inexplicably tremble. She didn't know why, but Zhang Qiang suddenly felt that his mood was very low. Her smile quietly faded. "What's wrong with you?" Zhang Qiang frowned, her expression growing colder as she asked, "Did someone give you trouble?" Hearing that, Guan smiled. "It's nothing. I was just thinking about a story from a book." Zhang Qiang eyed him suspiciously. "Really?" Guan chuckled. "Really? Honestly, I was planning to leave before you came out of seclusion, so when you realized you missed me, maybe you'd feel a little guilty. But you showed up so fast, I wasn't expecting it." After all, he was a divine soul immortal, and although Lu Han's memories were heavy and vast, he could still detach from them in a short time. Lu Han was a past life, he was Guan now. Hearing his words, Zhang Qiang's concern vanished. She rolled her eyes and huffed, "You sure like to scheme. I wouldn't feel guilty." "Oh, I guess I overestimated our relationship. But since you came to see me, I am glad. It's rare to see you leave Taixuan Sect. I just thought of you. You're always the one coming to visit. I figured it was about time I returned the favor. Besides, Taixuan and Gathering Flower Sect have a good relationship now." The two chatted, and as they talked, Guan was secretly observing Zhang Qiang's fate, peering into her destiny. Anyone not at Nirvana stage was still immortal. Guan could see the endpoint of Zhang Qiang's life with just a glance. Her fate was complex, filled with countless possibilities, many branching paths. And in none of those futures did Guan see himself. But he understood the reason her fate was so variable was because of him. His choices would reshape her destiny. Yet every path led to the same ending, death. Some paths showed natural death, some death in battle, some from going mad during cultivation. Her fate was like a tree, growing and branching, yet every leaf fell to the same conclusion. Cruel. That's what fate was. Having fused with Lu Han's life experience, Guan's understanding of the Dao of destiny deepened. He realized that hidden beneath this cruelty was a mysterious force, a force that could dissolve fate at any time. He guessed this was the sliver of hope left by the 3,000 Daos, the single thread that allowed all beings a chance to transcend. If Zhang Qiang could reach Nirvana, her fate could be shattered and rebuilt. And what about his own fate? He was within it, he couldn't see it. Fate was the sum of all karma one had accumulated. While someone who could read fate couldn't see their own, they could deduce related karmic threads. If he could see Zhang Qiang's fate, then surely someone stronger could see the fate of a divine soul immortal like him. Fate was never set in stone, it only appeared so because most people lacked the power to change their paths and were swept along by the tides. Those who stood above even the 9 heavens of the immortal Dao could surely see the forces shaping divine soul immortals. So how did one break free from fate? That was the question Guan pondered throughout his conversation with Zhang Qiang. 2 hours later, Guan stood and prepared to leave. "Can't you stay another couple days?" Zhang Qiang asked, trying to keep him longer. "I've already been out for 4. It's time to go back. I've got several medicine valleys to manage," he replied. Zhang Qiang glared at him. "What's the point of raising so many disciples, then? By that logic, as a sect master, shouldn't I be even busier? We're not the same. Besides, I made it out once, visiting again will be easier." We're both cultivators, we'll have plenty of chances to meet again. Guan shook his head. Zhang Qiang huffed but couldn't change his mind. She personally escorted him to Gathering Flower Sack's gate. Even after he took off, she remained where she stood, watching the direction he left. The disciples guarding the gate were quietly curious who was that man, to have the sect master herself see him off? On the way back, Guan was targeted, but Zhang Qiang secretly intervened and dealt with the attackers. Because she followed along in the shadows, Guan's return was delayed. Once she stopped trailing him, he was still 10,000 miles from Taixuan Sect, so he stepped through space and returned directly. From then on, he planned to spend time comprehending the Dao of Fate. Time flowed. In the blink of an eye, 20 years passed. To Guan, those years flew by. Aside from harvesting medicinal herbs, he spent most of his time secluded indoors. Many new disciples didn't even get the chance to interact with him before reaching Foundation establishment and graduating. An Xian had become the third Medicine Valley's chief disciple, with authority to distribute Foundation establishment pills. She had 20 attendants working under her and managed the valley with impressive order. That year, early summer, Guan pushed open his door and strolled downstairs. Gazing at the clear blue sky, he felt refreshed, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. His study of fate could be put on hold. It was time to relax for a few years. In these 20 years, he'd mastered Lu Han's strongest divine ability, Doomsday Fate Seal. It was a technique Lu Han developed through contemplation of the River of Fate. It could strip away a target's karmic bonds, causing the laws of heaven and earth to reject them, and even leave behind an indelible wound, one that would forever remain a weakness. Lu Han had once used this very technique to injure the Black Profound Emperor. Should Guan encounter that emperor again, he could identify him by the scar left by the Doomsday Fate Seal. No matter what divine ability the emperor used, it couldn't cover up the damage. Still, until he understood the Black Profound Emperor's true strength, Guan wouldn't use techniques from Lu Han, Xiao Shengtian, or Chu Lu lightly. This was the third time the Black Profound Emperor had tried to kill him. It couldn't be coincidence. The man was clearly searching for him. As Guan pondered the Black Profound Emperor, Ji Xuanyu walked up beside him, scrutinizing him. You've changed. I can't explain how, but something's different. Guan glanced at her, smiled lightly. Maybe I got more handsome. Ji Xuanyu seemed thoughtful. Guan could sense the destiny aura on her. Her cultivation clearly involved studying the Dao of Fate. That might be why she noticed the change in him. Fortunately, their cultivation levels were vastly different. There was no way she could see through his real power. They chatted for a bit, then Guan went to find an Xian and left Taixuan Sect with her. Once they were sure no one was tracking them, Guan took her to Renjian Peak. An Xian blinked, and when she opened her eyes again, they were already there. So fast? At that moment, she felt just like Yangjian had all those years ago. The higher her cultivation, the more she realized just how powerful her master was. Master, what divine ability was that? That speed? An Xian couldn't help but ask. Guan flew on the clouds with her, eyes forward. You guessed right. It's the time-stepping path you've been training in. An Xian's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder it was so hard to learn. Once mastered, it could literally step across the mortal realm. She now had new motivation to master it. Soon, the two arrived at Dingtian Peak. Guan started picking herbs. Along the way, he greeted disciples, and news of his return quickly spread. With Guan around, Renjian Peak had grown more lenient toward Dingtian Peak. His personal disciples could negotiate more benefits for the entire mountain. Everyone knew it was because their peak master was powerful. Among the disciples, Guan had already become a living legend. He wandered the mountain, picking herbs here and there. It was obvious he was intentionally getting involved in their daily lives. Everyone he spoke to was thrilled. Sometimes, he even helped them harvest herbs, taking nothing for himself, leaving them completely flattered. Eventually, Guan heard a piece of news. The Immortal Dynasty was about to reveal itself. On Renjian Peak, where he could access news from the Heavenly Spirit Great Realm, Guan learned about the long-standing feud between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court. Their conflict had spanned countless years. It wasn't until the current Saint Heaven took the throne that the world saw some peace. Saint Heaven was said to be the strongest being in the Heavenly Spirit Great Realm, but no one knew how strong. Now that the Immortal Dynasty was emerging, conflict with the Holy Court was inevitable. Once sparks flew, the peace would be over. Despite everything Guan had experienced, the severed sea was minuscule. It couldn't shake the entire realm. All in all, the world had enjoyed peace for hundreds of thousands of years. An Xian was fascinated. It was her first time hearing about the Immortal Dynasty. She hadn't imagined a power capable of standing against the Holy Court. After a while, Guan took an Xian to a mountaintop courtyard. She began cultivating, while Guan relaxed, writing to ease his mind. Today's visit was just for leisure. After a while, he sensed something and looked up. His gaze pierced the sky straight into the depths of space. He felt a strange, ominous aura flying in from the realm of extinction. It made him deeply uncomfortable. Soon, a coffin emerged from the darkness. It was made of dark red wood, soaked in blood-like hues. Wisps of visible black mist swirled around it. Something was inside. Could it be after the heaven demon embryo again? Guan had no intention of interfering. The coffin wasn't hiding its aura or form. It must have been noticed by the Holy Court. Sure enough, Guan saw countless figures fly out from the holy domain where the court resided. The weakest among them was a free-soaring immortal. Such terrifying depth. Guan was once again in awe of the Holy Court's strength. And that was just their first response. It was hard to imagine what they could do if they fully mobilized. Then, he saw a mystic celestial immortal intercept the red coffin. That cultivator used immense power to stop it, but in moments, his body turned to blood water, splashing onto the coffin and drying instantly. His immortal soul barely escaped. Such terrifying power. Even Guan couldn't see how the red coffin devoured the immortal. That was a type of strength he'd never witnessed before. One thing was clear, whatever was inside that coffin, it wasn't a heaven demon. Or at least, not one he had seen before. The coffin shot toward the heavenly spirit great realm unstoppable. What shocked him even more was that all the Holy Court cultivators stopped midair and gave way. What the hell? Guan frowned slightly. Was the coffin related to the Holy Court? As he mulled it over, he looked down and continued writing. If the sky falls, let the tall ones hold it up. The Holy Court was still in the realm. He'd just sit back and watch how it all played out. As dusk approached, Guan stood up and stretched lazily, his gaze drifting beyond the sky. That deep red coffin had now reached the outer heavens, and was about to fall into the heavenly spirit great realm. An Xian walked over and asked, "Are we heading back?" Guan gave a small nod, and an Xian immediately went to pack. She had bought a few trinkets at Dingtian Peak, planning to bring them back to the Third Medicine Valley. As long as she didn't expose the connection between Renjian Peak and Guan, he wouldn't stop her. She packed quickly, then hurried back to Guan. Seeing her master looking skyward, she instinctively followed his gaze. She caught sight of a meteor streaking across the starry sky, falling toward a distant land. "What's that?" an Xian murmured. Guan didn't answer. He just watched the meteor vanish into the distance, then waved his sleeve. Both of them disappeared into thin air. Once back at the Third Medicine Valley, master and disciple returned to their own quarters. Guan sat in his chair, seemingly admiring the night scenery outside his window, but his divine sense was focused far away, watching the deep red coffin. The coffin had landed on a continent 10 times larger than the Taixuan continent, instantly triggering an apocalyptic catastrophe for the beings living there. In mere moments, the entire land had become a sea of flames. 90% of the living beings perished. The survivors fled into the ocean. The impact from the coffin's descent continued to spread, affecting more oceans and continents. It was far from Taixuan continent, and even farther from Renjian Peak. That meant it likely wasn't here for the demon embryo. The coffin had embedded itself deep in a massive crater, unmoving, with no sign of the lid opening. The moon set, the sun rose. A night passed. Before going downstairs, Guan glanced at the coffin again. Seeing it was still shut, he stopped thinking about it and went down to join the disciples for morning exercises. Morning training was a tradition in the Third Medicine Valley. Even high-level cultivators visiting for Go matches occasionally participated. The practice wasn't too strict, disciples chatted freely, and the atmosphere was relaxed. After it ended, Yu Yingying approached Shen Xinzi, looking hesitant. Shen Xinzi was meditating under a tree, holding a copy of Journey to the West. "Did you start feeling restless and uneasy last night?" he asked calmly without looking up. Yu Yingying quickly nodded. "I've never felt like this before. If I'm turning into one of those, please kill me first." Shen Xinzi finally looked up, a bit surprised. Thinking he was doubting her, Yu Yingying explained in a low voice, "Heaven demons don't die easily. Killing myself wouldn't work. But you're a high monk, you know how to banish demons. I don't want to hurt anyone." Shen Xinzi gave her a deep look. "Don't worry. You'll live out your life and never turn into a heaven demon. What you're feeling likely means the heaven demon's natural enemy has arrived." He had sensed the disturbance last night too. His cultivation was high, and the unease in his heart was even stronger than hers. That's why he'd picked up Journey to the West to distract himself. "Really? The heaven demon has an enemy? What should I do?" Yu Yingying asked quickly. "Nothing," he said, bowing his head again. "Just keep cultivating. You'll get used to it." She was stunned for a moment, then walked away, still full of questions. Meanwhile, Guan was patrolling the valley atop the Blood Prison Grand Sage. He had overheard the conversation between Yu Yingying and Shen Xinzi. Heaven demon's enemy? Guan unhooked Qingtian Peak from his waist, raised it, and sent his divine sense inside. Moments later, he arrived within the ruined temple. He stared at the wall, about to speak, when the black-robed elder appeared. "Have you decided?" the elder asked. Guan shook his head, then changed the subject. "Do heaven demons have a natural enemy?" The elder's expression immediately darkened. He frowned and asked warily, "What do you mean? Heaven demons don't have enemies." Guan flicked his sleeve, and an illusion appeared between them. When the black-robed elder saw the deep red coffin, his face changed drastically. Guan said nothing, simply waiting for him to speak. The elder clenched his fists inside his sleeves, took a deep breath, then gritted his teeth. "He came for the emperor, but his presence will bring catastrophe to this world. If he can enter, that means the Holy Court intends to use him to wipe out the heaven demons in the heavenly spirit great realm." "Who is he?" Guan asked. The elder replied, "He's called the Dark War Emperor. No one knows his origins. He once caused rivers of blood to flow across the realm of extinction. All I know is he came from an ancient force known as the War Court." "War Court? Wasn't that the force founded by Long Zhan?" Guan remained calm, probing further. "What is the War Court?" The elder glanced at him, then said, "The War Court is a legend in the realm of extinction. They say it once ruled the great thousand worlds, standing at the pinnacle of the immortal Dao. No one knows if it was destroyed or simply vanished. That's all I know. What realm is the Dark War Emperor at? Guan asked. I don't know, but it's definitely extremely high, the elder replied, his scalp tingling just at the thought. Guan said suddenly, so I don't need to leave, right? Once he wipes out the heaven demons, the Holy Court will ask him to leave, right? The elder panicked. The Dark War Emperor is unstable and violently unpredictable. He will bring disaster to Renjian Peak. If he devours the demon embryo, he might even turn on the Holy Court. You won't escape trouble either. Guan didn't panic. He just looked at the elder in silence. The black-robed elder gritted his teeth then suddenly dropped to his knees. I beg you, senior, help the emperor be born. If you do, our entire race will owe you a great debt. I'll personally report this to our clan. You'll have an ally in the realm of extinction. You've got to be kidding. What if he turns on me? Guan asked coldly. The elder raised his head and quickly explained, rest assured he's forgotten his past lives. He's undergoing reincarnation. During this process, he's at his weakest. Once he's reborn, he'll be a new being. You could even take him as your disciple. If he attains the Deo one day, he'll never forget your kindness. Guan fell silent, clearly considering it. If you don't help, the elder urged, once the Dark War Emperor is reborn, he'll come after us. But if the Demon Emperor is born first, he'll undergo reincarnation's cleansing, sever his heaven demon karma, and the Dark War Emperor won't be able to find him. It sounded like the War Emperor might show up any second. Guan hesitated, then asked, how do I help? The elder was overjoyed and immediately taught Guan a secret technique. Guan listened carefully, memorizing it in one go. Hurry, the elder urged. If he finds us first, he could block the Emperor's path to the Deo. We must not let that happen. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Guan put away Qingtian Peak, hanging it back on his belt. As for the black-robed elder's words, he didn't fully believe them, but he could at least determine that the strange technique the elder passed on had no hidden dangers. While being carried by the Blood Prison Grand Sage during his patrol of the Medicine Valley, he began weighing the pros and cons. After careful thought, he figured it might be worth a try. That Dark War Emperor had slaughtered a region of mortals the moment he descended. His cruelty and brutality had to be guarded against. Even if he was connected to the Holy Domain, he couldn't be trusted. He'd first observe what happened after the demonic fetus was born. Worst case scenario, he could just destroy it. Offending the heaven demon? So be it. Guan made up his mind, but he didn't act immediately. After all, the Dark War Emperor hadn't yet emerged from his coffin. Guan could still sense the rising aura inside. It didn't seem like he'd come out anytime soon. An hour later, Guan quietly arrived at a cave at the foot of Dingtian Peak, completely unnoticed. Standing before a stone pillar, he extended his divine sense into it. The demonic fetus was still curled up just as it had been decades ago. There was no change. Guan activated his lifespan barrier, covering the entire chamber, then performed the secret technique passed down by the black-robed elder on the fetus. Black mist began rising in increasing amounts from the surface of the pillar, and a strong, rhythmic heartbeat echoed from within. Time ticked by. Since the demonic fetus didn't absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth, the consumption of the lifespan barrier wasn't too fast, which eased Guan's mind a little. Half an hour later, Guan pulled the fetus out. It had shrunk to the size of a normal baby, still shrouded in demonic energy, but no longer fully hidden. Guan used lifespan perception on it. Long Qing, Qi refining stage, 9th level 0/1000/9999. Huh? Why was the surname Long? The Dark War Emperor, bearer of the War Court's legacy, had just appeared and now another Long appeared. Guan couldn't help but overthink it. He stared closely at the yet-to-awaken Long Qing, peering into the karmic threads within. Long Qing's karma was complicated, but Guan had inherited all the memories of Long Zhan, who had also studied the Deo of Karma. After watching for a long while, Guan noticed that Long Qing's soul had a deep connection to the soul of Long Xian, Long Zhan's son. That meant Long Qing was likely Long Xian's descendant. Long Zhan was born in the Long family, and although he created the War Court, the family ancestors hadn't founded it. This confirmed that Long Qing had to be Long Zhan's descendant. Which also meant Long Zhan came from the past, not the future. Reincarnation evolution really could project into the past. But was this fated to happen, or had his actions altered the past? Before he used reincarnation evolution, the demonic fetus had already been hidden in Dingtian Peak. But he only discovered it after finishing the evolution. Did its identity change? Guan found that to be a question worth pondering. Long Qing was still absorbing innate demonic energy, and his cultivation was quickly rising to the foundation establishment stage. This little guy wouldn't be like those immortal spirits of the immortal dynasty, born with innate immortal Deo cultivation, right? Guan secretly guessed. Over the next while, Long Qing's cultivation continued to rise rapidly, entirely due to the innate demonic energy surrounding him. He hadn't absorbed any spiritual energy from the world. Time passed swiftly. 3 hours later, Long Qing's cultivation leapt past the Grand Ascension stage, reaching Nirvana stage, first level, and his lifespan limit transformed into 999,999 years. Guan could already tell if this kid were to be revealed to the world, he'd surely trigger a heavenly tribulation. That would be a problem. So once Long Qing's cultivation finally stabilized, Guan used his divine ability Primordial Return Divine Path to suppress it. He even altered the baby's aura to that of a mortal. At his current level, Guan could even suppress karma until Longqing was unsealed, even the heaven demon wouldn't be able to find him. The demonic energy around Longqing dissipated completely in an unexplainable way, it just vanished. Longqing slowly opened his eyes. They were big and watery. His tiny fists were clenched, and when he saw Guan, he immediately smiled and let out a baby's giggle. For some reason, seeing Longqing like this made Guan think of Long Xian when he was first born. The resemblance was uncanny. A smile spread across Guan's face as he began to play with Longqing. During the process, he felt once more what Long Zhan must have felt the first time he saw his son. But the war court and a descendant of the Long family showing up in the heavenly spirit great realm? That was too much of a coincidence. Guan grew wary. From now on, he absolutely couldn't reveal his true cultivation, not even now. He had to keep it up. A man must always keep a card up his sleeve. With a step of his path-stepping years step, Guan arrived just outside the Taixuan Sect, then deactivated the lifespan barrier. From his storage pouch, he pulled out a robe and wrapped baby Longqing inside. The sunlight fell gently, making Longqing even more excited. He laughed non-stop, waving his little hands around, but they were too short to grab anything. Good thing the kid wasn't a normal baby, otherwise Guan would have had to figure out how to feed him. He held the baby and sat under a nearby tree, continuing to play with him. Suddenly showing up with a baby would definitely raise eyebrows. So Guan decided to wait until nightfall before returning. He could come up with a story by then. Birdsong filled the woods. Flowers bloomed. Guan listened to Longqing's laughter, and his thoughts drifted. Images from the reincarnation evolution resurfaced in his mind. It was the main hall of the war court. Long Zhan stood with his back to Long Xian, who was questioning him. Father, I preferred the you who used to take me hunting in the mountains. Back then, you weren't unbeatable, but at least you felt like a father. Long Xian left those words behind and walked away. Father and son never saw each other again until Long Zhan fell. Guan was deeply moved. He'd take this as a warning he couldn't become obsessed with power. The state he was in now was ideal, steadily growing stronger, while maintaining healthy bonds with those around him. He looked up toward the firmament beyond the woods. From here, the sky really did look high. Morning. The disciples of the Third Medicine Valley had just finished their morning exercises. An Xian turned her head and saw Guan stepping down from the teleportation platform, holding something in his arms. She immediately ran over. A few disciples close to Guan followed. When they saw he was holding a baby, they all gasped in surprise. Master, where'd this baby come from? Wow, so cute. Can I hold him? Is it a boy or a girl? What's his name, Master? He's smiling at me. Faced with their questions, Guan said he had found the boy in the forest and couldn't find his parents, so he brought him back to raise. No one doubted him after all, their master really was that kind. An Xian even thought of herself. Her eyes turned slightly red, and she looked at Longqing with even more affection. But Guan didn't let them hold the baby. He brought Longqing back to his pavilion. At the entrance, Ji Xuanyu walked out of her room and curiously stared at the child. He kind of looks like you, Ji Xuanyu blurted out instinctively, her eyes full of meaning. Don't tell me you think someone secretly had this baby for me. Guan replied sourly. Ji Xuanyu chuckled and said nothing more. Guan ignored her and went upstairs with the baby. In the distance, Shenzhenzi calculated Longqing's karma and found it matched what Guan had said. He didn't give it more thought. While disciples were curious, no one paid too much attention. But they began noticing that wherever Guan went, he was always carrying Longqing, and that made them suspicious. Months passed. Autumn arrived. The crimson coffin hiding the Dark War Emperor still remained shut. But cultivators had gathered on the desolate land around it, even setting up grand formations near the coffin. One day, Yelan brought Zhen Qin to visit Guan. When they saw him holding a baby, both women were stunned. After learning it wasn't his child, Yelan breathed a sigh of relief. He just seemed like fate, Guan said cheerfully. So I brought him back, planning to take him as a disciple. Zhen Qin held Longqing, finding him adorable. She asked, Master, have you named him yet? Yeah, I named him Longqing. There was a clear little stream beside him when I found him, and his eyes are just as clear. That's where Qing comes from. Then why the surname Long? Zhen Qin pressed. Take a look at his back, Guan said with a smile. Zhen Qin instinctively opened the baby's robe. On his back were mysterious black patterns. At first glance, they looked like a black dragon. Seems this kid's got quite the mysterious background, Zhen Qin exclaimed. Yelan saw it too and relaxed completely. She smiled and took Longqing into her arms. Keep this quiet, Guan reminded them. Since he's been abandoned, let him stay away from the chaos and live peacefully in the Medicine Valley. Just say that mark on his back I made it. Both women nodded and praised him for being thoughtful. They stayed in the Third Medicine Valley for 3 days before leaving. The branch sect had important tasks lately, and it would be years before their next visit. By 6 months old, Longqing could walk. By 1, he was already babbling words. Dressed in fine little robes, he became the valley's little bundle of joy. A full year had passed since the crimson coffin descended upon the heavenly spirit great realm, and still it hadn't moved. But word had spread, and many sects now called it a foreign evil object. Even within Mortal Peak, there was talk of it. That year, summer came. Inside his pavilion, Guan sat, holding Qingtian Peak, his divine sense entering once more. Inside the ruined temple, the black-robed elder popped out instantly, anxious. What took you so long? Where's the emperor? Guan let out a long breath. Failed. Just as I was about to use the technique you taught me, he vanished. I couldn't keep up. Now I have no idea where he went. The black-robed elder's face changed drastically. He trembled. The good news is he's still in the coffin. It's been a year. Why hasn't there been any movement? Guan frowned. The elder's face eased slightly. He thought for a moment. He might be preparing something. Senior, please, can you let me go? I must search for the emperor. Guan shook his head. Sorry. I can't fully trust you. I'll let you out in 10,000 years. Let's get through this calamity first. 10,000 years? The black-robed elder almost cursed out loud. But thinking of Guan's unfathomable cultivation, he swallowed it back. No matter how important the emperor's whereabouts were, nothing was more important than his own life. The old man in black ultimately chose to compromise. He believed Guan would keep his word after all. He had no strength left to resist, and it was pointless for Guan to lie at this stage. After dealing with the old man, Guan let go of Qingtian Peak. He looked up, his gaze piercing the walls. He saw little Long Qing, barely a year old, chasing after the white spirit mouse. The white spirit mouse had slowed down deliberately, worried the boy wouldn't be able to keep up. It was rare to see the white spirit mouse being so gentle. A smile crept across Guan's face. Guan no longer dwelled on what exactly reincarnation evolution truly was. What mattered now was getting stronger. These reincarnated identities couldn't help him survive better. In this world, there was the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty, and beyond the heavens, there were realms like the Realm of Extinction. He was being watched by the Extinction God Emperor, the Black Profound Emperor, and countless other great realms. His path was still long. Long Zhan had been too arrogant and was crushed to death by the Extinction God Emperor. Guan aimed to quietly surpass the ninth heaven of the immortal path while still within the universe of the Heavenly Spirit Great Realm. He chose to overestimate the Black Profound Emperor and the Extinction God Emperor. That way, if he ever faced them again, especially as enemies, he'd have a better chance of victory. Gathering his spirits, Guan even suppressed his resentment toward the Black Profound Emperor, burying the past deep in his heart. He was Guan was his true self. Guan picked up his brush and ink, ready to write and let out his feelings. The skies were clear, not a cloud in sight. Under the blue sky, countless cultivators had gathered on the desolate plains, surrounding a massive crater over 100 miles in diameter. Towers were being erected along the crater's rim, and before each stood a towering iron pillar. Baizia stood at the edge of the crater, looking into the distance at a deep red coffin, his eyes filled with worry. Have you ever seen it in the realm of extinction? A voice suddenly asked. Fu Shengzhu stepped forward to stand beside Baizia. Baizia turned and saluted him. Only after the salute did he reply, I haven't. But its aura feels incredibly dangerous. I have, Fu Shengzhu said, calmly gazing at the deep red coffin. Baizia looked at him in surprise. Fu Shengzhu continued, wherever this evil coffin appears, the heaven demons retreat, leaving behind nothing but carnage. Even they fear what's inside. I've heard that even beings stronger than those in the free-soaring immortal stage turn to ash the moment they approach it. Stronger than the free-soaring immortal stage? Baizia was even more terrified. As someone in the celestial ascension stage, he viewed the free-soaring immortal as the epitome of transcendence. And something stronger than that still couldn't stand against the coffin? He couldn't help but picture Meng Lang approaching the coffin and being instantly reduced to ashes. A chill ran down his spine. As Fu Shengzhu continued recounting his experience, Baizia listened intently. He wasn't the only one. Others from different sects were also sharing their own tales of the realm of extinction. Atop a grand and majestic tower, a white-robed man stood with his hands behind his back, silently watching the deep red coffin, his gaze unfathomable. A man clad in golden armor suddenly appeared beside him, cupping his hands in salute. Saint King, the higher UPS instructed you not to take action. We're to wait for the Dark War Emperor to awaken. Hearing this, the white-robed man narrowed his eyes but said nothing. No one could tell what he was thinking. The man in golden armor said in a low voice, Saint King, I really think something's off. The heaven demons may cause trouble every now and then, but back when Saint Heaven was around, this never happened. Didn't he say that all beings beyond the heavens are our enemies? When have we ever turned to enemies for help? He wasn't worried about being overheard. This tower was protected by multiple restrictions, preventing even high-level cultivators from spying. Expressionless, the white-robed man replied, this is the Saint Prime Minister's era now. It'll likely last a long while. If you want to survive in the Holy Court, you'd better learn to play dumb. The golden-armored man's face darkened in frustration. Gritting his teeth, he asked, where exactly did Saint Heaven go? Why does he trust the Saint Prime Minister so much? The white-robed man calmly said, the tribulation of reincarnation is a trial all supreme beings must face. Saint Heaven has delayed his for too long. If he waits any longer, no one knows what the future might bring. Tribulation of reincarnation? Has Saint Heaven reincarnated? The golden-armored man frowned. The white-robed man shook his head. Your cultivation level isn't high enough. Don't ask too many questions. Just remember this, if the Holy Court truly faces life and death, Saint Heaven will return. Until then, let the Saint Prime Minister stir things up. The more chaos, the more opportunities for us. Don't forget, even the Holy God is dissatisfied with the Saint Prime Minister. The golden-armored man's expression flickered, then he bowed and took his leave. The white-robed man's long hair fluttered in the breeze as he quietly watched the deep red coffin. The summer heat was intense. Guan rode the Blood Prison Grand Sage toward the third Medicine Valley, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. A Deovoid celestial immortal had appeared near the deep red coffin. It was Guan's first time sensing the aura of a Deovoid celestial immortal. It likely came from the Holy Court. With so many factions gathered yet no one making a move, Guan had no way to tell who was friend or foe. Regardless, the appearance of the deep red coffin had caused the destruction of an entire continent. In his past life, it would have been akin to the extinction of all life on Earth, yet even then, the Holy Court did nothing. Maybe, to them, the heaven demons posed a greater threat. Perhaps they were thinking long-term. But to the innocent lives caught in the crossfire, wasn't that just another tragedy? Master, what do you think of Longqing's talent? He seems pretty sharp to me, the Blood Prison Grand Sage asked, pulling Guan back to the present. He wasn't stupid. His master wouldn't take in an orphan for no reason. This boy had to be special. Maybe even more monstrous than Yangjian. Guan replied, mediocre. He won't amount to much in this lifetime. The Blood Prison Grand Sage was stunned. Master, you're kidding, right? You'll see soon enough, Guan said with a chuckle. The Blood Prison Grand Sage couldn't help but press, then why take him in? Just had a good feeling. You think I need anything from Yangjian? Guan said offhandedly. The Blood Prison Grand Sage found that reasonable. After all, Guan didn't just treat Yangjian well. Every disciple in the valley had received his grace. As Guan often said, do good without asking for returns. That's true. Living a simple, peaceful life isn't so bad either, the Blood Prison Grand Sage agreed. But deep down, he was convinced Longqing was destined for greatness. It was only a matter of time. As they reached the mouth of the valley, Guan spotted a group of female disciples surrounding Longqing from afar. They were passing him around, making the boy laugh gleefully, spreading joy. When someone spotted the Blood Prison Grand Sage, they quickly whispered among themselves and dispersed. One female disciple was left holding Longqing, flustered. She hurried toward an Xian. Guan, let's play a game of Go, came the cheerful voice of the nine-fingered Divine Lord. Guan signaled the Blood Prison Grand Sage to continue on. Soon after, when Guan sat at the stone Go table, the nine-fingered Divine Lord grinned and asked, so, who is that little guy Longqing? What's his background? He had tried divining Longqing's karma but found nothing. With Yangjian as a precedent, he had a gut feeling the boy had a major backstory. Guan picked up a piece and smiled. How should I know? I really found him in the mountains. If you like him, why not take him as a disciple? The Divine Lord laughed. Forget it. I already stole one of your disciples, I can't steal another. When Guan made the first move, the Divine Lord frowned, scooped up the white pieces, and said, here, black goes first. Don't you know the rules? Then he quickly made his move. Guan chuckled and followed up, then asked about Chu Jingfeng. The Divine Lord said he'd settled Chu Jingfeng overseas while he himself remained at Taixuan Sect. Guan didn't even know what to say to that. Half an hour later, Guan stood and left. The Divine Lord frowned at the board. Where did I go wrong? He muttered. No one would explain it to him. Losing wasn't surprising, winning would have been. Guan was in a great mood. Tomorrow he could head to the Hidden Realm and harvest high-grade herbs, gaining millions of years of lifespan in one go. He decided not to activate lifespan reincarnation again before his next breakthrough. Actually, not until he saved up a full billion years of lifespan. He didn't want any more descendants popping up and making him feel guilty about ignoring them. The sun set, and the moon rose. Early the next morning, Guan handed Longqing over to Yu Yingying before heading off alone from the Medicine Valley. Yu Yingying adored Longqing. She didn't even know why she used to hate kids. That evening, Guan returned. He was humming a tune along the way, clearly in a good mood. He had just harvested over 65 million years of lifespan. What a blast! The Hidden Realm was his prized investment. He'd been consistently putting more and more high-grade herbs into it. Along the way, he greeted every disciple he passed. They were all stunned by the attention. He finally reached Yu Yingying's courtyard and picked up Longqing. Hey, I want to ask you something. Yu Yingying stopped him. Guan rolled his eyes. I'm not hey. Yu Yingying glared back. Lately I've had a bad feeling, like something terrible is going to happen to the Medicine Valley. Do you think I should leave? Guan looked at her, surprised. If you wanna leave, go. Why ask me? Fuming, Yu Yingying tried to pinch him, but he nimbly dodged. I'm leaving tomorrow. She turned and stormed into her room. Guan called out, hey, if you're really that scared, what's the point in worrying? Don't forget who's holding down the fort in Taixuan Sect. Yu Yingying paused, looked back, the anger in her eyes slowly fading. Isn't that kind of wrong though? Guan replied confidently, everyone in Taixuan Sect enjoys the protection of the sword sovereign of the righteous path. What's wrong with that? If you feel guilty, you can take care of Qinger from now on. He seems to like you. Yu Yingying hesitated. Guan said no more and walked away. He figured he might as well cuddle Longqing while the boy was still small. Once kids grew up, they weren't cute anymore. As for Yu Yingying's worries, Guan didn't take them seriously. There were countless heaven demons out there. He'd deal with the Dark War Emperor after he woke up. Judging by his current aura, the Dark War Emperor was still far from becoming a divine soul immortal. At this pace, it'd probably take thousands of years for him to reach that stage. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Longqing was already 5 years old. Guan stood by the window, watching Longqing ride the Blood Prison Grand Sage as they chased after a white spirit mouse, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Days like this were pretty great. Unfortunately, the peace was about to be broken. Guan could sense that the deep crimson coffin was beginning to tremble, alarming the surrounding sects into forming their defensive formations. The Dark War Emperor was about to awaken. The Dark War Emperor had inherited the War Court's legacy, yet now sought to kill the descendants of its creator, something that sparked many doubts in Guan's mind. Either way, he didn't have a good impression of the Dark War Emperor. The guy had slaughtered countless beings the moment he arrived. If he dared to show up in the Taixuan continent, Guan wouldn't show any mercy. With the name of the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path growing louder by the day, even the Holy Court wouldn't easily make a move against him. Lately, the great Ming Saint King had been staying quiet too, as if he had let go of past grudges and didn't dare to scheme against Guan anymore. After watching the distant horizon for a while, Guan went downstairs. Just as he descended the stairs, he saw streaks of blood-red light flash across the firmament, chilling and ominous. The disciples in the valley noticed the strange phenomenon as well and began discussing it among themselves. But none of them were panicked. In their minds, the Taixuan Sect was the safest place in the world. Ji Xuanyu walked up beside Guan and whispered, "I've seen this scene before, in a dream." Guan wasn't surprised. After all, the Dao Emperor of Reincarnation had been to the Desolation Domain. Following her lead, Guan asked, "What does it mean? What's going to happen?" Ji Xuanyu looked up at the firmament. "I'm not sure either, but whenever a phenomenon like this appears, it heralds a massacre." Guan shuddered and asked nervously, "Don't tell me it's another cataclysm? I've only lived a little over 300 years, and I've already been through several once-in-10,000-year calamities. Is the heavens targeting me?" Ji Xuanyu glanced at him. "What calamities have you been through? I haven't even seen you fight. You've got the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path and the Taixuan Sect shielding you from the storms. What are you afraid of? All you need to do is watch from the sidelines." "Heh, who's shielding who, really? If I told you the truth, it'd scare you to death." That's what Guan thought to himself, but out loud, he let out a breath of relief, patted his chest, and said, "You're right. What am I scared of? If immortals want to fight, what's it got to do with us mortals?" Ji Xuanyu was amused by his antics and chuckled. "I could teach you some spells. Interested?" "Not, you know I'm not into spell duels." "Really? Then why are you always sparring with the disciples?" "That's teaching, okay. A high realm cultivator fighting someone lower won't be in any danger. You better be careful, one day you might run into a peerless genius and end up embarrassed." "A peerless genius coming to Medicine Valley? Please. Didn't Yangjian come?" "Yeah, but his cultivation speed isn't even that fast." As they continued bickering, Ji Xuanyu's inner worry gradually eased. She had brought up the strange phenomenon because she was unsettled and needed to talk it out. Every time she talked to Guan, she felt more at ease. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, a terrifying wave of demonic energy suddenly erupted from the other side of the world. It came from the base of the deep crimson coffin that had arrived from beyond the heavens. The coffin stood upright, trembling violently. Around the massive crater it had created, a formation had already been activated, forming a semi-transparent barrier to seal it off. Even with the barrier in place, the cultivators outside were all overwhelmed with fear. The weakest among them were scattered immortals, yet even they felt as though a disaster was looming. Many desperately wanted to flee the scene. Crack. The coffin lid suddenly opened, and a pale, decaying hand reached out, gripping the edge. Bang! The lid flew off, and a wave of black mist surged out, rapidly spreading into a thick fog. From within the mist came the sound of heavy breathing so intense that most of the cultivators felt their scalps go numb. "Is this the Heavenly Spirit Great Realm?" A raspy voice rang out, each word pounding like a heavy hammer on everyone's chest. A white-robed man from the Holy Court spoke up. "Yes. Please purge the heavenly demons of this realm and spare the innocent." His voice was loud and clear, echoing across the land. All the sects were shocked. The Holy King of the Holy Court actually knew the evil entity inside the coffin? Purge the heavenly demons? Many cultivators started looking uneasy, especially those from Mortal Peak, where heaven demons had once caused havoc. They feared the Holy Court would use this as an excuse to suppress them. The Holy Court always acted in the name of the common people. Anyone or any force labeled an enemy of the people would face their merciless wrath. Purge the heavenly demons? Heh. The raspy voice spoke again, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Boom! An overwhelming force burst out from the crater, shattering the formation and blasting the surrounding cultivators in all directions. The white-robed man floated mid-air, unmoving. Cultivators of the free-soaring immortal stage resisted with mana, while those further away, at the celestial ascension stage, held their ground. But the weakest scattered immortals were flung right off the continent. "To help you deal with the heavenly demons, this emperor must feast well." The voice was laced with killing intent. The white-robed man remained expressionless. The major sect grand masters were all shaken and turned to him, eager to see the Holy Court's stance. After a long silence, the man uttered just one word. Agreed. That single word made all the grand masters' faces change dramatically. They stared at him in disbelief. Taixuan Sect, 3rd Medicine Valley. So damn terrifying, Guan thought, sensing the Dark War Emperor's presence. The Dark War Emperor had already reached the aura of a Deovoid celestial immortal. The entire Heavenly Spirit Great Realm could feel his oppressive might. The Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court didn't react, but the other sects across the world were clearly rattled. Many had already activated their grand formations and were preparing for the worst. Guan turned his gaze to Seeker's Island, which was already forming a formation in response. This aura. Beside him, Ji Xuanyu furrowed her brows, visible worry on her face. Guan didn't speak. He instead walked toward Longqing. The sudden oppressive aura had scared Longqing into tears. No matter how Yu Yingying tried to comfort him, it didn't work. Under a tree, Shen Xinzi closed his book and looked toward the sky. The blood-red light overhead filled his heart with unease. He had a gut feeling that catastrophe was coming. What in the world is that? Shen Xinzi muttered, frowning. Just as Guan reached Longqing, he felt the Dark War Emperor's presence shift to another location. In that instant, all the vitality in that region was wiped clean. The Emperor's aura grew stronger not by much, but still enough to make Guan scowl. What infuriated him the most was that the Holy Court let him run wild. Guan was deeply disappointed in the Holy Court. Master. As soon as Longqing saw him, he threw himself into Guan's arms. Guan patted his back and picked him up, gently comforting, "Don't be scared. Master's here." For some reason, Yu Yingying's anxiety also eased the moment Guan approached. She instinctively moved closer to him. Guan glanced at her pale face and asked, "Are you okay?" Yu Yingying clutched his sleeve with both hands and shook her head slightly. At that moment, Guan sensed a large number of presences entering the Taixuan continent. Their cultivation levels varied, the strongest only at the profound mind realm. Cultivators like that wouldn't usually catch his attention, but under these circumstances, the timing couldn't be worse. At the edge of the Taixuan continent, a group of ragged people were slowly making their way toward the forest from a sandy beach. Among them, a young girl was helping her elderly grandfather walk. She glanced up at the blood-colored anomaly in the sky, fear clouding her eyes. "Grandpa, they let us come here, do you think it's some kind of trap?" she asked timidly. Her face was smudged with dirt, but her bright eyes still shone through. Her grandfather moved forward unsteadily, voice weak as he replied, "Things will get better." They weren't the only ones. Others around them shared the same unease, mixed with a glimmer of hope. All across the edge of the continent, similar groups were making their way inland. Those with higher cultivation vanished quickly, those with lower cultivation could only advance on foot. From afar, Guan watched all of this unfold. With his divine sense, he could tell these people were all reincarnations of heaven demons, their soul origins linked to Yu Yingying and Shen Xinzi through karma. Every one of them had arrived via teleportation arrays, which vanished the moment they passed through. Using karma perception, Guan gleaned some insight. Heaven's prison. These people came from Heaven's prison, though they didn't know why. They'd simply been driven out by its rulers. Although Heaven's prison had no karmic or fated ties with the Holy Court, Guan didn't need to think hard to guess the one behind it, the Great Ming Saint King. After all, only a handful of enemies could move at this scale, and the Great Ming Saint King was one of the few capable. Releasing so many heaven demon reincarnates, wasn't this just a ploy to draw in the Dark War Emperor? Guan scoffed at such tactics. Still, if it could lure the Dark War Emperor out early, it would mean fewer casualties and give the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path a righteous excuse to strike. "Master, what's that in the sky?" Longqing looked up, his little face full of fear. No one who saw him could imagine this child as a future emperor of the domain of extinction. Guan patted his head gently, reassuring him. "It's nothing, might be rain coming. Didn't you say you'd be a man when you turned 5? So why are you crying?" Longqing quickly wiped his tears, clenched his fists, and declared, "I'm not crying. Sand just got in my eyes." His words made Yu Yingying giggle, breaking the tension. Guan set Longqing down and turned to Yu Yingying with a grin. "You planning to keep holding on to me like that?" She immediately let go, blushing and muttering, "TCH, who wants to hold you? Really? Someone almost ripped my sleeve off just now. Humph, that was an accident." As they bantered, the Taixuan Sect protecting Grand Formation activated. In the distance, a magnificent light barrier rose, and silhouettes of cultivators soared across the skies above the Third Medicine Valley. The Taixuan Sect was going into battle mode. From afar, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord rose to his feet, looking out. "Trouble again. Looks like we won't be finishing this game of Go today." His elderly opponent sighed in relief and was about to speak when Nine-Fingered Divine Lord suddenly vanished. Elsewhere, under a tree, Shen Xinzi also stood and disappeared. Beneath the rolling thunderclouds, flames devoured the earth like a scene from hell. A figure strode through the inferno, clad in tattered black battle armor. His black hair was matted and wild, his limbs blistered and oozing with blood. He walked hunched over, a terrifying face hidden beneath his mess of hair. His face, too, was decaying, no lips, only sharp teeth visible in a horrific grin. The only part untouched was his eyes. He was the Dark War Emperor? With every step, he exhaled foul air. Looking ahead, he spotted a white-robed man floating on the distant horizon. After just a glance, he looked away. Then he stopped, straightened his back, and sniffed the air. Suddenly, he jerked his head to the side and vanished. In the next instant, he appeared under the blue sky, above a vast sea of clouds. He dove downward, scattering clouds for thousands of miles, crashing toward the earth with unstoppable force. Boom! A terrifying firelight lit up the heavens, a devastating impact exploded outward, scorching the landscape black. Countless lives were erased in a flash. "That's enough." The white-robed man's voice echoed, heavy with authority. An evil laugh followed from the Dark War Emperor, adding even more terror to the shattered land. Inside the Third Medicine Valley, Guan felt a divine sense sweep through, far surpassing that of the mystic celestial immortal. It had to be the Dark War Emperor. As expected, the Emperor had been drawn by the karmic resonance of heaven demons across the land. Guan began walking toward the teleportation platform. Where are you going? Ji Xuanyu's voice entered his ears. Guan looked back. She stood in the distance, watching him. He replied with a voice transmission. Heading to Xian Valley. There are plenty of people here, no need to worry. She nodded reluctantly, watching him leave. Guan teleported to Xian Valley, where Lu Jujia had gathered the disciples to discuss the terrifying anomalies. Masters here. A disciple cried out, and all turned to see Guan, their faces lighting up. The Emperor's oppressive aura had everyone on edge. Seeing Guan brought comfort. As he approached, Guan felt Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's divine sense lock onto him. It seemed Nine-Fingered was starting to suspect he was tied to the Sword Sovereign. How interesting. Then suddenly, everyone on the Taixuan continent felt a choking pressure. No matter their cultivation, all experienced the same fleeting suffocation. What was that? Zhou Yujian, standing beside the heaven-splitting axe, looked toward the sky, frowning. Everyone on the Bushan platform felt a jolt of fear. Something had happened, something very real. Panic rippled across the entire continent. Beneath the heavens, the Dark War Emperor floated above a vast ocean, looking toward the continent ahead. Taixuan continent. He had felt a powerful force blocking his momentum, forcing him to stop. That continent harbored true power. With such intense heaven demon aura here, this place likely had no ties to the Holy Court. The Emperor's eyes flickered. He raised his right hand, black mist roiling from his palm, sweeping across the skies and surging toward the continent. People looked up as black clouds surged in. Then, suddenly, day turned into night. What's going on? Why is it suddenly dark? Did your heart stop just now too? Is the Grand Cold Demon Sect coming again? Could it be some apocalyptic demon emerging? Xian Valley disciples murmured in confusion. Guan's face darkened, but he couldn't explain. All he could do was urge them to trust the Taixuan Sect. As the continent fell under the shadow of the black clouds, the Dark War Emperor's oppressive presence grew stronger, spreading dread. On her balcony, Ji Xuanyu suddenly froze. She felt as if a dark figure was walking toward her, each step stomping on her heart. She wasn't alone. All living beings across the continent fell into the same eerie trance. Inside the imperial palace, Li Sundao sat on his dragon throne, stunned, watching a deathly figure approach the hall. Ministers around him turned pale and silent. From temples to pavilions, from palaces to forests, anywhere and everywhere, regardless of visibility, beings were drawn into an indescribable nightmare. The reincarnated heaven demons felt it strongest. Like Yu Yingying, who saw the Emperor's face ugly, terrifying. She wanted to scream, but no sound came. She couldn't move. She could only wait for death. Even Shenzhenzi, at the 9th level of the roving immortal stage, was trapped. He gritted his teeth, panic welling up. He couldn't understand the Emperor's divine power, couldn't accept his own helplessness. In the real world, the Dark War Emperor lifted his arm, laughing madly. A torrent of black mist surged from his palm, forming a sky-obscuring cloud. Within his hand, a black spear took shape, covered in strange runes and emitting an aura of dread. Let me see what you're made of. He licked his teeth, his raspy voice dripping with killing intent. Suddenly, he looked up. Within the black cloud, a powerful light shone. His expression changed slightly. He gripped his spear with both hands, aura exploding in all directions. Below, the sea collapsed in a magnificent spectacle. He poured all his power into the spear. Black flames erupted from it, countless wailing souls crawling out from the surface, trying to escape but they couldn't. Far above, in the outer skies, mysterious beings from 7 suns opened their eyes, all staring down at the heavenly spirit great realm. From the heavens, the vast and radiant world now had a black dot, one that was quickly growing. Inside the 3rd Medicine Valley, Ji Xuanyu fell into the same eerie trance. She saw the Dark War Emperor walking toward her, past the medicine garden. It was a scene she had seen in dreams again and again. But facing it now, it felt completely different. An uncontrollable fear and despair gripped her heart. She tried to push it away but couldn't. D***mn it. She gritted her teeth. A red Dao sigil between her brows stretched, igniting into flames. She was activating the power of her innate Dao sigil. Just then, a brilliant light burst behind her, dispelling the darkness in her vision. She instinctively turned and caught a glimpse of a figure. Her pupils dilated. A sword shadow? A silver-glowing sword shadow. Thunder raged across its blade, shaping its form. She had never seen such a sword, like it had crossed the river of time from an ancient age. Wherever it pointed, darkness shattered. In that moment, not just her, all the despairing beings of the continent saw the same sword. As the countless beings trapped in terrifying illusions across the continent witnessed a mysterious sword shadow, in reality, the Dark War Emperor also saw it. But the sword shadow facing the Dark War Emperor was even more majestic, its presence overwhelming. The black sea of clouds that blanketed the sky was flooded with sword light. Thunderclouds parted, and a colossal silver sword blade pierced through the dark clouds. It was as if an unimaginably massive deity from beyond the heavens had swung a sword. The portion of the blade emerging from the clouds was even larger than a mountain. Before such a mighty sword, the Dark War Emperor holding a spear in both hands seemed minuscule. After a brief moment of shock, madness crept into the Dark War Emperor's expression. What domineering sword intent! I didn't expect someone in this world to reach such heights in the sword Dao. He laughed thunderously, and his aura surged wildly. The spear in his hands erupted with terrifying black flames. As he spoke, He gripped his spear tightly and thrust forward with tremendous force. With that strike, the clouds in the heavens exploded, revealing the full form of the colossal and mysterious sword shadow. It was a sword shadow larger than any mountain range in the world. Its hilt seemed to stretch into the cosmos, overwhelming the senses with its sheer visual impact. Boom! The raging black flames clashed with the awe-inspiring sword shadow like a dragon ramming into a divine blade. In an instant, the people of the continent snapped out of their illusions. In their vision, a blinding sword shadow had torn the illusions apart and pulled them back into reality. Instinctively, they looked up and were met with a sight they would never forget. A silver sword shadow hovered in the sky. Its immensity defied imagination. It was beyond words. In Xian Valley, Guan and the disciples looked up at the sword shadow above. The eternal boundless divine sword? It was an ascended form of the celestial star-suppressing infinite sword? This was also the first time Guan had used this sword technique. Standing among the disciples, Guan's face showed astonishment, making it hard for anyone to associate him with the divine sword in the sky. Even the nine-fingered divine lord's divine sense had vanished. He was clearly also stunned by the sight above. Guan's gaze sharpened. The eternal boundless divine sword radiated dazzling light, dimming everything around it. Then, with unstoppable force, it dispersed the black flames and charged toward the Dark War Emperor. The Dark War Emperor's expression changed dramatically. He immediately activated his divine ability, transforming his body into black mist. But as the eternal boundless divine sword swept past, the mist collapsed and vanished completely within moments. Beyond the heavens, in the dim starry sky, the Dark War Emperor reappeared out of thin air. He turned to look back at the heavenly spirit great realm. His terrifying face was now full of lingering fear. That sword intent, it contains powerful karmic force. The Dark War Emperor was inwardly alarmed. Fortunately, his divine abilities were formidable. He'd barely broken free from the sword intent's suppression in time and escaped into the cosmos. Then, as if realizing something, he instinctively looked up and his eyes widened in horror. The eternal boundless divine sword had somehow appeared above his head, descending rapidly toward him. Panic-stricken, he activated his divine ability again, trying to flee. But no matter where he went, as long as he looked up, he saw the sword. And with each attempt, the sword got closer. Now, he was the one feeling the despair the beings of Taixuan had just endured. It was like an inescapable fate. To the people on the continent, the eternal boundless divine sword vanished without a trace. But the winds roared, trees swayed like waves, and mortals shielded their faces from the gale. When the chaos subsided and people looked up again, the ominous bloody phenomenon in the sky was fading at a glance. It looked like twilight had fallen. After a moment of stunned silence, the disciples of Xian Valley erupted into cheers. The entire Taixuan Sect buzzed like a boiling pot, their voices shaking the heavens. That sword, was I dreaming just now? What immense sword intent! I never knew the sword Dao could reach such heights. Did anyone else see a dark figure? I think I was trapped in an illusion and then saw a sword pull me out of it. I saw it too, same exact thing. That was the sword sovereign of the righteous path? Only he could wield such sword intent. He saved us again. All across the Taixuan Sect cities, disciples were ecstatic. The Dark War Emperor's divine ability had terrified everyone, but that only made the relief and awe at the sword sovereign's power even greater. The sword shadow alone had shattered their understanding of the sword Dao. How strong was the sword sovereign? How far did the path of the sword Dao go? Guan joined the excited conversations with his disciples until a prompt appeared before him. You have successfully seized 207,632 years of lifespan from the Dark War Emperor, Dao Void Celestial Immortal Stage, Layer 2. Guan could siphon 10 to 20% of an opponent's lifespan, which meant the Dark War Emperor had over 2 million years of lifespan left. He wondered, just how long can a Dao Void Celestial Immortal live? Guan was in a great mood. His first use of the eternal boundless divine sword had gone extremely well. It proved the effectiveness of reincarnation evolution. He had comprehended the power of laws and fused it into his own, embedding it into his divine abilities for even greater mastery. The eternal boundless divine sword had locked onto the karmic aura of the Dark War Emperor. No matter where he fled, the sword would follow unless he could completely erase the karma. But in such a short time, even if the Dark War Emperor had a way to do so, there was no time to act. Guan could feel another Dao Void Celestial Immortal watching him from afar. He didn't look back. Soon, that cultivator left. After a few words with the disciples of Xian Valley, Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley. The place was abuzz. Everyone was still passionately discussing what had just happened. Stepping off the teleportation platform, Guan spotted Shenzinzi in the distance, staring blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Yu Yingying came rushing over with Longqing in her arms. She reached Guan, her face full of excitement. Did you say that? The sword sovereign's sword was unbelievable. It felt like it came from beyond the stars. She got more and more animated, eventually speaking so fast her words jumbled together. Longqing stretched out his arms, gesturing wildly to show how massive the sword in the sky had been. Guan played along, equally enthusiastic, even describing what it felt like being inside the illusion. But deep down, his mind was on something else: the heavenly prison. The Dark War Emperor had found his way here because someone from the heavenly prison had released a heaven demon into the Taixuan continent. This matter wouldn't end so easily. I wonder who that shadow figure was. Will he return someday? I hope the sword sovereign already destroyed him, Yu Yingying said worriedly. Guan could only offer reassurance. Have faith in the sword sovereign. He also didn't know the Dark War Emperor's exact origins, but he was sure there was no blood or karmic link with the Long family. Moreover, the Dark War Emperor's true body wasn't human. After talking with Yu Yingying for a while, Guan finally slipped away, briefly chatting with an Xin, Ji Xuanyu, and others afterward. The impact of this battle would last a long time. Across distant, unseen places, many Grandmaster cultivators were secretly observing this battle. The Sword Sovereign's overwhelming strength left countless people shaken. When he wiped out the Grand Cold Demon Sect, his name began to spread among the major sects. But at the time, he was considered just a formidable figure. Now it was different. The aura of the Dark War Emperor had shocked the entire Heavenly Spirit Great Realm. His power far surpassed the entire Cold Demon Sect combined. Everyone in the free-soaring immortal stage had witnessed the fall of the Dark War Emperor. To slay someone who had reached the seventh heaven of the immortal path, the Sword Sovereign's depth was unfathomable. Far beyond, hidden inside the sun, 7 mysterious beings slowly closed their eyes as if nothing had happened. In a grand hall flickering with firelight, 2 figures stood silently beside a small pool. The pool reflected the cosmos, faint wisps of dark energy swirling within it. One of them, a black-robed man wearing a dragonbone crown, looked grim. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Big trouble. The Sword Sovereign is that powerful. The heavenly prison schemes can't escape his eyes. He'll come for me sooner or later." He turned and glared at the man beside him, his eyes full of fury. King Sungzi took a deep breath and said, "The Saint King surely knows about this. Let's just protect ourselves." He was the domain lord of Duanhai's main city, and the Taixuan continent was under his jurisdiction. Right now, King Sungzi looked pale. His hands were clenched tight inside his sleeves as he struggled to appear calm. After witnessing the death of the Dark War Emperor, he felt like the sky was collapsing. He turned and left. The black-robed man muttered darkly, "If the Sword Sovereign comes, I'll have no choice but to reveal the Saint King's existence. With his cultivation, I can't hide it anyway." "Then you better hope he never comes." King Sungzi snapped before vanishing on the spot. The black-robed man glared in his direction, his fury shaking the entire palace. Beneath a dazzling sea of stars, a small island hovered silently. The island was small. At its center lay a plaza paved with white jade. One by one, figures appeared on the plaza. Each radiated a unique light, their silhouettes barely discernible. Their faces were blurred, only their eyes could be clearly seen. They stood in silence. No one spoke. Finally, a broad-shouldered figure broke the silence. "Saint Prime Minister, letting dark beings in, was that your idea?" His voice was cold. The others turned toward the Saint Prime Minister. His entire body radiated golden light, exuding the aura of a divine being. Facing the question, the Saint Prime Minister answered calmly, "The world is overrun with heaven demons. They use reincarnation to mask their identities. You all know the calamity brewing in the realm of extinction. I did this with future plans in mind. It was the lesser evil." Others began to speak up as well. The intention was sound, but the dark beings are too brutal. They're impossible to control. That guy must have been the Dark War Emperor. His escape techniques were extraordinary. Never thought he'd actually die. Duanhai Domain. The Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. The Heavenly Spirit Great Realm is massive, and yet he found the Sword Sovereign's location? That's suspicious. Indeed. Every time the Sword Sovereign acts, it seems to be in self-defense. If the Dark War Emperor came for him directly, why involve 2 continents? Saint Prime Minister, it seems someone's using you to target the Sword Sovereign. The Saint Prime Minister's eyes flickered with cold light. His golden radiance pulsed, but his gaze grew icy. Mortal Peak, atop a mountain summit. Fu Shengzhuo stood at the cliff's edge with deist Yongnian, both gazing at the firmament in prolonged silence. "Master, what level of the immortal Dao has the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path reached?" Fu Shengzhuo finally couldn't help asking. Deist Yongnian gave a bitter smile. "I've only lived a few more years than you. I know of the mystic celestial immortal, but the names of the 3 realms above it, those are far beyond my reach." Fu Shengzhuo sighed. That outer world demon's aura felt even more terrifying than Elder Meng's, and yet he was obliterated in an instant. Truly, there's always someone stronger beyond people. There are heavens yet higher. Deist Yongnian frowned slightly and sighed. "I have a feeling something's going to happen to the Holy Court. To think they'd actually allow a demon like that in. This world is heading toward an upheaval the likes of which hasn't been seen in a million years." Fu Shengzhuo nodded. He felt the same unease. In any case, it was good that the Sword Sovereign destroyed that demon. The demon hadn't even begun purging the heavenly demons before he started slaughtering innocents. The Holy Court is truly blind. How could they cooperate with a being like that? Fu Shengzhuo said angrily. Just thinking about the conversation between the Holy King and the Dark War Emperor made him feel absurdity to the core. When had the Holy Court become like this? Deist Yongnian didn't reply. There were some things he couldn't say aloud. At the moment, it wasn't just Mortal Peak discussing the matter. Major cultivators from sects aligned with the fate of the world, various empires, and even figures from the Immortal Dynasty were debating it. The impact of this incident was growing rapidly. Summer gave way to autumn. In the Third Medicine Valley, Guan sat at a table, with Shenzhen across from him, animatedly speaking. Months had passed, and the battle between the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path and the Dark War Emperor had not been buried by time. On the contrary, it had only grown more dramatic. "I heard that outer world demon was invited by the Holy Court." Tisk tisk, really, all birds under heaven are black. There's no such thing as a clean sect. Even Taixuan Sect, Taixuan Sect, 7-star sacred realm, and the Holy Court are up to shady business. Shen Zhen's voice was full of sarcasm. Guan said helplessly, Dear lady, could you please not say those things out loud? Those cultivators are as powerful as gods. Aren't you afraid someone will hear you? What if they do? Right now everyone's saying it was the Holy Court who brought the outer world demon in. They say he devoured the living beings of 8 continents. That's an unforgivable sin. Shen Zhen said indignantly. Guan reminded her, complain all you want, but don't write it down or draw it. She rolled her eyes. Do I look that dumb? Besides, I'm not that righteous. I just can't stand the Holy Court claiming to represent justice, draped in the name of holy, yet doing this kind of thing. At that very moment, even the chess players in the Valley's Go Square were cursing the Holy Court. Guan could smell a plot brewing. With the Holy Court's capabilities, how could public opinion have gotten so out of hand? And the idea that the Holy Court didn't care about its reputation? Even more absurd. Just look at how the great Ming Saint King operated. It was obvious the Holy Court cared deeply about its honor. Reputation might seem intangible, but once it reached a certain level, it could influence a person's or a faction's karmic fate, and could even be calculated via the laws of heaven and earth to determine if their name brought good or ill fortune. Of course, whether the Holy Court was good or evil ultimately depended on what kind of being holy heaven truly was. With that thought, Guan decided it was time to visit Heaven's prison. Whether the rumors were a ploy or not, some old grudges needed settling. An hour later, Shen Zhen left in high spirits after venting her frustrations. Guan saw her off, then turned toward the teleportation array. In a grand hall, flickering firelight danced. A black-robed man sat on the throne, his brows tightly furrowed, clearly agitated. Atop his head, a dragon bone crown emitted 2 wisps of dragon soul, twining together restlessly. It had been months since the Dark War Emperor had fallen. The sword sovereign of the righteous path hadn't come to Heaven's prison, yet instead of feeling relieved, the black-robed man only grew more anxious as though catastrophe was imminent. Heaven's prison was a minor world, deeply hidden. But for someone like the sword sovereign, no hiding place was deep enough. Smack! Suddenly, the black-robed man felt a hand press down on his shoulder. His heart nearly stopped as he instinctively opened his eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, his pupils widened in horror. He felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, limbs frozen with fear. Standing beside him was a figure shrouded in dark purple demonic energy, someone his cultivation couldn't see through. The sword sovereign of the righteous path? Guan looked down at him and cast lifespan perception. Punisher Soul Lord, Free Soaring Immortal Stage, 8th Layer 590,328/800,000/1,500,000. Guan said slowly, You've lived over 500,000 years, not an easy feat, so, are you going to talk, or do I have to make you? His voice was altered gravelly, cold, and enough to make Punisher Soul Lord tremble with fear. It was King Sungzi, Lord of the Severed Sea Domain, who approached me. He said it was on the Great Ming Saint King's orders, and told me to release a batch of heaven demons into the Taixuan continent. I couldn't refuse. He's a Saint King? I was only following orders. I have no grudge against you, Senior, please spare me. The Punisher Soul Lord gritted his teeth as he spoke, terror clear in his voice. Guan looked up toward the hall, his left hand still pressed on the man's shoulder. Following Guan's gaze, a streak of golden light appeared at the top of the hall, as if space itself had torn open. The light expanded rapidly, and from within stepped a figure. This person was bathed in golden light, even Guan couldn't see through him. Guan cast lifespan perception once more. Holy Prime Minister, Divine Soul Immortal Stage, 9th Layer 0/0/0. No lifespan? Not a true body. The Punisher Soul Lord also saw the figure, panic flooding his eyes. He'd never seen the Holy Prime Minister, but appearing at this moment could only spell disaster for him. The Holy Prime Minister spoke. I can depose the Great Ming Saint King. His first words alone made the Punisher Soul Lord go pale. Such arrogance? There were only 2 people in the Holy Court capable of deposing a Saint King. Either one was far beyond anything he could oppose. Guan asked calmly, Who are you? The man replied, I am the Holy Prime Minister of the Holy Court, supervisor of all affairs. The Dark War Emperor's descent was my idea. I had hoped to use him to cleanse the heaven demons from the mortal world. I didn't expect things to spiral this far. Guan hadn't expected him to admit it outright. For a moment, he couldn't quite tell what the man's true intentions were. Sword Sovereign, you have declined the Holy Court's offer of a karmic destiny seat. I won't ask why. I simply want to understand your stance toward the Holy Court, so that no misunderstandings arise. Based on your actions, you are clearly not one of the demonic or evil paths. His tone was calm and completely devoid of emotion. Guan fell silent for a while, then said, I have no desire to be anyone's enemy. I only wish to cultivate in peace. I acted only because I live on that continent. Since I enjoy its spiritual energy, I felt I owed it some protection. Upon hearing this, the Holy Prime Minister said at once, So that's how it is. I understand. Throughout history, there have been many ascetics like you, focused solely on the Dao. The fact that you've protected the people of that land truly their fortune. From now on, the Holy Court will not disturb your cultivation. This time, there was a trace of warmth in his voice. May I make a request? Guan asked suddenly. Please do. Bring me the Great Ming Saint King. I want to kill him myself. Chapter 346 Holy Sword, 3rd rank heavenly position. I'm going to kill him myself. Guan's voice echoed through the great hall, and the flickering flames seemed to sway even more violently, as if they too had been startled by his words. The sole master of demon punishment, whose shoulder was pinned by Guan's hand, felt a chill in his heart. Even with the Holy Prime Minister extending goodwill, the sword sovereign of the righteous path still acted with such dominance it was clear this man never forgot a grudge. The Holy Prime Minister fell silent after hearing this. Guan wasn't in a rush. He waited patiently for the Holy Prime Minister's response. He wasn't blinded by hatred. He was using this opportunity to make clear to the Holy Court where his bottom line stood and to show that his only target was the great Ming Saint King. The Saint Kings of the Holy Court are highly respected. Even if one must die, it should be handled by the Holy Court itself. The Holy Prime Minister's tone had lost its earlier levity. The sole master of demon punishment tensed. If these two started fighting, both he and the heavenly prison would be screwed. Then the Holy Prime Minister changed tack. If you're willing to join the Holy Court, I'll personally deliver the great Ming Saint King to you. You won't need to take on any fortune ranking role, just join in name only. The Holy Court won't assign you any duties, unless the Heavenly Spirit Great Realm faces total catastrophe. Join in name only? Guan immediately thought of the Immortal Dynasty. After all, they had tried to recruit him before. With the Immortal Dynasty as a potential rival, it was understandable that the Holy Court would be cautious of someone with an unknown background. Even if they didn't know Guan's true identity, it didn't matter. What mattered was letting the world know that the now famous sword sovereign of the righteous path had joined the Holy Court. Guan wasn't opposed to joining. Without an allegiance, enemies would come from all sides. What he rejected was the fortune-based ranking. Fine, Guan replied with a single word. The Holy Prime Minister raised his hand, and a golden command token flew toward Guan. He lifted his right hand and caught it. It was light like a feather, nearly 20 centimeters long and 4 fingers wide. Its edges were carved with the body of a dragon. At the top were 2 fire phoenixes, talons interlocked in perfect symmetry, beautifully crafted. 3 characters were engraved on the token, Holy Sword 3. The Holy Prime Minister explained, Holy Sword is the title I've given you. The 3 beneath it is your heavenly rank. Saint Kings are also ranked 3rd class. A divine soul immortal of your caliber deserves more, but since you refused a fortune rank, the Holy Court can't fully trust you. I hope you understand. This token is made from the same material as other holy orders, but I haven't placed any additional restrictions on it to avoid arousing your suspicion. It serves only one purpose, to show others your identity. The material is unique and can't be replicated by other factions. Guan thought to himself, so this guy had me pegged from the beginning? Still, he had to admit, the Holy Court had serious clout. They had the power to back this kind of confidence. Above the Saint Kings were the Saint Gods. If a Saint King could reach the Deovoid celestial immortal realm, then a Saint God reaching divine soul immortal wasn't impossible. And atop it all was the Holy Heaven. Just thinking about it was intimidating. Most importantly, the Holy Court didn't just have high-level cultivators, they had them in terrifying numbers. Now that Guan had reached the divine soul immortal stage, he could observe fortune flows. The Holy Court's fortune was greater than the rest of the Heavenly Spirit Great Realm combined, including the Immortal Dynasty. From this moment on, you are the Holy Sword of the Holy Court. This title is made exclusively for you. The world will soon know it. I'll have your holy salary delivered to the Taixuan continent. You don't need to visit the Holy Court. Are you satisfied? The Holy Prime Minister asked. Of course. Thank you, Holy Prime Minister, Guan replied. The Holy Prime Minister chuckled. From now on, let's call each other Deo friends. The heavenly prison doesn't share in the Holy Court's fortune, but it still serves the court. If you don't like this warden, you can kill him. I'll arrange for someone else. The sole master of demon punishment looked devastated. He begged, please, Senior, spare me, Senior. Guan released his grip. The soul master dropped to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. This once free-soaring immortal now looked utterly pathetic, nothing like the lofty cultivator he once was. Let him keep the job, Guan said casually. The Holy Prime Minister smiled and transformed into a beam of golden light that shrank and vanished. The soul master was overjoyed and kept kowtowing in gratitude. Take care of yourself. With those words, Guan disappeared. The soul master raised his head and saw that Guan was gone. He exhaled deeply. Great Ming Saint King, your day has finally come. Just imagining the Saint King's fate filled him with glee. He was incredibly grateful to Guan. It was clear the Holy Prime Minister had already discarded him, yet the Sword Sovereign had spared him. How could he not be grateful? He silently swore to himself he'd definitely curry favor with Guan in the future. This could be his chance. Guan returned to Xian Valley, heading into the 8-view celestial realm, where he sat beneath the spirit tree. He pulled out the holy token, deep in thought. He'd already inspected it. No traps, not even a real magical artifact. He had to admit, the Holy Prime Minister's sincerity was undeniable. Even if Guan didn't like the man before, the effort was enough to win him over. Someone who could rise to the position of Holy Prime Minister, there was no way that was just luck. Still, Guan had no intention of getting too close. Joining the Holy Court was simply to avoid unnecessary trouble. That Divine Soul Immortal stage, 9th level cultivation of the Holy Prime Minister did exert pressure on Guan. He didn't want to test his combat prowess against someone at the same level. He preferred the simple strategy, high realm beats low realm. Now he needed to start stockpiling lifespan, so he could reach the ninth heaven of the immortal Dao as soon as possible. Being weaker than others made him feel vulnerable. With the Holy Court's nature, who knew when they might turn against him? Guan had to keep getting stronger. The spirit tree seemed to sense his thoughts and extended two vines to gently knead his shoulders. Guan closed his eyes and began to relax. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the Holy Prime Minister to deliver the great Ming Saint King. If he really did give him up, the Saint King wouldn't go down without a fight. There would definitely be a good show to watch. By the time night fell, Guan returned to the third Medicine Valley. The autumn night sky was filled with stars radiant, like a painting. Standing below the building, Guan gazed at the moon. Long Qing ran over, arms wide open. Pick me up. Guan lifted him up with a smile. Aren't you too big to be carried like a baby? What happened to being a little man? The 5-year-old Long Qing wore an exquisite blue robe. His adorable face and bright eyes were full of mischief. Hearing that, he tugged at his lower eyelid and stuck out his tongue. I don't care. I want master to hold me. Guan couldn't help pinching his little nose. Why does it feel like an Xian's raised him with a girlish touch? Master, have you ever been to the stars? Long Qing suddenly asked, pointing at the sky. Guan answered casually, nope. You want to go? Yeah. I dreamed the other night that I was flying between the stars, Long Qing said with wonder. Guan listened patiently while his mind drifted to Long Xian and Lu Kaiuxian as children. Chu Lu had a kid too sadly, he was killed by the Black Profound Emperor when the baby was only 1. Though Guan carried the memories, and could feel the emotions within them, he wasn't trapped by them. After all, those past 3 lives were far removed from this current life. He firmly believed that this version of himself was the true self. Reincarnation was just a method for gaining power. He was the original. The others were just reflections. Perhaps reaching certain realms required such reincarnation trials like Ji Xuanyu. As Guan's thoughts wandered, he suddenly sensed a Daovoid celestial immortal aura erupting in the distance. Focusing his gaze, he saw one fly out of the Holy Court, heading swiftly into the cosmos. Then a colossal hand stretched from the darkness above the universe, capturing the fleeing cultivator at lightning speed. The Daovoid immortal had nearly reached the edge of the Oblivion domain, just a step away from escape. Guan could tell it was a divine sense projection. The Holy Prime Minister. The aura was unmistakably his, only stronger than before. Once the giant hand caught its prey, it vanished along with the Daovoid immortal. Guan noticed many powerful divine senses probing from within the heavenly spirit great realm, including ones from divine soul immortals only from 2 places, the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty. As expected, many powerhouses still hid in this world. Good thing I've avoided making too many enemies, Guan thought. Every breakthrough I make is shielded by a lifespan barrier, otherwise, I'd be dead by now. A Daovoid immortal getting publicly captured? Guan was almost certain it was a calculated show of power by the Holy Prime Minister. There was no way that guy could have escaped on his own. Even Guan felt wary, let alone those factions without a Daovoid monster of their own. Of course, only mystic celestial immortals and above could truly perceive what happened. Free-soaring immortals might feel the pressure but wouldn't understand a thing. Guan retracted his divine sense and carried Long Qing upstairs. Listening to the little guy talk about his dreams made him laugh. An Xian rolling around on a star, the Ox Demon King brawling with a planet, it was all so ridiculous. 5 days later, Guan returned to the third Medicine Valley from the Niancho cave dwelling, in a great mood. He found Shen Xinzi and started chatting about Journey to the West. Shen Xinzi already knew Guan was the author, but Guan insisted it was a tale he heard and rewrote from dreams, making Shen Xinzi revere the story even more. Because of that, even when their interpretations differed, Shen Xinzi stood by his own view and even tried to convince Guan. They debated for a long time. You think you understand Journey to the West better than Pannon? Guan finally said. Shen Xinzi didn't even blink. Pannon? He's just a writer. What does he know about it? Guan was so mad he gave him a thumbs up. Fine, you win. With that, he flung his sleeve and walked off. Shen Xinzi remained unfazed and kept reading. Guan flew toward the outer sect city, sensing 2 powerful auras emerging on the continent's edge, both from the Daovoid celestial immortal realm. One of them was the very cultivator the Holy Prime Minister had captured 5 days ago, now severely weakened. Guan hadn't expected the Holy Prime Minister to move this fast. So, the great Ming Saint King had been delivered already. On the cliff, 2 figures stood. One of them was the white-robed man who had previously conversed with the Dark War Emperor. The other had disheveled hair, wore tattered red clothes, and his hands were bound with iron chains. His back was plastered with talisman papers. The sea breeze blew, making his messy long hair flutter. Saint King of the mortal world, what do you think after seeing what I've become? The chained man asked. His expression was indifferent, and his gaze was as deep and still as a dark well. The white-robed man, addressed as the Saint King of the mortal world, replied blankly, I'm even more grateful now. Daovoid celestial immortals are incredibly powerful, and Saint Kings stand high. But the higher you stand, the more careful you must be, because your enemies are even stronger. Hearing this, the great Ming Saint King closed his eyes and smiled. He raised his hand slightly, and the chains clinked with a crisp sound. How do you know your cautious choice is the right one? Just wait, I'm sure the Holy Prime Minister still has a much larger scheme in play. The great Ming Saint King laughed freely. He had already come to terms with life and death. The Saint King of the mortal world seemed to sense something and instinctively turned his head, his expression immediately shifting. A figure wrapped in dark purple demonic energy had appeared behind them. The Sword Sovereign of the righteous path? An overwhelming pressure swept over the Saint King of the mortal world, making him feel as though he were facing the Holy Prime Minister or even a holy god. In that moment, he understood why the Holy Prime Minister held the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path in such high regard. He immediately cupped his fists and saluted. Greetings, Holy Sword. Hearing this, the great Ming Saint King trembled slightly. He had appeared calm, but when staring down death, how could anyone not be nervous? Saint King of the mortal world, Deovoid Celestial Immortal, 4th layer 1,740,982/6,000/7,500,000. Great Ming Saint King, Deovoid Celestial Immortal, 2nd layer 1,580,442/4,000/5,000/000,000. Guan looked at the two lifespans and was secretly satisfied. The lifespan of Deovoid Celestial Immortals could reach several million years. Judging by the gap between the 2nd and 4th layers, a Divine Soul Immortal might even surpass 10 million years of life. Guan gave a slight nod to the Saint King of the mortal world, then locked eyes on the Great Ming Saint King, clearly sensing his unease. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted from Guan's forehead, instantly engulfing the Great Ming Saint King. The golden beam shot toward the sea, disappearing less than 1,000 feet away. When the light faded, the Great Ming Saint King was gone. Guan couldn't be bothered to exchange words with him, nor did he want to hear any explanations. Even if there had been a misunderstanding, it was the Great Ming Saint King's fault. And with so many people pointing fingers at him, it was hard not to believe it. The Saint King of the mortal world watched with his heart pounding. That was a Deovoid Celestial Immortal. Even with his cultivation sealed, he shouldn't have been eliminated that easily. Just how powerful was the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path? You have successfully seized 370,963 years of lifespan from the Great Ming Saint King, Deovoid Celestial Immortal, 2nd layer. Seeing the notification pop up before him, Guan felt slightly pleased. But what brought him the greatest relief was pulling out a thorn in his side. He vanished from the spot, leaving the Saint King of the mortal world alone. The Saint King stood on the cliff for a long time in silence before finally leaving. A Saint King, someone who stood above all living beings, had just died. For the Saint King of the mortal world, this left a deep psychological scar. To him, the heavenly spirit great realm had become even more complex and dangerous. Mortal Peak, Dingtian Peak. Inside the Peak Master's courtyard, Guan was sipping tea. An Xian stood behind him, while a row of roving immortals disciples of Dingtian Peak, including Zhu Xinglan, stood before him. They were discussing the news that the Holy Court had officially conferred the title of Holy Sword upon the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path. Holy Sword #1 sword under the heavens. The Holy Court clearly holds him in the highest regard. That outer realm demon's aura was terrifying, but against the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path, it was useless. With such power, of course the Holy Court wants him on their side. I heard the reason that outer realm demon attacked was because a Saint King plotted against the Sword Sovereign, sending a large number of heaven demon reincarnations into the Taixuan continent. Absolutely sinister. I heard the same. It was the Great Ming Saint King. He underestimated the Sword Sovereign. To be honest, who would have guessed? A place that small hiding such a terrifying powerhouse. The roving immortal disciples of Dingtian Peak were thrilled. Only in front of Guan would they act like this. Normally, in front of their own disciples, they maintained the lofty demeanor of true immortals. Zhu Xinglan glanced at Guan. He had heard that his master had appeared out of nowhere and was curious whether his master knew the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path. He never considered that his master was the Sword Sovereign. After all, there were plenty of reclusive cultivators in the world, and the Sword Sovereign merely concealed his identity. Who's to say his real identity wasn't once world-renowned? An Xian listened to the chatter, secretly amused. The person they all admired so much was right in front of them. If they found out, how would they react? She had no idea how powerful the Dark War Emperor really was, so she couldn't fully grasp the excitement of these roving immortals. To her, roving immortal or celestial ascension stage, both were insanely strong. After a while, Guan finally said, "Then you all better cultivate diligently. I have a feeling the world is growing more and more unstable." His divine sense was currently watching over Yangjian. The Taixuan Sect had just learned of the Great Ming Saint King's fall and was preparing to bring Yangjian out into the world. Years had passed. Yangjian had grown stronger, while Tianzong had aged. Although his cultivation hadn't declined, his aura had noticeably weakened. With Tianzong losing the luck of the heavens, his remaining lifespan was quickly dwindling. He probably didn't have many years left. Upon hearing Guan's words, the disciples all nodded in agreement. They too felt something in the air. It had been ages since such major events had occurred. Anyone could sense that the winds of change were upon them. Before long, the disciples took their leave. An Xian sat down and stretched lazily. She didn't take off her mask, but turned to Guan and asked, "Master, what exactly is the Holy Court?" She knew Guan was the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path, but being on Mortal Peak, she had to mind her wording. Guan replied, "It's the ruling power of the human world, the strongest in the current era. As for whether it's good or bad, that depends on the situation. In this world, there were no absolutely good people or forces. Even the current Taixuan Sect had its share of filth. Even if he joined the Holy Court, Guan didn't have any fondness for it. Once he surpassed the 9 heavens of the immortal Dao, he wouldn't have to worry about the Holy Court at all. Right now, he was more curious about the domain of extinction. The Extinction God Emperor could easily wipe out someone stronger than the 9th heaven of the immortal Dao, yet now it seemed Saint Heaven could withstand the domain of extinction. Could it be they weren't the same domain? Or had the Extinction God Emperor already vanished? An Xian remained curious about how powerful the Holy Court truly was. Unfortunately, Guan didn't have the answers, either. All he could offer were vague responses. His recent talk with the disciples of Dingtian Peak proved the cunning of the Holy Prime Minister. Even though Guan hadn't absorbed the Holy Court's fortune, within just a few short years, every major faction in the world knew he had joined the Holy Court. No matter what he truly felt, from now on, he would be publicly aligned with them. And anyone who opposed the Holy Court might come for him too. Did the Holy Court have enemies? Of course it did. Within the world, the Immortal Dynasty watched with predatory eyes, and beyond, countless heaven demons waited in the dark. He just hoped they wouldn't disturb his peaceful life. After a while, Guan stood up and said, "Time to test your cultivation progress. You'd better not get surpassed by Longqing." An Xian immediately jumped to her feet. She had raised Longqing for the first 4 years of his life, but after that, the boy stuck to Yu Yingying like glue. It really rubbed her the wrong way. There was no way she was going to let that brat outshine her. Hearing all these world-shaking events today had lit a fire in an Xian. With such a great master by her side, why couldn't she carve out a name for herself? She hadn't realized it yet, but her mindset was beginning to shift, becoming more like an house. Seasons passed. 8 years went by. Now 13 years old, Longqing raced through Medicine Valley, swift as a leopard, chasing a chubby white-furred mouse. His gaze was sharp, his face youthful and handsome, and his long hair was tied up like a girl's, drawing laughter and teasing from other disciples as he passed. After running for a while, he finally stopped where no one was around, hands on his knees, panting heavily. D**mn rat, why are you so fast? Don't tell me I've never pushed you to your limit before. He muttered, his sweat-drenched face full of frustration. Just then, he heard footsteps nearby and turned his head. When he saw who it was, he quickly stood up straight and bowed with his palms pressed together. Seeing this, Shenzinze couldn't help but chuckle. Trying to catch that thing? Want to become my disciple? Shenzinze walked over and asked with a grin. Longqing scratched his head. Senior, I already have a master. Shenzinze smiled. Of course I know that. But who says you can only have one? Have you ever read Journey to the West? Longqing nodded. Though he didn't enjoy reading, he preferred to hear stories told aloud. You're like Sun Wukong, and I'm Grand Master Bodhi. How about I secretly teach you? Shenzinze asked, beaming. Like Yu Yingying, he had taken a strange liking to Longqing. But he had observed him carefully. This kid wasn't a heaven demon reincarnation. For a cultivator of the immortal Dao like himself to feel such a connection, it meant Longqing's innate fortune and fate were extraordinary. You can be Grand Master Bodhi? Longqing asked skeptically. Shenzinze laughed. Your master's at the core formation stage. Do you know what realm I'm in? Integration. Haha, so you know integration. But do you know what's above that? What? You're above integration stage. Longqing was stunned. Growing up in the 3rd Medicine Valley, he had picked up some knowledge about cultivation realms. To him, integration was basically a realm of immortals. Judging from how other disciples treated Shenzinze, he had already suspected he was powerful, but not this powerful. Shenzinze tilted his chin proudly. Above integration is the profound mind realm, then grand ascension, nirvana, scattered immortal, roving immortal, and finally celestial ascension. I'm just one step away from celestial ascension. With every realm name he spoke, Longqing's mouth opened wider. By the time Shenzinze finished, he was completely dumbfounded. Seeing his expression, Shenzinze felt thoroughly pleased. In that moment, he finally understood the Taixuan Immortal Venerable. Because he liked Journey to the West, he had read all of Pan An's books. He never understood why those kinds of stories were so popular, characters acting brainless, mocking the protagonist at every turn, the protagonist always putting on a show. It all seemed so fake to him. But today, pulling off this act himself, he finally got it. Just as Shenzinze was inwardly impressed by Pan An's understanding of the human heart, Longqing couldn't help asking, "You're this powerful, why are you staying in Medicine Valley?" Shenzinze smiled gently. "I'm not a member of the Taixuan Sect, I just like the atmosphere here. I wanted to stay for a few hundred years to figure out some confusion in my heart." A few hundred years. Longqing looked at Shenzinze differently. He started to believe what he said. "You claim to be a roving immortal, how do you prove that?" "I'm not a little kid." 13-year-old Longqing saying he wasn't a kid made Shenzinze chuckle even more. Shenzinze grabbed Longqing by the shoulders and, before Longqing could react, leapt into the air. The scene in front of Longqing blurred, and he instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, the sight took his breath away. He was actually in the sky. Below was an endless sea of clouds. Looking up, the starry sky stretched overhead. It was like standing in the night, only the stars were brighter, so many of them, packed densely, even more than the flowers and grass in the valley. Longqing's mouth dropped open, his bright eyes filled with wonder. The vast starry sky hung above his head. In that moment, Longqing's world expanded infinitely. He twirled in place, completely unaware there was no ground beneath his feet. Shenzinze stood to the side, smiling softly. He suddenly understood how Grandmaster Bodhi must have felt. No wonder Guan said Grandmaster Bodhi was especially fond of Sun Wukong. Longqing spun around a few more times before suddenly realizing he was floating in the air. Startled, he quickly grabbed Shen Zinzi's robe sleeve. Is this really the sky? He looked up at Shen Zinzi, asking eagerly. Seeing how fearless this kid was, Shen Zinzi's opinion of him rose even more. Shen Zinzi replied, yes. We're far above the ground. With the speed you had chasing the white spirit mouse, it'd take you at least 20 years to get here. Longqing's eyes widened. He instinctively looked down, seeing only thick clouds. Looking into the distance, he saw a patch of blue he didn't know what it was. Then he looked up again, pointed at a shooting star, and asked, what's that? Shen Zinzi raised his eyes. That's a celestial ascendant returning. He's very far from us. Celestial ascendant. Can I go to the stars someday? You can't. Only those who reach the celestial ascension stage can cross the invisible wall of the sky. Celestial ascension. I want to cultivate. I want you to be my master. Teach me how to reach that stage. Longqing clenched his fists, full of determination. He hadn't even started absorbing spiritual energy yet. Guan had said he'd start teaching him at 16, and no other disciple was allowed to teach him in secret. Because of that, Longqing hadn't shown his talent yet. But Shen Zinzi could see that Longqing had solid potential. Even if he wasn't a top-tier genius, he certainly wasn't ordinary. He sighed again. How did Guan always manage to find prodigies? Just like the nine-fingered divine lord, he suspected someone powerful was backing Guan. But what kind of expert could even evade his perception? Maybe it was the sword sovereign of the righteous path or perhaps some other grandmaster. The Taixuan Sect had no shortage of high-level cultivators now, some even beyond his understanding. In any case, when he heard Longqing's request, Shen Zinzi was genuinely pleased. He smiled kindly. Reaching the celestial ascension stage is extremely difficult. Are you ready to put in the effort? Longqing nodded earnestly. I won't let you down. Then what are you waiting for? Kneel and bow to your master. Shen Zinzi said with a laugh. He wanted to follow Grandmaster Bodhi's example. Maybe through taking a disciple, he too could gain some enlightenment. Longqing immediately knelt and paid his respects. Looking up at Shen Zinzi, he asked, Master, I heard Medicine Valley once produced a genius named Yang Jian. Can I catch up to him? Shen Zinzi helped him up and replied, Yang Jian was indeed exceptionally gifted. But your master is more powerful than his master. You'll definitely surpass him one day. Longqing's face lit up with excitement. Meanwhile, inside the pavilion, Guan's lips curled into a faint smile as he read. Surpassing Yang Jian isn't hard. But within the next 100 years, Guan thought to himself, already looking forward to Shen Zinzi's expression after guiding Longqing's cultivation. With Shen Zinzi's level of mastery, maybe he really could help Longqing unravel the mysteries of the primordial return divine path. Half an hour later, the door creaked open as Longqing stepped inside. He walked up to the table and looked at Guan, his expression complicated. Guan glanced up and smiled. What's wrong? Did the Ox Demon King bully you again? Longqing shook his head, then added, Master, you're the most important person to me. Do you believe that? That made Guan laugh. Was this kid feeling guilty? Is that so? Then I'll have to see how you show your filial piety in the future, Guan said with a drawn-out tone, his eyes drifting back to the book in his hands. Longqing answered seriously, I'll definitely be good to you. Once I become an immortal, I'll make sure the Taixuan Sect honors you. With that thought, Longqing's willpower surged once more. Seeing Guan not responding, he curiously asked, Master, what are you reading? Can I have a look? Guan closed The Adventures of the Green Hero, shot him a glance, and said, if you've got nothing to do, go chop firewood. The moment Longqing heard that, he bolted. Immortals don't chop wood. Throwing back that bold remark, he dashed off, leaving Guan smiling as he returned to his reading. 2 days later, in a quiet corner of Medicine Valley, within a bamboo grove, Shen Zinzi and Longqing sat in meditation side by side. Master, why haven't I produced any spiritual power yet? Longqing couldn't help opening his eyes to ask. Shen Zinzi, eyes still closed, replied, not many people can form spiritual energy within 2 days. Don't rush. But he was puzzled too. Why is it taking so long? Then he recalled Yang Jian's early cultivation. He also started off slowly. Maybe Longqing had some special constitution. He dismissed the thought. He had plenty of patience, not one to get agitated. Suddenly, a figure darted across the bamboo grove's sky, prompting Shen Zinzi to look up. It's him, Shen Zinzi murmured. Who? Longqing asked curiously, having also seen the figure. Shen Zinzi shook his head and said nothing. Longqing's eyes flickered, and he immediately got up and ran out of the grove. Shen Zinzi followed, not angry at all. After all, the kid was only 13. Inside the pavilion, Guan swapped out his book for Romance of the Gods, flipping through it carefully. Bang! The window suddenly swung open, startling Guan. He turned to look, then broke into a joyful smile. Senior Brother Li, you're back. Guan asked excitedly. Li Ya landed gracefully, straightening his robe as he snorted. What? Not happy to see me? Of course I am. Come on, sit. Guan put down Romance of the Gods and got up to brew tea. Li Ya sat at the table, catching a glimpse of the book. He grinned. After all these years, you're still reading that? Don't tell me you're like those guys trying to comprehend the Dao from Romance of the Gods. While pouring tea, Guan replied, just reading for fun. The stories in this book definitely don't compare to your real-life adventures. So tell me, how have things been? Any injuries? Li Ya's face turned serious. With my current abilities, how could I possibly get hurt? Besides, I've got Divine Anomaly City in hand. Since you're so eager, I'll tell you everything. You might want to grab a pen and jot it down. Guan brought the hot tea over and set it in front of Li Ya, then sat down with a smile. True, with Divine Anomaly City, even my disciple Longqing wouldn't stand a chance of getting hurt. Hearing Guan's words, Li Ya didn't think much, didn't ask who Longqing was, and started to talk about his experiences over the years. Guan listened carefully. He occasionally looked at Li Ya, but he didn't stare all the time. Guan could rest assured that the supernatural beings were there. If there was a danger that even the magical city couldn't stop, the magical immortals would be the first to do so. Time will tell. After leaving the Thunder Sea Demon Realm, Li Ya wandered around and occasionally encountered great monks who were thinking about the mystical city, but he could always escape. Unless the flying immortals of heaven and earth took action, it would be difficult to take away the mystic city. Beings who have reached the fairyland of heaven and earth see Li Ya blatantly displaying the pseudo-immortal treasure, and they dare not take action easily. No matter how you look at it, Li Ya seems to have a big background. Who dares to offend such a person? The higher the cultivation level, the farther they can see. Even if they cannot see Guan's cause and effect from the mysterious city, they can still tell that Li Ya has an extraordinary origin. It is impossible to control such a treasure before nirvana without a backer. Maybe Li Ya's backer is hidden in the mysterious city. Over the years, Li Ya has encountered many opportunities, and his cultivation has grown rapidly, and now he has reached the third level of the fusion realm. A person who is more than 300 years old in the fusion realm is definitely a top genius in the Duanhai region. Guan therefore sighed that Xian Tianyi was really powerful. At present, Li Ya's breakthrough speed is still lagging behind that of Xian Tianyi, and Xian Tianyi doesn't have the most precious treasure of pseudo-immortalism at his side. Aside from Anhao, Xian Tianyi is indeed the first genius in the history of Taixuan Sect. The most important thing is that Xian Tianyi also writes a book. Judging from Qing Xia's travel notes, Xian Tianyi often goes out for training and does not spend all his time practicing qi. Could it be that Xian Tianyi also had enlightenment? Guan suddenly felt that perhaps Naki cultivation was the most common and low-level cultivation method, and there were higher cultivation methods. Of course, he just thought about it. In evolutionary practice, he could only absorb qi and practice to consume his lifespan. Guan just listened to Li Ya's story and thought about cultivation. Sudden. The door was pushed open, and Longqing fell in. This frightened him. He quickly got up, but as soon as he turned around, he was stopped by Guan. Come in, let me recognize your uncle by the way. Hearing Guan's words, Longqing was pleasantly surprised. He immediately walked up to Li Ya, saluted, and called him uncle. Li Ya looked at him with a smile on his face, then turned around and asked, this kid is? Guan introduced, I brought him back from outside. He was just born at that time. After hearing this, Li Ya understood that this boy was different from the disciples outside. Li Ya took out a dagger from his storage bag, handed it to Longqing, and said with a smile, this dagger is just a greeting gift. It is a magic weapon. Don't use it randomly before you practice. Thank you, uncle. Longqing said in surprise. He played with the dagger and obviously liked it. Li Ya looked at Guan and said with a smile, don't mention it yet, this kid looks a bit like you. Nonsense. Really, if you didn't tell me, I would have thought he was your son. Seeing Li Ya's serious expression, Guan suddenly thought of something. In the reincarnation evolution, his face will not be the same as now, right? He thought carefully and found that Lu Han did look a bit like him after he regained his appearance. As for the previous 3 lives, he didn't pay much attention to his appearance. Anyway, he was very handsome. Maybe I raised him, so he looks a bit like me. Guan said casually. Longqing's eyes became dim. In fact, he was also expecting Guan to be his biological father. Guan waved to him and asked him to come over and listen to Li Ya's experience. After Longqing joined, the atmosphere became even more lively. It wasn't until evening that Li Ya said goodbye and left. Before leaving, he left a lot of medicinal herb seeds behind. Guan did not see Li Ya off, but asked Longqing what he had been doing these past 2 days and why he suddenly rarely heard him yelling. Longqing began to hesitate and try to explain. Other side. After Li Ya went downstairs, he came all the way to Shenzhenzi. He clasped his fists in salute and asked curiously, Senior, why are you here? When he came back this time, he felt that Taixuanmen had changed a lot wherever he went. He would meet monks whose cultivation he couldn't understand. Even in this medicine valley, there were many people that he couldn't see through. He felt that Taixuanmen was growing faster than him. Of course, he was just sighing and not shocked. After all, his ancestor still stayed in Taixuanmen. Compared with his ancestor, his experiences over the years are nothing but trivial matters. Shenzhenzi, who was holding the Taixuan Immortal Master, raised his eyes and looked at him and said, this place is destined for me. I plan to stay here for hundreds of years and meditate on enlightenment. When he was in the divine realm, the power of Shenzhenzi was still fresh in Li Ya's memory. Guan would be safer with such great monks staying there. He smiled, exchanged a few words with Shenzhenzi, and then said goodbye and left. Shenzhenzi looked at his back and suddenly said, your luck is not right, you will encounter disaster later. Li Ya turned back to look at Shenzhenzi, smiled and nodded. He did not answer, but jumped up and left with his sword. After one stick of incense, Guan followed Longqing downstairs. Longqing ran quickly into the distance, and Guan saw Ji Xiao walking out of the room. That person from before, you'd better stay away from him. I can feel that he is about to face a disaster, Ji Xiao said. Guan frowned and asked, what disaster? In fact, he had noticed it just now. Li Ya has the luck of the Holy Court, and it is not as simple as contamination, but fusion. He guessed that Li Ya had obtained the destiny of the Holy Court. He peeked into Li Ya's past, but he could not see why Li Ya had obtained the destiny of the Holy Court. Even he, the true immortal of the divine mind, could not see the destiny of the Holy Court. Completely seen through. I don't know, but the skills I practice can make me feel other people's luck and destiny. Ji Xiao shook his head. She has had so many dreams, not only seeing the experiences of her previous life, but also constantly passing on the skills, magical powers, and spells from her previous life. Now her cultivation has reached the 8th level of the divine transformation realm, and her cultivation speed is exaggerated. It's okay, he will definitely be able to bring good fortune to people and heaven, Guan said seriously. These words made Ji Xiao's eyes change slightly when she looked at him. The moonlight is probably pretty tonight, why don't you accompany me to admire the moon? Guan said suddenly. Ji Xiao hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. God's other world. The supernatural world lord and a group of supernatural ghost kings stood at the seaside, looking at the rough waves on the sea. There was a figure standing in the sky among the turbulent waves. His upper body was bare, his hands were clenched into fists, his white hair was disheveled and wet from the sea water, and he was breathing heavily. Zhang is not bitter. It's done, it's done. Zhang Baiu's face showed excitement. He turned his head and looked into the distance, his eyes meeting the eyes of the master of the supernatural world from afar. The master of the supernatural world smiled and nodded slightly towards him. Boom! The waves exploded, and almost instantly, Zhang Buku appeared in front of the master of the supernatural world, making the surrounding supernatural ghost kings change their expressions. What a speed! Pai Wuxing was secretly shocked. He had watched Zhang Baiu grow up over the years, and this kid's understanding was getting stronger and stronger. In time, this boy will definitely become famous all over the world. The master of the divine realm looked at Zhang Buku and said, you have developed the strongest ancient treasure body. It's time to set off. After Zhang Buku listened, he immediately asked, Master, where do you want me to go? The subject of the supernatural world said earnestly, go to another big world. Daishandi. Zhang Buku was even more confused. While the mysterious ghost kings had different expressions, each had their own thoughts, and they were all lost in reminiscence. The Lord of the Divine Realm said quietly, the world you were in before was called the Heavenly Spirit World. The Duanhai area is just a small area of the vast world. Outside the sky, there are many other worlds that are comparable to the Heavenly Spirit World. There the way of existence is beyond your imagination, and the supernatural world is a power that is free from all directions. This power comes from the realm of annihilation outside the sky. About the realm of annihilation, you have to understand it yourself in the future, but you can know one thing, that is, the divine world can lead to different worlds, but those worlds are very dangerous, and there are not many worlds we can choose from. Zhang Buku frowned after hearing this. He thought of Uncle Gu and Li Yai and couldn't let go. He gritted his teeth and asked, if I leave, can I come back in the future? The master of the supernatural world smiled and said, of course we can come back. The dark clouds that were weighing on us have dispersed. However, the heavenly spirit world is controlled by the Holy Court. It is difficult for us to develop. We can only send you to other places with more chaotic order. After Zhang Buku heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked where he wanted to go. Go to the beginning. There is no absolute order there. It is more suitable for a being like you to grow there. If you go there, you have to be more careful. There are immortals there. There are countless opportunities, but there are also more dangers. The master of the world of gods said seriously. Zhang Baiu nodded, with a look of expectation in his eyes. A mysterious ghost king asked, are we going to? The master of the supernatural world nodded and said, there is only one ghost king left, who is responsible for maintaining contact with the heaven and earth. I want to stay. Pai Wuxing said immediately, hearing other supernatural ghost kings look at him. The master of the supernatural world took a deep look at Pai Wuxing, who lowered his head and did not dare to look at him. Then you can stay. The master of the supernatural world decided. Pai Wuxing smiled happily and thanked him immediately. The winter snow was falling, and a figure walked towards the mouth of the third medicine valley. He was wearing armor and his body was covered with snow. In the heavy snow, his pace was not fast, but very steady. Under the helmet was an old face with cloudy eyes. Looking at the mouth of the third medicine valley, his eyes changed slightly. Who are you? A female voice came, and an Xian was seen walking up carrying a bamboo basket. The man in armor turned his head to look, and was amazed by an Xian's aura. He was dressed in a white dress, his feet stepped on the snow, leaving no footprints, and his whole person exuded an aura of heaven, like a goddess who might fly into the sky at any time. He cupped his fists and saluted, and said, Yayan, may I ask if the owner of the third medicine valley is still Guan? An Xian nodded slightly and said, do you know my master? If so, I can take you to see him. Yen smiled and said with emotion, I still remember him, he is also my master, but I don't know if he still remembers me.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.